Damn, I've really transmigrated. Yi Xiao suddenly opened his eyes wide, gazing in disbelief ahead. Before him an expanse of dazzling white appeared, and he discovered a group of people completely naked. What the hell, where have they brought me? Where is this place? Why does it feel so chilly? Yi Xiao suddenly looked down, his face burning with heat, as his hands unconsciously moved to clasp between his legs. Yi Xiao's gaze swept over the surrounding figures as he murmured in surprise, why do these people seem so bewildered? Something is not right. Suddenly a message flashed through Yi Xiao's mind, leaving him utterly astonished. Xiantian Renzu. I have actually transmigrated into the Xiantian Renzu. Is this the Hongjun? Have we just been created by Nvua? With these thoughts, Yi Xiao finally directed his gaze to the forefront. In front of all the Xiantian Renzu stood a woman with a human head and a serpentine body radiating a sacred aura. In her hand, she held an indescribable vine. With every swing, countless Xiantian Renzu were born. Yi Xiao roughly counted. When the number reached 3,000, the woman halted her movements. This is the legendary goddess Nvua. So the human race was indeed created by her. Yi Xiao murmured when suddenly an overwhelming pressure forced him to kneel, with all the surrounding Xiantian Renzu doing the same. Then Nvua's voice resounded, I am Nvua. To complete the way of heaven, I have specially created a race called Run. Let the way of heaven bear witness. As she spoke, a terrifying aura emanated from Nvua, instantly drawing the attention of all mighty beings in Hongjun. Soon boundless golden light descended upon Nvua. It was merit. Countless fates merged into her being, and the radiance around her surged rapidly. Near Saint Stage. Near Saint Pinnacle. The final transcendence, elevating her to become the second most exalted saint in Hongjun. After attaining sainthood, Nvua left behind a decree that for 10,000 years no race shall bully the human race, then vanished. The 3,000 Xiantian Renzu remained dumbfounded, including Yi Xiao, as if paralyzed by shock. Only after a long while did Yi Xiao regain his senses. Nvua has ascended to sainthood, yet her aura nearly crushed us. Hongjun is overwhelmingly terrifying. The worst part is that I have become a Xiantian Renzu without any lineage or strength, liable to fall at any moment. How am I supposed to live from here on out? Feeling despair deep within, Yi Xiao recalled countless Hongjun tales and the doomed fate of the human race. In the vast Hongjun teeming with myriad races, the human race stood at the very bottom. A single rogue demon could obliterate them. If humans did not grow stronger, they would later be mere sacrificial pawns in wars between witch and demon, nearly facing extinction. Although created by Nvua, she cared nothing for the survival of the human race. Her departure after attaining sainthood made that clear. Perhaps the sole consolation for Yi Xiao was that he now possessed a Xiantian body, one with a prolonged lifespan far superior to his past, and the potential to cultivate further. This was indeed some good news. Well, since I'm here, I'll make the best of it. If I've entered the Hongjun world, then I'll fight with all my might. But I wonder, do I possess the standard attributes of a transmigrant? Yi Xiao murmured, and in the very next moment his face lit up with delight. Ding, the host has transmigrated to the Hongjun world, and the heavenly war system begins binding. Binding successful. Ha ha ha, there really is a system. Yi Xiao burst into inner laughter. Excellent, with a system at hand, my survival is at least guaranteed. Claim. Yi Xiao did not hesitate for a moment. Congratulations, host, you have acquired one item from the unknown world, 9-turn Shuangong, and 3 9,000-year Pantaos. The 9,000-year Pantaos, when bitten by a mortal, grant longevity. When consumed by a cultivator, they enhance one's power, paving the way to immortality. As for the 9-turn Shuangong, it is the fabled technique once practiced by the great Pangu. Even the top-tier technique in Hongjun, Ba Jiu Xiangong, is but an inferior version of the 9-turn Xiangong. With the latter in his grasp, Yi Xiao has laid a solid foundation for his fate in Hongjun. Coupled with the Pantaos, Yi Xiao would soon wield formidable combat power. As for this unknown world system, what is this unknown world? This system is your ultimate auxiliary. By defeating foes from other dimensions, you will earn war values, which can be exchanged through lottery or used to purchase various items. The unknown world will manifest around Hongjun, and the system hopes you will strive to accumulate war values. As the system's voice faded, a semi-transparent marketplace appeared in Yi Xiao's mind. Upon seeing this, Yi Xiao was once again stunned, his heart pounding wildly. Pangu Essence, 1 point for 10 million war values. Rare Xiantian Spiritual Treasures, 1 point for 1 million war values. Xiantian Supreme Treasure, 10 million. War values can be exchanged for Supreme Treasures, Pangu Essence, and various techniques. With enough war values, all are within reach. However, Yi Xiao's face showed a hint of worry. He was concerned that the emergence of this unknown world around Hongjun might affect its development. If it were merely an ordinary world, that might be tolerable, but if it were mightier than Hongjun, things would be dire. Lost in thought, Yi Xiao suddenly felt a chill on his face, snapping him back to reality. Suddenly, he found himself surrounded by a throng of Xiantian Renzu. Among them, a female figure looked at him with a puzzled gaze, her finger hovering near his face. Seeing so many naked figures surrounding him, Yi Xiao felt extremely embarrassed. "Dear clan member, what has come over you?" The Xiantian Renzu, seeing Yi Xiao remain immobile, assumed something was awry, hence the earlier commotion. Yi Xiao offered an awkward smile and said, "I'm fine, I was merely lost in thought. Everyone please disperse. If not here, then where shall we go?" A puzzled voice murmured. These newly created beings possessed no thoughts aside from Yi Xiao. They understood nothing. Even Voix did not teach them how to survive, so they naturally knew nothing. In this perilous Hongjun, if these Xiantian Renzu tried to fend for themselves, casualties were inevitable. Though Voix decreed that no race should harm the human race, many mindless ferocious beasts roamed Hongjun, heedless of such orders. Amidst the bewildered glances exchanged among the Xiantian Renzu, all eyes eventually converged on Yi Xiao in unison. Yi Xiao had originally wanted to refuse, yet a sudden thought arose in his heart. "I possess a system, and my future is destined to be one of conquering the myriad heavens. Fighting alone will not be feasible. For now, the human race is still insignificant, yet our potential is beyond doubt. Since I carry this system, it may not be impossible for me to lead the human race to grow as strong as the Wu and Yao races, or even surpass them." Yi Xiao took a deep breath and slowly said, "Since we are of the human race, we must choose a leader to guide our people towards civilization. I, Yi Xiao, have the confidence to lead everyone to a better life. The position of human chieftain can belong to no one but me." After speaking, Yi Xiao swept his gaze over the surrounding innate humans. There was little change on the faces of the humans present. More than anything, they looked bewildered. For instance, at Yi Xiao's mention of his own name, they only knew that they were called human. Humans tend to revere the unknown, and these innate humans were no exception, especially in this ignorant newborn era. Soon someone said, "I think it's fine. None of us have names, yet Yi Xiao already does. That shows he is smarter than we are. I agree that he should be our chieftain." "I agree as well, but you must give me a name too." "Me too." Among the many innate humans, men and women were evenly split, and all of them were filled with thirst for having a name. Yi Xiao rejoiced inwardly, then said, "Very well. However, what matters most right now is not naming, but finding a place for our tribe to dwell. Once we find a place to settle, I will then teach everyone how to choose names. For now, follow me." With that, Yi Xiao waved his arm grandly and walked at the very front, leading them all forward in a chosen direction. In the Hua Emperor Palace, Nuwa, who had been consolidating her cultivation, suddenly opened her eyes. "Yi Xiao," as she murmured, "among the humans this palace created, there is actually one so intelligent." Nuwa was somewhat surprised, but only mildly so. Soon she closed her eyes again and ceased to pay attention. At the same time, all the races of the Great Desolate learned that Nuwa had created the human race and thereby attained sainthood. For a time, all races grew deeply curious about the humans. Yet with Nuwa's decree in place, they only dared to observe from afar. The human race was already beset with layer upon layer of looming crises. In the Zixiao Palace, among the 3,000 red dust guests, many Quasi-Saint experts who had obtained Hongmeng Purple Qi also turned their gaze upon the humans. Among the three pure ones, it was especially Taishang Laozai. While Yi Xiao was leading the innate humans forward, the Taishang Saint appeared in the sky above, riding a green ox. This human race created by junior sister Nuwa is far from simple. This poor Taoist senses that my own opportunity to attain sainthood is tied to them. I must observe them carefully. Time passed unknowingly, and the sky gradually darkened. Yi Xiao still had not grown accustomed to walking completely naked. His body felt chilly, and a sense of shame clung to him. Behind him, 3,000 innate humans followed, their hearts filled with both confusion and anticipation toward the road ahead. Suddenly, Yi Xiao halted and looked ahead with a smile. "I finally found it," he said. Stepping forward quickly, he pulled up a vine from the ground and wrapped it together with a leaf. Soon a crude pair of trousers took shape. "What is that?" the crowd asked, watching Yi Xiao with curiosity. Yi Xiao did not answer. He simply tied the vine around his waist. "This thing can cover your shame and keep out the cold. You have all seen what I did. Make one for yourselves. Once you are done, we will continue our journey." Just as his words fell, an unusual phenomenon suddenly appeared in the sky. The scene was very familiar to Yi Xiao. "This is merit," he exclaimed. "I never expected that even crafting a pair of trousers would bring merit." Yi Xiao watched as an enormous amount of merit descended. Most of it fused into the crude trousers made of vine and leaf, which underwent a complete transformation. The green turned into gold, and a strange radiance emanated from them. Their appearance became several grades more refined, and their defensive power increased countless times over. A smaller portion of the merit fell upon Yi Xiao himself. He felt warmth flood his body, strength surging within him, as though he would never tire again. He even sensed that if he wished, he could immediately break through several realms at once. Yet Xiao did not do so, for he knew too well the drawbacks of using merit to advance his cultivation. Exhilarating. Xiao relished the power coursing through him, then struck a heavy blow against a thick tree. The tree snapped in response, leaving the 3,000 humans utterly stunned. Chieftain is incredible. Chieftain is amazing. The chieftain's trousers are so beautiful. I want to make a pair too. In the sky above, Taishang Lao's eyes flashed with astonishment. This human actually obtained so much merit. Is the human race truly so favored by the Tao of heaven? Below, the 3,000 humans all imitated Xiao, crafting simple trousers for themselves. Some even managed to fashion crude garments for their upper bodies. The appearance of the human race changed dramatically at last. They possessed a faint trace of civilization. Xiao meanwhile gazed at the tree he had felled with a single punch and sank into contemplation. If making trousers brings merit, then building houses surely will as well. The human race is the protagonist of heaven and earth. Whoever first creates what humans need will gain vast amounts of merit. In doing this, I have taken the merit that should belong to Zhi. I also do not wish to cultivate by relying on merit. It seems I must let others take over from here. Xiao rose to his feet and summoned the first 2 innate humans who had been created. Chieftain. The 2 spoke with barely contained excitement. Xiao smiled and said, "From now on you 2 shall be called Swearenshur and Yuchao. Next I will teach you how to build houses and kindle fire." Yes, chieftain. The 2 did not understand what Xiao meant, but they believed in him completely. In just this short time, Xiao's status in the hearts of the 3,000 humans had risen at a rapid pace. Such a chieftain brimming with wisdom and strength. Who could fail to like him? First was Swearenshur. Xiao taught him to drill wood to make fire, bringing the first flame to the human race. Soon afterward, merit once again descended from the heavens, roughly the same as before. A great quantity of merit fell, landing upon the flame and upon Swearenshur. The flame became a fire of merit named the human race kindling. Under Xiao's reminder, Swearenshur absorbed the merit to strengthen himself instantly, becoming a powerful cultivator. Chieftain, I have reached the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, he cried, his voice trembling with excitement. Xiao was greatly surprised. To think you directly reached Tai Golden Immortal. Truly, merit is extraordinary. However, this Tai Golden Immortal Realm of Swearenshur carries quite a bit of water. He cannot be compared with ordinary Tai Golden Immortals. He does not know how to properly wield such power and can only rely on brute strength. But that is precisely what the human race needs right now. In the great Desolate, Tai Golden Immortals were not considered especially powerful, and Swearenshur had achieved this realm solely through merit. Yet the human race needed this strength. Xiao had already seen several ferocious beasts before. Each time, they had to take great care to avoid them. Now that they had Swearenshur, a Tai Golden Immortal, they need no longer fear ferocious beasts, at least for the time being. Once they passed through this phase, Xiao planned to begin cultivating in earnest. With the system's assistance, the human race was destined to rise swiftly. With the arrival of immense merits, Xiao Shi ascended to the realm of a Tai Golden Immortal, stepping into immortality. Within 10,000 years, as long as he did not provoke the myriad races, the human race should not face any major issues. The human race now at least possessed the ability to survive. Moreover, there were only 3,000 humans at present, just beginning to develop, and they would not encounter powerful enemies in the short term. Thus, Xiao could settle down and focus on developing the human race. Currently, the human race was rooted at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, though although it was dangerous here, they lacked the capacity to migrate elsewhere for the time being. At present, most of the humans were ordinary innate bodies, unable to defeat even the weakest immortals, relying solely on their physical strength to battle ferocious beasts. When hungry, they would hunt ferocious beasts to fill their stomachs. With a place to reside, the human race had officially taken root at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Xiao then began secluding himself, practicing the techniques provided by the system, striving to become stronger and lead the human race towards greatness. Time swiftly passed, and several years went by. The human race had undergone tremendous changes. Xiao served as the leader of the human race, yet he had no intentions of interfering with their normal development, only needing to control the overall direction. After several years, the human race had completely shed its barbarism and moved towards civilization. The original 3,000 innate humans had each acquired their own names, and some had even started families. Over the years, the number of humans had significantly increased. Xiao, the leader, had been in seclusion for cultivation, yet he remained the most respected leader among all the tribesmen. Years passed, and Xiao had also undergone significant changes. He appeared more spirited, brimming with surging magical power, no longer an ordinary innate human, but a bona fide earth immortal. Yi Xiao had cultivated the 9 turns mystic art to the peak of the first turn, having completely digested 3 9,000-year peaches. However, despite achieving the rank of Earth Immortal in a world teeming with great Luo Golden Immortals, he remained a mere minor player. The lowest rank was the Ferocious Beasts, followed by Human Immortals. Next were Earth Immortals, Celestial Immortals, Profound Immortals, Golden Immortals, Tai Golden Immortals, Great Luo Golden Immortals, and then Quasi-Saints and Saints. Reaching the peak of the first turn in 9 turns mystic art enabled his realm to directly ascend to the peak of Earth Immortal with combat power comparable to that of a Celestial Immortal. This speed of cultivation would be unimaginable in other worlds, but here in the Primordial Chaos, it was hardly noteworthy. Yi Xiao was acutely aware of his insignificance and dared not harbor any arrogance. He even planned to continue his seclusion, aiming to break through to the profound immortal realm before emerging. Just then the entire Primordial Chaos began to tremble violently. Following this, a tremendous sound resonated from the direction of Mount Buzhou at the center of the Primordial Chaos. Rumble. What happened? Could it be that a powerful being has arrived? Yi Xiao was startled and immediately got up to investigate. Such a great commotion startled the entire Primordial Chaos as countless individuals looked towards the direction of Mount Buzhou with expressions of terror. The gazes of numerous powerful beings instantly converged upon Mount Buzhou. Ding, the insect race world has descended, wishing the host to gain war value soon. What? Yi Xiao was greatly shocked, his pupils contracting sharply. Insect race world. Is it actually the insect race world I imagined? Yi Xiao inhaled sharply. The insect race is a formidable species. If the Primordial Chaos world is the apex of Eastern mythology, then the insect race world is another type of pinnacle. The Primordial Chaos world is powerful, but there are many other worlds that can rival it. The insect race world is very likely one of them. Now that the insect race world has descended, the insect race is an extremely aggressive species thriving through plunder. In an instant, Yi Xiao envisioned the impending war that would soon unfold. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao felt a twinge of fear and said, "System, didn't you say it would descend near the Primordial Chaos? Why does it seem off?" Ding, the insect race world indeed did not descend into the Primordial Chaos world. There is a buffer zone between the two worlds. If the Primordial Chaos world cannot withstand the insect race's invasion, then the insect race will invade the Primordial Chaos. Good luck to the host. The system's words sent shivers down Yi Xiao's spine. I hope the strength of the insect race world isn't too great. The Primordial Chaos currently only has 2 saints. It would be ideal if other saints could be born soon. Yi Xiao murmured, gazing through the void towards Mount Buzhou. Such a tremendous commotion had startled all powerful beings in the Primordial Chaos, and some great powers had already headed towards Mount Buzhou. The first to arrive was the powerful being of the Wu tribe at the foot of Mount Buzhou, Dijiang. With Dijiang's arrival, many strong beings of the Wu tribe followed closely. Why is there a spatial passage here? Dijiang looked puzzled at the sight before him, as a semi-transparent spatial passage had appeared above Mount Buzhou due to the earlier commotion. The spatial aura was exceedingly rich, instantly attracting the Quasi-Saint Dijiang. He tentatively struck out with a palm, and the spatial passage showed no signs of disturbance, not even a ripple. This left Dijiang even more astonished. He was the most adept at spatial manipulation, and in the Primordial Chaos, no one could surpass him except for the saints. If even he couldn't do anything to it. Big brother, this spatial passage remained unaffected by your strike. Is it possible that it was created by a saint? The Wu tribe does not revere heaven or earth, nor do they respect saints, so they say whatever comes to mind. Hearing Gong Gong's words, Dijiang shook his head slightly. It shouldn't be. This kind of method seems beyond the capabilities of a Quasi-Saint. He himself was in the latter stages of Quasi-Saint, not far from the peak, and he understood this well. But he couldn't comprehend what the saints wanted with this passage. Currently, there were only 2 saints in the Primordial Chaos, and Nu Hua had always disliked trouble. As for Hongjun, why would he create such a passage? And where does this passage lead? He did not understand. Just as he finished speaking, strong beings from the demon tribe also arrived. The demon tribe occupied the heavenly court and had many formidable beings. The demon tribe leader Dijun and Dong Huang arrived with a large group of powerful demons, immediately confronting the Wu tribe. However, the main focus was still on the spatial passage. In addition, there were other cultivators present. For instance, the great immortal Zhun Yuanzi Taoist Hongjun, old ancestor Ming, he the 3 pure ones, the 2 Quasi-Saints from the west, and Dong Wang Gong, among other great powers of the Primordial Chaos, all gathered here. With so many powerful beings converging together, their gazes intensely fixed on the spatial passage. At the same time, the other side of the spatial passage was almost identical to the Primordial Chaos. The insect race world was also experiencing great upheaval, with a spatial passage emerging. Countless powerful insect beings were awakened bearing their terrifying fangs and emitting piercing sound waves towards the spatial passage. Gradually, the powerful beings from both worlds began to learn of the circumstances on the other side through the spatial passage. Countless insect beings opened their crimson eyes filled with a desire for conquest. The insect race, thriving on plunder, had just annihilated a world, and it seemed another one had appeared akin to a pie falling from the sky. Yet these events were not the first to occur. Before the two great worlds met, the wills, or representatives of the two worlds, had already completed their first confrontation. In a world as powerful as the primordial wilderness, there is usually a heavenly Tao or a formidable will. The primordial wilderness has a heavenly Tao, but it is uncertain who governs the insect race world. When a powerful world suddenly appears, it is difficult to go unnoticed. The heavenly Taos of the two great worlds had already engaged in a contest the moment the spatial passage was established. Both heavenly Taos aimed to devour each other to strengthen themselves. The temptation of the heavenly Tao upon another was immensely powerful, as the benefits of such consumption were immense. However, the strength of the two heavenly Taos seemed evenly matched, with no clear victor emerging. On the primordial wilderness side, Hongjun, as the spokesperson of the heavenly Tao, naturally learned of this information at the first moment. He suddenly opened his eyes, looking at the many unaware great beings gathered at Mount Buzhou. "You all hurry to Xiao Palace." This voice echoed in the minds of the powerful from several factions. For instance, the future saints, such as the Three Purities, and the powerful beings of the Wu and Yao clans, as well as Zhen Yuanzi and Ming He. These individuals quickly made their way to Xiao Palace. At the same time, the most powerful queen of the insect race also emitted a terrifying sound wave. "By the decree of the Supreme, will all queens of the clan hurry to meet me." How? In the insect race world, all queens at the saint level moved. If someone from the primordial wilderness were to see this, they would surely be astonished. Because the insect race actually possessed as many as 9 powerful beings at the saint level. Meanwhile, the primordial wilderness currently had only 2. The disparity in strength was evident. Xiao Palace. Nuwa had already arrived early. Many powerful beings from the primordial wilderness had come. Aside from Nuwa and Hongjun, the others were quite curious. The ancestral, which Zhulong directly asked, "May I ask, Tao Ancestor, is this gathering for the spatial passage? What exactly is that spatial passage?" The Eastern Emperor Tai and others who traditionally did not get along with the Wu clan also echoed, "Please inform us, Tao Ancestor." The Three Purities did not expect them to be so impatient, so they all looked towards Hongjun. Hongjun opened his eyes and scanned the crowd. Then he glanced in the direction of Mount Buzhou and said, "The heavenly Tao has issued a warning. A spatial passage has appeared between our primordial wilderness and the insect race world. This is a calamity for the primordial wilderness concerning the future of all its beings. The purpose of summoning you all here is to address this matter." "What?" The many great beings were startled by Hongjun's words. They had thought it was the work of a saint, but they did not expect the situation to be this serious. "Master, may I ask what the strength of the insect race world is? Could it be that the insect race intends to invade our primordial wilderness?" At this moment, the voice of Taishang Laojun resounded. Hongjun nodded slightly and continued, "The insect race comes with ill intentions, and their strength is formidable. According to the heavenly Taoist detection, the insect race has at least 9 saint-level powerful beings." Silence. An absolute silence. The atmosphere in Xiao Palace froze at that moment. All quasi-saint great beings were aghast and incredulous. How is this possible? Our primordial wilderness has only 2 saints, yet the insect race is even stronger than us. If the insect race attacks, what can our primordial wilderness use to defend? This. The expressions of the many great beings turned grim as they envisioned the desperate scenario. Below the saint level, everyone is but an ant. This saying is universally acknowledged. If it were only a difference of 1 or 2 saints, it would be manageable, but facing at least 9 saints means a difference of 7. How could they not panic? So many of them sought to become saints, yet failed, while the insect race had as many as 9. Some individuals' Tao hearts even began to waver. A voice imbued with Tao rhyme emanated from Hongjun, instantly awakening everyone. Hongjun's face showed slight disappointment as he said, "I did not expect you to be so timid. Our primordial wilderness has a strong foundation. How can we fear an insect race? You need not worry, the spatial passage has barriers. The insect race will require a millennium to invade the primordial wilderness. In this millennium, our primordial wilderness can give birth to 5 saints, so you need not fear insufficient strength from the saints. The reason for summoning you all here is not to witness your current demeanor." Hongjun's words served as a powerful tonic injected into everyone's hearts. At this point, Taishang Laojun said, "What Master says is right. If our primordial wilderness is not lacking, We possess the Hongmeng purple chi. As long as we achieve sainthood within a millennium, we can resist the insect race and even counterattack. In a world comparable to the primordial wilderness, think of the opportunities within. Once Lao Zi's words were spoken, the previously grim faces of many great beings suddenly revealed expressions of desire. The Quasi saints from the west, Jane and Zhuanti, were particularly moved, their eyes unconsciously shining with excitement. Di Jun of the Yao clan and Dong Huang Tai released glints in their eyes, exclaiming, "We thought the primordial wilderness was everything, but there are other worlds beyond. Our Yao clan cannot only focus on this corner of the primordial wilderness. Big brother, we shall become the heavenly emperors of the myriad worlds. What is an insect race to fear?" Di Jun felt a surge of ambition, saying, "Haha, my second brother is right. Perhaps the emergence of the insect race presents us brothers with an opportunity to attain sainthood." Ha ha ha. Di Jun and Dong Huang's laughter echoed in Xiao Palace, and the Wu clan, who typically did not get along with them, surprisingly refrained from contention. Even Di Jiang praised, "It is rare for you two to possess such insight, but our Wu clan is the strongest. The insect race is merely a passerby. When the time comes, they will witness the might of our primordial wilderness." The attitudes of the Wu and Yao clans immediately restored the confidence of many great beings. In this light, there was nothing to fear in the primordial wilderness. Seeing this, Hongjun's expression improved considerably. He then spoke again, "The conflict between worlds is not trivial. If our primordial wilderness can devour the insect race world, we will ascend to a new level in every aspect. You are among the strongest of our primordial wilderness. If you can achieve great merit, you may gain a saint position." The hearts of many great beings raced at these words. Hongjun had previously mentioned the saint positions in Xiao Palace, stating that aside from himself, there were only 6 remaining. Now, by exterminating the insect race world, the primordial wilderness could gain additional saint positions. At that moment, everyone's breathing became rapid. Di Jun and Dong Huang were most fixated on the saint positions, even beginning to scheme for Hongyun's Hongmeng purple chi. Now that the Tao ancestor spoke personally, this promise was far more reliable than Hongyun's Hongmeng purple chi. After all, that was a gift from the Tao ancestor to Hongjun, and they feared repercussions if they killed Hongjun. At the very least, they would offend the formidable Jin Yuanzi. If they could obtain saint positions through merit, that would be the best. Others felt similarly, their minds already plotting. There is still a millennium to prepare. Go and make your arrangements. The 3 purities will remain. The Tao ancestor spoke, and everyone departed, leaving only the 3 purities. Senior brother, what does the Tao ancestor mean by this? We are at least registered disciples. Now that strong enemies are descending, what shall we do if we cannot attain sainthood? Zhuanti looked at Jia somewhat helpless. They were also disciples of Hongjun, yet he did not keep them behind, leaving them quite displeased. However, their displeasure could only be silently endured. Jia quickly said, "Junior brother, be cautious with your words. I see that the master has left the 3 purities likely to impart the method of attaining sainthood. We only need to observe the 3 purities." Zhuanti replied, "What you say is true, but it is also time for us to prepare to return. Master, may I ask how we can attain sainthood?" Yuan Shi Tianzun said anxiously. Lao Zitong Tian and the others also pricked up their ears to listen. Hongjun frowned slightly, as he had not intended to say this. They would come to know it themselves. But time does not wait for anyone. The opportunity for the Taishang to attain sainthood lies within the human race. The opportunities for Yuan Shi and Tong Tian to attain sainthood are with the Taishang. Thank you, Master. The 3 purities simultaneously cupped their hands. Lao Zi had already made a decision in his heart. No wonder he felt a connection with the human race, as his opportunity for attaining sainthood lay within them. At this time, Hongjun continued, "You all have only 1,000 years. You must attain sainthood within this time, or the primordial chaos will face great calamity. Moreover, slaying the insect race can also yield great merit. Those below the sage level may venture outside to slay the insect race." Hongjun had said only this much. He is the spokesperson of the heavenly Tao and knows the details of the insect race. "Yes, Master." The 3 purities and Nuwa cupped their hands, and then left the purple cloud palace together. Everyone understood. These insect races were the merits served on a platter. The more enemies they kill, the greater the benefits they can gain in the primordial chaos. Though the insect race is powerful, does the primordial chaos truly only wish to defend against the intrusion of the insect race's world? They did not believe so. A world not belonging to the primordial chaos holds immeasurable opportunities. If the primordial chaos can devour the heavenly Tao of the opposing side, then it will become even stronger. At that time, their paths can extend further. And for others, it may mean more sage positions. Of course, the insect race on the other side surely harbored similar thoughts. The experts of the insect race, under the command of the 9th-tier experts, were continuously gathering to prepare to attack the Primordial Chaos. Slaying the powerful beings of the Primordial Chaos, devouring the heavenly Tao of the Primordial Chaos, and becoming the next 9th-tier emperor. In the heavenly court, Hongjun and Dong Huang Tai summoned the 10 great demon saints of the demon race as soon as they returned from the Purple Cloud Palace to prepare for battle. Various supplies were taken out from the treasury. The demon race was putting in real effort. Elder brother, when shall we venture outside? My heavenly court should also have sages. Jun's eyes flashed with brilliance. There is no rush. The insect race has powerful sages, and we cannot act recklessly. First, let the young ones prepare for battle at any moment. I will go visit Nyuanyang. The Wu clan, the 12 ancestors of Wu, were also ready. They even prepared the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation, originally meant to deal with the demon race to combat the insect race. They also sought to attain a sage position. Besides them, the other mighty beings of the Primordial Chaos were making their own preparations. Old ancestor Ming, he emulating the sage Nuwa, created the Azura clan instantly, becoming a significant force in the Primordial Chaos. Dong Wanggong also gathered some mighty beings from the Primordial Chaos to form a small team. Hongjun was in Wuzhuangguan in seclusion, seeking to break through to sainthood. These powerful beings were waiting for information about venturing outside. After all, without a sage leading the way, they feared being wiped out. The human race was not as tense, but it was still quite lively. After Xiao exited his seclusion, he sought out the 3 ancestors of the human race, among whom the Ci clan had yet to attain cultivation. Xiao laid out the development plan for the human race for the coming centuries. First was population. They strongly encouraged reproduction. Only with a larger population could the human race continue to discuss development. Then came various modern reform ideas encompassing many aspects. The human race officially began to develop according to Xiao's plan. Although the scale was still small, it was vibrant. Xiao himself continued to enter seclusion. At the peak of Earth Immortal, he still felt too weak in the Primordial Chaos, afraid to venture far, let alone head outside. Currently, the human race did not require too much of his oversight. Firstly, he had no inheritance, and the 9 turns mystic art could not be cultivated by everyone. The first inheritance of the human race could only wait until Lao Zi attained sainthood and preached. In the future, he would purchase stronger inheritances through the system. Xiao aimed to break through to Golden Immortal before exiting seclusion. The thought was beautiful, but the reality was harsh. The cultivation environment in the Primordial Chaos was excellent, but continuous breakthroughs through mere cultivation were still quite difficult. He had exhausted all the peach elixirs, relying only on meditation to increase his mana. After 100 years, he had barely cultivated the 9 turns mystic art to the 2nd level. His cultivation reached the peak of Celestial Immortal. Continuing in seclusion was no longer feasible. He needed some opportunities. Thus Xiao ended his seclusion. His figure flashed, and he appeared above the tribe. After 100 years, the number of people in the tribe had grown significantly, and everywhere he looked he could see the figures of the human race. 100 years have flown by so quickly. I wonder how many people the human race has now. Xiao's figure flashed, and he appeared before the Yuchao clan. Tribe leader, you have exited seclusion, Yuchao said with surprise. I will call those 2 over immediately. Xiao waved his hand. No need. How has the development of our human race been over this past century? Yuchao replied, tribe leader, we have followed your instructions to encourage reproduction, and our population has reached 100,000. However, over this past century, many have perished. Now only 60,000 remain, as many of our brothers have died at the jaws of ferocious beasts. Yuchao's eyes showed some sadness. Over this century, the population growth had also driven demand. The land and living resources had greatly increased. Naturally, the human race needed to expand. In the process of expansion, encountering dangers was inevitable. The human race only had the 2 of them as golden immortals, which still left them somewhat stretched. Additionally, due to various unforeseen events, the human race suffered many losses. Fortunately, the outcome was good. The human race was becoming stronger. Xiao nodded slightly upon hearing this. A population of 60,000 had exceeded his expectations. He had estimated that 30,000 would be good. It seemed that the physique of the human race in the Primordial Chaos was quite impressive. Their population had increased 20-fold in 100 years. 100 years, only 5 or 6 generations had passed. With these 60,000, it was estimated that in a few hundred years the human race's population would reach tens of millions. The eruption period for the human race was soon approaching. Tribe leader, there is something I do not know whether to speak or not, Yuchao suddenly said. Xiao replied, speak freely. Yuchao said, compared to the myriad races of the Primordial Chaos, our human race is still too weak. Aside from the tribe leader me and the Sui Ren clan, there isn't even a single immortal. I wonder if the tribe leader has any solutions. Hearing the words of Yi Xiao chuckled. I do have a cultivation method, but it is not suitable for the human race. The time for the human race to cultivate is approaching. Just hold on a little longer, and we will rise. Yu Xiao felt helpless, but he had unconditional trust in Yi Xiao. Chief, I believe in you. By the way, over the years our human race has also discovered some immortal fruits. Let's see if any are needed by the chief. Let's go have a look. Yi Xiao followed Yu Xiao to check the storage of the immortal fruits. He did not have much expectation as the vast majority of the human race were ordinary people, and even if they found some immortal fruits, they might not be useful to him. After all, in the wild, ancient times, heavenly materials and earthly treasures were guarded. It was difficult for the human race to obtain more valuable immortal fruits. However, there were exceptions. Before long, Yi Xiao held 2 completely red fruits in his hands and exclaimed in delight, there are actually dragon blood fruits here. Although they are not fruits born from innate spiritual roots, these dragon blood fruits possess a vast amount of dragon blood power, which is immensely beneficial for my cultivation of the 9 turns mystic art. Yu Xiao joyfully remarked, as long as it is useful to the chief, that is good. I obtained this fruit from 2 injured demon race powerhouses after a fierce battle. Yi Xiao smiled and said, this is the dragon blood fruit, which greatly benefits my cultivation. In the future, I can also gather more other immortal fruits for our human race's young men to use in their training. However, in the future, we should avoid provoking powerful beings from other races as our human race is currently too weak. Yu Xiao replied, Chief, I understand. Do you want to meet the others, eh? Yi Xiao pondered and then replied, not for now. I will first refine the dragon blood fruit. Saying this, Yi Xiao moved and reappeared in his seclusion place. He sat cross-legged, and after a brief adjustment, Yi Xiao took out a dragon blood fruit and bit into it. Boom. The moment the flesh entered his stomach, a massive surge of blood energy wildly surged within Yi Xiao. Every second, Yi Xiao's physical body endured the impact of the blood energy, leading to a transformation. 9 turns mystic art refined for me. Yi Xiao shouted, quickly operating the 9 turns mystic art to assimilate this blood energy. The cultivation progress of the 9 turns mystic art began to increase rapidly, and Yi Xiao's cultivation level gradually rose. Soon Yi Xiao's level broke through once again. I actually reached the Xianxian realm so quickly. The effects of this dragon blood fruit are astonishing. If it were Pangus essence blood, I would probably reach the Tai Golden Immortal or even the Deluo Golden Immortal. Yi Xiao was quite surprised. He had only digested less than a third of this dragon blood fruit and achieved such effects, which was truly wonderful. With this opportunity, he had a chance to reach the Golden Immortal realm in a short period. Yi Xiao did not dare to waste time and immediately immersed himself in refining and cultivating. In the ancient times, time passed without measure, and in the blink of an eye many years had gone by. Yi Xiao completely digested a dragon blood fruit, taking a full 100 years. His cultivation also reached the peak of the Xianxian realm. The time spent on the second dragon blood fruit was slightly less, but it still took 80 years. In total, 180 years had passed. Several hundred years had gone by since the birth of the human race. Yi Xiao finally grew from an ordinary person to an early-stage golden immortal powerhouse. After nearly 200 years, the human race ushered in its first explosive growth period. The population reached a staggering 80 million. The entire human race was divided into several large and small tribes, which together formed the entirety of human civilization. On this day, Yi Xiao was consolidating his newly achieved golden immortal realm. Suddenly, an incredibly terrifying aura of a powerful being emanated from within the human territory, instantly waking Yi Xiao. What is this? The aura of a saint. Indeed, there was a similar commotion when Yuhua became a saint. Yi Xiao murmured, then immediately left his place of seclusion and arrived at the human territory. At this moment, purple qi was coming from the east for 3,000 miles. The voice of the Taishang Laojun resonated from within the human territory, echoing throughout the entire wild ancient times. I am the true lineage of Pangu, the Taishang Laojun. Today, I established the human teaching and set forth the golden core Tao to transmit teachings to the human race. Let the heavenly way witness this. Countless merits fell from the sky, enveloping Laojun. This was the recognition of the heavenly way towards the human teaching and also the opportunity for Laojun to become a saint. As the terrifying aura swept across the entire wild ancient times, the third saint was finally born. Yi Xiao silently watched everything from a distance and could not help but sigh. Indeed, beneath the saints all are but ants. Yi Xiao, young friend. Suddenly the voice of Taishang Laojun echoed in Yi Xiao's mind, and then an old man riding a green bull appeared abruptly before Yi Xiao, nearly startling him. I pay my respects to the saint. Yi Xiao quickly regained his composure and respectfully said, Thank you, saint, for leaving behind the cultivation legacy for our human race. Laojun looked deeply at Yi Xiao and laughed. Haha, young friend, need not be so formal. This is my opportunity, and also the opportunity for the human race. Indeed, young friend has quite a good talent. In just a few hundred years you have cultivated to the golden immortal realm, and the Tao is within reach. If it were not for the fact that he had already chosen a disciple, he would have wanted to take Yi Xiao as his disciple. You flatter me, Saint. Yi Xiao did not dare to compare his talent with those great figures of the wild, ancient times. Taishang shook his head slightly and said again, forget it. Since I have established the human teaching, I must fulfill my promise and impart the golden core Tao to the human race. However, I have other matters to attend to and plan to take a disciple to handle this task. As he spoke, the Saint Laojun gently waved his hand, and a human race man appeared before the two. The man, upon seeing Yi Xiao, was slightly excited and said, Disciple Xuandu, greetings to the chief. Yi Xiao was slightly taken aback, not expecting that Xuandu was not an innate member of the human race. He then smiled and said, That is excellent. Xuandu, you shall follow the Taishang Saint in cultivation, and do not forget the etiquette of our human race. Cultivate diligently and contribute to our race in the future. Xuandu, as the great disciple of the Xuanmen, was destined for extraordinary achievements. Yi Xiao did not want Xuandu to become a person without desires. This was the seed he was planting in advance. Disciple obeys. The Saint Laojun did not say much and was about to take Xuandu away. Just then, two resounding voices echoed through the wild, ancient times belonging to the Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Tongtian Jiaozhu. The two, inspired by Laojun's establishment of the human teaching, subsequently established the Zen and interception teachings. Another wave of purple qi came from the east for 3,000 miles, and two powerful saints were born in the wild, ancient times once again. After Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Tongtian Jiaozhu became saints, they immediately descended upon the human race. Big brother, it is thanks to you that we thought of methods to attain sainthood. We have finally become saints too. Tongtian Jiaozhu said this. Oh, the voice of the primordial heavenly venerable echoed with surprise, his eyes flashing with astonishment. After all, the human race had only existed for 200 years, and yet someone had achieved the golden immortal status. The human race truly deserves to be the next main character of the heavenly land. Their talent is indeed remarkable. The primordial heavenly venerable thought to himself, and was already planning to accept Yi Xiao as his disciple. Yi Xiao, unaware of the primordial heavenly venerable's intentions, humbly replied, You flatter me, Saint. It is merely luck on my part. At the same time, the Master of Heaven fixed his gaze on Yi Xiao, his eyes revealing a hint of approval. He lightly pinched his fingers, sensing the faint Tao rhythm emanating from Yi Xiao, and had already made a decision in his heart. This child's nature is pure, and his Tao heart is stable. He does not covet superficiality, nor does he fear pressure. Quite good indeed. The Master of Heaven murmured to himself, his eyes shining with brilliance. As a humble Taoist establishing the teaching of the interception, I currently have only 3 direct disciples, Duobao, Jinling, and Wudong. I am in need of such a fine talent, and today happens to be an excellent opportunity for accepting disciples. With his thoughts settled, the Master of Heaven no longer hesitated. A faint halo of saintly light emanated from his body, and his deep, yet gentle voice resonated through heaven and earth, reaching Yi Xiao's ears. Young friend, I am the primordial orthodox Master of Heaven. Observing your excellent nature, I find that you align well with the Tao path of my interception. Would you be willing to join me and become my disciple? As soon as the words left his mouth, the primordial heavenly venerable's expression changed slightly, and he immediately interrupted with an undeniable tone, Third brother, please calm down. Although this young friend has average roots, his character is quite good. In my opinion, it would be better for him to join my Changjiao and become my disciple. Upon hearing this, the Master of Heaven raised an eyebrow and looked at the primordial heavenly venerable, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness. Second brother, your Changjiao already boasts 12 golden immortals and several direct disciples, all of whom have formidable roots. Why must you compete with me? I have just established my interception, and I have only 3 direct disciples. Our numbers are few. This child has a connection to me, and he should rightfully belong to me. This is not proper, not proper. The primordial heavenly venerable shook his head repeatedly, his expression serious. The teachings of my Changjiao are profound, placing great emphasis on character and virtue. This child aligns with the principles of my sect. How can he be handed over simply because you have fewer disciples? In an instant, the primordial heavenly venerable and the Master of Heaven began to argue openly in front of all living beings in heaven and earth. The 2 ancient saints, quarreling over an unnamed young cultivator, each holding their ground, created a scene that would surely leave any outsider's jaw dropped in disbelief. In truth, their contention was not only due to their admiration for Yi Xiao's excellent character, but also because they felt an inexplicable sense of affinity towards him. It was a connection that seemed to arise from the depths of the Tao, as if there was a preordained bond between master and disciple. This inexplicable pull made the typically proud primordial heavenly venerable and the carefree master of heaven eager to take Yi Xiao under their wing. Standing to the side, Laozi had his eyes slightly closed, his presence calm and unperturbed. In truth, he also had thoughts of accepting a disciple. Yi Xiao's talent and character had also caught his eye. However, Laozi had always preferred tranquility and avoided competition, thus he merely stood quietly watching as the primordial heavenly venerable and the master of heaven debated without interjecting. In the eye of the storm, Yi Xiao's heart was already stirred with waves of astonishment and disbelief. He stared blankly at the two saints before him, thinking to himself, I never imagined that as a mere human I could attract the attention of two primordial orthodox saints competing to accept me as a disciple. Currently, the human race is weak. Having a saint as a backing would indeed be a great opportunity for the development of humanity. But whom should I choose as my master? The three pure ones are all protective of their disciples. Regardless of which sect he joins, he would receive careful protection in the future. However, the primordial heavenly venerable places great importance on the background and roots of his disciples, being very strict in his selection. The Changjiao only accepts those with exceptional talent and deep roots. In contrast, the Master of Heaven is entirely different. The interception advocates inclusivity, valuing fate and opportunity over background, and the Master of Heaven is renowned for his favoritism towards his disciples. Weighing the two options, Yi Xiao leaned more towards the Master of Heaven, but he found himself in a dilemma. The primordial heavenly venerable is a saint of high status. If he were to choose the Master of Heaven directly, it would inevitably offend this venerable saint, potentially leading to many troubles in the future. Just as Yi Xiao was at a loss, the Master of Heaven seemed to see through his thoughts and spoke up to break the deadlock. Second brother, our dispute is fruitless. Why not let this child choose for himself? Whoever he wishes to join will be his master, and neither of us shall dispute it further. What say you? The primordial heavenly venerable pondered for a moment before slightly nodding. That is acceptable. Let him choose for himself. However, the primordial heavenly venerable was the first to offer incentives, hoping to entice Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, if you become my disciple and join my Changjiao, I will impart to you my core teachings and grant you a piece of innate spiritual treasure to aid your cultivation. The innate spiritual treasure is a supreme treasure of the wilderness, coveted by countless cultivators. The primordial heavenly venerable believed that such conditions would undoubtedly stir Yi Xiao's heart. However, the Master of Heaven was unfazed and spoke loudly, offering even better terms. Second brother, an innate spiritual treasure is nothing, and my interception is not lacking in such treasures. Yi Xiao, if you become my disciple, I will not only teach you the supreme techniques of the interception, grant you an innate spiritual treasure, but I will also directly make you my fourth direct disciple. The Master of Heaven's words were sincere and full of goodwill, and the interception's inclusive approach naturally aligned with Yi Xiao's desires. In that moment, all his concerns vanished, and Yi Xiao had already found his answer within. He no longer hesitated, stepping forward to bow respectfully to the primordial heavenly venerable. Thank you, saint, for your kindness. However, I already have my heart set on someone, and I hope the saint will not take offense. The primordial heavenly venerable, seeing Yi Xiao's choice, felt a twinge of regret, but honored his promise, nodding lightly. It's no matter. Perhaps there is no destined bond between us as master and disciple. Yi Xiao sighed in relief and immediately bowed respectfully to the Master of Heaven, performing the grand gesture of accepting a master disciple. Yi Xiao wishes to become the disciple of the Master of Heaven, and I will diligently follow your teachings and cultivate earnestly not to disappoint my master's expectations. The Master of Heaven, seeing Yi Xiao join his sect, felt great joy, and the Tao rhythm around him softened a bit. He gently assisted Yi Xiao to rise. Excellent. Excellent. From this day forth you shall be the fourth direct disciple of my interception. You must cultivate diligently and break through to the quasi-saint realm as soon as possible. The Laozi saint, witnessing this, smiled slightly. Congratulations, third brother, on acquiring a fine disciple. Thus Yi Xiao was taken by Tontian to Geneo Island. By now the Primordial Chaos had already given rise to 5 sovereigns, yet the Western sages Zhuanti and Jane found themselves in a rather pitiful position. Senior brother, I knew it. The Tao ancestor must have revealed the path to sovereignty to the 3 pure ones. How many years have passed? And already all 3 have ascended. If it weren't for the Tao ancestor's revelation, I would never believe it. The Tao ancestor is truly partial. Zhuanti Taoist gazed upon Kunlun Mountain, where the celestial omens of sovereign ascension had just faded from view, his heart brimming with bitter sorrow and quiet resignation. Upon hearing this, Jain Taoist hastily admonished, "Brother, speak with caution." He glanced swiftly upward at the heavens, finding no sign of disturbance, before continuing earnestly, "Brother, this may not be a misfortune after all. Though our master may hold little favor toward us too, the method by which the 3 pure ones attained sovereignty has sparked an idea in me. Perhaps we too might ascend to sovereignty. Brother, Zhuanti exclaimed, eyes alight with sudden realization. Do you mean we could emulate the three pure ones, founding our own sect, and thereby draw down heavenly virtue, triggering sovereign ascension? A faint knowing smile curved Jane's lips. Precisely. The heavenly Tao is incomplete. Let us brothers establish the Western sect to fulfill its wholeness. Only thus can we seize sovereignty. Zhuanti, upon hearing these words, began rhythmically tapping his fingers as if calculating profound cosmic patterns. Moments later, a dazzling brilliance flashed across his eyes. Brother, you are absolutely right. The paths to sovereignty are but three: virtue, might, and grand vow. We possess neither primordial treasures to cleave the way nor immense virtue accrued. Thus only the grand vow remains a solemn pledge, so vast it moves heaven and earth, compelling the heavenly Tao's recognition and seizing that singular chance at sovereignty. Jane nodded. Unlike the three pure ones, they bore no creation virtue. Perhaps this path alone remained. To ascend through grand vow demanded using one's own Tao foundation as anchor, uttering an irrevocable oath, thereby summoning a deluge of celestial virtue from the heavenly Tao itself. Yet this method carried peril. Should the vow remain unfulfilled, divine retribution would strike, shattering soul and spirit alike. Yet gazing westward upon boundless desolation, he clenched his teeth and gave a firm nod. For the billions of sentient beings of the West, and for our own attainment of the supreme oneness, this risk, however grave, is worth embracing. Thereupon the two stood atop Lingshan, the sacred western peak, bathed in celestial radiance, facing the vast, ineffable heavenly Tao, and bowed deeply in unison. Jane spoke first, his voice ancient, solemn, and unwavering, a sound reverberating across heaven and earth. Before the heavenly Tao, I, Jane, swear upon the very essence of the West's Tao foundation, I vow to deliver all suffering beings of the West, to found the Western sect, to propagate my great Tao, to embrace all who resonate. Be they furred, scaled, born of moisture, or egg, all welcome to walk my path and cultivate within my Dharma. Should this vow reach fulfillment, I shall offer my very self as proof, to attain sovereign ascension, to safeguard the West, and eternally uphold the primordial chaos. The moment the grand vow echoed forth, heaven and earth trembled. Across the western lands, long dormant spiritual veins stirred faintly, threads of celestial chi beginning to converge. The heavenly Tao responded, a soft golden radiance descended, enveloping Jane entirely. Zhuanti followed without delay, his voice shaking the nine heavens, his vow even more vast. Before the heavenly Tao, I, Zhuanti, join my brother Jane in this supreme covenant. I vow, with boundless compassion and transcendent wisdom, to deliver all beings of the primordial chaos, to act as heaven's instrument, resolving infinite calamities, to open countless gates of expedience, spreading the Western Tao throughout the three realms. I offer my fortune and cultivation as sacrifice. If granted sovereign ascension, I shall forever uphold cosmic order and protect the West. Their twin vows pierced the nine heavens, resonating with the entire great Tao of the primordial chaos. Purple chi surged eastward for 30,000 li, celestial flowers rained down, golden lotuses bloomed from the earth, and a torrent of boundless virtue, golden, luminous, and inexhaustible, poured from the heavenly Tao into their bodies. Jane's compassionate nature rendered his vow profoundly moving. Under the inundation of such colossal virtue, the barriers of his quasi-sovereign realm began to tremble. Sovereign ascension shimmered on the horizon. Zhuanti followed closely, his immense vow harmonizing perfectly with the heavenly Tao, O virtue flooding him, purifying mortal dross, shattering his own constraints. Both felt the profound transformations unfolding within, and were overcome with exhilaration. Yet as time passed, sovereign ascension did not arrive. What is happening? Zhuanti murmured, perplexed. He had pledged so many grand vows, yet still the virtue proved insufficient. Jane gritted his teeth. Perhaps our simultaneous ascension demands far greater virtue. Then we have no choice but to wager everything. Once sovereign, we shall have eternity to repay the debt. Zhuanti affirmed, brother speaks true. With a shared glance, they renewed their vows, until at last hundreds of solemn oaths accumulated the precise measure of virtue required for sovereign ascension. Purple chi surged eastward for 30,000 li. The two in the west had finally ascended. Thus the primordial chaos gained two new sovereigns, bringing their number to 7. Geneo Island, discovered earlier by Tongtian as a celestial abode. Though the three pure ones had not yet parted ways, Tongtian had already claimed this island as his personal Tao seat. Tongtian sat upon the central throne, flanked by his three foremost disciples, Duobao, Jinling, and Wudong. Yi Xiao pays respects to senior brother and the two senior sisters. Yi Xiao bowed with a warm smile. Unexpectedly, brother is of the human race and possesses extraordinary talent. Duobao's cultivation far surpassed Yi Zhao's. As Tongtian's eldest disciple, his strength neared that of a great Luo immortal. Wudong and Jinling, both latest-stage Tai Golden Immortals, regarded their young, human junior brother with keen interest. After brief, easy conversation, Tongtian's voice resonated. Enough. For now, your fraternal bonds may deepen another day. From this moment onward, all must redouble cultivation. Soon you shall enter the extraterritorial battlefield to slay enemies, an unparalleled boon to your Dao practice. Do not fall short in skill lest you perish beyond our borders. I, your master, cannot shield you there. At these words, brows furrowed. Yi Xiao thought inwardly, the extraterritorial battlefield. So the primordial chaos is to wage war against the insect race. I wonder when I may join the battlefield. Yi Xiao longed to enter the battlefield immediately, to slay insect race warriors, earn war merit, and exchange it for cultivation aids and inheritances suited to humanity. Yet his current strength was woefully inadequate. Even cannon fodder, he could scarcely be called. At that moment, Duobao asked, Master, what manner of foe awaits us on the extraterritorial battlefield? How formidable are they? Surely they cannot rival the might of our primordial chaos. You are mistaken, Tongtian replied. These foes are no weaker than our realm. Indeed, sovereigns among them are numerous. Were it otherwise, I would not speak to you so gravely. Enough. Return now, and cultivate diligently. When you attain the rank of Great Luo, immortal, you may step beyond and witness the world for yourselves. With that, Tongtian's form dissolved into light and vanished. Yi Xiao, together with Duobao, Jinling, and Wudong, offered formal bows before departing. He did not return to humanity, but remained upon Jineo Island. After all, humanity now possessed the golden core Dao. Its strength would soon surge in an explosive bloom. No need for him to intervene prematurely. He resolved to first elevate his cultivation, then venture once to the extraterritorial battlefield, before returning to humanity, where he would enact broader plans. On Golden Tortoise Island, Yi Xiao began to study the items given by the Master of the Heavenly Path. There were 2 items in total, namely the cultivation method of the Jie sect, Shangqing Immortal Art. This not only included the method of cultivation, but also numerous formations and divine abilities. Techniques such as the 36 Celestial Generals and 72 Earth Fiends, among others, were all included. Then there was the treasure given by the Heavenly Path, Dragon Binding Rope, a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. This was meant for Zhao Gongming, but now it belonged to Yi Xiao, as Zhao Gongming and the others had yet to join the Jie sect. This innate spiritual treasure is quite good. If I cannot defeat my opponent, I can use the Dragon Binding Rope to trap them and then escape. If their cultivation is not a full realm above mine, it would be hard for them to break free. It truly is a decent means of survival. As for the Shangqing Immortal Art, it is the unique method of the Jie sect and cannot be passed on to the human race. I can only cultivate it myself. Just right, my 9 turns mystic art has also reached a bottleneck, and without opportunities, it is likely to be difficult to improve for a while. Thus, I can cultivate the Shangqing Immortal Art, while also concealing my 9 turns mystic art. The 9 turns mystic art is a cultivation method practiced by the Panga Great God, and it can be said to be the foremost technique of the primordial era. Even the 3 pure ones transformed from Panga's primordial spirit do not possess it. If anyone discovers that I can use the 9 turns mystic art, they will surely become restless. So it is best to hide it. Yi Xiao's execution ability is quite high, and he immediately began to cultivate. Cultivating the Shangqing Immortal Art does not require any auxiliary means. It mainly depends on one's comprehension. In the primordial realm, there is no need to consider whether the spiritual energy or celestial energy is dense. Perhaps the innate human race is inherently gifted, or perhaps Yi Xiao as a transmigrator has excellent comprehension. Cultivating the Shangqing Immortal Art was quite effortless. In just a few decades, Yi Xiao had cultivated it to the golden immortal level, matching his own cultivation. Yi Xiao did not stop. He continued to cultivate, knowing that he was still too weak. When he grew tired of cultivating, he paused to practice various divine abilities. Some abilities are not very useful for combat, and with his golden immortal level, he cannot defeat many opponents. Thus, some abilities meant for escape are the best choice. For example, the earth-soaring golden light. Yi Xiao was quite proactive in his cultivation. Time flew by, and soon it had been 300 years since Yi Xiao's transmigration, with the arrival of the insect race world also nearing 300 years. The insect race army had been waiting on the outer battlefield for a long time, eager to invade the primordial world directly. Hongjun finally issued orders to the saints. Soon the 6 saints summoned the powerful beings of the myriad races in the primordial realm. The witch and demon races, along with countless cultivators of the primordial realm, gathered at Buzhou Mountain preparing for battle. Gazing out, one could see a dense mass of cultivators. The most powerful among them were Quasis saints, while the weakest were at the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Those of lower realms had no qualification to be here. These were just the vanguard meant to test the strength of the insect race. Set off. With a command from Laozi, countless powerful beings of the primordial realm followed the saint into the spatial passageway, heading to the outer battlefield. Boom. As soon as everyone appeared on the outer battlefield, a terrifying energy attack surged from the void. So strong. This must be the handiwork of a saint. The primordial cultivators felt a chill in their hearts, not expecting an attack from a saint right upon their arrival. However, they were not worried. They also had a saint on their side. The other saints remained in the spatial passageway, while only Laozi had come out. Laozi coldly snorted, saying, "It is hard for saints to determine victory. Let the beings below the saints duel instead." He then waved the dust in his hand, instantly neutralizing the insect race's powerful attack. Perhaps his words had an effect, for the insect race's saint did not continue the assault. The many powerful beings of the primordial realm heaved a sigh of relief. They came to slay enemies, not to watch a duel between saints. Only by continuously slaying enemies could they have a chance to attain the saint position. Laozi turned to the many powerful beings, saying, "The outer battlefield is a vast expanse, boundless. You may cooperate or act independently. If you achieve military merit, there will be rewards upon your return to the primordial realm. But remember, no one is allowed to attack a primordial being. Anyone daring to engage in internal strife will not be spared." After saying this, Laozi glanced at the people of the witch and demon races. It was evident he was not at ease with these two races, as they had always been adversarial. The others were less of a concern and would not dare to oppose a saint. However, the people of the witch and demon races were often reckless and might not heed the existence of a saint, especially the witch race, who sometimes even dared to scold the Dao ancestor. Dijun and the others naturally noticed Laozi's gaze. Although they felt displeased, they chose not to voice their dissent at this moment. "Rest assured, Saint, we know the gravity of the situation." Laozi nodded, then directly flew back into the spatial passageway. The 6 saints did not leave. Instead, they intermittently released their saintly aura, preventing the insect race's 9th-tier saint from acting rashly. This marked the first clash between the two great worlds, both sides testing each other. The saints were like nuclear bombs, remaining on the sidelines until the crucial moment. The beings below the saints, however, were the pieces in their game of strategy. Even though they all desired to devour each other, they knew it would not be easy, so they had to try different methods. To topple a world, besides annihilating the opponent's high-end combat power, one must also destroy their backup forces. After the saints departed, the many powerful beings of the primordial realm did not rest at all and immediately began to take action. On their first outing, no one acted alone. Before long, the powerful beings of the primordial realm encountered a massive number of insect race warriors. Is this the insect race? They really are a bunch of bugs. They'll go test the waters first. A great witch from the witch race displayed disdain and contempt, hoisting a large axe and charging forward. This person was none other than Xing Tian. "These insects are quite peculiar. Be careful," Di Zhang warned, ready for battle. Roar. A powerful insect race warrior let out a furious roar, unleashing a terrifying sound wave that seemed to shatter the void as if issuing a command. In the next second, countless insect race warriors surged towards Xing Tian. There were many of them, and they came in various ranks. Xing Tian swung his axe, and the terrifying axe light, akin to a life-taking scythe, instantly claimed the lives of countless low-tier insects. Any insect below the Daluo Golden Immortal level that got close to the axe light would be crushed to dust by the terrifying energy. Only the 7th-tier insect race, also at the Daluo Golden Immortal level, managed to withstand Xing Tian's attack. So weak. Kill. After landing a hit, Xing Tian grew even more excited and charged forward again. Behind him, the powerful beings of the primordial realm watched Xing Tian's performance while also paying attention to the situation of the insect race. This race is quite strange. They seem to be fearless, charging forward all at once, which is rather terrifying. The low-tier insects are manageable, but if the high-tier insects behave similarly, it won't bode well for our primordial races. Dijun murmured as he observed the battlefield. There is more to it than that. Di Jiang, the space patriarch of the Wu clan, declared, "These insectoid beings possess extraordinarily formidable physical bodies. Even cultivators of the Hongjun realm at the same cultivation level would require divine treasures to shatter them. Only races with peerless physical prowess, such as our Wu clan or the Dragon clan, can effortlessly dismantle them." Dong Huangtai, he curled his lips slightly, though reluctant to admit it. The truth was undeniable. Truly worthy of standing shoulder to shoulder with the Hongjun realm. They are indeed mighty. Moreover, the insectoid species are incredibly diverse, each seemingly wielding unique offensive capabilities. Beyond their physical assaults, they also excel in soul-based attacks. Since the Wu clan possesses no nascent soul, and thus no soul, their soul attacks proved utterly ineffective against Wu warriors. In a certain sense, the Wu clan appeared to be the natural nemesis of the insectoid race. Dong Huang Tai Yi and other great cultivators of the Hongjun realm sensed subtle fluctuations of soul energy rippling through space, and their expressions shifted ever so slightly. Such soul attacks, even at the great Luo Golden Immortal level, posed little threat to them. But what of higher-tier insectoid beings? Soul attacks were terrifyingly potent. In battle, a single moment of negligence could spell total defeat. Henceforth, when engaging insectoid foes of equal rank, they would need to split their focus, defending both body and soul. That indeed was an arduous burden. The once jubilant great cultivators of the Hongjun realm, having glimpsed the insectoid's dread power, now felt a quiet undercurrent of concern, yet none retreated. Though the insectoids were mighty, they themselves were no weaklings. Ha ha ha! Sons of the Wu clan, follow me into battle. Having realized the Wu clan's innate supremacy over the insectoids, Di Jiang immediately ceased observation and commanded his elite warriors to charge. Hundreds of Wu warriors, each at least a supreme celestial immortal, surged forward en masse. Some wielded divine weapons, cleaving through swarms of insectoids in a single stroke. Others fought barehanded, rending elite insectoid warriors limb from limb. With the Wu clan's entry into the fray, the great cultivators of the Hongjun realm swiftly joined the battlefield. The outcome of this initial skirmish was unequivocal. The insectoid forces were annihilated. Though the Hongjun realm suffered losses, its gains far outweighed them. After the war, numerous great cultivators began scouring the battlefield. These insectoid carapaces can be refined into divine treasures, excellent material. They may also be processed into pills to enhance cultivation, or even directly absorbed to boost one's realm. Truly, every part of these insectoids is a treasure. Using their corpses for cultivation may well surpass the pace of ordinary seated meditation. Fortune has smiled upon us. This extraplanar battlefield is truly a blessing for the Hongjun realm. This Taoist shall slaughter anew. For a time, the Hongjun cultivators collecting spoils burst repeatedly into exultant laughter, their confidence in the Tao path now soaring. Di Jiang, Di Junjun, Yuan Zi, and other Quasi-saints likewise gleamed with sharp insight. Slaying enemies on the extraplanar battlefield yielded rich spoils, and returning to the Hongjun realm would earn them celestial rewards from the heavenly Tao itself. This was true dual benefit gain. Perhaps, who could say, they might even ascend to the exalted rank of supreme primordial golden immortals. Their hearts swelled with mounting fervor. As for the insectoids' threats, they now paled beside such staggering advantages, swiftly fading from mind. Compared to these rewards, such dangers seemed trivial. Little did the native cultivators of the Hongjun realm know that across the myriad realms of existence, the swiftest path to transcendence lay not in solitary cultivation, but in invading and devouring other worlds. They were not merely reaping dual benefits. They were harvesting manifold, boundless gains. A single world rivaling the Hongjun realm, even partially consumed, would satiate them fully. As for attaining sainthood, that was no longer a question, but an inevitability. And this was merely the first world to resonate with the Hongjun realm. Countless others would follow. So long as the cultivators of the Hongjun realm endured, their future prospects were limitless. Yet their joy was premature. These were but the most fundamental rewards. Far greater marvels still awaited. At that moment, the Grand Wuxing Tian gathered the corpse of a 7th-rank insectoid sovereign, holding aloft a dark golden orb of radiant energy. Patriarch, what is this? I sensed that consuming it would greatly elevate my realm. Xing Tian's voice, already thunderous, drew the immediate attention of every great cultivator present. That is astonishingly pure energy. Zhen Yuanzi's eyes flashed with sudden clarity. He instantly recognized its nature. How extraordinary that such a treasure should erupt from an insectoid's body. Should the energy prove sufficient, this Taoist may yet break through to sainthood. At this thought, Zhen Yuanzi's heart surged with restless eagerness. He longed then and there to exterminate every high-rank insectoid sovereign. Other great cultivators of the Hongjun realm likewise perceived the orb's significance. Their breaths quickened, their pulses rising. Seeing this, Di Jiang stepped forward in a single stride before Xing Tian and laughed heartily. Young one, your fortune is extraordinary. Who would have imagined that an insectoid sovereign's death would yield primordial energy? A rare treasure indeed. Absorb it directly. See if you might ascend to Patriarch status. Yes, Patriarch. Overwhelmed with elation, Xing Tian swallowed the primordial energy whole without hesitation. No refinement was needed. The orb dissolved instantly, transforming directly into Xing Tian's strength. His vital energy and cultivation realm ascended simultaneously. Within mere dozens of breaths, Xing Tian's aura swelled dramatically. Watching cultivators of the Hongjun realm blinked back crimson tears, eyes burning with raw envy. Dijun and Dong Huang exchanged a glance, their hearts ablaze. Brother, our Yao clan shall rise. This energy does not merely elevate us. It can forge legions of elites, propelling the Yao clan to supremacy over all the Hongjun realm. Brother, absolutely correct. Dong Huang exclaimed, equally exhilarated. Since such treasures dwell within the insectoids, we need not conceal our intentions. Let us lead our Yao warriors forth, to hunt insectoids and harvest their primordial energy. With the Dong Huang bell augmenting me, I can withdraw unscathed from any confrontation, save against 9th rank insectoid sovereigns. Even should we face a saint-level sovereign, our combined might will hold them at bay, for a time. Dijun hesitated only a heartbeat, then resolved, we stake everything. Fortune favors the bold. For the Yao clan, we go. Under Dijun and Dong Huang's command, the Yao clan quietly withdrew from the main force, venturing deep into the extraplanar battlefield in search of insectoid armies. The extraplanar battlefield stretched vast, rivaling both the Hongjun realm and the insectoid world itself, a perfect arena across the myriad realms. In the end, Xing Tian did not ascend to patriarch status, but he had drawn perilously close. Gradually, the cultivators of the Hongjun realm noticed the Yao clan's disappearance. Needless to say, they had been captivated by the insectoid's primordial energy and departed alone to hunt. Zhen Yuan Zi Ming, He Dong Wang Gong, and other quasi-saints of the Hongjun realm witnessing this likewise set out independently. Danger held no sway over their resolve. Ha 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 ha. A wild, unrestrained peal of laughter erupted across the extraterrestrial battlefield, shaking the churning chaos currents in its wake. A demon sovereign of the demonic clan stood aloft in the void, his entire body armored in dark golden scales, his once fierce bestial eyes now blazed with indescribable ecstasy and searing radiance. This sovereign has finally broken through. He raised his head and roared toward the heavens, the sonic wave sweeping across 10,000 li, compelling countless cultivators and insectoid warriors locked in combat to turn their gazes toward him, their eyes brimming with shock, doubt, and envy. Moments earlier, this demonic sovereign had merely been a supreme immortal of the Tai rank at its apex, a formidable but far from peerless force upon the brutal extraterrestrial battlefield, scarcely more than cannon fodder among his own kind. At that level, survival itself was a desperate day-to-day struggle. Yet fortune favored him. Amid the maelstrom of battle, he fought with reckless abandon, and somehow slew an elite insectoid warrior, also a supreme immortal of the Tai rank. That insectoid lord's colossal frame loomed like a mountain, his carapace impenetrably hard. In its dying convulsion, it struck back with devastating force, shattering the sovereign's scales, snapping his bones. Yet still the sovereign summoned his nascent demonic core, unleashed a forbidden art, and obliterated the creature's vital core utterly. The instant the insectoid lord perished, a geyser of exquisitely refined, golden-tinged primordial energy surged forth from its ruined corpse, a luminous essence redolent of life force and cosmic law hovering midair like celestial nectar. Instinctively, the demonic sovereign lunged forward and devoured the entire orb of primordial energy in one ravenous breath. The moment that primordial energy entered his body, a torrent of savage yet immaculate power flooded his limbs and meridians. The long-obscure threshold to the Deluo immortal realm, once as impenetrable as fortress walls, shattered instantly, as if made of parchment. His demonic energy swelled uncontrollably, his comprehension of cosmic laws accelerated exponentially, his cultivation barriers crumbled without resistance. Within the blink of an eye, he stood firmly entrenched in the initial stage of the Deluo immortal realm. To ascend from the latest stage Tai immortal to the Deluo immortal realm was a chasm many cultivators spent lifetimes failing to cross. Yet he had bridged it effortlessly, merely by consuming a single orb of insectoid primordial energy, thus ascending to the true rank of a great demon of the demonic clans. This spectacle unfolded clearly before the eyes of countless ancient cultivators nearby. After a fleeting hush, the entire extraterrestrial battlefield erupted into pandemonium. A Deluo immortal. He truly broke through. He swallowed only a fragment of insectoid primordial energy and leapt an entire major realm. How is such a thing possible? A demonic warrior gripping a celestial sword burned with raw avarice, his knuckles whitening around the hilt, disbelief blazing in his eyes. Even mid-combat with an insectoid foe, he froze, nearly skewered by a razor-sharp claw. Ha ha ha. The dawn of our demonic ascendancy has arrived. My warriors, follow your celestial emperor into slaughter. Dijun bellowed, each strike obliterating legions of insectoids. Dong Huang Tai, he spun the Dong Huang bell in his palm, and a Deluo immortal rank insectoid elite vanished within its resonance only to be shattered alive by its reverberating force. Clutched in Dong Huang Tai Yi's hand glowed a strand of primordial energy thick with vitality and the imprint of cosmic law, swiftly tossed into his mouth. Even the primordial essence of a mere Deluo rank insectoid has advanced my cultivation by 10,000 years. Excellent. Having tasted such sweetness, Dong Huang Tai Yi quickened his strikes manifold. To consume and refine the primordial essence of insectoids ranked lower than oneself rapidly nourishes spiritual energy and fortifies the foundation, propelling one's cultivation forward at a breathtaking pace. To devour the essence of an insectoid of equal rank, however, directly destabilizes one's cultivation barrier, causing explosive advancement, making even a minor breakthrough effortless. Such acceleration dwarfs centuries, or even millennia, of secluded meditation and law contemplation by hundreds, even thousands of times. What once demanded centuries or millennia of painstaking refinement could now be achieved simply by slaying a single insectoid and absorbing its essence, an allure potent enough to shatter any cultivator's reason. The atmosphere of the extraterrestrial battlefield twisted irrevocably. The original purpose, to repel the insectoid invasion, was instantly subsumed. Countless ancient cultivators' eyes turned blood red, possessed by madness. They charged headlong into the insectoid ranks, not in defense, but in feverish pursuit, unleashing treasures and arcane arts without restraint, all to slay insectoids and seize that rare power-amplifying primordial essence. This frenzy was not confined to ordinary cultivators. Even the exalted sages, those peerless masters standing atop the pinnacle of the ancient world, whose lifespans stretched beyond reckoning, could not resist such ultimate temptation. Deep within the battlefield, Zhun Yuanzi, the sovereign of Wanshou Mountain's Wuzhuang Temple, stood serene in plain Taoist robes holding the earth scripture. Though his cultivation reached the latest stage, exalted sage rank, urgency and fervor flickered unmistakably across his brow. With a gesture he annihilated an entire insectoid legion. His gaze swept the battlefield with lightning speed, his divine sense spanning 10,000 li, leaving no trace of insectoid presence unscanned, utterly abandoning his customary detachment and tranquility. Insectoid primordial essence can even nourish an exalted sage's cultivation. Consuming a single orb from an early stage exalted sage insectoid rivals 10,000 years of secluded cultivation. Alas, not every insectoid carries such essence. Only elite insectoids of equivalent rank possess it. Yet even this is enough to set the entire ancient world ablaze. By war's end, every race across the ancient world shall descend into utter frenzy. Zhen Yuanzi's heart churned like a storm-tossed sea, its usual placid stillness shattered by towering waves of turmoil. He was not alone. Dong Huang Tai Yi Jun, the Wu clan, Dong Wang Gong, and other reclusive immortals, each a legendary exalted sage whose name echoed across the ancient world, now scoured the battlefield like ravenous specters, hunting insectoid traces without pause. Upon spotting any insectoid, regardless of strength, they struck without hesitation solely to claim that precious thread of primordial essence. No one spared thought for the consequences. Would such frenzied slaughter provoke the descent of saint-tier insectoid sovereigns from the abyss? Would it ignite an apocalyptic war between the two races? Before the ultimate temptation, rapid ascension surging toward higher realms, every caution, every dread was cast beyond the heavens. Across the entire extraterrestrial battlefield, cultivators of the ancient world, whether lowly soldiers or peerless sages, were wholly consumed by this madness ignited by insectoid primordial essence. The battlefield had devolved entirely into a hunting ground for power, where only endless slaughter and ravenous cries filled the heavens and earth. Just as ancient cultivators could absorb insectoid primordial essence to advance, so too could insectoid elites ascend by devouring the bodies of ancient cultivators. Upon slaying a cultivator, they would immediately consume the corpse, refining it into pure primordial essence to bolster their own strength. Some even digested the remains entirely, then birthed swarms of insectoid cannon fodder directly within their own bodies to fight alongside them. Both sides fought with blood-mad fury. This was a war of absolute annihilation, where the fallen became stepping stones for the victors. Though many great cultivators of the ancient world sought to press on, the insectoid forces offered them no such chance. Sensing the emergence of numerous exalted sages, the insectoid side prepared a far greater response. As the extraterritorial battlefield devolved entirely into a hunting ground, where primordial cultivators and insectoid hordes slaughtered each other, feeding upon one another's primal essences to amplify their own cultivation, the chaotic chi of heaven and earth abruptly stilled. An overwhelming, incomprehensibly vast pressure, far more terrifying than that of any quasi-sage, slowly emanated from the deepest void beyond the cosmos. Xinyuanzi, who had been slaughtering insectoid warriors in a frenzy, froze mid-motion. His fingers tightened ever so slightly around the earth book. The fervent light in his eyes instantly hardened into solemn vigilance. Such formidable aura. Dijiang's spatial energies churned violently. As an ancestral Wu sovereign, his peerless physical body granted him immediate instinctive perception of peril. In the distance, Dijun and Dong Huang Tai exchanged a glance, each seeing profound gravity reflected in the other's eyes. The ecstatic euphoria of devouring primal essences and surging cultivation evaporated, replaced by sharp irritation. They had sought to seize greater reserves of primal energy, yet height-tier insectoid sovereigns had emerged far sooner than anticipated. Any hope of seizing easy spoils now vanished. In an instant, the extra-cosmic void erupted, shattering with thunderous force. From the rift emerged several colossal figures, their forms eclipsing the heavens. At their vanguard stood insectoid sovereigns whose chitinous carapaces bore dark purple divine runes. Every inch of their bodies radiated the terrifying aura of latest-stage quasi-sages, equal in might to Xinyuanzi Dijun and Dijiang, the pinnacle of primordial strength. Unlike common insectoids, they exuded no frenzied chaos, only an icy, implacable will. Quasi-sage insectoids. Recognition flared in every heart. Xinyuanzi and the other latest-stage quasi-sage elders immediately braced for battle. These were no mere cannon fodder nor ordinary elites. They were the true aristocracy of the insectoid horde, sovereigns commanding legions beyond count. The moment they appeared, their intent locked unerringly onto the latest-stage quasi-sage elders of the primordial realm. Wretched insects of the primordial realm, die. Your flesh and blood shall be exquisitely rich. Upon consuming you, we shall ascend further, perhaps even attain the supreme oneness. A chorus of frigid, murderous voices echoed across the void. In the next breath, 3-5, nearly 10 sovereign insectoid quasi-sages surged forward in unison, encircling Xinyuanzi, Dijiang, Dong Huang Tai, and Dijun with lethal intent. The balance of the extra-cosmic battlefield shifted in an instant. The slaughter among lesser cultivators receded into insignificance. The fate of the war now hinged upon the ultimate clash, the confrontation of quasi-sages. Xinyuanzi let out a cold snort. The law of earth surged around him. The earth book hovered above his head, unfolding into a boundless, impenetrable barrier of terra firma. Insectoids dare surround and assault this sage. He stepped forward, alone, and met 3 sovereign insectoid quasi-sages heated. His fist struck forth, the earth roared, space collapsed. A veteran quasi-sage of the primordial realm, Xinyuanzi wielded profound, deeply rooted laws. Facing 3 foes at once, he yielded not an inch, instead pressing forward, relentlessly seeking to slay one outright and claim its primal essence. For a time, Xinyuanzi drove the 3 insectoid quasi-sages into full retreat. Elsewhere, Dijiang commanded the grand Tao of space, his form flickering unpredictably through the void. Alone, he engaged 4 sovereign insectoid quasi-sages. With bare hands, he rent space asunder, each strike landing precisely upon a vital weak point. The Wu clan's corporeal might was legendary within their cultivation tier. They were all but invincible. Though outnumbered, Fortune, Dijiang fought with unparalleled ferocity, his roar shaking the primordial chaos itself, shattering chitin and forcing primal essences to bleed forth. Astonishingly, he delivered a single devastating blow that obliterated one insectoid quasi-sage, seizing its essence without delay. Dong Huang Tai cradled the Dong Huang bell, its resonance pierced the 9 heavens. Dang! A single chime froze time and space. 3 insectoid sovereigns staggered, their souls momentarily disoriented by the sacred tone. Seizing the opening, Dong Huang Tai unleashed the sun-true fire, a torrent incinerating primal essences, forcing the 3 insectoid sovereigns into desperate evasion. Dijun, meanwhile, summoned the illusory array of the celestial stellar formation, drawing the power of countless stars into his being. He faced 2 foes alone. Starlight coalesced into razor-edged blades, slicing through even the hardest chitin, each strike surgical, aimed unerringly at the core essence. In that moment, every latest-stage quasi-sage elder of the primordial realm fought 1 against 3, against 4, outmatching their insectoid counterparts in raw individual prowess. Across the battlefield, cosmic laws collided, stellar light detonated, continents rose and sank, and space fractured. Countless low-tier insectoids caught in the aftershocks dissolved instantly into ash. Yet the insectoid hordes were legion, beyond reckoning. Though the primordial elders fought with unmatched valor, attrition began to tell. Wounds bloomed across their bodies, fresh and deep. At this rate, not only would they fail to harvest insectoid essences, they would soon face annihilation should the main insectoid host arrive. And then, From the abyssal depths beyond the cosmos, a pair of eyes opened, cold, merciless, vast as world-ending stars. A pressure descended, transcending all quasi-sages, the true, unassailable authority of a sage. Primordial cultivators, you have slain my insectoid progeny and plundered their primal essences. Your crimes merit 10,000 deaths. Such potential, if left unchecked, will surely become a calamity in ages to come. The voice carried no emotion, yet resonated directly within the soul of every being present. Then, 3 titanic forms emerged from the abyss, each stretching across the fabric of chaos itself. Insectoid sages. And not 1, but 3. Flee. Without hesitation, Xinyuanzi and the others turned and fled. Before a sage, they knew their limits, especially before 3. Against a single sage, perhaps their combined might could hold the line. But the 3 insectoid sages fixed their gaze upon Xinyuanzi, Dijiang Dong Huang Tai Yi, and Dijun, and uttered a single word: annihilate. 3 torrents of sage-level law descended, manifesting as world-erasing hands that breached all spatial barriers, descending inexorably upon the primordial elders. When a sage strikes, heaven and earth lose color. Even Xinyuanzi, peerless among quasi-sages, was but an ant before such power, utterly incapable of resistance. The shadow of death fell upon them all. Dong Huang Tai Yi gripped the Dong Huang bell, tightly pouring every ounce of his power into its defense. Dijun's face paled, standing behind Dong Huang Tai Yi, channeling his cultivation to reinforce the bell's resonance. Xinyuanzi closed his eyes and sighed softly, knowing the gulf between quasi-sage and sage was an uncrossable chasm. Dijiang roared, igniting his lifeblood. His frame swelled rapidly, preparing to meet annihilation Hedon. Yet the ancient truth held immutable: beneath a sage, all else are but ants. No defiance possible. Just as despair reached its apex. Presumptuous. 3 clear, resonant Taoist proclamations rang out simultaneously from the 9th heaven of the primordial realm: Tai Qing Da Dao Tian, Zun Yu Qing Yuan Shi Tian Zun, and Shang Qing Ling Bao Tian Zun. The 3 pure ones emerged from a spatial rift, descending upon the extracosmic battlefield. The 6 sages had long observed this war, and when enemy sages entered the fray, non-intervention was no longer an option. Tai Qing held the supreme ultimate diagram, yin and yang swirling, stabilizing the chaotic void. Yuan Shi Tian Zun raised the Panga banner above his head. Chaotic energies churned, shattering illusion and falsehood alike. Tong Tian Jiao Zhu stood upon the nascent formation of the sword array of 10,000 slayers, its sword light piercing the heavens, rending the insectoid sage's divine authority. This is but a skirmish among juniors, yet you sages deign to descend personally. Do you truly believe the primordial realm has no defenders? The 3 pure ones stood shoulder to shoulder, their sage auras rising in unison, identical in origin yet distinct in expression, clashing against the 3 insectoid sages across the void. Sage versus sage. Primordial realm versus insectoid hordes. War had ascended to the highest conceivable plane of celestial confrontation. Beyond the mortal realm's chaotic currents churned ceaselessly in the void. Upon the void battlefield, 6 supreme figures stood aloft in the heavens, their sacred auras sweeping across the cosmos. None other than the 3 pure ones and 3 ninth-tier sovereigns of the insect race. Each sovereign could rend the firmament with a mere gesture or shatter stars with a single stomp. Their mastery over cosmic laws was terrifying. Mere proximity would reduce even a quasi-sovereign to ashes in an instant. Below, Xinyuanzi, Dijuan Dongwang Tai, Dijiang Mingi, and other quasi-sovereigns of the primordial chaos stood solemn-faced. Gazing upward at that cataclysmic battlefield capable of unmaking heaven and earth, they felt only awe and utter helplessness. In the primordial chaos, each was a titan who ruled vast domains, capable of erasing entire races with a wave of the hand, commanding life and death for countless sentient beings. Yet before the sovereigns war, the very power they once revered now seemed infinitesimal. The gulf between quasi-sovereign and sovereign appeared but a single step, yet it was the chasm between mortal and divine, the abyss between ant and celestial dragon. A sovereign's battle reduces all others to dust. Our presence here offers no aid, only peril from collateral devastation. Xinyuanzi swept his sleeve. The ethereal shadow of the earth's scripture shimmered forth, shielding the cultivators beside him as he spoke gravely. Dijuan watched the ever-collapsing void, a flicker of trepidation crossing his eyes. The insect race's sovereigns wield uncanny arts. If they strike unseen, we shall perish without recourse. Before the words faded, a sovereign's decree swept across the distance, tearing the void open into a Tenthis Sanshang abyss. Several immortals of the great Luo rank, caught unawares, vanished without even a cry, utterly obliterated. All hearts froze, none dared linger further. Retreat to the spatial conduit. Dijiang roared. Spatial energies surged, enveloping his tribe of Wu cultivators as they withdrew at blinding speed. Dongwang Tai and Dijuan exchanged a glance, then acted without hesitation. Dijuan grasped the river chart and Luo writing, while Dongwang cradled the Dongwang bell. The legions of Yao followed, closely fleeing rapidly toward the spatial conduit linking the Primordial Chaos and the extraplanar void. Within that conduit, several sovereigns of the Primordial Chaos held vigil, the sole sanctuary remaining. The quasi-sovereigns, each with their retinues, withdrew to its periphery. Their breath steadied, but vigilance remained unrelenting. Dongwang Tai stared at the sovereigns carving paths through the void, his knuckles white, his countenance dark as storm-laden clouds, thick waves of demonic energy surging around him, nearly coalescing into solid form. Without sovereignty, one remains but an ant. No matter how boundless your cultivation, no matter how peerless your divine arts, if you have not ascended to sovereignty, you shall inevitably be ground beneath the Tao's inexorable wheel. This emperor commands the celestial court, rules over 10,000 Yao, and wields a primordial supreme treasure. I shall not remain subordinate forever. These insect race sovereigns shall become the whetstone upon which this emperor forges his sovereignty. This emperor will attain sovereignty. Each word echoed within Dongwang Tai's mind. His resolve had never burned so fiercely, so absolutely as it did in that moment. Once his sole ambition had been to aid his elder brother Dijuan in forging the mightiest celestial court, the supreme power of the primordial chaos. Now the emergence of the insect race had quietly reshaped his inner purpose. Even he perhaps had yet to fully perceive the shift. He was not alone. Other great cultivators of the primordial chaos underwent the same transformation, a natural evolution. For long ages the primordial chaos knew no external foe, thus internal strife raged fiercely. Now with an external enemy revealed, the gaze of its mighty cultivators turned outward. Above, the battle of the six sovereigns erupted with startling ferocity and ended just as abruptly. The three pure ones, Taishang Lao Jun Yuanshi Tianzuan and Tongtian Jiaozhu, had only recently attained sovereignty. Their foundations remained unsettled. Yet as the true lineage of Pangu, bearing fragments of the great god Pangu's legacy, their depth of cultivation far surpassed that of ordinary sovereigns. Taishang Lao Jun wielded the supreme ultimate diagram. His Tao arts ran fathomless, and he possessed the primordial chaos supreme technique. One Chi manifests three pure ones. Once invoked, this art could instantly generate three sovereign-level avatars to fight alongside him, enabling him to hold his own against four sovereigns at once. Even unmanifested, his presence alone sufficed to suppress one insect race sovereign utterly. Yuanshi Tianzuan bore the primordial supreme treasure, the Panga banner. With a single unfurling chaotic sword key rent all barriers asunder, its martial Tao incisive beyond measure. Tongtian Jiaozhu commanded the four swords of annihilation. When the annihilation sword formation bloomed, Slaughterkey pierced the heavens, sword shadows slashed across the void. Mere sword key alone instilled dread, even in an insect race sovereign. The three insect race sovereigns had assumed dominance was assured. Yet upon engaging they recoiled in horror. The primordial chaos sovereign's treasures, techniques, and Tao foundations were simply incomparable. To persist would yield no advantage, only risk grievous injury or even annihilation. Then a resonant hum echoed through the void, the summons to retreat emanating from the insect race's native realm. Withdraw. The three insect race sovereigns broke off combat instantly, their forms dissolving into the misty chaos veiling their world, gone in the blink of an eye. Thus concluded the first inter-realm sovereign war. A brief clash, yet one that resounded with the primordial chaos indomitable might, forcing the insect race's highest echelons to truly confront the terror of this ancient realm. Though numerically superior, the insect race's sovereigns found themselves outmatched. Each sovereign of the primordial chaos bore supreme treasures, inherited legacies beyond reckoning, and arcane techniques of unfathomable profundity. Subduing them proved nigh impossible. Conversely, should a primordial chaos sovereign unleash full power, the insect race sovereigns might well falter. Yet all understood clearly, the insect race, having carved out an entire grand realm, surely harbored hidden trump cards yet unrevealed. Today's clash was merely a probing strike. Should those final reserves be deployed, slaying an enemy sovereign would still be no simple feat, for sovereigns are immortal, indestructible by conventional means. Though the war's ultimate outcome remained undecided, the great cultivators of the primordial chaos now breathed freely. The insect race could not extinguish the primordial chaos, and thus the extraplanar battlefield was no longer a death trap, but a fertile ground for glory, merit, and plunder. Upon the corpses of the insect race, primordial essence burst forth, an unparalleled resource enough to drive every cultivator of the primordial chaos to frenzy. At the mouth of the spatial conduit, the silhouettes of the three pure ones descended slowly. Taishang Laojun's expression remained serene as his gaze swept over the assembled great cultivators. Let this first engagement stand for now. Return to the primordial chaos, rest, and regroup your forces and assess the fruits of battle. During their time on the extraplanar battlefield, the sovereigns had discerned the insect race's general tactics and vulnerabilities. Though primordial essence held little use for sovereigns themselves, feigning indifference would be false. Taishang Laojun, whose Tao embodied natural spontaneity and whose desires were few, retained composure. Yet Yuanshi Tianzuan and Tongtian Jiaozhu already burned with covetous longing. Both had founded sects and gathered multitudes of disciples. Yuanshi led the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, while Tongtian now counted 4 direct disciples among his inner circle. Primordial essence conferred miraculous breakthroughs in cultivation. Acquiring it in abundance would elevate their disciples' strength exponentially, propelling their sects to unprecedented ascendancy. Had they not feared the full intervention of the insect race's sovereigns, both would already have plunged into the extraplanar battlefield, slaying elite insect cultivators and seizing their primordial essence. The two saints of the West, Jane and Juanti, gazed with glimmering eyes filled with greed. The West was barren and resource-poor, and they had long been troubled by the need to enlighten sentient beings and strengthen the West. The primal energy of the insect race was to them a timely blessing, more precious than any heavenly materials or earthly treasures. Many powerful beings of the primordial era expressed their respect, saying, "We shall obey the saint's decree." This journey beyond the domain, though marked by the fall of some cultivators and considerable losses, had yielded astonishing rewards. With a large amount of primal energy from the insect race in hand, the benefits to their cultivation were immense, and everyone needed to return to the primordial era to enter seclusion and digest their gains. At the same time, they would reorganize their forces in preparation for the next venture into the outer realm to acquire even greater benefits. In the void, a distortion occurred, and a great number of cultivators suddenly appeared, including Zhen Yuanzi Di Jun Dong, Huang Tai Ed Jiang, and Ming, he who had just returned from the battlefield beyond. As soon as they landed, they had no time to speak. Suddenly, above the firmament, golden light radiated, and a vast power of merit descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire Buzhou mountain. This was the merit recognized by heaven and earth, a reward from the heavenly Tao for protecting the primordial world and resisting foreign enemies. Thick beams of merit light fell precisely, landing on each cultivator who participated in the battle beyond, bathing them in golden light, purifying their bodies and nourishing their souls. The most dazzling and thick beams of light landed directly on Zhen Yuanzi, Di Jiangming, He Di Jundong, Huang Tai and others. Having fought bravely on the battlefield beyond, they had slain the most insect race powerhouses, earning the greatest merit. Its merit, the merit bestowed by the heavenly Tao. Di Jun's eyes burst with radiant light. Unable to contain himself any longer, he immediately sat cross-legged, operating his technique to frantically absorb the merit surrounding him. As merit entered his body, his cultivation soared like a rocket. The barrier of the mid-stage quasi-saint trembled, and his aura rose continually, hinting at a breakthrough to the pinnacle of quasi-saint. Seeing this, the other powerful beings disregarded their excitement and sat cross-legged, fully absorbing the merit. Wow, this is the power of merit. It's so mystical. My hidden injuries are recovering, and my cultivation is rapidly improving. I never expected to experience the benefits of merit. I feel like I am about to break through. Cheers erupted, echoing throughout Buzhou Mountain. The demon race cultivators, shaman race cultivators, and scattered powerful beings were all immersed in the immense benefits brought by merit. Some broke through small realms, their powers greatly increased. Others shattered the bottleneck of the Tai Golden Immortal stage, stepping into the ranks of the Deluo Golden Immortal, undergoing a transformation. Moreover, many cultivators, aided by the power of merit, compensated for their cultivation flaws, and their Tao hearts became more stable. After this battle, the overall strength of all participating cultivators was raised by at least a significant tier. Not only had they harvested a vast amount of primal energy from the insect race beyond the domain, but upon returning, they were also rewarded with the merit of the heavenly Tao, making it a double joy, and they returned with ample gains. Golden light radiated from Buzhou Mountain, with the extraordinary phenomenon of merit reaching the heavens, which could not be concealed at all. In a short time, it spread across every corner of the primordial world. Soon after, the cultivators returning from the battlefield beyond began to spread the word. The news spread like a whirlwind that swept through the heavens and earth, instantly igniting the entire primordial world. In the outer battlefield, alien insect races have emerged. Slaying them grants primal energy. Resisting foreign enemies, the heavenly Tao bestows great merit. The more achievements, the greater the merit. Jun and Tai E are absorbing merit and are about to break through to the pinnacle of quasi-saint. Countless cultivators are leveraging merit and primal energy to leap in realms undergoing transformations. In an instant, the entire primordial world was in an uproar. Many lower-tier cultivators were still unaware of the remarkable uses of primal energy, yet the name of merit was known to all the myriad races of the primordial world. That was the most precious reward from the heavenly Tao. Among the 6 saints of the primordial world who did not rely on vast amounts of merit to achieve sainthood, reaching the peak of the great Tao. With merit in hand, there was no worry about realm, and with a pure Tao heart one could even touch the realm of saints with sufficient accumulation and attain immortality. Such temptation was enough to drive any cultivator mad. In an instant, all the races of the primordial world stirred. Birds and beasts, mountain spirits and river monsters, ancient tribes, and cave-dwelling cultivators. Any group with a shred of ambition or a modicum of strength began to sharpen their blades and prepare for battle. Weaker races, knowing they could not venture into the outer realm alone, began to seek powerful allies, attaching themselves to larger races, hoping to follow the main force into the outer realm and share in the spoils. The biggest winner in this was undoubtedly the demon race. At the inception of the demon court, they had exerted pressure on the primordial world, yet many ancient races still harbored discontent and were reluctant to submit, hiding in the corners. But now, upon hearing of the demon race's grand victory on the battlefield, beyond reaping vast amounts of merit and primal energy, their power surged. Those races that had previously been watchers or resistors could no longer restrain themselves, actively sending envoys to the southern heaven gate requesting to join the demon court. In an instant, the demon race's influence surged, their territory expanded, and the number of powerful beings under their command multiplied, truly becoming the number 1 power in the primordial world. As the saying goes, men die for wealth, birds die for food. This saying applies equally in the primordial world, where strength is revered. Under the dual temptation of primal energy and the merit of the heavenly Tao, all the races of the primordial world went completely mad, sharpening their blades and waiting for the next opening of the outer battlefield to fight for their futures and gamble on their chances for becoming saints. Wu Zhuangguan. Within the temple, the ginseng fruit tree flourished, exuding an aura of good fortune. Jin Yuanzi, having returned from the outer battlefield, immediately invited the long-secluded Hongjun Daoren out. Hongjun Daoren, dressed in red, had a gentle demeanor, but bore a lingering sense of melancholy. He was imbued with the primordial purple energy and was destined to become a saint, yet according to the original story, he had no chance to achieve sainthood. He was a person with the opportunity to become a saint, but lacked the fate to do so. Even now, his cultivation was still at the mid-stage quasi-saint. When Jin Yuanzi recounted his experiences in the outer battlefield, the existence of the insect race, the marvelous uses of primal energy, and the grand spectacle of merit descending from the heavenly Tao, Hongjun listened intently. The more he listened, the brighter his eyes became, and the melancholy in his heart surged into waves of excitement. He suddenly stood up, his voice trembling with suppressed excitement and anticipation. I possess primordial purple energy and the foundation for sainthood, yet I have always been unable to attain it. Now, with the invasion of the insect race and the war between realms, the heavenly Tao has opened the door wide and merit is within reach. The emergence of this insect race may not be a catastrophe, but rather the opportunity for me to achieve sainthood that I have long awaited. At this point, Hongjun suddenly raised his head, his gaze fiery, and gripping Jin Yuanzi's hands tightly, speaking earnestly, friend, whether I can achieve sainthood in this life depends on this moment. I need your help. Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun were close friends, and seeing him like this, he already understood in his heart. He did not hesitate at all, nodding firmly with great conviction. Rest assured, friend Hongjun, the next time we enter the outer battlefield, I will do my utmost to protect you, assist you in slaying the insect race, plundering primal energy, and accumulating merit. I wish you success in your sainthood. The battle on the outer battlefield appeared to be brief. It is inherently difficult for strong opponents to conclude their fights in a short time, unless one side possesses overwhelming strength to crush the other or ambushes with a surprise attack, defeating the enemy in one strike. Otherwise, 2 cultivators of the same level could engage in battle for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, causing the heavens to collapse and the rivers to dry up, which is quite normal in the primordial chaos. For over 100 years, Yi Xiao had been in deep seclusion within the depths of Golden Erawan Island. He initially planned to break through to the Tai Golden Immortal and emerge only after stabilizing his realm. Unexpectedly, a century passed in the blink of an eye, and his realm remained at the Golden Immortal level. The only progress made was a steady advancement from early to mid-Golden Immortal. The 9 turns mystic art which he relied on was stuck at the 2nd turn, making no progress whatsoever. His main practice, the upper clear immortal technique, was at the same level as his cultivation, but the slow advancement of his realm left him somewhat frustrated. In the cave, the spiritual energy was dense. As Xiao slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting golden light flashed in his gaze, only to be quickly covered by a layer of helplessness. Sigh. A soft sigh echoed in the quiet cave. The higher the realm, the more difficult the breakthroughs become. A full century has passed, and I've only managed to break through a minor realm. If I merely sit and meditate, closing the door to hard practice, trying to touch the threshold of the Tai Golden Immortal, it will likely take at least several thousand years, even tens of thousands of years. Thinking of this made him feel anxious. The insect race has invaded the primordial realm for hundreds of years, and the outer battlefield is filled with chaos and experience, yet I have never even been to the outer battlefield. It's quite disheartening. If only I could go to the outer battlefield with the system by my side, killing the alien races would continuously enhance my strength, and breakthroughs should be as easy as a breeze. No, I can't continue this arduous practice any longer. Though my cultivation is only at the mid-golden immortal level, my physical body is enhanced by the 9 turns mystic art along with various divine powers and secret techniques. My actual combat power is not inferior to an ordinary Tai Golden Immortal. Of course, compared to the other celestial prodigies of the 3 teachings, there remains a significant gap. But as long as I don't seek death and don't proactively provoke existences at the Deluo level, I should be able to survive and kill enemies in the outer battlefield without much problem. With this thought, Xiao no longer hesitated, determined to leave the cave and seek out the Tongtian Patriarch, actively requesting to go to the outer battlefield. However, just as he stepped out of the cave entrance, a dignified yet gentle voice resonated through the void, reaching his ears. It was the Tongtian Patriarch summoning him to the Great Hall for a discussion. Xiao's heart stirred. It was just right. He immediately concealed his aura, riding a light cloud as he sped towards the Great Hall. Soon he arrived outside the Jiejiao Great Hall. He adjusted his robes and walked slowly into the hall, and at a glance he understood the situation. He was the last to arrive. The senior brother Daobao Daoist, the second sister Jinling Saintess, and the third sister Wudong Saintess were already standing quietly in the hall waiting for the Tongtian Patriarch's instructions. Xiao immediately revealed a humble smile, stepping forward to bow. Greetings, senior brother and senior sisters. I pay my respects to the master. The Wudong Saintess, with a lively personality, was the first to speak upon seeing him arrive, her eyes curving with a smile as she teased, "Junior brother, your cultivation speed is indeed fast. You've only broken through a minor realm in just a century, much quicker than when I was in seclusion." Upon hearing this, a hint of bitterness appeared in Xiao's smile, his lips slightly drooping, revealing a trace of helplessness. Others found his talent extraordinary, but he was well aware that this speed was still insufficient. In this century, the development of the human race has progressed far more rapidly than his cultivation, with a population exceeding 100 million blooming everywhere beneath Kunlun Mountain. Thanks to the fact that both the demon and witch races were drawn to the common external enemy of the insect race, they had temporarily not noticed the rapid development of the human race. Otherwise, with the current scale of the human race, it would surely attract the attention of the demon race, and Xiao would again worry about the safety of the humans. Even though the Saint Laozi had passed down the Golden Core Dao to pave the way for the human race's cultivation, the process of cultivation ultimately requires time to settle. It cannot simply be accomplished by relying on techniques. The human race needs an extremely long period to produce top-tier powerhouses who can stand alone. The shortcut to quickly breaking this deadlock lies in the outer battlefield and within Xiao himself. On the main seat, the Tongtian Patriarch sat on a cloud bed, his robe flowing down the Dao rhythm, circulating around him, gazing at Xiao with a gentle expression and a hint of approving smile in his tone. "It seems you have not been idle in this past century." He paused slightly, his gaze sweeping over the 4 in the hall, continuing, "I assume you all know about the situation in the outer battlefield." Daobao Daoist, with a stout appearance and restrained radiance, nodded gently. Jinling Saintess, with a dignified expression and restrained battle intent, also nodded. Wudong Saintess similarly indicated her understanding. Only Xiao stood there looking bewildered with an expression of ignorance. The outer insect race was something he had triggered to descend, but having devoted himself entirely to seclusion for a century, he was completely unaware of the specific situation on the battlefield. Seeing this, Wudong Saintess stepped forward softly and explained the matter of the outer battlefield to Xiao, who finally understood. "I didn't expect there would be so many benefits to killing the insect race. In that case, I definitely must go to the outer battlefield. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish." After Wudong Saintess finished speaking, the Tongtian Patriarch spoke again, his voice steady, echoing in the Great Hall. "Although the outer battlefield is perilous, it is also a tremendous opportunity. If managed properly, you may comprehend the principles in the heat of battle. Temper your Dao heart. and achieving quasi-saint status in the future will not be difficult. As the Tongtian Patriarch spoke, his gaze focused on Daobao Jinling and Wudong. Daobao is already a Deluo Golden Immortal. While he may not be able to oversee the second party, he can still go. Jinling and Wudong are both at the peak of Tai Golden Immortal and can proceed for training if they are careful. I shall grant you some protective measures, imprinting them in your souls. Surviving in the outer battlefield should not be difficult. With that, the Tongtian Patriarch gently pointed with his finger. 3 blue sword energy marks containing Dao rhythm shot through the void, directly embedding into the foreheads of the 3, merging into their souls. Immediately after, he waved his sleeve, and several radiant magical treasures slowly descended into the hands of the 3. Daobao Jinling and Wudong displayed excited expressions, their faces filled with respect and joy, hastily bowing in thanks. Thank you, Master. I will certainly not disappoint, Master. Master, I want to go too. With this statement, the entire great hall fell silent. Daobao Daoist, who had been composed, suddenly froze. His originally slightly lowered gaze shot up, with evident surprise landing on Xiao. He truly did not expect that this little junior brother with only mid-golden immortal cultivation would actively propose to go to the outer battlefield. Nonsense. The Tongtian Patriarch frowned tightly, somewhat displeased, stating, Xiao, do you know what you are saying? The outer battlefield is extremely dangerous. Even Deluo Golden Immortals must be cautious, and there is always the possibility of a 9th-level insect race expert attacking. You, a mere Golden Immortal, would not even be considered cannon fodder if you went there. Upon hearing this, Xiao showed no signs of retreat. He faced the gaze of the crowd, standing tall, with a serious expression, showing no hesitation. He slightly lifted his head, his gaze fixed on the Tongtian Master, his eyes resolute. Master, I understand. My cultivation is shallow, only at the mid-level of Golden Immortal, far inferior to senior brother and the 2 senior sisters. In the outer battlefield, I am truly a weakling. However, after 100 years in seclusion, my progress has been painfully slow. If I continue to remain idle on Golden Ao Island, I do not know when I will break through to the Tai Golden Immortal. The insect race is rampant and the wilderness is in turmoil. I do not wish to waste my time. I only want to go to the battlefield to train and seek breakthroughs amidst life and death. At this point, Xiao's determination grew even stronger. Moreover, I am the leader of the human race. Among the myriad races of the wilderness, only our human race treads on thin ice. I bear the future of the human race on my shoulders. Currently, our population is in the hundreds of millions, yet there are no strong protectors. As the leader of the human race, having been accepted by Master into the Jiejiao, I only wish to grow stronger as soon as possible to protect my people and bring glory to Jiejiao. The outer battlefield then is the quickest path for my growth. His words were firm, and Yi Zhao's demeanor was serious, carrying a sense of calmness and responsibility. Upon hearing this, Daoist Duobao's initial surprise gradually faded, replaced by a hint of approval. He did not expect Yi Zhao to possess such courage. His character surpassed that of many of his peers, making him feel inadequate. However, he remained silent. Firstly, he lacked the ability to protect Yi Zhao, and secondly, he still needed the Tongtian Master's permission. Jinling and Wudong silently watched, Yi Zhao suddenly feeling they had underestimated him. The Tongtian Master was initially somewhat angry, believing Yi Zhao was overestimating himself. To think a mere Golden Immortal would attempt to meddle in the outer battlefield was simply courting death. Even a disciple of a saint should not act so recklessly. He was overwhelmed with tasks. However, Yi Zhao's words caused the Tongtian Master to regard him with new eyes. Indeed, I did not misjudge you. Not only is your talent commendable, but you also possess such loyalty and responsibility. However, do you understand that within the outer battlefield, the insect race is countless and ruthless? Even a slight misstep could lead to the downfall of a great Luo Golden Immortal. You, a mere mid-level Golden Immortal, even if your physical body is formidable, how certain are you of your survival? Even with the life-saving measures I grant you, they are limited and life is singular. Are you truly determined to proceed this way? Upon hearing the Tongtian Master's words, Yi Zhao felt a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, Master did not oppose me. Entering the outer battlefield, I would be like a fish in water. Yi Zhao looked at the Tongtian Master with determination. Master, I have already made my decision. The path of cultivation is inherently perilous. If I cannot face this little danger, how can I discuss the Tao in the future? Moreover, I have some confidence. At this moment, the Holy Mother Jinling spoke up. Master, since junior brother has this determination, why not let him go with us? Although our strength is limited, we can protect junior brother to some extent, unlike him going alone. Yes, Master, I will safeguard my little junior brother well. Wudong echoed similarly. Duobao did not speak up and did not object. Seeing this, the Tongtian Master slightly nodded, then flicked his finger, sending a pale blue sword energy imprint into Yi Zhao's brow, nurturing his spirit, and becoming a trump card for critical moments. Following that, a radiant protective jade pendant slowly descended into Yi Xiao's hand. This jade pendant contains 3 attacks from me, each capable of withstanding a strike from a saint. Use it wisely. Yi Xiao held the jade pendant in both hands, feeling its warmth, and his heart, filled with gratitude, his eyes slightly moist as he bowed deeply once more. Thank you, Master, for your generosity. The Tontian Master said. All right, you all go back to pack and prepare. In 3 days we will set off together for the outer battlefield. Yes, Master. The 4 responded in unison. Time was limited, and Yi Xiao did not return to the human race, but quietly waited to head to the outer battlefield. Once he entered the outer battlefield, he could grow at the fastest speed. At that point, he would not need someone to guide him as he did now to enter the outer battlefield. Adjusting himself to the best state and ensuring there were no oversights, the time had come. The 4 of Jiejiao followed the Tontian Master away from Golden Ao Island. Passing through the chaotic airstreams, the outline of the outer battlefield slowly unfolded before their eyes. The elegance of Golden Ao Island was no longer present, nor was the tranquility of the wilderness continent. Before them lay shattered stars and the remnants of broken continents. The void cracks resembled jagged scars crisscrossing, with violent winds howling past, stirring up a storm of stardust and chaotic malevolence. Each strand was sufficient to crush an ordinary golden immortal. In the distance lay the depths of the outer battlefield, where insect races could appear at any moment. Yi Xiao followed closely beside the Tontian Master. Behind him were Duobao Jinling, Zhao Gongming, and the 3 Xian sisters. A group of 6 arrived at the outer battlefield. This place was no longer empty. The wilderness had established a temporary gathering point. It could be considered a base for the wilderness in the outer battlefield. The base was surrounded by formations, clearly a work that only a saint could achieve. It was evident that during this time the saints of the wilderness had implemented numerous measures. The strength of the insect race had been discerned, and the next step was to launch an attack. The wilderness had no habit of merely defending without offense. The wilderness base was vast, comparable to some worlds. At this moment, countless wilderness cultivators had gathered within the base. Those with lower cultivation even had only the Xian immortal realm. Undoubtedly, they were ordinary troops, or in other words, cannon fodder. The majority present were golden immortals and Tai golden immortals. These were the main forces of various factions. Meanwhile, the great Luo golden immortals and quasi-saints represented the strongest combat power of the myriad races, the backbone. Many factions had gone Allen, such as the witch race and the demon race. The space ancestral witch Emperor Jiang of the witch race brought all 11 remaining ancestral witches along with many witch warriors. The demon race's heavenly court, aside from the 2 brothers Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai, he also included the demon Emperor Fuxi and the demon master Kunping. Additionally, there were 10 great demon saints and the demon army. In addition, various factions gathered together. The likes of Zhun Yuanzi, Hongjun Mingyi, and Dong Wang Gong, along with the powerful beings of the Zhixiao Palace and their respective factions. Moreover, there were the dragon race, though the dragon race could no longer be considered a top-tier race in the wilderness, at best ranking as a second-tier one. Countless reclusive, powerful cultivators also appeared, either alone or in small groups of 3 to 5, their eyes glimmering with barely concealed excitement and battle intent. There were also the disciples of several saints, the 12 golden immortals under Yuan Shi Tianzun, the 4 from Jiejiao, while the Rin Jiao and Nuo factions had no one present for the time being. Among the disciples of several saints, the ones that came the most were the 2 saints of the west, a group of bald heads, which looked quite impressive. Within the base, the 6 saints of the wilderness stood guard like 6 pillars supporting the heavens, firmly suppressing the violent atmosphere of the outer battlefield, giving all wilderness cultivators a sense of reassurance. Alas! When will our human race finally muster a mighty host for the outer realm's battlefield? His gaze swept across the dense assembly of sovereign cultivators from myriad races, each occupying their own domain, radiating overwhelming, awe-inspiring auras. Yi Xiao stood amidst the crowd, a quiet sigh rising in his heart. Not only a profound sense of reflection, but also fervent anticipation for the day when humanity would stride onto the outer realm's battlefield and unveil its true, unyielding brilliance. Today's human race lacked the primordial profundity of ancient races born at the dawn of heaven and earth, nor did it possess the peerless apex warriors rivaled only by the ascendant Witch clan and Yao clan. To all appearances, it stood isolated and frail. Yet Yi Xiao knew with absolute certainty humanity was ordained by the heavenly Tao as the sovereign protagonist of the Hongjun world, destined to grasp the cosmic axes, command the celestial order, and steer the tides of destiny itself. Human cultivators surpassed nearly all Hongjun races in insight, resilience, and growth velocity, their latent potential fathomless, restrained only by the absence of a tranquil epoch in which to flourish. Alas, the sage lords engaged in intricate high-stakes gambits, each weaving subtle calculations, while the Witch Clan and Yao Clan waged an interminable war, plunging heaven and earth into ceaseless upheaval, their flames of conflict scorching every corner of existence. Thus humanity remained perpetually wedged between titans, struggling desperately for survival, denied even the barest chance to stabilize and mature. It never truly rose, instead it lingered on the periphery, confined to a single secluded realm. Such was the original course of fate. But now, everything had changed. Having arrived in this Hongjun world, Xiao would never again permit humanity to endure such stifling humiliation, or allow it to be swept helplessly along by the currents of circumstance. With him present, humanity's destiny would undergo a cataclysmic reversal, and the Outer Realms battlefield offered the perfect crucible for that transformation. Within the battlefield's central base, cultivators from across the Hongjun realms converged in staggering numbers, their auras chaotic yet undeniably formidable. Yet these vast multitudes would not surge forth en masse. Such recklessness would not only alarm the insect clans, but also dilute hard-won opportunities, rendering gains negligible against the risks incurred. The Outer Realms battlefield stretched beyond mortal comprehension, vast, boundless, and infinitely expansive, teeming with uncharted territories ripe for exploration. Most sovereign cultivators ventured forth alone, others formed racial legions. This ensured that spoils, essence, origin, energy, and resources gained from slaying insect clans remained exclusively theirs, vastly amplifying their rewards. After brief preparations, contingents from each race departed the base's defensive perimeter one by one, shooting forth like streaks of light scattering across the battlefield to hunt down the insect clans. For now, calm prevailed. No large-scale clashes erupted among the elite cultivators, a sign perhaps that the heavenly Daos of both worlds had yet to commit fully to total war, maintaining mutual restraint. Each side sought to absorb the other's elite warriors to fortify its own foundation. Were full-scale war to erupt, the base would already be engulfed beneath an endless tide of insect clans. Even 9-rank insect sovereigns, peers of the Hongjun sages, would descend personally to spearhead the assault. This rare tranquility likely stemmed from the last intervention of the 3 Pure Ones, whose supreme divine might inflicted grievous wounds upon the insect clans, delivering a chilling warning that deterred any rash provocation of total war. Of course, deeper, more inscrutable reasons might also be at play, reasons beyond Xiao's current perception, hidden even from the most discerning eyes. After a brief respite within the base to recalibrate his cultivation state, Xiao stepped forth alongside Duo Bao Doran Wudong Xingmu and Jinling Xingmu. Beyond the base's protective barrier, the desolate aura of the Outer Realms battlefield struck them like a physical blow. Heaven and earth saturated with turbulent spiritual energy, laced with a faint, unsettling metallic tang that stirred instinctive vigilance. The four suppressed their auras and advanced cautiously, scarcely having traveled far before detecting the distinct resonant fluctuations unique to the insect clans ahead. What is that? Wudong Xingmu's brows lifted slightly, her voice lowered to a near-silent whisper as her gaze fixed upon a sunken mountain pass not far away. There, coiled at the pass's heart, loomed an insect sovereign of monstrous proportions, its body thick as a mountain range, its chitinous carapace gleaming with cold, unyielding hardness. Beneath it sprawled a writhing mass of fleshy orbs, so numerous they chilled the blood at first glance. From each orb extended a slender filament, all converging into the colossal sovereign's body, channeling energy without cease. Focusing their vision, Xiao and the others discerned newborn insect clans already emerging from cracked orbs, crawling slowly, newly hatched. Their strength was modest, mostly human immortals to golden immortals, with only a few golden immortals and Tai golden immortals. Though individually weak, their numbers were legion. Beware, the insect sovereign. Its cultivation has reached the great Luo golden immortal realm, and it is currently spawning new insect clans on site. Duo Bao Doran's expression hardened. He transmitted the warning silently to Xiao and the 2 Shengmis, urging utmost caution. The insect clan's cultivation hierarchy was rigorously defined, 9 ranks, precisely mirroring the Hongjun cultivator's progression, from human immortal to sage, each tier sharply delineated with chasms of power separating them. Yet within this framework existed a subtler, more intrinsic hierarchy, bloodline rank. From lowest to highest common insects, insect warriors, insect elites, insect kings, and, supreme among them, all-powerful insect sovereigns. Bloodline rank dictated innate talent, destiny, and ultimate potential. On the Outer Realms battlefield, common insects and insect warriors were most frequently encountered, numerous, yet weakest, lacking the sacred insect essence entirely. Slaying them yielded meager returns. In contrast, insect elites, kings, and sovereigns harbored precious insect essence within their bodies, exceedingly valuable and profoundly beneficial to Hongjun cultivators' advancement. Among all insect clans, the sovereigns possessed the noblest bloodlines and greatest might, and wielded a terrifying ability that filled even Hongjun cultivators with dread. They could autonomously spawn offspring of lower bloodline rank, requiring neither nest nor external catalyst, drawing solely upon their own primordial essence to generate legions without end. Put simply, so long as a single insect sovereign endured, it embodied an inexhaustible, ever-expanding army of terror. Left unchecked, it would soon birth countless insect clans, posing an existential threat to the entire Hongjun cultivator community. These meticulous insights into the insect clans were hard-won, gleaned through immense sacrifice and painstaking investigation, then compiled, codified, and disseminated across the Outer Realms battlefield. Any cultivator entering the battlefield could freely consult these records, ensuring thorough preparation and confident, decisive action when confronted with the enemy. Senior brother, what shall we do now? Shall we continue searching for other insect clans, or strike here? Jinling Xingmu transmitted silently. Duobao's expression remained grave, but his bearing conveyed unwavering resolve. The Outer Realms battlefield is immense. Encountering an insect sovereign is no trivial matter. Our fortune has favored us. We have found a great Luo golden immortal sovereign. Moreover, this location lies relatively close to the base, thus comparatively secure. I have decided we shall test our strength against this insect sovereign first. The great Luo golden immortal can be dealt with by me, while the two of you should restrain those insect legions. As soon as the transmission of Daobao Daoist ended, both Wudong and Jin Ling's expressions tightened. The insect tribe monarch at the great Luo golden immortal level is an incredibly troublesome existence in the low-tier area of the outer battlefield, not to mention that it is continuously hatching more insects. The longer this drags on, the more unfavorable the situation will become. If Daobao cannot defeat it, then they will be besieged, and the consequences would be unimaginable. However, the two of them thought of the methods given by their master Tongtian, and thus they made their resolution. Fortune favors the bold. Let's go for it. The two sisters simultaneously transmitted, Senior brother, we agree. Seeing their expressions, Yi Xiao immediately realized they were preparing to leave him behind. He had no other thoughts, as he knew his strength was limited, so he actively transmitted, Senior brother, sisters, I want join in the fun. They'll keep watch around and take down some lower tier insects. Daobao nodded slightly and transmitted, you take care of yourself and let us three deal with this insect monarch. Little brother, later on sister will share some spoils with you. Wudong and Jin Ling also transmitted. Yi Xiao smiled and said nothing, slowly retreating to hide in a relatively concealed spot and covering his aura. Almost at the same time Yi Xiao concealed himself, Daobao Daoist made the first move. His body radiated golden light, revealing his cultivation without reservation as the overwhelming aura of the great Luo golden immortal swept forth, distorting the surrounding space. Daobao Daoist did not summon any powerful treasures. Instead, he quickly formed hand seals, and countless spiritual lights gathered around him, transforming into sharp energy beams that rushed toward the insect monarch in the valley. Damn beast, accept your death. The low growl resonated through the heavens and earth. The insect monarch coiled in the valley instantly felt the impending danger and erupted in fury. Never expecting someone to attempt a sneak attack on it, it disregarded the hatching insect eggs and shook its massive body, letting out a sharp and piercing shriek. Its insect body is massive as a mountain, twisted, the hard black shell shimmering with a chilling glow as it spewed forth dark green corrosive venom towards Daobao Daoist. Wherever the venom passed, the ground was instantly corroded into deep pits. Even the hard rocks turned into pools of pus, demonstrating its terrifying danger. Daobao Daoist remained unfazed, and with a sweep of spiritual light around him, he easily blocked the venom, then swiftly closed in, engaging in a fierce battle with the insect monarch. The clash of fist winds and insect claws produced a deafening roar. The confrontation at the great Luo golden immortal level shook the earth, with each collision causing the rocks around the valley to shatter and fly, a truly terrifying spectacle. With profound cultivation, Daobao Daoist's moves were steady, pressing forward step by step, making the insect monarch howl repeatedly, yet it found it difficult to fully suppress it at that moment. At that instant, as Daobao Daoist entangled with the insect monarch, those insects hatched by the monarch sensed its injury and emitted piercing sonic waves. Countless larvae surged out like a tide from the valley. There were ordinary insects at the first and second tiers, as well as some third and fourth tier insect warriors numbering in the thousands, rushing toward the direction of the four with deafening roars. If these swarms were allowed to form a scale, they would not only disrupt Daobao Daoist's battle, but might even encircle everyone together. Wudong and Jin Ling exchanged glances. They were already prepared, and then they both leapt into action. These are all resources. Kill. Jinling shouted loudly, her golden light flourishing as a treasure materialized in her hand, radiating cold light, and suppressed toward the insect legion. In an instant, she shattered a large number of lower-tier insects that rushed to the front. Wudong, meanwhile, moved like a specter, weaving through the swarm, continuously casting spells, launching energy attacks that bound and annihilated groups of insects. The two worked together seamlessly, one attacking and one defending, firmly blocking the surging insect swarm, not allowing them to come within a step. The insect swarm roared, incessantly charging forward one after another, yet they could never break through the two's defense, with bodies piling up like mountains and the stench pervading the air. On the battlefield, Dao Bao and the other two were locked in a fierce battle, their offensive fierce, maintaining control of the situation. Concealed behind the rocks, Xiao watched the chaotic battle unfold, feeling no fear, but rather a different thought emerging. His cultivation was low, and participating directly in the battle would be like hitting a stone with an egg, but if he could pick off some straggling insects that the three missed, or that managed to slip through the defenses, it would be perfect. This way he could both hone his skills and obtain some insect essence. Why not? Finally, I can gain war value. Thinking of this, Xiao suppressed the excitement in his heart, carefully moving his body using the cover of the rocks and the dust from the battlefield to quietly maneuver to the side. This place was far from the terrifying aftershocks of the main battlefield, making it a perfect spot for picking up scraps. As expected, the insect army began to grow chaotic under the relentless attacks of Wudong and Jinling. Some incredibly fast insect warriors, taking advantage of the gap as the two dealt with the main swarm, darted out from the gaps and scattered to escape. Most of these insects were of the 3rd and 4th tier, roughly at the level of Tianxian to Xiansheng. The Tai Golden Immortal is hard to deal with, and the Great Luo Golden Immortal cannot be matched, but these Tianxian and Xiansheng level insects were no challenge for Xiao. He immediately chose to strike hard. Xiao's gaze instantly locked onto a stray 4th tier insect warrior. The insect warrior, with a dark red body and sharp foot blades, was frantically fleeing toward the direction where Xiao was hiding, clearly terrified by the slaughter ahead and wanting to escape. Without hesitation, Xiao burst forth from behind the rocks. He channeled the magical power within him, gathering it in his fists without any flashy moves, relying solely on the strong physique honed by the 9 turns mystic art, and struck fiercely at the insect warrior's head. With a dull thud, the insect warrior didn't have time to dodge and was struck at the vital point by Xiao's punch, instantly becoming stiff and falling from the air, losing all vitality. 100 points of war value for a 4th tier insectoid warrior. Xiao silently complained to the system, "System, you're being too stingy, aren't you? At this rate, when will I ever gather enough war value to purchase a drop of Pangus essence blood? Please, host, do not be overly concerned with your cultivation. Even a multitude of 4th tier insectoid warriors would not be enough for you to defeat. Just take it easy." Xiao was speechless upon hearing this, rolling his eyes, but he had to admit that the system was not entirely wrong. With his current cultivation level, let alone clashing head-on with the insectoid monarch at the Deluo Golden Immortal realm, even against intact 5th tier insectoid warriors, he could hardly secure a victory. Now, leveraging the influence of Duo Bao and the others to kill these heavily wounded and panicking insectoids was already a tremendous advantage. Since individual war value is low and the quality is lacking, then let's make up for it with quantity. Continue to kill, strive to slay an elite insectoid. Strive to take down an elite-level insectoid warrior, which can also help enhance my cultivation. Without hesitation, he acted. On the battlefield, there were numerous scattered stragglers. Some were lucky to have escaped death after being struck by the treasures of the Golden Spirit Mother, while others had been ensnared by the spells of the Wudong Mother and fled in panic after breaking free. These insectoids were all injured, their power significantly diminished, making them easy prey for Xiao. He was like a hunter lurking in the shadows, patiently waiting and striking decisively. 1 head, 2 heads, 3 heads. Countless scattered insectoids fell at Xiao's hands, and his war value steadily increased. In a short span of time, Xiao had slain hundreds of 3rd tier insectoids and dozens of 4th tier insectoid warriors. His war value skyrocketed to 60,000 points. Xiao was extremely cautious, always moving along the edge of the battlefield, neither getting too close to the main fight, nor straying too far, specifically targeting the isolated and injured insectoids. He understood his position while not being greedy or reckless, only content to pick up the scraps. Before long, Xiao had slain numerous insectoid warriors, yielding far more than he had anticipated. Meanwhile, in the center of the battlefield, the fierce battle continued. The clash between Duo Bao and the insectoid monarch grew increasingly intense, with golden light and dark insectoid energy intertwining and erupting in a cacophony of sounds. Though the insectoid monarch was being suppressed by Duo Bao, it remained exceptionally ferocious, occasionally spewing venom and counterattacking with its massive claws. For the time being, Duo Bao found it difficult to completely slay it. The Wudong Mother and the Golden Spirit Mother continued to desperately hold back the tide of insectoids as thousands surged forth. Despite their countless kills, the swarm continued to pour out from the mountain ravine, seemingly endless. This portion of the outer battlefield had turned into a horrific slaughter ground. Yi Xiao concealed himself in the shadows, continuing to harvest the straggling insectoids while keeping a close eye on the main battlefield. After all, the main battlefield was the key to their battle. If Duo Bao were to be harmed by the insectoid monarch or surrounded by the swarm, his opportunities to pick up scraps would diminish. As time passed, the fierce combat ravaged the land, leaving it riddled with wounds and causing rocks to collapse. Dark green venom and golden mana intertwined, emitting a pungent odor. Duo Bao remained vigorous, with golden light swirling around him, his cultivation flowing smoothly without any signs of fatigue. In stark contrast, the insectoid monarch's situation began to deteriorate rapidly. In order to hatch insectoid warriors, this monarch had already expended a significant amount of its original mana, continuously channeling it into countless insect eggs. Until now, it had not received any replenishment. Now engaged in a life-and-death struggle with Duo Bao, also at the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm, its every attack consumed its remaining essence. Each offensive and defensive maneuver further intensified its depletion. Gradually, the insectoid monarch's movements began to slow. Its originally glossy black shell was now covered in a layer of dullness, and its sharp shrieks carried a trace of weakened tremor. The power of its giant claws diminished significantly, the venom it spewed became less viscous, and even the insectoid aura it emitted became unstable. Clearly, the insectoid monarch had exhausted its mana from continuously hatching a large number of insectoid warriors, compounded by the successive battles, rendering it utterly powerless. Duo Bao, being exceptionally experienced, immediately discerned the insectoid's weakness. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he realized the moment for victory had arrived. "You vile creature, your essence has been nearly depleted. You are but a dying ember, prepare to die." Duo Bao shouted, unleashing the full might of his Deluo Golden Immortal aura without reservation. His hands swiftly formed seals, gathering spiritual energy around him into a resplendent golden beam, carrying the overwhelming force to suppress all evil, and struck directly towards the insectoid monarch. Sensing a life-threatening danger, the insectoid monarch let out a piercing scream. It strained to use the last remnants of its mana in a desperate attempt to evade, hoping for a final counterattack. However, at that moment, its body was stiff, its mana exhausted, and even the simplest dodge became exceedingly difficult. The golden beam crashed down, landing forcefully upon the insectoid monarch's head. A deafening cracking sound erupted. The insectoid monarch's incredibly hard shell shattered upon impact, and its massive body was violently smashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. It struggled to rise, its 8 insect legs flailing wildly, but it could no longer support its heavy body and could only writhe in pain on the ground. Duo Bao's figure flickered, and he instantly appeared before the insectoid monarch. He condensed an incredibly pure golden light in his palm and unhesitatingly pierced it into the insectoid monarch's vital point. This Deluo Golden Immortal insectoid monarch fell completely silent. At the moment of its death, a pure and majestic source energy, radiating brilliant ethereal light, slowly ascended from its corpse. This source belonged exclusively to a Deluo Golden Immortal insectoid monarch, containing vast amounts of energy and laws. Duo Bao's face lit up with joy as he raised his hand and drew this incredibly precious monarch's source into his possession. This source was enough to elevate his cultivation further, even bringing him closer to the threshold of a higher realm. Even if divided into 3, it would still allow him to progress. The source energy of the insectoid monarch was beyond what the elites and kings could compare with. With the complete fall of the insectoid monarch, the entire battlefield situation instantly collapsed. The once frenzied swarm of insectoids lost their command and connection to the source. Thousands of insectoid warriors immediately fell into chaos, no longer executing a unified assault, their cries becoming disordered. They had already suffered heavy casualties at the hands of the Wudong Mother and the Golden Spirit Mother, and now with the monarch's death, they completely lost their fighting spirit. It was unclear which insectoid was the first to turn and flee. In the next moment, all remaining insectoid warriors erupted in panic, abandoning their resistance and fleeing in all directions, desperate to escape this bloody battlefield. "Want to leave? Stay here." The Golden Spirit Mother snorted coldly, sweeping her magical artifact, unleashing a fierce gale of spear wind that instantly slaughtered a large number of insectoids who were unable to escape. Following closely was the Wudong Holy Mother, her hands forming seals as black gas lashed out like long whips, binding and slaughtering the fleeing insectoids. However, the number of insectoids was simply too vast. Even with both of them attacking with all their might, many still broke through the blockade and scattered, disappearing into the desolate ravines and chaos of the outer battlefield. This scene filled Xiao with wild joy. This was not fleeing, but clearly a delivery of war value. With the enemies of the great Luo Golden Immortal already dead, Xiao no longer needed to hide, and immediately erupted, pouncing towards the insectoids fleeing in his direction. These insectoids were already scared out of their wits, only caring about escaping, utterly unconcerned with fighting back their defenses and reactions at their lowest. A third-tier insectoid rushed past Xiao in a panic. Xiao's figure flashed, and he punched the insectoid's body, directly exploding it, instantly earning 50 points of war value. A group of fourth-tier insectoids fled together, but their formation was in disarray. Xiao executed the Golden Light divine skill, maneuvering behind them, striking swiftly and decisively, slaying them one by one. He hunted and reaped as he went. The edge of the battlefield had completely turned into Xiao's paradise for accumulating war value. One by one, insectoids fell under his fists. First tier, second tier, third tier, fourth tier. The war value surged like a tidal wave. 100,000 points, 150,000 points, 200,000 points. Gradually, the number of insectoids on the battlefield dwindled until they completely disappeared. Only the corpses of insectoids remained scattered on the ground, along with the lingering stench of blood and decay in the air. Xiao stopped, slightly panting, his body stained with the filthy fluids of the insectoids, looking somewhat disheveled. Yet his eyes shone brightly, filled with excitement. He calmed his mind and silently communicated with the system to check the final war value. In the next moment, a string of numbers clearly appeared in his mind. A total of 400,000 points of war value. With so much war value, I should be able to buy some good things in the system. Suppressing his excitement, Xiao slowly retracted his aura. Not far away, Daoist Duobao and the other two had finished dividing the source energy of the insectoid monarch and began to fly toward Xiao. Junior brother, how was your harvest? Golden Spirit asked with a smile. Xiao replied, thank you for your concern, senior sister. My harvest was quite good. This was no lie. 400,000 points of war value was the greatest gain, along with a large number of insectoid corpses. These were all high-quality materials. They could be used for weapon forging and alchemy. Although Xiao looked down on items made from these low-tier insectoid corpses, the human race needed them. Moreover, the more the better. The blood of insectoids could be refined into pills, and the corpses could be crafted into various magical artifacts, and even battle armor. Humans would inevitably come to the outer battlefield, and Xiao was merely preparing in advance. The only regret was that he had not obtained any source energy. At this moment, the Wudong Holy Mother suddenly said with a smile, Junior brother, I have made a good harvest. I will use this source from the great Luo Golden Immortal Insectoid to break through, but I also have a source from a Tai Golden Immortal Insectoid Monarch. It's for you. Just right, I also have 2 sources from Elite Tai Golden Immortal Insectoids. I'll give them to you as well, the Golden Spirit Mother added with a smile. With a wave of their hands, 3 sources appeared before Xiao. They did not take the insectoid corpses, as they were utterly unimpressed. This trio of source energies was an unexpected delight. Who would have thought that the insectoid monarch would have generated source energy? Xiao's heart raced, feeling somewhat moved. The energy source of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm was something Wudong and Golden Spirit could use themselves, yet they gave it to him. Junior brother, you should take it first. The source I divided for them is enough for their breakthroughs. After the 2 senior sisters break through, I will hunt some source energy for you to ensure you catch up to us soon. Xiao did not expect Duobao to say this. But it was not hard to imagine, after all, at this time Duobao was extremely loyal to Jie and showed care towards his junior brother. Insectoids have appeared, and there will be other powerful worlds in the future. The Primordial Chaos will not fall into internal strife, and the senior brother will not go astray. With this in mind, Xiao no longer hesitated and accepted the 3 sources of insectoid energy. Thank you, senior brother and senior sister. Daoist Duobao smiled, slightly waving his hand. This place is not suitable for lingering. This battle has likely attracted the attention of the insectoids, and it will take some time to refine the source energy. Why don't we return to the base to adjust for a bit? Xiao replied, I will listen to you, senior brother. The Golden Spirit Mother added, that's fine. Coincidentally, my senior sister and I also plan to enter seclusion for a breakthrough. The great Luo Golden Immortal will emerge again. With unanimous opinions, the 4 quickly returned. The cultivators at the base were somewhat puzzled to see them return so quickly. In a certain part of the base, the Tongtian teacher suddenly opened his eyes, a slight smile on his lips. Not bad, not bad. My disciples possess quite remarkable talents. Especially Duobao and Xiao. As long as they do not fall, they will surely become the pillars of my Jiejiao in the future. Wait a minute, Xiao's physical body seems somewhat extraordinary. I should take the opportunity to ask him. Yi Xiao was unaware that he had already caught the attention of the Tongtian teacher. After parting from the others, Yi Xiao found a cave abode to enter seclusion. 3 sources of Tai Golden Immortal Realm energy. I wonder what realm this will bring me to a. Saying this, Yi Xiao immediately took out a source of energy, which was of elite grade. He sat cross-legged on the mat in the cave abode, holding the elite grade insectoid source energy with his fingertips. The pale purple source flowed in his palm, devoid of any insectoid aura, only rich energy and a faint hint of law aura. He took a deep breath, no longer hesitating, slightly opening his mouth as the source energy transformed into a stream of light and was swallowed by him. In an instant, a torrent of violent energy surged through his entire body. His foundation at the early stage of the Golden Immortal Realm was already as solid as a rock, but the power of this elite-grade Tai Golden Immortal Insectoid source exceeded his imagination. His meridians were instantly filled as if they were about to burst with golden-red celestial essence crashing around inside him, colliding and merging with the source energy. Fortunately, he had practiced the 9 turns mystic art, making his physical body strong. Otherwise, crossing over such a great realm and devouring this massive source energy could have easily resulted in an explosion. Yi Xiao groaned softly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The spiritual energy around him surged wildly, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the cave abode was forcibly pulled, forming a visible vortex that enveloped him entirely. The barrier between the initial and intermediate stages of golden immortal cultivation was never particularly formidable. Under the assault of primordial energy, it shattered as effortlessly as paper. His cultivational energy grew denser and more refined, while his physical body tightened subtly under the purifying torrent, every inch of flesh and blood seemingly cleansed and renewed. After an indeterminate span of time, the surging energy tide gradually subsided. Yi Xiao slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting glint of golden light vanishing from his gaze. Initial stage Golden Immortal, breakthrough achieved. Yi Xiao savored the surging celestial energy coursing through his meridians, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. A single strand of primordial energy had propelled him across an entire minor realm, and residual energy still lingered ample to consolidate his newfound cultivation. Yet he did not pause. Seizing the momentum, he retrieved a second elite-tier Xiao primordial essence and resumed refinement. With prior experience guiding him, this attempt proceeded far more smoothly. The energy entered his body not as a rampaging flood, but flowed steadily along the established pathways of his celestial energy, advancing with disciplined precision. Once his intermediate stage golden immortal foundation stabilized, his cultivation began ascending steadily, and under the second essence's influence, the threshold to the next realm began to loosen. A faint aureole of celestial light shimmered about his form, his aura swelled many-fold in potency. Inside Tongtian Jiaozhu's immortal abode, Tongtian Jiaozhu opened his eyes once more, astonishment flickering across them. That youth Yi Xiao has broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm again. And this corporeal resonance, why does it feel strangely familiar? How peculiar, truly extraordinary. After a moment's puzzled contemplation, Tongtian Jiaozhu closed his eyes once more. 10 years passed like a breath. When the final trace of energy dissolved within him, Yi Xiao rose slowly and stretched languidly. The spiraling spiritual energy within the abode dissipated gently. His aura now settled, deep, stable, and immensely potent, firmly anchored at the latest stage golden immortal realm. 2 elite-tier essences, propelling me directly from initial to late stage. Yi Xiao murmured softly to himself, eyes alight with exhilaration. The efficacy of Xiao primordial essence far surpassed that of ordinary rare treasures. It was quite simply incomparably superior. First, I shall solidify this foundation, then press onward without hesitation to break through into the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. In the days that followed, Yi Xiao immersed himself in mastering his newly enhanced power. Nearly a month later, he ceased his practice and drew forth the sovereign-tier Xiao primordial essence, a force utterly distinct from the elite grade. Its surface gleamed with a deep burnished gold, swirling with intricate arcane patterns and radiating overwhelming power. Merely holding it in his palm left Yi Xiao feeling refreshingly lucid and profoundly at ease. This was the primordial essence of a sovereign-tier Xiao Tai Golden Immortal, purer, vaster, and infinitely more potent. Once fully refined, it would shatter his current boundary and elevate him beyond. Yi Xiao drew a slow, steadying breath, suppressing the surge of excitement within. He dared not afford even a sliver of negligence. The sovereign essence's volatility dwarfed that of the elite tier by orders of magnitude. The instant the energy entered his body, it erupted like 1,000 torrents. Searing agony tore through his meridians, while his flesh felt pierced by countless steel needles, blood welling instantly through his robes. His face paled to ash, yet he clenched his teeth and channeled every ounce of celestial energy, invoking the Shangqing immortal art to forcibly subdue the essence's rampant fury. No, it's too vast. The Shangqing art alone is insufficient. What now? I've got it. Before the words fully left his lips, Yi Xiao simultaneously activated the ninefold profound art. He had long cultivated its second layer, but progress had stalled. Now was the perfect moment. As both arts converged, his cultivation surged forward at a breathtaking pace, while his physical body strengthened at a frenzied exponential rate. Though the third layer of the ninefold profound art nominally aligned with the celestial immortal realm, its true combat efficacy vastly exceeded that benchmark. With both body cultivation mastery and Tai golden immortal cultivation fused, Yi Xiao stood unchallenged beneath the grand Luo golden immortal realm. Of course, full transcendence remained incomplete. The leap from golden immortal to Tai golden immortal was not mere accumulation. It was a qualitative metamorphosis demanding profound comprehension of the heavenly Tao itself. Yi Xiao absorbed the essence to temper his body while simultaneously contemplating the heavenly Tao, gaining insight layer by layer into its eternal truths. Time slipped away silently within the hushed sanctum of seclusion. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Within the abode's spiritual energy never dispersed, celestial forces streamed inward, ceaselessly replenishing every iota of strength Yi Xiao expended. His body transformed relentlessly under the essence's refinement, from raw mangled flesh to scabbed wounds, then to luminous radiant skin shimmering with an inner treasure light. By the 5th year, over half the sovereign essence had been refined. Yi Xiao successfully ascended the ninefold profound art to its third layer, and his cultivation reached the apex of the golden immortal realm, poised on the very cusp of Tai golden immortal. The breakthrough is imminent. Begin now. Excitement trembled in Yi Xiao's voice. He was about to evolve from a nameless speck into a figure who could no longer be dismissed as mere cannon fodder. Though still modest in absolute strength, this marked a pivotal advance. The sovereign essence's final reserves ignited, transmuting into celestial energy, guided by Yi Xiao's will. They thundered repeatedly against the barrier of his realm. Once, twice, dozens of times, until with a deep resonant boom the barrier finally yielded. Yi Xiao's entire form blazed with incandescent golden light, so brilliant it pierced upward, shattering the abode's ceiling and erupting into the sky above the base. An aura vastly surpassing that of any golden immortal swept across the abode. Though the phenomenon was considerable, it drew scant attention. This domain teemed with mighty cultivators, and breakthroughs occurred constantly amid the riches of the extra-dimensional battlefield. Indeed, several had already ascended to the grand Luo golden immortal realm. A mere Tai golden immortal breakthrough. Remarkable perhaps, but hardly extraordinary. Within the abode, Yi Xiao rose slowly, overwhelmed by the torrential might surging through his being, eyes blazing with unrestrained elation. 20 years of secluded cultivation, 3 primordial essences refined. His journey from initial stage golden immortal to Tai golden immortal initial stage. Such speed would astound even the ancient realms of Hongjun. He raised his hand and clenched his fist. A howling gale erupted. Space itself rippled faintly, and a power capable of crushing ordinary Tai golden immortals surged through his veins. This is the power of a Tai golden immortal. Yi Xiao whispered, a confident smile lifting his lips. With this strength, I need no longer hide beneath the shadow of greater beings. Even venturing forth alone may now be feasible. He stepped out of the abode. 20 years had wrought profound change upon the base. Its scale had expanded dramatically far beyond his memory. A swift sweep of his divine sense confirmed that the expansion was substantial. Clearly, the Hongjun cultivators had made great strides on the extra-dimensional battlefield. When will the system herald the arrival of the next world? Why do I feel an odd sense of anticipation? Yi Xiao shook his head, sharply dispelling the thought. Given the system's nature, the next world's descent was likely imminent. Better to seize every moment, hunting for opportunities and advancing further. Otherwise, when the next world descended, he would remain nothing more than a slightly larger piece of cannon fodder. The 2 senior sisters have not emerged from seclusion, yet otherwise they would have transmitted already. The master's whereabouts are unknown. The eldest senior brother has probably gone out again. It seems I truly must go out on my own. Thinking this, Yi Xiao felt a subtle thrill. Going alone is somewhat dangerous, but it carries many advantages. Right now, apart from the life-saving measure bestowed by the master, only the Fulong Soa spirit treasure remains of any use. He has no offensive treasure. 400,000 war points. Wonder if that can be exchanged for a decent treasure. Without hesitation, Yi Xiao acted, contacting the system and requesting the system shop to appear. In the next instant, a pale blue light screen unfolded in his sea of consciousness, densely displaying various cultivation techniques, elixirs, spirit treasures, and materials. His gaze swept across and settled on the spirit treasure column. He had been fighting barehanded. Although his body was mighty, he still lacked a true weapon of slaughter. Slaying the weak was manageable, but against those of equal realm or greater power, a treasure offered much more security. Yet 400,000 would scarcely purchase a truly formidable treasure. From novels he had read in his past life, the most impressive treasures were those that could grow. System search for growth-capable spirit treasures, he commanded. Xiao applied the filter. Ordinary innate spirit treasures were potent, but their grades were fixed and easily outclassed later on. Higher-grade ones were unaffordable. Only a growth-capable treasure could grow alongside him to the pinnacle. The light screen flickered and several treasures materialized. Deluo Xianjian. Grade superior postnatal spirit treasure. Traits, growth capable, devours various treasures, primal essences, and rare metals to continuously elevate its grade, potentially surpassing innate supreme treasures. Remark: the blade contains killing force harmonizing with corporeal cultivators and sword cultivators. Price: 4,000 war points. Upon reading the description of this sword, Xiao's eyes brightened instantly. Though merely a superior postnatal spirit treasure, it possessed limitless potential, seemingly crafted for him. 400,000 war points was hardly excessive. Xiao even suspected the system had slyly tailored this offer for him. Exchange. Without a trace of hesitation, Xiao completed the transaction. A low hum resonated. A 3-foot-long azure immortal sword floated silently. The blade was slender, its grain ancient and unadorned. It emitted no gaudy light, yet exuded an exquisitely acute edge. On the edge, faint grand Dao runes flowed. Merely gripping it, Xiao felt a dense, murderous power suffuse him. The moment it appeared, new strands of information flooded his mind. The Deluo Xianjian had recognized its master. A good sword, he thought, and lightly brushed the blade with his fingertip. The Deluo Xianjian seemed to possess a spirit emitting a soft keening and binding closely with his heart and mind. Such was the virtue of a growth-capable treasure. Once it bonded, it became, like one of his own limbs, as easy to wield as an extension of his will. With you my combat strength will increase by at least 30%, he murmured. Holding the Deluo Xianjian, he swung casually. A sharp tearing sound rent the void, leaving a fine rift that healed in an instant. A mere casual strike that could cleave the void, a feat attainable only by Deluo level and above on this battlefield. This alone testified to the sword's terrifying might. Xiao did not linger. With a ripple of his form, he became an azure streak and silently departed the safe zone, flying deeper into the UI battlefield. As he pressed onward, many new sights greeted Xiao. Outside the base, numerous fortresses rose along the route, each belonging to different races. Hongjun's capacity to expand outwards perhaps owed much to this. Yet most crucial were the saints. In these 20 years, the saints of the two great worlds had clashed not once, but 3 times. Hongjun's saints surged into battle, forcing the Chongzhou 9th rank elites to tread cautiously. 2 in particular displayed overwhelming ferocity: Laozi Saint and Tongtian Saint. One possessed the art of Yi Hua, sanching one breath, dividing into 3 purities so that a single saint could match, for his combat prowess was immense. Tongtian Saint furthermore wielded the Zhuxian sword array and the Zhuxian array diagram. Alone, he was worth 4 saints. Whenever the two intervened, they could easily hold fast more than half of the Chongzhou 9th rank forces, instilling great dread among those enemies. Even the Chongzhou Supreme sought to strike, aiming to personally annihilate the 2 saints. Fortunately, Hongjun personally stepped in to block the Chongzhou Supreme, and the 2 sides could not be decisively separated in victory, thus producing the present stalemate. Both the Hongjun and Chongzhou worlds tacitly observed a single rule: saints would not intervene. Below them, combatants were free to act. Neither side wished for an early decisive war. Consequently, more people from Hongjun ventured into the UI battlefield, and the Chongzhou did as well. Though the Chongzhou were numerous, their overall quality lagged somewhat. The entire UI battlefield was divided into 3 sectors. The left and right belonged to the 2 great worlds' camps, while the vast center comprised the core battlefield. The 2 races' champions clashed within the core, each gaining and losing ground. Knowing this, Xiao refrained from rushing to the center and instead flew to the battlefield's outskirts. He would not go to the core for now. Battles there erupted constantly, often between Deluo and quasi-saints, conflicts in which Xiao could not yet intervene. If misfortune sent him against a powerful Chongzhou elite, he would be finished. The outskirts, though occasionally visited by formidable races, carried far less risk. Moreover, the outskirts teemed with countless Chongzhou. For Xiao to practice upon their corpses could also provide the human races with some accrual of foundation. At the edge of the battlefield, the heavens darkened, void rifts yawned everywhere, and energy turbulence grew furious. Now and then he passed gigantic Chongzhu carcasses or the shredded remains of Hongjun cultivators. The stench of blood was suffocating. Such was the brutality of the UI battlefield, anyone might fall. Even saints met adversaries. When he spotted a squad or two of Hongjun cultivators out hunting Chongzhu, Yi Xiao kept well away, avoiding any entanglement. After an indeterminate time of advance, violent detonations of energy suddenly thundered ahead, and a murderous aura shot into the skies. Yi Xiao's eyes sharpened. He concealed his form behind fractured stellar wreckage and stealthily extended his spiritual sense. Before him, a vast void battlefield swarmed with combatants locked in frenzied slaughter. On one flank, enormous numbers of Chongzhu surged, flying insects, beetles, mantis-like brutes, giant power worms. A myriad of species, each radiating ferocious intent. At their head loomed a Chongzhu over 1,000 zhang tall, cloaked in black chitin and crowned with a single horn. Its aura reached the pinnacle of Tai Jingxian. Murderous qi billowed from its form. A true Tai Jingxian class elite of the Chongzhu. Opposite them stood the allied hosts of Honghuang's myriad races. Two leading contingents were most conspicuous. One comprised demonfolk cultivators, each garbed in feathered robes and exuding an imposing demonic aura, tiger demons, Depung giant bears, and other fearsome figures among them. The other was made up of Wuklin warriors, hulking, powerfully built, relying not on spirit treasures, but on brute bodily force. Each blow they struck could shatter a Chongzhu. A powerful figure from the Witch clan, equally a Tai golden immortal in combat strength, with a physical body comparable to a low-grade innate spirit treasure, withstood the attacks from the insect race without harm. A demon god leading the demon clan, also a Tai golden immortal wielding a demon spear, was fiercely battling against the elite of the insect race alongside the powerful figure from the Witch clan. In addition to the Witch and Demon clans, there were several smaller races with varying strengths, mostly between Golden Immortal and Tai Golden Immortal, desperately resisting the onslaught of the insect race. Although to be precise, they were currently besieging the insect army. Their numbers were few, but their strength was decent. There were no monarchs in this insect army, the strongest being at the Tai Golden Immortal level, and the battle was extremely fierce. This is really interesting. I didn't expect the Witch clan and the Demon clan to unite in battle. This is quite a rarity. Yi Xiao exclaimed in surprise. After all, the members of the Witch clan all had fiery tempers, and the Demon clan was not much better. These two races were sworn enemies, and in the past they would have fought to the death upon meeting. Now they had actually joined forces and were cooperating so well. Indeed, it echoed the saying, in a bustling world, people gather for profit. In a chaotic world, people strive for gain. The appearance of the insect race surprisingly led the Witch and Demon clans to shake hands and become allies, which was truly remarkable. The insect race fearlessly charged forward with absolute numerical superiority. Although the Witch and Demon clans were powerful, they were still firmly entangled, and the scene was chaotic. This situation was specifically created as a battlefield for Yi Xiao. This is the place, if fishing in troubled waters is my specialty. At this moment, he blended into the battlefield, able to secretly slay the insect race, harvesting war value, while also searching for opportunities amid the chaos to ambush the Tai Golden Immortal elite of the insect race and seize their source energy, achieving two goals at once. Let's go. Yi Xiao, no longer hesitating, tightened his grip on the Deluo Immortal sword and charged straight out from behind the remnants of the stars, plunging into the chaotic battlefield. The sudden appearance of a figure immediately drew the attention of nearby cultivators. The Witch and Demon clan cultivators, upon seeing the unfamiliar cultivator, recognized him as someone from the Primordial era. Although somewhat displeased, they had no time to pay attention to Yi Xiao and continued to focus on slaying the insect race. Yi Xiao blended in among the primordial cultivators, swiftly moving toward the nearest elite insect at the Golden Immortal level. With a wave of the Deluo Immortal sword, a blue sword chi erupted in an instant, moving at lightning speed. The insect race was caught off guard, and its head was severed instantly, its massive body falling from the sky, while Yi Xiao quietly collected its source energy. It was clean and decisive, not a single trace of hesitation. This scene stunned many onlookers. His swift strikes and sharp sword chi, although only emanating the aura of a Tai Golden Immortal, possessed the power to slay insects of the same rank, clearly indicating he was no ordinary loose cultivator. Although they did not know Yi Xiao's identity, no one dared to say anything. After all, power was respected everywhere, and among them the strongest was merely a Tai Golden Immortal. It was evident that the newcomer was of that level. However, Yi Xiao's actions also made the two peak Tai Golden Immortal powerhouses from the Witch and Demon clans wary. That person is not simple, we must finish this quickly. The source energy from the insect race should be shared between us. The Witch clan powerhouse transmitted this message. Agreed. The demon god of the Demon clan did not hesitate and immediately concurred. The two quickly unleashed their full power, no longer holding back, fearing that Xiao would snatch their achievements. Their instincts were correct. Xiao had indeed planned to look for an opportunity to take down that elite insect at the Tai Golden Immortal level. The two's actions left Xiao somewhat speechless. Forget it, I might as well continue fishing in troubled waters. Even a mosquito leg is still meat. Thinking this, Xiao moved again, wielding the Deluo Immortal Sword as he constantly traversed the battlefield, avoiding entanglement with the powerful insect race, specifically looking for isolated golden immortal level insects to strike. The Deluo Immortal Sword gleamed with sharpness. With a single strike, an insect perished. His speed was extremely fast, moving freely in the chaotic battlefield. At the golden immortal level, whether elite or below, they simply could not withstand a single hit from Xiao. At the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal, combined with the third layer of the 9 turns mystic art, although Xiao was merely fishing in troubled waters, he seemed to become the sole battle god on this battlefield. His speed of slaying the insect race was the fastest in the entire field. Moreover, what left other cultivators speechless was that every insect he killed left only blood on the ground, i.e. everything else was collected by Xiao. Some slightly stronger insects even had their blood collected by Xiao. This was quite puzzling. They had never seen someone like this. Just how poor could one be? Xiao moved like a specter, gliding along the edges of the battlefield, appearing wherever there were overlooked insects. He neither robbed the achievements of the witch and demon clans nor provoked that elite insect, yet silently slew a large number of insects. Slaying golden immortal insect, war value 20. Slaying Tai insect, war value 50. Slaying. The system prompt echoed continuously in Xiao's consciousness, and the war value surged like a tide. More and more cultivators from the demon and witch clans gradually noticed Xiao's peculiarities. This person was powerful, yet he had slain an unusually large number of insects, and each strike was perfectly timed, as if he could predict the movements of the insects in advance. Who exactly is this guy? A demon clan cultivator wondered. He looks unfamiliar, but judging from how he collects spoils, could he be from a very impoverished race? A witch clan warrior laughed and said, I guess that's about right. This person seems like someone who has never seen the world, probably the only Tai Golden Immortal from his race here in the outer battlefield to seek resources for his race. There are quite a few such cultivators. But not everyone is lucky. Someone remarked, yet their expression bore admiration. After all, how many among them were not like that? As time passed, the number of insects on the battlefield grew fewer, and Xiao had already slain thousands of them. Among them, the most valuable were several elite insects at the golden immortal level. Their source energy and bodies became Xiao's spoils. There were also over a dozen source energies from the celestial and mystic immortal levels, all elite level, but not a single monarch level 1 of this insect army did not have any. There was also a substantial amount of war value. A celestial insect was worth 50 points, a mystic immortal 100 points, and a golden immortal 10,000 points. The number of golden immortal insects slain by Xiao was no less than 30, and the number below that was in the thousands. In this brief time, Xiao's war value had rapidly accumulated again, and for the first time, he broke the million mark. So quickly I've reached 1 million war value. It seems that a drop of Pangus blood is not that expensive after all, just 10 million a drop. Once my strength increases, wouldn't I be able to become a wholesale dealer of Pangus blood? In the primordial realm, when it comes to what is most precious aside from the sacred position, there are probably only 2 other things left. Those are the essence blood of Pangu and the innate treasures. There are a few pieces of the latter, but there is not a single drop of Pangus essence blood. Oh, perhaps there is some within the witch clan, but it is scarce. As for the 3 pure ones, they have none at all. Xiao shook his head, casting aside these distracting thoughts, his gaze sweeping across the still chaotic battlefield. The insect race suffered heavy casualties, with only about 1 in 5 or 3 remaining. Although the witch and demon clans also paid a considerable price, the outcome was already decided. He had amassed over 1 million war points, which was quite sufficient. That's enough, it's time to retreat. As he spoke, Xiao took a step back, preparing to leave, but an unexpected incident suddenly occurred at that moment. In the center of the battlefield, a violent wave of energy suddenly erupted. Roar! The insect race elite, surrounded by the combined forces of the witch clan and the demon god, let out a shrill and frantic roar. Its entire shell shattered, dark green blood gushed out, and its aura had fallen to rock bottom. Yet the closer it was to death, the more frenzied its counterattack became. It no longer defended itself, its bone spines surged wildly like countless sharp spears recklessly sweeping forward. You seek death. The witch clan powerhouse roared, his body radiating brilliant golden light, pushing his physical power to the limit as he launched a punch that distorted the void. The demon god held a demon spear, its tip bursting forth with overwhelming demonic fire, stabbing directly at the insect race elite's brow. Both had gone all out ready to deliver a fatal blow and end this calamity once and for all. But no one expected that at the moment of desperation the insect race elite suddenly tilted its body, using the cost of half its shattered form to forcibly break through the two's blockade. Want to escape? The Witch Clan powerhouse and the demon god's expressions changed as they simultaneously pursued. However, having fought for so long, both were equally exhausted and their speed faltered for just a moment. The insect race elite did not even notice that it had crashed into Xiao, who was preparing to quietly withdraw. In its eyes, Xiao was merely a minor character at the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. Compared to the two formidable opponents it had battled for half a day, this person appeared much easier to deal with, someone it could crush effortlessly. Almost instinctively, the insect race elite charged directly at Xiao. Moi. Xiao paused, a hint of astonishment appearing on his face. He had planned to flee, yet this insect race elite had delivered itself right to him. I hadn't intended to deal with you, but since you've come to me, I shall gladly accept. Xiao's lips curled slightly, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He had not intended to incur enmity with the witch and demon clans, but how could he refuse a gift that had come to him? Human cultivator die? The insect race elite let out a cryptic roar, its voice like metal scraping against stone, excruciatingly harsh. Its body, comparable to a low-grade innate spirit treasure despite being damaged, still exuded a destructive force. With its massive pincers it tore through the void, wielding enough power to crush stars as it clamped down towards Xiao's head. This strike, even a Tai Golden Immortal of the same realm would be crushed into paste if not careful. In the distance, the Witch Clan powerhouse and the demon god's pupils constricted upon witnessing this scene. They were not worried about Xiao's safety, as they knew his combat power was not weak. This is bad. That damned insect race elite is seeking death. I hope our efforts won't go to waste. With that, the two flew at top speed, aiming to take down the elite insect race Tai Golden Immortal as quickly as possible. In the next second, a shocking scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. Facing that terrifying claw capable of crushing a Tai Golden Immortal, Xiao did not evade or retreat. The third layer of the Nine Turns mystic art roared to life within him as his chi and blood surged like a vast ocean, golden energy soaring into the sky, instantly elevating his physical strength to a terrifying level. Boom! Xiao advanced rather than retreating, his right hand clenching into a fist, unleashing his physical power without reservation. One punch collided directly with the insect race elite's pincers. A thunderous crash resounded. Though the third layer of the Nine Turns mystic art was somewhat insufficient, it barely withstood the attack. Xiao's arm ached slightly, but more than pain, he felt exhilaration. What a... The Witch Clan powerhouse's pupils shrank, disbelief etched across his face. How can this body be stronger than my Witch Clan? The Witch Clan powerhouse's heart surged with tumultuous waves. His clan was born with an incredible physical body, nearly invincible among the same rank. Yet this foreign primordial cultivator had such formidable physical power. The demon god was equally astonished. At the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal, how can he possess such terrifying physical strength? What on earth is this child? Not just them. All the cultivators from the witch and demon clans present were dumbfounded. The insect race elite was also taken aback. It had intended to crush a soft target only to hit a solid wall instead. The force that erupted from the opponent's fist sent a wave of agony through its already damaged body. Roar! Furious and humiliated, the insect race elite retaliated wildly. Bone spines shot out, tail spikes stabbed, and green corrosive beams spewed from its mouth. An overwhelming array of deadly attacks surged towards Xiao. It's over. Xiao's expression was indifferent. He clenched his right hand, and the Deluo immortal sword instantly unsheathed. The pressure of a top-grade, postnatal spirit treasure quietly spread. Buzz! The immortal sword trembled lightly, the azure sword energy sharpened to an extreme, as if it aimed to cleave the very heavens apart. Xiao stepped forward, his form moving so fast that it left only an afterimage. With the Nine Turns mystic art enhancing his body and the Deluo immortal sword channeling its ultimate sword energy, he struck out in a single slash, reaching an unparalleled speed. Shoo! The azure sword energy easily tore through the insect race elite's shell, deeply penetrating into its body. Roar! The insect race elite let out a horrifying scream that resonated to the depths of despair. Its body, comparable to a low-grade innate spirit treasure, crumbled like paper under Xiao's sword. In disbelief, it lowered its head to look at the ghastly sword wound that was deep enough to see its bones, its eyes filled with unwillingness and fear. It was a Tai Golden Immortal elite of the insect race. Even if a Witch Clan powerhouse or a demon god of the same realm wanted to injure it, they would have to go through considerable effort. Yet this early-stage Tai Golden Immortal human had broken through its defenses with a single strike. How is this possible? Impossible. You are merely at the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. The insect race elite let out a reluctant howl. Yi Xiao's expression was cold and merciless, who said that an early-stage Tai Golden Immortal cannot slay you. With his words falling, Yi Xiao twisted his wrist, the Deluo Immortal sword swirling violently. Pop! With a light sound, the insect race elite fell instantly, its source energy becoming Yi Xiao's spoils of war. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the elite insect tribe of the Tai Golden Immortal. War value 10000. Obtained elite insect tribe's source energy 1. Yi Xiao was overjoyed in his heart. He initially only intended to take advantage of the chaos to earn a little profit, but unexpectedly gained a massive reward. Over 1 million war value, and this source energy was enough for a significant enhancement. This was a bloodbath. On the battlefield, there was a profound silence. Everyone stared blankly at the figure standing with a sword. Strong practitioners of the witch and demon tribes, as well as all the cultivators from both clans, were all stunned, the air thick with a terrifying silence. They could only watch in astonishment. The elite insect tribe, which had taken the combined efforts of two to battle to a standstill, was actually slain by a cultivator in the early stages of Tai Golden Immortal with a single sword strike. Swift and decisive. Without any hesitation. Did I see that correctly? A demon tribe cultivator swallowed hard, his voice trembling. That was an elite-level insect tribe stronghold. He killed it in an instant. A warrior from the witch tribe widened his eyes, utterly shocked. What kind of monster is this young man? Could it be that he is a direct disciple of a certain saint? In the early stages of Tai Golden Immortal, he slayed an elite insect tribe. Such combat power was simply against the heavens. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao sheathed the Deluo Immortal sword, casually collecting the source energy and the remains of the insect tribe without wasting a thing. He raised his head and looked at the shocked, strong practitioners of the witch and demon tribes in the distance, and smiled lightly. Sorry, it was just a casual move. As the words fell, Yi Xiao did not linger. His figure flickered, transforming into a streak of azure light, breaking through the sky and vanishing from the battlefield, leaving behind the stunned cultivators of the witch and demon tribes. That light remark, however, left everyone unable to calm down for a long time. Just a casual move. The witch tribe strongman had a complex expression, staring in the direction Yi Xiao departed, remaining silent. Regardless of their strength or other aspects, they had nothing to say, only allowing Yi Xiao to leave gracefully. Yet their curiosity about his true identity grew. The insect tribe is annihilated. It is not wise to linger here. We should return to the base to rest. This person possesses unfathomable strength, definitely not a typical loose cultivator. We should investigate first, and if we encounter him again, we must prevent him from joining the battle. The strongman of the witch tribe said solemnly. Understood. The cultivators of the witch and demon tribes replied in unison. The scene of Yi Xiao slaying the elite insect tribe with a single sword was deeply etched in their minds. They dared not underestimate this ruthless, efficient cultivator who harvested spoils cleanly. Discontent. Of course there was. Who wouldn't be unhappy when their hard-won gains were snatched away? But even with their discontent in the face of absolute strength, they could only begrudgingly accept it. To obstruct him, that would be seeking death. Even the elite insect tribe of Tai Golden Immortal was slain in an instant. If they went up, it would merely add a few more corpses. The witch tribe was fierce, but not foolish. The outer battlefield was vast and boundless, filled with an air of slaughter and bloodshed. The insect tribes surged forth like a tide, continuously pouring out from the rifts in the void, invading every corner. At every moment, cultivators fell and insect tribes were slain. The flames of war never extinguished. After Yi Xiao left that battlefield, he did not return to a safe base. Instead, he continued to hunt the insect tribe on the outer battlefield. He concealed his aura like a nocturnal hunter, moving along the edge of the battlefield. Encountering isolated insect tribes, he struck decisively. One sword strike, clean and swift. Slaying the celestial insect tribe, war value 50. Slaying the Xianxian insect tribe, war value 100. Slaying the golden immortal insect tribe, war value 1000. The system's prompt echoed continuously in his consciousness. The war value steadily increased like a snowball rolling downhill. Yi Xiao maintained his previous style. He did not seek unnecessary battles, nor did he take risks. He specifically targeted isolated or weaker insect tribes, or small groups of them. After slaying them, he collected every last bit of the spoils. Flesh, shells, source energy, and even the juices that splattered out were all collected without any disdain. To others, this behavior seemed quite demeaning. But Yi Xiao did not care. Even the smallest mosquito is meat. Little by little it would accumulate, and in the end it would become the foundation for the rise of humanity. The outer battlefield was so vast, and the insect tribe was endless in number. This was his place of ascent, so he had no plans to return to the base in the short term. He aimed to first increase his strength, And with the life-preserving methods given by the Celestial Master, as long as he did not court death, there would be no issues. Time passed gradually. 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. Yi Xiao mingled on the edge of the battlefield for a decade, slaying many insect tribes. Many he killed single-handedly, but more were gained through opportunism. Just like the first time, he encountered several waves of the primordial forces attacking the insect tribe during these 10 years. Following the same approach as before, Yi Xiao had several successful operations, with the most significant reward being the source energy from an emperor-level Tai golden immortal insect tribe. As a result of so many successful opportunistic harvests, Yi Xiao's name gradually spread and became known among the primordial camp in the outer battlefield. In the outer battlefield within the primordial base, it was bustling with activity, filled with people coming and going. Some cultivators returned from the battlefield covered in blood, their energy depleted. Others were all geared up, preparing to head to the front lines to hunt the insect tribe. In the square, several cultivators sat together, recovering from their injuries, while discussing. Have you heard? Recently, a shameless person has appeared in the outer battlefield. Who? This person is named Yi Xiao, and it is still unknown which faction he belongs to. He loves to blend into the coalition forces to opportunistically seize others' spoils. But this person is exceptionally strong, who, despite being only in the early stages of Tai Golden Immortal, he can contend with peak Emperor-level insect tribe Tai Golden Immortals. There have already been several waves of people in the outer battlefield who have had their spoils robbed by him. This person wields a green immortal sword. In the future, if you encounter him, it is best to prevent him from joining the battle. Similar conversations continuously unfolded in the primordial base. Although the discussions mainly revolved around cultivators below the Deluo Golden Immortal level, Yi Xiao's name had nonetheless become known within the primordial camp. However, his rise to fame was quite peculiar. At this moment, two graceful figures had somewhat strange expressions. Second sister, are they talking about our junior brother? Has it only been 30 years? How did our junior brother's strength increase so rapidly? One of the women transmitted her voice. The other woman smiled upon hearing this. It must be our junior brother. Our junior brother is naturally extraordinary, and this outer battlefield is filled with countless opportunities. It is normal for him to have such combat power. But he is a bit too bold. He dares to venture out alone as a Tai Golden Immortal. We have to find him. At the headquarters within a certain cave dwelling, the Master of Heaven frowned. This brat, I never expected him to enjoy provoking hatred so much. I truly underestimated him. However, as a direct disciple of a saint, it is normal for him to be a bit arrogant. If outsiders heard these words from the Master of Heaven, they would absolutely say that Yi Xiao learned this from him. My disciple is capable of battling across realms, which is likely greatly related to his physical body. With this thought, the Master of Heaven immediately called over Jin Ling and Wu Dang, who were about to leave the headquarters. He was not coveting Yi Xiao's opportunities, he merely wanted to understand. The two women were Jin Ling and Wu Dang, who had just exited their seclusion and successfully broke through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Disciples pay their respects to Master, the two women said in unison. The Master of Heaven looked at them with satisfaction, nodding and smiling. Not bad, achieving Great Luo so quickly. I called you both here because I want you to bring Yi Xiao back. Jin Ling smiled. Master, we were just about to find our junior brother. We will go right away. The Master of Heaven said, hurry to go and return swiftly. Yi Xiao, who was in the depths of the wilderness headquarters, was completely unaware of what was happening. At this moment, he had just eliminated a group of isolated insectoids and was planning to find a place for seclusion. Over the past decade, he had accumulated enough war value to exchange for Pangus blood and even had some extra 24 million war value. It is time to enhance my strength. Yi Xiao murmured, suppressing his excited heart as he began to search for a place to enter seclusion. A month later, Yi Xiao created a cave dwelling in a hidden place on the outer battlefield 10,000 meters underground. He sat cross-legged inside the cave, feeling extremely excited. System open personal panel, Yi Xiao silently commanded. Host Yi Xiao. Identity direct disciple of the Jie sect under the Master of Heaven. Skills Shanxing Immortal Technique 9, turns Mystic Art 3rd turn. Cultivation level early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. War value 24 million. Held spiritual treasures Great Luo Immortal Sword high grade post-heaven spiritual treasure. Special items none. After 10 years, he finally gathered enough war value to exchange for Pangus blood. Pangus blood 1 drop for 10 million war value. I have 24 million war value, enough to exchange for 2 drops. Yi Xiao said softly, his excited fingers slightly trembling. Pangus blood is the essence blood of the Pangu great deity, containing unmatched power. Even just a single drop is a priceless treasure. For cultivators, a drop of Pangus blood is sufficient to allow a golden immortal to directly break through to the Tai Golden Immortal. For those with solid foundations, leaping to the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal is not an unattainable dream. More importantly, the 9 turns mystic art is the technique cultivated by the Pangu great deity, perfectly complementing Pangus blood. Pangus blood is the ultimate resource for the 9 turns mystic art. A drop of Pangus blood surpasses countless resources. Yixiao's 9 turns mystic art has reached the 3rd turn, which is already the limit he can cultivate on his own. To continue breaking through, he must have Pangus blood. In other words, perhaps only he in the entire wilderness can fully cultivate the 9 turns mystic art to perfection. Because only he can obtain Pangus blood. To be safe, Yixiao immediately began to set up the formation. The void was forcefully solidified by him, and countless runes flew from his fingertips, intertwining to form powerful restrictions. Soundproof formations, concealment formations, defense formations, illusion formations. Yixiao utilized all his skills learned from the GS sect. Densely packed formations like a spider's web completely enveloped this area, creating an absolutely sealed space. In this way, even an ordinary Great Luo Golden Immortal would find it difficult to detect him 10,000 meters underground. After completing all this, Yixiao sat down again, closed his eyes, and immersed his mind into the system. System exchange for Pangus blood 2 drops. Ding. Consumed 20 million war value. Current remaining war value 4 million. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Pangus blood X2. As the system prompt sounded, 2 drops of heavy essence blood appeared in Yixiao's hand. The essence blood was golden, about the size of a thumb, yet weighed like 1,000 pounds, simultaneously emanating terrifying energy and violent vital force. The formation Yixiao set up was barely able to withstand the pressure from these 2 drops of essence blood. It was the aura of creation, the aura of all origins. Such powerful Pangus blood, truly worthy of being the treasured possession yearned for by countless travelers through time, Yixiao murmured. He could clearly feel that within these 2 drops of essence blood lay unimaginable sources of life power and the Tao. As long as he refined a drop, his physical body, spirit, and cultivation would undergo a tremendous transformation. Yixiao immediately used prepared vessels to store the 2 drops of Pangus blood. He had specially prepared these 2 vessels, both of which were high-grade, post-heaven spiritual treasures, barely sufficient for use. Yixiao did not immediately refine the Pangus blood. With a wave of his hand, the Great Luo Immortal Sword appeared in his grasp. Great Luo Immortal Sword, after following me for so many years, it is time for you to undergo a transformation. Yixiao gently caressed the blade, his eyes filled with anticipation. Over the years, he had obtained many treasures by slaying insectoids. The origins of the insectoids and a large amount of immortal gold should be enough for the Great Luo Immortal Sword to devour and upgrade. With a thought, 5 sources of energy at the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal appeared. Buzz, the Great Luo Immortal Sword emitted an excited humming sound, and a powerful attraction came from the sword body, quickly devouring the 5 sources of energy. It seems still not enough. Continue. Yixiao waved his hand again, bringing forth 10 more sources of energy and a large amount of immortal gold. The Great Luo Immortal Sword immediately flew from Yixiao's hand, hovering above these treasures. Then an enormous force of attraction appeared again, like an invisible giant mouth beginning to devour these resources. A massive amount of insectoid origins and immortal gold surged into the Great Luo Immortal Sword like a golden tsunami. Buzz! The Great Luo Immortal Sword instantly erupted, with intense, buzzing cracks appearing on the blade, quickly filled by the source power. The originally simple and unadorned sword body began to emit a faint golden light, with countless bizarre insectoid runes flowing over the sword body, exuding a domineering aura. The Great Luo Immortal Sword was like a giant beast that had been starving for millions of years, crazily devouring this massive source energy, the sword body, trembling, continuously emitting excited sword cries. The barrier of the high-grade, post-heaven spiritual treasure began to loosen under the continuous pouring of boundless sources. Boom! The entire cave trembled violently. A terrifying sword might surged into the sky. Even with countless restrictions obstructing, a wisp of sword intent seeped out, almost shattering the formations Yixiao had set up. The Great Luo Immortal Sword was completely boiling. The grade of the Great Luo Immortal Sword had directly been elevated by 1 level. It was now a low-grade innate spiritual treasure. It has succeeded. Yixiao looked at the completely transformed Great Luo Immortal Sword before him, a long-lost smile appearing on his face. With the Great Luo Immortal Sword's upgrade, my strength will at least increase by 20%. It has advanced. Now it is my turn. On the foreign battlefield, the only currency is strength. Yixiao, heart pounding with excitement, produced a small vessel, and with a deft flick of his hand, the terrifying Pangu essence rose slowly into his palm. Within that single drop lay power enough to drive an ordinary Daluo Jinxian to madness. Yet the same was true in kind. Pangu essence was tyrannical and savage beyond compare. Ordinary immortals, let alone attempting to temper, it would be crushed to ash by that heaven-splitting pressure merely for approaching. Even with Yi Xiao's present cultivation, refining it would be an arduous endeavor. Yi Xiao drew a deep breath, resolve hard in his eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he inhaled, and the drop that hovered in his palm was swallowed into his belly. The instant the essence entered, it was as if a chaotic star struck his body. An indescribable feral force erupted from his dantian and swept through his limbs and bones like a merciless tide. Ugh! Even Yi Xiao's iron will, tempered by countless life-and-death battles, could not help but emit a choked groan. Pangu essence contained not only dreadful energy, but other things as well. Malevolent, shaky, violent, domineering, brutal, heedless of reason. Yi Xiao's body had already trained to the third turn of Zhujuan, Xiangong 9, turns profound art, far surpassing his peers. His bones were like divine metal, his flesh like spirit, fluid, his meridians broad and unyielding. Yet before this single drop of Pangu essence, his body felt as fragile as tissue. Crack, crack, faint yet unmistakable sounds of fractures echoed from within him. It was his bones beginning to shatter under the essence's savage power. Not merely here and there, but every inch of his skeleton crazily fissured. Agony washed over him like tidal waves, each crest higher than the last, battering his spirit. It was the pain of flesh being torn apart, rebuilt, torn again, and rebuilt anew. Every inch of skin, every tendon, every single cell was being roughly compressed beneath the essence's heaven-opening aura. Countless fine fissures split his skin, blood seeping out to stain his robes crimson in an instant. He looked like a creature made of blood. Zhujuan Shuangong circulate. Yi Xiao clenched his teeth, blood at his tongue, forcibly suppressing the pain that threatened to knock him unconscious. His spirit sank inward as he frantically drove the heart method of Zhujuan Xiangong. Zhujuan Xiangong was an unmatched art that proved the Tao through strength and sanctified the flesh. Only this art could fully temper the force of the Pangu essence. As Zhujuan Xiangong turned, Yi Xiao tried to wrap, tether, and refine that boundlessly tyrannical Pangu essence with his law force. But the power within the essence was like a primeval beast no one could master, rampaging through Yi Xiao's body. Wherever it passed, meridians tore flesh, dissolved bones crumbled. With a sudden spurt, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body convulsing violently and almost collapsing. He felt it with brutal clarity. His body was inching toward collapse. If he could not suppress this force, the essence would burst him from within, leaving him shattered beyond hope. No, that's nothing I possess a system. Is it just Pangu essence? I will refine it. Arg. Yi Xiao forced his mind to steady and pushed Zhujuan Xiangong to its absolute limit. The once rampant essence, under the extreme operation of Zhujuan Shuangong, at last began to settle. The essence had a spirit of its own, perhaps it recognized a familiar presence. Strands of mighty energy grew, obedient and less turbulent. Those energies began to repair Yi Xiao's shattered meridians, rotted flesh, and pulverized bones with astonishing speed. Enveloped by the essence's energy, Yi Xiao underwent a rebirth. His veins were remolded. The strength of his body surged before his very eyes, even creeping toward the early realm of a Tai Jingxian. Warm currents flowed inside him. Yi Xiao felt as though he were bathing in a comforting hot spring, a world apart from the torment a moment ago. His body had become an immense furnace under his command, furiously refining the Pangu essence. The furnace turned, emitting an inexorable devouring force that gradually transmuted the essence into his own foundation. The process crawled like a tortoise and remained excruciating. Time crept by. Yi Xiao was shrouded in a sanguine mist. His aura fluctuated wildly, at times eruptive like a volcano, at times faint like a dying candle. His body leapt again and again between collapse and reconstitution. The sound of bones breaking never ceased. Sweat mixed with blood seeped from him and pooled on the ground into a small crimson lake. After an unknowable span, the once furious Pangu essence was finally completely tempered and fused into Yi Xiao's being. Boom. A far denser, more domineering corporeal aura exploded forth from him. The wounds across his flesh healed at a speed visible to the eye. The shattered bones reformed stronger and harder, their surfaces suffused with a faint golden luster. Within his flesh seemed to slumber a titanic primeval beast. Yi Xiao slowly opened his eyes. A flash of golden light gleamed within. He could feel with crystalline clarity that his Zhujuan Xiangong had finally broken through. He had advanced from the third turn to the fourth. His bodily power could now crush early-stage Jingxian warriors of the Wuzu. Even relying solely on fleshly might without unleashing law force, he could charge and collide head-on with Tai Jingxian adversaries who were not adept in corporeal strength. So this is the power of Pangu essence. Yi Xiao clenched his fists, feeling the seemingly inexhaustible corporeal might within him, his spirit swelling with exhilaration. One drop had brought such a staggering enhancement. If he refined another drop. Without hesitation, Yi Xiao produced the final droplet of Pangu essence and inhaled it. The second drop entered his body. Boom. The same agony, the same sensations, yet Yi Xiao, now seasoned to this torment, met it with greater composure. Though the pain was equal, this was the inevitable path to true strength. Yi Xiao was first the chieftain of the human race, bearing the burden of his people's flourishing. Only then was he the fourth disciple of Jiejiao. Saints might be relied upon, but he himself was the surest reliance. Even the might of Jiejiao, with 10,000 immortals paying homage, could not endure forever. So Yi Xiao could only depend on himself. The pulverized bones, amid excruciating pain, recongealed and grew, becoming harder and more domineering. Shatter once become a notch stronger. It was the ultimate metamorphosis, born from the brink of death, a frenzied duel of life and death, pain and power. Jiuzhuan Shuangong, fifth turn, break through for me. Yi Xiao held within. Thud. His aura surged explosively upward. Jiuzhuan Xiangong, the fifth turn. It was finally achieved. With my physical body enhanced, my cultivation should also rise. How much of the accumulated energy within me can help me break through to what realms? Midstage of the Tai Golden Immortal, break for me. In an instant, the Qingyun Immortal technique within Yi Xiao surged wildly, and the energy he had amassed began to rapidly transform into his cultivation. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. He finally broke through the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal and instantly reached the midstage. Yet this was not the end. The energy within him continued to assimilate into his cultivation. Yi Xiao's cultivation surged forward like a bamboo shoot after a rain, with no bottlenecks, crashing directly into the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, saying, "The hardships of this time were not in vain. I have finally broken through, and am not far from the great Luo Golden Immortal. Although the great Luo Golden Immortal may not be much in today's wilderness, I possess the 9 turns mystic art. Once I break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal, my combat power will be no weaker than that of an ordinary early-stage quasi-saint. By then my human race will also be considered a powerful race. We will gradually enhance the overall strength of humanity." Yi Xiao clenched his fists tightly. The persistent sense of crisis that had existed since his arrival began to fade considerably at this moment. At least he was no longer an ant. From a human without cultivation to the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal, it didn't seem too difficult. I didn't expect that this retreat would last a full 50 years longer than the time it took me to break through from Golden Immortal to Tai Golden Immortal. I wonder how the situation in the outer battlefield is now. Should I leave my retreat? Yi Xiao's fingers moved, calculating the time and contemplating whether to emerge. After a moment, Yi Xiao denied the thought. Forget it, I still have plenty of resources in hand. It is better to convert them into strength first. Without hesitation, Yi Xiao continued to cultivate. He still had a significant amount of original energy at the Tai Golden Immortal level, including the essence of a monarch, 2 kings, and 6 elite Tai Golden Immortal insect tribe original energies. Now that he was at the same realm, he wondered if these original energies could help him break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal. As for the original energies from insect tribes below Tai Golden Immortal, Yi Xiao no longer needed them. Yi Xiao sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and immersed his mind back into his body. He took out the monarch-level original energy and began to refine it slowly. The golden mana and the aura of the 9 turns mystic art activated simultaneously, forming 2 massive nets that tightly enveloped the large mass of insect tribe original energy. The original energy began to transform into gentle energy, gradually being absorbed and refined by Yi Xiao. His cultivation started to rise steadily once again. Late stage of Tai Golden Immortal early phase. Late stage of Tai Golden Immortal mid phase. Late stage of Tai Golden Immortal late phase. Only one step remained to reach the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal. This step, seemingly small, was like a vast chasm blocking countless cultivators for millennia, or even for a lifetime. That vast and boundless original energy was extremely docile, gradually flowing into Yi Xiao's limbs and bones slowly, pushing his cultivation to the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Everything went smoothly, but the subsequent path of cultivation did not proceed as smoothly as he had anticipated. Yi Xiao focused his mind intensely, taking out the 2 kings-level original energies he had previously obtained. Yi Xiao operated the Qingyun Immortal technique at full speed to refine the original energies, gradually turning them into cultivation. Time passed silently. Uncertain how long had passed, the energy radiance surrounding Yi Xiao gradually converged, and ultimately, it was all absorbed into his body. When the last trace of original energy was completely refined and integrated into his cultivation, Yi Xiao felt an exceptionally clear sense of breakthrough from within. A force far more robust and heavy than before erupted explosively. Tai Golden Immortal Pinnacle. His cultivation successfully broke through the barriers at the top of the late stage, steadily entering the realm of Tai Golden Immortal Pinnacle. Feeling the powerful force within him that was almost overflowing, Yi Xiao was instantly filled with an uncontrollable excitement. Great Luo Golden Immortal. As long as he took one more step forward, he could step into the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, a level that countless cultivators yearned for, truly becoming a powerhouse in the wilderness. 3 flowers gather at the top, stepping out of a portion of the river of causality, with a lifespan nearly infinite. Yi Xiao suppressed the excitement in his heart, collected his thoughts, and prepared to press on and break through the threshold of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. He took out the remaining 6 elite-level original energies one by one. This level of energy source was significantly lower than the previous King's level, but the quantity was abundant. The 6 elite-level original energies were all thrown into the refining process. The terrifying energy surged wildly within him like a tsunami. Using this energy, Yi Xiao continuously impacted the invisible barrier that lay between Tai Golden Immortal and Great Luo Golden Immortal. Once, twice, 3 times. No matter how he urged the power within his body, that seemingly thin barrier remained unmoving like an ancient divine mountain. His cultivation had reached a peak, yet the realm remained firmly stuck at the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal, showing no signs of loosening. The excitement on Yi Xiao's face gradually faded, replaced by a hint of seriousness and confusion. In the end, he had no choice but to stop his cultivation and slowly opened his eyes. Yi Xiao frowned, muttering to himself, "What on earth is going on? Clearly the energy is already dense enough. Why can't I break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal? Could it be that the original energy I have is still insufficient? That's not right. With so many King's level and elite level original energies combined, it should be enough to help a typical Tai Golden Immortal at the pinnacle break through smoothly and stabilize their realm. It is absolutely impossible for there to be a situation of insufficient energy." After ruling out the possibility of insufficient energy, Yi Xiao's thoughts raced as another idea involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Could it be that my rapid cultivation speed has made my foundation unstable, lacking sufficient comprehension of the Tao, which is preventing my realm from advancing? Upon this speculation, Yi Xiao couldn't help but nod. His speed of cultivation was indeed astonishing. Since he stepped into the wilderness to cultivate relying on the system and various original energies, his cultivation soared like a rocket, rising from an unknown nobody to the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal in a short time. Looking across the entire wilderness, no one could match his terrifyingly absurd cultivation speed. Even the legendary saints before they became saints had a cultivation speed that paled in comparison. Of course, beings like the 3 pure ones, Nuwa, and other innate sacred beings were born with the principles of heaven and earth, and upon their birth their awareness awakened with cultivation, at least at the Tai Golden Immortal level. There was no comparison between the two. Having realized this, Yi Xiao's confusion faded considerably, and he no longer clung to the idea of forcing a breakthrough. He stretched his limbs, feeling the profound cultivation of the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal, as well as the terrifying physical strength brought by the 5th transformation of the 9 turns mystic art, a faint smile of confidence gracing his lips. "Forget it, one cannot force what cannot be forced. I will let it happen naturally. After all, I am currently at the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal. The 9 turns mystic art has also reached the 5th transformation, and my physical strength is unparalleled. Even if I were to confront an early stage Great Luo Golden Immortal Heathen, I may not be able to defeat them, but I am confident in my ability to retreat unscathed. I will take some time to settle down and properly digest the surge in my cultivation and strength during this period, making up for any shortcomings in understanding. Additionally, I should seek out more and higher level primordial energy. The next time I attempt to break through to Great Luo Golden Immortal, I am sure I will succeed. Or perhaps I could focus on cultivating the 9 turns mystic art to the 6th transformation. First, once my physical realm undergoes another metamorphosis, my cultivation will likely progress naturally and effortlessly to Great Luo Golden Immortal." With 2 paths laid out before him, each possessing immense feasibility, Yi Xiao ceased his fixation on the current realm and immersed his mind into the system. "System, when will the next world arrive?" The next moment, the cold mechanical voice of the system slowly echoed in Yi Xiao's mind. "Ding. The arrival time of the next world depends on the host. The host can draw the next world through a lottery. The heavenly wheel, spending 10,000 war points, allows for 1 lottery draw, with the prize pool including various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, techniques, and divine abilities, innate spiritual treasures, and acquired spiritual treasures, with a very small probability of directly drawing the next world." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. There's actually such a function. So it's up to me to decide. In that case, let's see what good items I can draw with my remaining 400,000 war points. Draw all of them. Ding. Confirming the consumption of 10,000 war points. Heavenly Wheel Lottery draw, starting now. Confirm. Thank you for your patronage. As the first prompt sounded, Xiao raised an eyebrow. Starting off with a thank you for your patronage seemed to indicate that luck wasn't on his side. However, Xiao did not mind, as such minor setbacks did not affect his state of mind. Continue. Ding. Confirming the consumption of 10,000 war points. Heavenly Wheel Lottery draw, starting now. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Confirming the consumption of 10,000 war points. Heavenly Wheel Lottery draw, starting now. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining Chi Gathering Pills, 100 pieces. In a continuous series of 10 draws, 8 of them yielded, thank you for your patronage, with only 2 yielding some mediocre ordinary pills. Xiao remained unfazed, calmly speaking, continue drawing. The light of the lottery continued to flicker in his mind, one prompt after another ringing out. Ding. Obtained low-grade pills, Chi Gathering Pills, 100 pieces. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Obtained low-grade recipe, Blood Condensation Pill recipe. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Obtained acquired spiritual treasure, Xian Iron Sword. Thank you for your patronage. Time passed slowly as Xiao immersed himself in the lottery, oblivious to everything outside. After completing all 40 draws, the outcome left Xiao feeling somewhat pained. Ding. The heavenly lottery has ended. Total rewards from this lottery. Chi Gathering Pills, 300 pieces. Blood Condensation Pill Recipe 1. Xian Iron Sword 1. Flowing Cloud Robe 1. Low-grade Attack Divine Ability 1. Thank you for your patronage. 34. Xiao gazed at the string of rewards, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. 34 out of 40 draws resulted in thank you for your patronage. The truly useful items were virtually non-existent. The only one that could barely be considered decent was the acquired spiritual treasure Flowing Cloud Robe, which could be used for self-defense, while the rest were completely useless to him. In an ordinary world, these items would be considered good, but this is the Primordial Age. The coordinates for the next world were nowhere to be seen. The lottery probability is truly a scam. Xiao shook his head helplessly, not feeling overly disappointed. It was just a matter of luck. If he drew something, it would be a pleasant surprise, and if not, it was entirely normal. He concentrated and stored all the pills, recipes, and spiritual treasures he had drawn into the system's space. They were of no use to him, but could be taken back for the human race to study. At that moment, Xiao suddenly felt a stirring in his heart, an inexplicable sensation washing over him. During his secluded cultivation, he had specifically set up various formations to avoid disturbance. Now he could clearly sense an incredibly violent wave of energy fluctuations coming from outside the formations. The intensity of that fluctuation far exceeded that of a Tai Golden Immortal, and it was even more terrifying than an ordinary Great Luo Golden Immortal. My! Xiao's eyes narrowed, a sudden sense of caution rising within him. What is happening? Why are there so many powerful auras appearing on the edge of the battlefield? Something's not right. Xiao immediately concealed his aura and cautiously extended his divine sense beyond the formations. In the next instant, Xiao's pupils constricted sharply. What the hell? Why are there so many Great Luo Golden Immortals outside? Damn, the battle outside is intense. Oh, wasn't it said that Great Luo Golden Immortals are centered in the outer battlefield? Did I unintentionally enter the central area? Xiao peeked outside a few times, then quickly hid again, not daring to use his divine sense further. With so many powerful beings outside, it was easy for them to discover him. At this moment, the sky above his secluded cultivation area erupted completely. Endless chaotic void currents ravaged, star fragments flew in all directions, and beams of divine abilities capable of tearing the heavens crisscrossed between heaven and earth. A terrifying battle erupted right above his secluded cultivation area. On one side, there were the local cultivators of the Primordial Age. The leading figures exuded an atmosphere as vast as the abyss pressuring the heavens and the earth. Each of them radiated a terrifying aura not inferior to that of a Great Luo Golden Immortal. But now was no time for such thoughts. Xiao suppressed the distracting stirrings of his mind, tapering his aura to the extreme until he was as slight as a mote of dust sinking completely into the earth. He hid deep within the seclusion cave, yet his spiritual sense slipped out like a slender filament, probing through layered formations and cautiously observing the world beyond. Within the Yao ranks, 2 De Luo pinnacle auras spanned the starry vault. The figure on the left, a Yao saint with a human torso and a wasp-like waist, 6 wings unfurling from its back, and a poisonous gale coiling about it, was Qin Yuan. At Qin Yuan's slightest motion, boundless venom scattered, corroding at touch and lethal on contact. Even a golden immortal tainted by it would have flesh dissolve and perish on the spot. On the right stood a creature like a red rat, yet bearing dragon claws and phoenix wings, able to spew chaotic divine water that melted stone wherever it passed. A ruthless attacker famed among the 10 Yao Saints. They were called the 10 Yao Saints, yet now they only reached the Deluo Golden Immortal Pinnacle. Fei Dan fought alone against a king-class Deluo Golden Immortal insect, engaging and retreating in turn. Added to them were 3 Golden Immortals of the Chan sect and the great shaman Xing Tian. 5 Deluo Golden Immortals in all 3 at Deluo Peak 2, at early Deluo, accompanied by a vast host of prehistoric cultivators below the Deluo rank. So many formidable figures were now being driven back step by step, for their opponent was an endless black tide of insect legions that flooded the Star Sea. The sheer multitude made Yi Xiao draw a chilled breath. Wherever he looked, the starry sky was utterly obscured. Countless insects packed the heavens, a vast carpet with no visible end. Each insect radiated a savage, bloodthirsty, fanatical aura, as if born solely for destruction and slaughter. More terrifying still, towering among the swarm, were colossal forms far larger than their kin. Those were the emperors of the insect race. And they were Deluo Golden Immortal level emperors. Unlike the insect emperor Yi Xiao had once seen cut down by Duobao, this emperor had fully hatched and marshaled a vast insect army. There were several Deluo Golden Immortal insect warriors. Each exuded the oppressive majesty of a Deluo Golden Immortal. A low sound escaped one of the cultivators, and another muttered that the emperor-level insects were truly terrifying. They had merely been fortunate before, otherwise the senior brothers would have been hunted down. Someone estimated that the great forces of the primordial world would suffer heavy losses and warned that the emperor insect's power was immense. This place was not one to linger. Yi Xiao felt the urge to withdraw, not out of cowardice, but from clear self-knowledge. The insects counted no cost in lives and threw themselves forward without fear. When the vanguard was blasted into clouds of blood, those behind trampled the corpses and surged onward without hesitation. Layer upon layer, wave after wave. It seemed they would never be exhausted. A thunderous roar filled the air. The great shaman Xing Tian raged like a storm, his towering physique's muscles coiling like braided dragons, every inch brimming with world-shredding force. An earth-sunderingly terrible axe blade swept forth. Scores upon scores of insects burst apart, reduced to clouds of blood as their souls were utterly crushed. Yet such losses were but a trifle against the boundless insect sea. In the next instant, more howled to fill the gaps and lunged at Xing Tian with ferocious abandon. Infuriating, Xing Tian roared, unleashing shamanic power as a murderous aura tore toward the heavens, shattering the nearby swarm. But the more he slaughtered, the madder the insect tide became. Elsewhere, Yao Saint Qin Yuan beat his twin wings. A pall of pale cyan poisonous dust rolled out, corroding the void with a sizzle wherever it passed. Nearby insects instantly suffered flesh rot, and the dissolution of their spirits collapsing in great heaps. Yet their numbers were so horrific that they could not be eliminated fast enough. Fei Dan gaped and spewed a torrent of chaotic divine water, where the jet-struck stardust evaporated and the swarms were obliterated, but it remained merely a drop in the ocean. The 3 golden immortals of the Chan sect likewise committed all their strength. Treasures flared, divine light shot into the heavens, and Dao arts boomed. Each strike annihilated swathes of insects. But the insects clung like maggots to bone, refusing to let them find a moment's respite. Damn it, we can't finish them. There's another Deluo Emperor-level insect staring us down. What shall we do? Huanglong Jinren, only a Tai Golden Immortal, had grown thoroughly exhausted from the prolonged fighting. Dao Xing Jinren said with wry disbelief. Who would have imagined the heart of this battlefield would be so perilous? We have only just entered and already met a Deluo-class insect legion. We must withdraw at full speed. If this drags on until our powers are spent, even then we will not finish this insect tide. Yi Xiao, who had been preparing to find a chance to leave the cave, felt his heart lurch when he heard the words core of the extra-mundane battlefield. I never expected to have inadvertently entered the battlefield's core. Luckily my luck held, and I encountered no danger while in seclusion. Yi Xiao silently thanked his fortune. Next time I must be more careful. I cannot stay here. I must leave at once, or I risk drawing quasi-sigillable insects. He calculated, plotting a departure so stealthy that neither gods nor demons would know. But fate intervened unexpectedly. On the battlefield, seeing his subordinates failing to overcome their enemies, an insect emperor finally could no longer restrain itself and acted. Its massive bulk gathered power, and a talon raked through the void. A terrifying blade of force lunged toward the 2 Yao Saints. The 2 Yao Saints' expressions shifted, and they immediately wheeled aside. The blade, by cruel coincidence, struck the spot where Yi Xiao was secluded. A thunderous detonation followed. Yi Xiao's seclusion chamber exploded outward in an instant. The earth blasted open into a chasm 10,000 meters deep, and his figure was laid bare. The cave Yi Xiao had painstakingly arrayed to conceal his seclusion along with its multiple protective formations proved as fragile as paper before the Insect Emperor and was smashed to fragments in a heartbeat. Yi Xiao was shaken to the core. He had come within a hair's breadth of being finished by that Deluo pinnacle Insect Emperor. He gulped, cold sweat beating down his spine. A moment's daze nearly cost him his life. He was unafraid of ordinary Deluo golden immortals, but this was a Deluo pinnacle, an emperor at that. Far stronger than common Deluo peaks, Yi Xiao stood no chance. Life and death often hinge upon a single instant, and Yi Xiao trembled at the near miss. Stones and dust filled the air, and his silhouette was suddenly exposed before both camps, his Tai golden immortal peak, aura laid bare. Several powerful spiritual senses like searchlights immediately locked onto Yi Xiao amid the ruined cave. My, there is someone hidden here, still alive. Qin Yuan spoke first, his voice carrying a note of surprise and suspicion. Fei Dan sized Yi Xiao up, sensing the Tai golden immortal peak cultivation within him. A twitch pulled at his mouth. No way. Only a Tai golden immortal peak, and he dares hide in the heart of the extra-mundane battlefield. You truly do not fear death. The expression on Huang Long Zhenren's face tightened, his eyes filled with astonishment. Who is this person? The cultivation of Tai golden immortal is even more formidable than mine. The Daoxing Zhenren beside him and the Ling Bao Grandmaster also displayed shock. Clearly, it was also the first time they had seen someone of Tai golden immortal boldly hiding in the core battlefield, where Deluo golden immortals were everywhere, to quietly watch the spectacle. Who is this person? Huang Long Zhenren spoke, first, his voice tinged with disbelief. Daoxing Zhenren's gaze pierced through the ruins, carefully examining the tall figure, slowly shaking his head. Ling Bao Grandmaster remarked, he is not from the Wu clan or the Demon clan, but he does resemble that race. The three exchanged glances, their curiosity intensified, quickly associating him with a person, Xiandu. As the three looked at Yi Xiao again, their faces were filled with astonishment. Human race. This person is actually a human cultivator. To think a human would reach the level of Tai golden immortal. Could he be a disciple of the third master? Ling Bao Grandmaster finally remembered. I heard that the third master took a human as a personal disciple. I didn't expect it to be true. At this moment, a fierce aura suddenly locked onto Yi Xiao, and the enormous head of Xing Tian slowly turned, his eyes, as large as copper bells, fixed intently on Yi Xiao. A booming voice reverberated throughout the battlefield. You who hide your head and show your tail hiding here, do you think to reap the benefits of the fisherman? Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao felt a bit speechless. He truly had no intention of hiding this time. It was indeed a bit awkward. He realized he had to explain the situation. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I was just in seclusion for cultivation here, not expecting my cave dwelling to be destroyed by the insect race, so I had no choice but to reveal myself. This is not a place for conversation. We should leave here first. Before Yi Xiao's words fell, he sensed the void before him starting to distort, a phenomenon caused by a powerful being traversing space. Yi Xiao's expression changed slightly, and he immediately summoned the Deluo immortal sword. Soon an elite-level Deluo from the insect race appeared from the void, accompanied by dozens of insect soldiers with the battle power of Tai golden immortal. The elite Deluo sensed Yi Xiao's cultivation in an instant, opened its massive maw, and emitted a piercing, mocking sound. You insignificant and humble primitive cultivator, dare to hide beneath my nose. Truly ignorant of your own mortality. Since you've come out, become food for my insect race and nourish our army. Before the words fell, the elite Deluo's gaze turned cold, and the dozens of insect soldiers of Tai golden immortal immediately rushed towards Yi Xiao, while a large number of ordinary insects also charged at him. In that second, Yi Xiao became the focal point of the battlefield, forcibly pulled into the center of the fight, becoming the most eye-catching man present. Since I can't avoid it, then I shall kill my way out. Yi Xiao's eyes were filled with battle intent, perfectly coinciding with his recent breakthrough. He wanted to find some opponents to test his strength. Yi Xiao's foot stomped hard. Crack! The earth violently exploded, shards of rock and fragments of the void wildly splashing in all directions. The profound cultivation of Tai golden immortal at its peak erupted like a volcano that had slept for millions of years. Golden chi surged into the clouds, transforming into a massive golden chi dragon that coiled above his head. The fifth turn of 9 turns mystic art was pushed to its limits at that moment. Beneath his skin, his muscles coiled like dragons, each inch containing the terrifying power to shatter stars. His bones rumbled like 1,000 thunderclaps, producing a deep and resonant sound. A terrifying physical strength not inferior to that of an ordinary Tai golden immortal radiated from Yi Xiao, sweeping through the cosmos. Yi Xiao did not use any magical treasures or display any extravagant divine powers. It was just that simple, a single punch thrown. This punch was plain and unadorned without any extravagant phenomena. Yet it condensed all the physical strength from the fifth turn of 9 turns mystic art, gathered all the cultivation of Tai Golden Immortal at its peak, and concentrated the battle intent within his heart. With a punch thrown, the cosmic void trembled. Boundless punch force transformed into visible golden shockwaves, exploding like the opening of heaven and earth. Puff, 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 puff. The front lines of the insect race, unable even to scream, were instantaneously obliterated into nothingness, leaving not a trace behind, completely dissipating into the heavens and earth. Xiao stepped forward, not planning to hold back, his figure darting like a bolt of golden lightning, charging straight into the midst of the insect army. Since I can't avoid it, then let it collapse the heavens and shatter the earth. Xing Tian watched as Xiao, with the cultivation of Tai Golden Immortal at its peak, withstood the assault of the insect army, his body unharmed, even counterattacking and killing large numbers of insects. The ferocity in his eyes faded significantly, replaced by deep appreciation. He was straightforward and admired those with a powerful and fearless physique. Good. What a human brat. Such a physique, even stronger than my Wu clan's Tai Golden Immortal. I know about the human race, but I never expected someone like you to emerge. Xing Tian did not hold back his words of praise, his gaze towards Xiao filled with admiration and a hint of battle intent. Just as Xiao was about to say something, a warrior from the Wu clan stared at Xiao's figure, suddenly narrowing his pupils, pointing at Xiao and exclaiming, "It's him. I recognize him." It was this person who crazily scavenged at the edge of the battlefield back, then collecting countless source energies and corpses. His speed was unmatched. Goodness, I remember he was only at the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal back then. In less than 100 years, he has reached the peak of Tai Golden Immortal. As soon as those words were spoken, Xiao's expression froze again. Am I that famous? Why does it feel a bit embarrassing? Xiao never expected to encounter an old acquaintance here, and being called out for his past exploits made his movements slow down. For a moment, the practitioners of the primitive camp on the battlefield cast strange glances at Xiao, as if saying, "Goodness, and you still claim you are not here to scavenge. You clearly are a professional." These practitioners had spent quite some time in the base and had heard of this to some extent, gradually recalling it. Xiao had done such things more than once or twice, but he never expected to scavenge in the core area of the battlefield now. Oh, it must be said that this kid had quite the audacity. The gaze of the insect race's strongmen grew increasingly cold, their killing intent overwhelming. Tai Golden Immortal at its peak, daring to scavenge in the battlefield of two major races, and still alive to this day. This is a ruthless character. Today he has intruded into the center of the outer battlefield again, is scavenging ingrained in his DNA. Countless gazes focused on Xiao, filled with shock, curiosity, and admiration. Xiao stood amidst the tide of insects, his mouth twitching, feeling like crying without tears. It was impossible to explain. Completely impossible to explain. Explanations were futile, so he abandoned them entirely. His immediate priority was to escape this place. Xiao was now surrounded by dozens of 6th-tier insectoid beasts along with countless lower-tier ones, 6th-tier corresponding to the celestial immortal rank of Tai Golden Immortal. All around him raged grotesque, shrieking insectoids. Dozens of 6th-tier monstrosities lunged forward, their razor-sharp mandibles glinting with a cold, eerie light, each possessing terrifying combat prowess rivaling that of a Tai Golden Immortal. Even more densely packed swarms of lesser insectoids surged in, threatening to drown him utterly. Meanwhile, Huanglong Jinren, Daoxing Jinren, and Lingbao Dafa sure each engaged their own adversaries, yet cast frequent glances toward Xiao's perilous situation. Dozens of 6th-tier insectoids converging for an assassination. Even an ordinary Daoluo Golden Immortal would retreat 3 steps. He has only just ascended to the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Can he possibly withstand them? No need to worry. He is likely disciple of the 3rd senior uncle and surely possesses life-preserving techniques. Let us focus on our own battles first. Xiao had indeed displayed extraordinary valor earlier, but under such overwhelming assault by dozens of 6th-tier insectoids, no one believed he could prevail. He did not channel a trace of immortal energy, nor summon his Daoluo immortal sword. Instead, relying solely on his 5th-stage body cultivation of the 9-fold mystic art, he charged headlong into the churning tide of insectoids. Roar! A 6th-tier insectoid struck first, its talons tearing through space itself, bearing power sufficient to shatter stars, and slamming ferociously toward Xiao's skull. Xiao neither flinched nor evaded. His right arm bulged instantly, sinews surging like coiled dragons beneath his skin. With raw, unadorned force, he threw a single devastating punch. Boom! A thunderous, muffled detonation shook the battlefield. The insectoid's claws shattered outright its body, harder than immortal-grade metal, crumbling like brittle paper beneath that single blow. Primordial energy bled from the corpse before it could dissipate. With a flick of his hand, Xiao swept it, and the entire carcass, into his storage space. Another insectoid seized the opening, striking from his flank and rear, its serrated mandibles aimed straight at his lower back. Xiao shifted his stance subtly. His back, as if guided by divine awareness, snapped backward in a brutal collision. Crack! The mandibles snapped clean off. The creature's body disintegrated into crimson mist under the sheer, terrifying recoil force. Once again, the primordial energy vanished silently into his grasp. Lingbao Dafa sure watched, eyelids twitching uncontrollably. He isn't even using immortal energy. Bare-handed flesh-and-blood combat against sixth-tier insectoids, and with such ease. Daoxing Jinren swallowed hard. I recall human cultivators possess inherently frail physiques, weak by birth. Is he even human anymore? Huanglong Jinren frowned deeply. Among us all Tai golden immortals, why am I the only one who feels utterly outmatched? On the battlefield, Xiao moved like a tiger unleashed among sheep, barreling fearlessly through dozens of sixth-tier insectoids and countless lesser ones. Each fist, each palm strike, each impact echoed with the shattering of carapaces and the wails of dying beasts. He employed no ornate techniques, only primal visceral acts, charging, smashing, slapping, kicking, ramming. Every motion embodied the most fundamental, most brutal form of corporeal domination. One sixth-tier insectoid gaped wide, unleashing a black, corrosive mist capable of dissolving all things. Xiao remained utterly unperturbed, plunging straight into the toxic cloud. Hiss. Where the venom struck his skin, only faint wisps of white smoke rose, then evaporated, instantly consumed by the overwhelming vitality of his blood and qi. In the next instant, he seized the insectoid skull in one hand and squeezed. Pop! Its cranium exploded. Once more, primordial energy vanished into his keeping. The surrounding insectoids froze in terror. Though fearless in death, they instinctively recoiled from this indomitable entity. Unbreakable, unscathed, unpoisonable, a true monster beyond comprehension. Wherever Xiao passed, insectoid corpses littered the ground, primordial energies surging like rivers. He moved like a sentient reaping machine, killing, then ruthlessly gathering both remains and essence, without hesitation or remorse. His movements were fluid, seamless, executed with practiced mastery. Were any fellow humans to witness their clan chiefs conduct, they'd surely lie sleepless with sorrow, for his actions were heartbreakingly familiar. Far away, a Yaozu flying dawn bird observed the spectacle, its wings trembling violently, its beak twitching uncontrollably, killing and collecting simultaneously. This isn't battle, it's wholesale procurement. His physique is formidable. His combat ferocity even surpasses that of the Wu clan brutes. Xingtian the Great Wu stared dumbfounded, his expression locked in rigid awe. He revered strength, but a warrior who slaughtered and plundered with such frenzied efficiency. This was unprecedented. This young man. Just moments ago, he claimed he wasn't here to scavenge. Yet look at him now. He embodies the very archetype of a professional opportunist. Xingtian's voice rumbled low, thick, with complex emotion. A Wu warrior beside him couldn't stop his mouth from twitching. Told you. He picks up treasures wherever he walks. First he scavenged at the periphery. Now he charges straight into the heart of the battlefield. To him, the insectoid legion isn't an enemy force. It's a walking reservoir of primordial essence. The assembled cultivators of the Hongjun faction watched, faces blank with numb resignation. Enough. No further explanation needed. They understood completely. Xiao was indisputably the supreme opportunist of the Hongjun realm. Thereafter, they resumed their own duels, and perhaps inspired by Xiao, many Hongjun cultivators began harvesting spoils alongside their strikes, turning warfare into something almost joyful. Xiao sighed inwardly, never imagining that his earlier opportunistic habits would so irreparably tarnish his reputation. Truly, he hadn't intended it. Yet leaving insectoid corpses and primordial essence to waste was wasteful, better gathered to strengthen his cultivation. This was frugality, not scavenging. At that very moment, an aura of unimaginable dread erupted from behind the swarm, far exceeding the pressure of any sixth-tier insectoid. The seventh-tier elite insectoid, initially holding back, had finally been provoked to genuine fury. He watched seething as his legions were mowed down like grass by a mere peak-tier, Tai golden immortal of the human race. Worse still, as that same cultivator methodically harvested the fallen. This was naked, unforgivable humiliation. Wretched human, dare you slaughter my insectoid warriors before my very eyes, and dare you hoard their sacred bodies. The seventh-tier sovereign's oppressive aura was overwhelming. His roar carried soul-piercing sonic waves striking deep into the spirit realm. His colossal frame bore obsidian black chitin etched with arcane glyphs, every inch radiating the suffocating pressure of a Daoluo golden immortal. With a single stride, he crossed the void, appearing instantly before Yi Xiao. His massive claw descended with apocalyptic force, aiming to crush Yi Xiao into pulp. This strike held nothing back. He meant to reduce the audacious human to crimson paste. Watch out! Lingbao Dafasher's face paled. He prepared to intervene. Xingtian tightened his grip on his colossal axe, ready to leap in. Yet Yi Xiao made no gesture for aid. A 7th-tier insectoid, equivalent to a Daoluo golden immortal. Perfect. I shall test the absolute limits of my current strength. With those words, Yi Xiao's peak Tai golden immortal cultivation erupted. Golden vital energy, surging skyward, coalescing into a colossal golden dragon that pierced heaven and earth. The 5th stage of the ninefold mystic art blazed at its zenith. A faint golden luster shimmered across his skin, every muscle corded taut, every fiber of flesh vibrating with thunderous resonance. Yi Xiao slammed both feet into the earth, shattering the ground anew, and launched himself skyward, unflinching, meeting the 7th-tier insectoid's claw heaton. Fool! Seeing Yi Xiao not only refuse to yield, but dare meet the blow barehanded, the insectoid sovereign's eyes burned with intensified slaughterlust. Bang! Claw met fist in a thunderous collision. A terrifying shockwave erupted from the point of impact, violently surging outward in all directions. Yi Xiao felt an overwhelming, irresistible force surge through his arm, numbing it instantly. His body was hurled backward like a cannonball, carving a deep trench thousands of zhang long across the ground. Dust and smoke billowed thickly. The 7th-rank insectoid cultivator sneered coldly. Pathetic, utterly pathetic. Yi Xiao spat blood. No wonder he's a 7th-rank powerhouse, truly unmatched. Yet such strength won't subdue this Taoist. Again, Yi Xiao showed no trace of fear. He sensed no imminent threat of death emanating from this 7th-rank insectoid. This level of power could never slay him. The insectoid's strongest warriors were already engaged by Xingtian and others. Yi Xiao had nothing to fear. As the ninefold mystic art coursed through his meridians, his wounds healed visibly before the eye. The 7th-rank insectoid's pupils contracted sharply. A mere supreme ethereal sovereign at peak cultivation daring to battle a 7th-rank being. This youth must not be allowed to live. Otherwise he may one day become a dire threat to our entire race. Fury flared within the 7th-rank insectoid's heart. Murderous intent blazing as his colossal claw slashed across the void, tearing open space itself as he lunged once more toward Yi Xiao. Relying on his peerless physical resilience, far surpassing that of cultivators at his realm, Yi Xiao alternated between absorbing blows, heating, closing in for brutal close-quarters combat, and evading altogether. Overall, he appeared effortlessly composed. Yet in truth, Yi Xiao held nothing back, not even a sliver of hesitation. After all, this was transrealm combat. One misstep, and he would perish utterly. No reprieve. Bang! 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 Deafening explosions reverberated without cease. Yi Xiao was hurled skyward again and again, only to burst forth anew from the ruins each time. His robes lay in tatters, fresh gashes scored his flesh, wounds accumulating steadily, yet none proved fatal. Nor had Yi Xiao lost sight of his primary objective. While clashing with the 7th-rank insectoid, Yi Xiao simultaneously weighed escape routes, retreating even as he fought. He had already drawn far away from the main battlefield. The 7th-rank insectoid grew increasingly unnerved with every exchange. He was a 7th-rank Great Luo. To slay a supreme ethereal sovereign was no harder than crushing an ant beneath his claw. Yet this human, merely at the pinnacle of the supreme ethereal sovereign realm, possessed a physique so monstrously resilient it defied reason. His strikes landed upon Yi Xiao's frame with little more than superficial injury, never inflicting grievous harm. What manner of monstrous physique is this? How can a human possess such an indomitable body? Cultivators of the Primordial Chaos faction stared in utter disbelief. A supreme ethereal sovereign at peak, holding his own against a 7th-rank Great Luo, and still showing no sign of defeat. This isn't mere genius, it's sheer demonic prodigy. Are human talents truly this extraordinary? We've never witnessed Senior Brother Xuandu unleash his true might. Could he be equally formidable? No, humans are inherently frail. Only Yi Xiao stands apart, this anomaly alone. The fated bird of the Yao clan's expression darkened further. His future is boundless. Should he be granted time to mature, he will undoubtedly rise as a sovereign force. In recent years, humanity has flourished steadily. Even their majesties have taken note. It is imperative I report this to both sovereigns. Xingtian the Great Wu watched blood boiling with exhilaration and burst into thunderous laughter. Excellent, 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 fierce, mighty, exactly to my liking. To challenge a Great Luo as a supreme ethereal sovereign and hold such ground is unparalleled across the entire Primordial Chaos realm. This man, I Xingtian shall surely befriend him. At the battlefield's edge, Yi Xiao and the 7th rank insectoid had exchanged countless blows. His breath grew ragged, his wounds multiplied, but his gaze remained sharp as a blade forged in celestial fire. A great Luo cultivator, truly formidable. Yet he possessed the ninefold mystic art, and its terrifying regenerative power. So long as he avoided instant annihilation, he could fight on, unbroken, unyielding. Within the 7th rank insectoid's heart, fury had curdled into wary dread. Gazing upon this golden, undying demigod of a human, this indomitable warrior who refused to fall, he felt for the first time a chilling sense of futility. I refuse to believe I cannot kill you. The 7th rank insectoid roared, his chitinous armor blazing with obsidian light, preparing to unleash his true power. Yi Xiao's eyes narrowed, his spiritual energy surged wildly, and the great Luo immortal sword trembled faintly in his grip, humming with latent power. At the very instant the insectoid's black-clad strike descended like a falling star, Yi Xiao's foot slammed down upon empty space. Golden energy from the ninefold mystic art erupted. Instead of retreating, he surged forward, twisting his body midair with impossible precision. Boom! A cataclysmic shockwave detonated beside him. Yi Xiao harnessed the violent recoil, launching himself backward like an arrow loosed from heaven's bow. His speed left only a golden afterimage in its wake. You dare flee. The 7th rank insectoid's pupils constricted, fury erupting as he realized he'd been mocked. A roar shook the battlefield to its foundations. Black destructive energy coalesced in his maw, and a beam of annihilation lanced forth, streaking toward Yi Xiao's fleeing form. Yi Xiao had anticipated it. His body blurred through rapid aerial maneuvers. The great Luo immortal sword traced arcane patterns in the air. Interwoven swordlight coalesced into a shimmering gossamer thin defense. Pang! The beam grazed his side and struck distant starfields, igniting a brilliant fiery bloom in the void. Yi Xiao rode each successive wave of concussive force, accelerating ever farther away. Within mere breaths, he vanished entirely beyond the main battlefield, slipping beyond the 7th rank insectoid's perception. Arg! Rage and humiliation convulsed his armored frame. Pursuit was now impossible. An inferno of impotent wrath seethed within his chest. His gaze snapped forward, locking onto the Primordial Chaos cultivators locked in fierce combat with the insectoid legions. If I cannot slay you, then I shall slaughter every one of your companions. Kill. With Yi Xiao's disappearance, the Primordial Chaos cultivators became the sole outlet for the insectoid's unleashed fury. Casualties mounted rapidly. The battlefield plunged into deeper carnage. No, we cannot continue like this. Full retreat, immediately. Senior friends of the Yao clan, Xingtian declared to the 2 Yao sovereigns, we shall hold this insectoid sovereign in place. Let the others withdraw first. The 2 Yao sovereigns nodded in unison, abandoning restraint, committing fully to their final desperate stand. Beyond the mortal realms, within a hidden domain veiled by shattered stars and chaotic eddies. Here the celestial winds thinned, energies churned in disarray, few cultivators dared approach. Yi Xiao suddenly materialized from the void, spitting forth a mouthful of blood. Though grievously wounded, his face broke into a triumphant grin. Ha! Exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating. Never imagined I could truly lock horns with a great Luo cultivator. Though I couldn't best him, neither could he end me. The ninefold mystic art is indeed peerless. No wonder it enables one to attain the Tao through sheer physical might. Once I ascend to the great Luo realm, I shall march straight into the core battlefield, the ultimate crucible for resources and ascension. But first I must stabilize my injuries. With that, Yi Xiao immediately took out some primordial energy to begin devouring. While others used it to enhance their cultivation, Yi Xiao directly used it to heal his wounds, which was quite extravagant. On the outskirts of the battlefield beyond the domain, the Golden Spirit Saint Mother and the Wudong Saint Mother have been searching for Yi Xiao for several decades. During these years, they traveled through many places, honing their skills while looking for any trace of Yi Xiao. However, the battlefield beyond the domain is simply too vast. Even the outskirts alone are enormous, making it impossible for even a Luo Golden Immortal to search it all in a short time. Moreover, the dangers of the battlefield beyond the domain are not limited to the insect race. There are other beings as well. The two could only search slowly. During these decades, they had not completely lost contact with Yi Xiao. Occasionally, they would hear scattered accounts from some surviving ancient cultivators. For instance, there were those who specialized in picking up scraps and others from the human race, etc. If not for these stories, both of them would have nearly concluded that Yi Xiao had perished. The Golden Spirit Saint Mother's brow was already furrowed with worry. It has been decades, yet there has been no news from Yi Xiao. Where could Yi Xiao have gone? The Wudong Saint Mother stood beside her, her expression equally grave. Sister, there is no need to worry too much. Xiao possesses extraordinary talent. If the stories we heard are indeed about him, he must have at least reached the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. Such cultivation should not pose too great a danger in the outskirts of the battlefield beyond the domain. Perhaps he is currently in seclusion somewhere, who knows. At their level, it is normal for a seclusion to last hundreds or even thousands of years. Still, the Golden Spirit Saint Mother expressed her concern, saying, I hope so, but I fear that Xiao might accidentally enter the core area, and that would be problematic. The Wudong Saint Mother fell silent at her words as she too worried about this possibility. Yet Xiao had indeed accidentally entered the core battlefield, but he had managed to escape. The two fell silent for a moment, their minds racing with thoughts. Soon they both made up their minds. We can no longer search aimlessly like this. Xiao most likely went to the core battlefield. We must set off immediately for the central battlefield. No matter how dangerous it is, we must find Xiao. The Wudong Saint Mother did not hesitate at all. All right, I will go with you. The two made their decision, gathered their energies, and prepared to fly towards the central battlefield. At that moment, not far ahead in the desolate land, a brilliant divine light suddenly erupted. The divine light shot up into the sky, piercing the heavens and the earth. The originally dim area was illuminated in an instant. An ancient, vast, and boundless aura of life slowly spread out. The Golden Spirit Saint Mother and the Wudong Saint Mother both paused in their tracks. They exchanged glances, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. What is this? What a powerful celestial phenomenon. This is the phenomenon of heavenly materials and earthly treasures appearing, and judging by the commotion, it is likely something extraordinary. The Golden Spirit Saint Mother furrowed her brow, feeling somewhat hesitant. The Wudong Saint Mother said, I didn't expect that heavenly materials and earthly treasures would also appear in the battlefield beyond the domain. This is quite rare. This treasure is not far from us, and it seems that few cultivators pass through here. We might as well go take a look. If it truly is a supreme treasure, we will have a means to reach the core battlefield. Upon hearing this, the Golden Spirit Saint Mother no longer hesitated. Let's go take a look first. If it's an ordinary opportunity, we need not linger. The Wudong Saint Mother nodded. Let's go. The two figures flashed and transformed into two streaks of light, breaking through layers of chaotic mist, swiftly heading towards the direction of the celestial phenomenon. Meanwhile, Xiao suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the north. This is the phenomenon of heavenly materials and earthly treasures emerging. There are heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the battlefield beyond the domain. Isn't this space opened up by the system? As soon as Xiao's doubts arose, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding. The battlefield beyond the domain was indeed opened by this system, but it is also a complete independent world. Its spatial extent is not inferior to that of an ordinary large world. In fact, it is even more expansive. With its perfected laws, it can naturally give birth to heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and innate spiritual roots. The battlefield beyond the domain has never been just a place of war. It is also a land of opportunities. As long as luck, strength, and opportunities are sufficient, let alone innate spiritual treasures and innate spiritual roots, it may even present the chance for sanctification. The system's words left Xiao momentarily stunned. Well, will you truly live up to your reputation, system? Does this mean that if other worlds descend in the future, they can also seek opportunities in the battlefield beyond the domain to turn the tide? This time the system did not answer his question. Whether or not it responded was no longer important. Xiao was filled with interest regarding the heavenly materials and earthly treasures that had appeared. He immediately ceased adjusting his state, instead hurrying along while digesting the primordial energy to heal his injuries, heading towards the location where the phenomenon had emerged. The appearance of this phenomenon stirred far more than just him. The area it covered was as vast as a radius of 100,000 miles, as long as one was within this region. Cultivators, insect races, and ferocious beasts could all see it clearly. Countless gazes were directed at that radiant light at the same time. In everyone's hearts there was only one thought. Opportunities. Great opportunities. In an instant, the area surrounding the phenomenon became completely fervent. Countless figures surged towards the center of the phenomenon like a tide. Cultivators from the major forces of the ancient times all sprang into action. At this moment, Tai Zhenren of the Chan sect and Guangqingzi were clearing the insect race in a particular star domain. Upon seeing the phenomenon, their eyes immediately sparkled. The sign of the emergence of an innate supreme treasure. Hurry, we must not miss it. The demon race cultivators were also stirred. One by one, the demon gods roared towards the sky, their demonic aura soaring. Even powerful members of the dragon race began to move towards this direction. Great dragons soared, their scales shimmering under the starlight. In addition, many loose cultivators, disciples from the Jie sect, and powerful beings from various ancient races and the insect race began to move towards the place where the phenomenon appeared. Their realms varied. There were Tai Zhuangxian's golden immortals and Deluo early stage and mid-stage cultivators. Even those like the Dao Xing Tianzun whom Yi Xiao had encountered earlier saw the phenomenon and silently advanced towards this direction. Many powerful beings from the insect race were also stirred. For instance, the 7th-tier insect race powerhouse who had fought with Yi Xiao after failing to encircle and kill many ancient cultivators had not returned to the core battlefield. They were currently slaughtering ancient cultivators in a frenzy to vent their anger, and during this time, many ancient cultivators had fallen at their hands. That apex 7th-tier insect race powerhouse raised its massive head to gaze into the distance, a greedy and ferocious glint flashing in its crimson eyes. Such pure energy. If I can obtain this item, I will surely be able to advance further and break through to the 8th tier. Brothers, follow me to seize the treasure. With a roar, it abandoned the ancient cultivators before it and led a large batch of the insect race army speeding towards the direction of the phenomenon. The demonic cultivators were also roused. One after another, demon deities raised their heads to roar at the heavens, their demonic aura surging skyward. Even dragon clan elders began advancing toward this direction. Mighty dragons heaved themselves upright, their scales shimmering brilliantly beneath the starlight. In addition, roaming cultivators, fellow disciples of the Jiesek tribes of the Hongjun era, and elite warriors of the insect clan all converged upon the site of the celestial anomaly. Their cultivation realms varied widely. Some were Tai Xuanxian, others golden immortals, and still others at the early or middle stages of the Deluo realm. Even Daoxing Tianzuan and his peers whom they had encountered earlier perceived the omen and advanced silently toward its source. On the insect clan's side, numerous elites were likewise stirred. For instance, the 7th-rank insect warrior who had previously battled Yi Xiao led a legion that, having failed to slay several Hongjun elders, had not yet returned to the central battlefield. Instead, they were rampaging across the land, slaughtering Hongjun cultivators in furious retribution. Many had already perished beneath their claws during this brutal campaign. That sovereign-tier 7th-rank insect monarch lifted its colossal head toward the distance. Crimson eyes blazed with raw greed and savage ferocity. Such exquisitely pure energy. If I claim this treasure, I shall surely ascend to 8th rank. My warriors, follow me to seize it. Jinling Xingmu and Wudong Xingmu, drawn by the celestial omen, had already arrived at its origin. The sight before them struck both motionless, then erupted into overwhelming radiant joy. At the heart of soil wrapped in chaotic, auspicious light stood an ancient tree, its age incalculable, rooted serenely in fertile, vibrant earth. Its trunk was rugged and time-worn, its boughs coiled like celestial dragons, its leaves bore the hue of primordial chaos, each one inscribed with flowing Taoist sigils. A gentle breeze stirred the branches, releasing resonant Tao tones. Mere hearing cleansed the mind, dispelling all distractions and impurities. Even the air within 100 meters brimmed with dense spiritual energy. A single breath brought profound ease to body and spirit, and one could almost feel cultivation progress imperceptibly. Jinling Xingmu drew a deep, trembling breath. It is the enlightenment tea tree, a true, peerless, primordial spiritual root. Wudong Xingmu's eyes sparkled with wonder. Legends say a single leaf grants instant enlightenment. Sitting in quiet contemplation for but one day equals 1,000 years of arduous cultivation. Such a spiritual root exists only in myth, surpassing even ginseng fruit's peaches of immortality and Hongjun plums. To possess it would make attaining the peak of the quasi-sage realm inevitable, and perhaps even sainthood lies within reach. Their hearts raced with exhilaration. They had merely come to investigate the anomaly, hoping at most for a stroke of fortune. None could have imagined stumbling upon such a world-defying opportunity. Yet before them lay a minor obstacle, an ancient ferocious beast, jet-black lion-like in form, yet bearing 3 heads and 6 arms, radiating violent, murderous chi. Its cultivation level stood at the apex of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. It was the guardian of this place, having long claimed the Enlightenment Tea Tree as its exclusive domain. Facing it, 2 colossal insect warriors engaged it in fierce combat. Their auras matched closely. Both were elite 6th-rank insects, their battle prowess rivaling that of a peak Tai Golden Immortal. All 3 had clearly clashed for some time. The beast bore grievous wounds and labored under unstable chi. The 2 insect warriors were likewise injured, their carapaces cracked, emerald blood spraying forth. Upon spotting Jinling Xingmu and Wudong Xingmu, both froze mid-battle. The beast and the 2 insects halted simultaneously, stunned. None had anticipated the arrival of outsiders at this moment. Jinling Xingmu's gaze turned icy. Such a primordial spiritual root shall not be defiled by beasts like you. Wudong Xingmu spoke calmly, her voice laced with unassailable authority. The Enlightenment Tea Tree belongs to the Jie sect. No sooner had the words left her lips than both women struck. Twin waves of Deluo golden immortal pressure descended like heaven's wrath. The guardian beast bound to protect the tea tree held firm, but the two sixth-rank insects recoiled in terror. Sensing the overwhelming Deluo pressure, the two insects flinched violently, and without hesitation turned to flee. But Jinling and Wudong would not grant them escape. Jinling Xingmu summoned a celestial sword, its blade quivering once, unleashing 10 million razor-sharp sword ki across the void. Each filament of sword ki pierced with lethal precision, cleaving directly toward one sixth-rank insect. Wudong Xingmu meanwhile activated a black primordial artifact, manifesting as a mountain-sized phantom that crashed down upon the other insect. Both were direct disciples of the Jie sect, cherished pupils of Tongtian Jiaozhu himself. Cultivation realms firmly anchored at the early Deluo golden immortal stage, yet combat prowess far surpassing their peers. Subduing two sixth-rank insect elites demanded no more effort than brushing away dust. Shriyik. Sword ki tore effortlessly through chitinous armor, bisecting the insect cleanly at the waist. Emerald blood gushed forth. The insect had no time even to scream before life fled its shattered form. Simultaneously, the second insect was crushed beneath Wudong Xingmu's artifact. Its massive frame collapsed instantly beneath the mountainous weight, reduced to pulp in an instant. Within moments, the two formidable sixth-rank threats lay vanquished, effortlessly eliminated. The ancient beast, though terrified, did not retreat. All three heads reared back and roared at the heavens, then lunged savagely toward Jinling and Wudong Xingmu. Beast, dare you defy us? Jinling Xingmu's expression remained detached as she moved. Swordlight crisscrossed the air within 3 or 5 exchanges. The ancient beast was pierced through the brow by her blade, its soul instantly shredded. Its colossal body slumped lifelessly near the Enlightenment tea tree, utterly still. Only the two women remained before the sacred tree. Jinling Xingmu and Wudong Xingmu exhaled in relief, faces alight with elation. At last, peace. Let us harvest the Enlightenment tea leaves swiftly, before fortune shifts. Agreed. Stepping forward, they raised their hands toward the leaves, each pulsing with Taoist sigils. At that very instant, several powerful auras descended abruptly, accompanied by twin waves of Deluo golden immortal pressure. Esteemed friends, please hold your hands. The voice trembled with excitement and edged with command. Jinling and Wudong Xingmu exchanged a subtle glance. Deluo cultivators, Hongjun natives. The two women paused, turned, and in the next breath 3 figures tore through the sky, landing steadily before them. These were none other than Lingbao Defashi and Daoxing Tianzuan, freshly escaped from the insect clan's encirclement, as well as Huanglong Zhenren, a peak Tai golden immortal. Their gazes burned fiercely upon the Enlightenment tea tree, greed and longing laid bare. The Enlightenment tea tree. The legendary peerless primordial spiritual root, a single leaf induces instantaneous enlightenment and accelerates cultivation beyond measure. Our brotherhood's fortune runs deep indeed to encounter such a root. This is a supreme karmic opportunity. Ha! As if Jinling and Wudong were invisible, the trio saw only the tree, eyes ablaze with unbridled desire. They already envisioned themselves consuming its leaves, ascending to quasi-sagehood, becoming the foremost among the second-generation masters of the Xianmen sect. Upon witnessing the scene, Golden Spirit Sage's expression instantly hardened, her gaze locked onto the two great Luo immortals' senior disciples Lingbao Dafa and Daoxing Zhenren. What is the meaning of this? Wudong Sage stepped forward, placing herself squarely before the Enlightenment tea tree, her voice icy. This treasure was discovered first by myself and senior sister Jinling, and we personally slew the guardian ferocious beasts and insect clans to claim it. This belongs to us. You would do well to withdraw, else do not blame us for taking harsh measures. Hearing this, Daoxing Tianzuan offered a faint, unruffled smile. Esteemed friend, your words are mistaken. Celestial rarities are ownerless treasures. Only those with karmic affinity may possess them. Though you arrived first, you cannot monopolize such a profound relic. Lingbao Dafa also smiled. Our respective masters are brothers, thus the Chan sect and Jie sect are naturally kin. Since we are kin, why maintain such distance? The Enlightenment tea tree is an ultimate primordial spiritual root. Just one leaf can trigger sudden enlightenment. Moreover, it bears abundant leaves. As the saying goes, he who sees shares. Surely dividing a few among our 3 senior brothers is not unreasonable. Huanglong Zhenren remained silent, but his blazing, fervent eyes betrayed his inner resolve. I have long been stalled at the threshold of great Luo immortality. These Enlightenment tea leaves are my sole path forward. I will claim them no matter what. Jinling and Wudong were incensed by such flippant remarks, demanding a share after uttering only a few light words. Ah, karmic affinity grants possession indeed. We bled and fought, clearing every obstacle. Yet you arrive effortlessly, and immediately demand division of the spoils. Where in this world does such logic hold? Wudong Sage coldly retorted, how shamelessly bold you are. How dare you speak so brazenly? No division will be granted. The Enlightenment Tea Tree belongs to the Jie sect. Withdraw while you still may. Her words caused the three Chan sect cultivators' smiles to slowly fade. Harmony. And if this sovereign insists on claiming a portion, do not forget, we stand not in the Hongjun realm, but upon the outer battlefield. As the final syllable fell, Daoxing Tianzuan and Lingbao Daoren each took a single step forward, two great Luo-level auras erupting with thunderous force pressing down upon Jinling Sage and Wudong Sage. Huanglong Jinren too unleashed his aura, poised to strike at any moment. 3 against 2, the tension snapped taut in an instant. Jinling Sage drew a deep breath, her eyes sharpening into blades of unyielding resolve. If you insist on seizing it by force, then let our true strength decide the matter. Wudong Sage tightened her grip upon her divine treasure, battle lust surging skyward. A disciple of the Jie sect fears no one. If you wish to seize the treasure, you must first pass through us. Daoxing Tianzuan's gaze turned glacial. Then, forgive us. Battle loomed inevitable. Daoxing Tianzuan struck first, summoning a sacred banner whose sweep released boundless golden light, coalescing into a celestial suppression barrier that sealed heaven and earth. Lingbao Dafa Shi invoked his immortal sword, its blade light piercing and lethal, aimed straight at Jinling Sage. Though Huanglong Jinren's combat prowess lagged slightly, he coordinated flawlessly, harassing from the flank to pin both women down. 3 against 2, the three Chan sect golden immortals besieged the two Jie sect cultivators. In that moment, sword light clashed, divine treasures collided. All were disciples of sages, their arts and techniques nearly indistinguishable in mastery. Spiritual treasures and arcane abilities abounded. Combat raged fiercely, neither side gaining ground. Of the 4 great Luo immortals present, Huanglong Jinren dared only dart at the periphery, launching intermittent disruptions to hinder the two women's movements and create openings for Daoxing and Lingbao. Though Jinling and Wudong individually surpassed each of the 3 in raw strength, facing 3 opponents simultaneously eroded their advantage. Sustaining dominance grew increasingly untenable. Moreover, they fought with restraint. The delicate relationship between the Chan and Jie sects weighed heavily upon them. They also guarded the Enlightenment Tea Tree itself, fearing its destruction by stray energy surges. Gradually, Wudong and Jinling began to falter. At this time, the investiture of the god's calamity had yet to unfold. The two sects still maintained a fragile unity under the broader Xiangate tradition, their enmity not yet openly declared. Thus, the 3 Chan sect cultivators dared not deliver fatal blows. Their strikes held deliberate restraint, aimed solely at suppression and forced retreat, unwilling to slay Jie sect disciples and ignite catastrophe. Precisely because of this restraint, the battle reached an impasse. Jinling burned with fury. Prolonging the fight risked drawing others, escalating competition beyond control. Distracted Jinling Sage caught a sword key from Lingbao Dafa Shi across her shoulder. Her chi flow ruptured, her breath staggered. Wudong Sage watched heart-clenched senior sister Jinling. She sought to rush to Daoxing Tianzuan's side, but he clung like shadow, not overwhelmingly powerful, yet maddeningly elusive, impossible to break free from. Daoxing Tianzuan, observing her distress, allowed a faint, confident smile to surface. Esteemed friends, why persist in futile resistance? Surrender the Enlightenment Tea Tree, and we shall grant you safe passage. Otherwise, mutual devastation serves no one. Lingbao Dafa Shi added coldly, though formidable, you two are no match for our trio. Be wise, depart now, sparing yourselves grievous injury. Jinling Sage gritted her teeth, her gaze unbroken, unbowed. A disciple of the Jie sect never retreats. So the Chan sect resorts only to overwhelming numbers. Will you not fear the scorn of all races across the Hongjun realm? Daoxing Tianzuan's countenance darkened. Since you cling to delusion, do not fault us for acting without mercy. He and Lingbao Dafa Shi immediately amplified their cultivation power, not to kill, but to cripple. Even grievous wounds would suffice to seize the Enlightenment Tea Tree. Jinling Sage and Wudong Sage exchanged a glance, disgust flashing between them, then resolved, even at the cost of grave injury, they would never allow the Chan sect to claim the Enlightenment Tea Tree. At that razor's edge moment, a voice broke through, unexpected and clear. Ah, second senior sister, third senior sister, what brings you here? Though soft, the voice carried unmistakably to all. Daoxing Tianzuan, Lingbao Dafa Shi, and Huanglong Jinren recoiled as one, whirling about in unison. There, stepping forth from the void, stood Yi Xiao, his azure robe billowing like wind-torn banners, his eyes alight with genuine delight. Yet the sight of blood staining Jinling Sage's shoulder, of Wudong Sage's disheveled state, transformed his expression in an instant. He unleashed his aura, peak Tai golden immortal pressure descending like a mountainous tide. The moment Jinling Sage and Wudong Sage beheld Yi Zhao's arrival, they froze, then erupted with radiant joy. Neither had imagined that the junior brother they'd searched for decades would appear before them unbidden. The pain of battle vanished, replaced entirely by elation. Even more astonishing was Yi Zhao's cultivation level. Junior brother Yi Xiao, you've reached peak Tai Golden Immortal. Wonderful. You've arrived just in time. The Three Chan sect cultivators seek to seize the Enlightenment Tea Tree we discovered first. Help us contain Hongjun. Leave the other two to us. The Enlightenment Tea is ours. No one else shall take it. Wudong Sage's voice rang out, lively, unwavering, brimming with newfound confidence. Yi Xiao nodded, gently signaling reassurance, then turned his gaze upon Daoxing Tianzuan and his companions. All three had witnessed Yi Zhao's combat prowess firsthand. Should he intervene, victory was far from certain. Even defeat loomed possible. To lose the tea and suffer humiliation would be doubly disgraceful. So without hesitation they lowered their divine treasures and greeted Yi Xiao with practiced, placid smiles. Though Yi Xiao had only reached the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, his combat prowess was terrifying, sufficient to rival ordinary Deluo Golden Immortals despite the disparity in cultivation tiers. With Jinling Xingmu and Wudong Xingmu, both Deluo Golden Immortals, by his side the odds became 3 against 3. The opposing trio possessed only 2 Deluo Golden Immortals. Not only would they gain no advantage, but they risked a crushing, humiliating defeat. Should battle truly erupt, they would not only fail to seize the Enlightenment Tea Tree, but would also unwittingly deliver its fruits to other factions arriving later, allowing them to reap the spoils unchallenged. They calculated this outcome with perfect clarity. In an instant, Daoxing Tianzuan suppressed his inner greed and was the first to retract his divine banner. Seeing this, Lingbao Dafashi and Huanglong Jinren swiftly reined in their aura and withdrew their immortal swords and treasures into their bodies. The battlefield, moments ago thick with murderous intent, fell into sudden, profound stillness. A seemingly amiable smile flickered across Daoxing Jinren's face as he clasped his hands in salute toward Yi Xiao. Ah, it is Master Yi Xiao. How little time has passed since our last meeting, yet your cultivation has advanced once more. Truly cause for celebration. You must be nearing breakthrough, must you not? Indeed, it was all a misunderstanding, Lingbao Dafashi added with a conciliatory laugh. Our two sects are after all branches of the same root. Now that Master Yi has arrived, there is no further need for conflict, lest we merely enrich outsiders. Huanglong Jinren opened his mouth slightly, but uttered nothing, his heart gripped by deep wariness of Yi Xiao. Yi Zhao's gaze swept calmly over the three, then lingered briefly upon Jinling Xingmu and Wudong Xingmu. His inner disdain for Daoxing Tianzuan's and Lingbao Dafashi's words sharp and unyielding. Their faces are truly something else, he mused inwardly. Wudong Xingmu stepped forward without hesitation, her icy gaze locking onto Daoxing Tianzuan. When the three of you surrounded my sister and me just now, why did you not speak of kinship then? Now that my junior brother has arrived, and you find yourselves outmatched, you wish to dismiss it all as mere sparring. Such convenience does not exist under heaven. Jinling Xingmu's voice followed, cold and incisive precisely. You three ganged up on us, 2 against 3, to seize the supreme primordial spiritual root first discovered by our Jia sect. If you offer no proper redress today, you shall not depart from this place. Though neither Jinling nor Wudong understood precisely why the trio feared Yi Xiao so deeply, they surmised he must have done something beyond their knowledge. Daoxing Tianzuan and his companions stiffened, their smiles frozen, their expressions awkward. Indeed, they had shown no restraint in their earlier assault. The allure of the Enlightenment Tea Tree had been overwhelming. To be confronted so bluntly now left them visibly discomfited. Daoxing Tianzuan cleared his throat lightly and pressed onward, his tone strained. We confess. We acted rashly without due consideration. We humbly beg your indulgence and ask that you bear no ill will. Indeed, Lingbao Dafashi chimed in hastily. We are all kin. Let us forego contention over the Enlightenment Tea Tree. Wudong Xingmu let out a sharp, scornful laugh. So now you relinquish your claim. Your words were quite different moments ago. Had my junior brother not arrived in time, my sister and I would surely lie grievously wounded upon this ground. At that moment, Yi Xiao raised his hand, gently placing it upon each elder sister's shoulder in quiet reassurance. Senior sisters, please remain calm. Jinling and Wudong exchanged a glance, anger still burning within them, yet they fell silent at his gesture. Only then did Yi Xiao turn his gaze fully upon Daoxing Tianzuan and his 2 companions, speaking slowly, deliberately. The 3 of you attacked my 2 senior sisters, 3 against 2, with intent to seize a primordial spiritual root. You stand unequivocally in the wrong. By strict justice, retaining you here today would be entirely justified. Their faces paled slightly, tension coiling tightly within their chests. Yet Yi Zhao's tone shifted, Subtle but decisive, however. Our three sects share one origin. When external threats loom, unity, not division, is our sacred duty. This is the extra-dimensional battlefield. En route here, I sensed no fewer than a dozen formidable auras converging upon this location. Among them dwell elite Deluo golden immortals, mid to late cultivation stage, and possibly even sovereign aspirants. Should we persist in infighting, only outsiders shall profit. Secondly, I recall clearly during my battle with the 7th-tier insectoid horde you three intervened and aided me. That kindness remains acknowledged. For these two reasons alone, I choose not to hold today's transgression against you. Daoxing Tianzuan and his companions exhaled inwardly, relief washing over them. Their greatest fear had been Yi Zhao's immediate uncompromising action. His willingness to yield was beyond their hopes. Daoxing Tianzuan hastened to declare, Master, Yi Zhao embodies supreme wisdom and magnanimity. We are profoundly impressed. Yi Zhao waved a hand, his voice level and unruffled. I have not finished speaking. While I release you from censure for your aggression, that does not entitle you to freely partake of the Enlightenment Tea Tree. This treasure was won through my sister's blood and valor, slaying both the Guardian Beast and the Insectoid Legion. From beginning to end, you played no part in its acquisition. At Yi Zhao's unyielding stance, resentment flickered once more in their eyes. Hongjun Jinren, desperate to break past the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, spoke impulsively, Master Yi Zhao, we are all disciples of the Profound Gate. The Enlightenment Tea Tree is a supreme primordial spiritual root. Its leaves number 99. Might you grant us but a few? Just one leaf would suffice me. Hongjun Jinren was likely the most impoverished among the three sects' direct disciples. Even amid the extra-dimensional battlefield's abundant insectoid resources, he remained at the very bottom. Perhaps fortune simply eluded him. Lingbao Defashi added, indeed, we ask for little. 3 or 5 leaves apiece, and we depart immediately, no further entanglement. Should Master Yi consent to share even a portion, Daoxing Tianzuan affirmed, the disciples of the Chan sect shall forever honor this debt of gratitude. A faint enigmatic smile curved Yi Zhao's lips. You have indeed crafted a masterful calculation. A single leaf of enlightenment tea can catalyze a sudden awakening and transcendence, a treasure beyond price. Do you truly imagine it would be gifted freely? Wudong Xingmu immediately concurred, my junior brother speaks truth. A fine fantasy, Jinling Xingmu added dryly. Yi Zhao lifted his hand once more, calming his sisters, then communicated with them silently via spirit voice. Senior sisters, the situation is precarious. A host of powerful cultivators approaches swiftly. If we sever ties with these 3 Chan sect disciples and engage in open combat, precious time will be lost. Once others arrive, extracting the Enlightenment Tea Tree intact will become nearly impossible. Let us concede just enough, offer them modest compensation, to secure their departure and resolve the immediate crisis. The tree bears many Enlightenment tea leaves, granting them a few is acceptable, but only at fair price. Though chagrined, Jinling and Wudong recognized the sober reality in Yi Zhao's words. This was the extra-dimensional battlefield, treacherous, volatile, teeming with elite cultivators. Should they become surrounded, even their formidable strength would struggle to safeguard the entire Enlightenment Tea Tree. In the end, both sisters acquiesced. Observing their softened expressions, Yi Zhao added, do not fret, senior sisters. Only 1 leaf per person, not a single leaf more. Should they demand more, they must barter equivalent treasures, and only after returning to their main base. Neither of you shall suffer loss. Jinling Xingmu and Wudong Xingmu's eyes gleamed. This solution was ideal. It dismissed the trio cleanly, without sacrifice. The two immediately nodded in agreement with Yi Zhao's arrangement. Yi Zhao then turned to Daoxing Tianzun and the other 3, slowly speaking. If you wish to understand the Daowei tea leaves, it is not impossible. We can offer you an opportunity. First, the 3 of you must provide appropriate compensation for the recent attack on my 2 senior sisters, whether that be spirit pills, magical treasures, or materials to make up for their losses and injuries. Second, I can give each of you 1 leaf of the Daowei tea, no more than that. Yi Zhao added, if you agree, present the compensation now, take the tea leaves, and leave immediately. If you do not agree, then we can only see the truth beneath our hands and find out who will ultimately laugh last. At worst, we can wait for the arrival of other cultivators from the wilderness or the insect race, and compete based on our abilities. As Yi Zhao's words fell, the expressions of Daoxing Jinren and the 3 changed. 1 leaf each. That is far too little. Hongjun Jinren was fine, as he only needed 1 to break through, but the other 2 had greater ambitions. What they desired was to become quasi-saints. Although the 3 teachings had not yet split, everyone knew that there was much discord among their respective masters. Thus the disciples were also in open and covert competition, vying to be the top disciple of the Zuanmen's 2nd generation. Ling Bao de Fa frowned and said, friend, your actions are rather stingy. We three have taken a step back, not competing for the Dao Tea tree, just exchanging for a few leaves, yet you only offer one. This is unacceptable. Dao Xingzhenren added, at least 3 leaves each, otherwise we cannot accept. Wu Dang Xingmu immediately coldly shouted, 3 leaves. Why don't you go and rob? Giving you one is already an acknowledgement of our shared Xianmen status. Do not push your luck. Jinling Shengmu said, if you disagree, then let's continue fighting. I want to see if the 3 of you can gain any advantage from us 3. Yi Xiao calmly replied, I have made it very clear, 1 leaf each, that is my bottom line. If you wish for more Dao Tea leaves, that is not impossible. Bring equivalent innate spiritual treasures, innate spiritual roots, or rare materials to exchange. However, the transaction can only take place after we return to the Jiejiao base. Here you can only take 1 leaf each. If you agree, proceed as I have said. If you disagree, then we will fight, or we 3 will accompany you to the end. As he spoke, Yi Xiao subtly released the aura of a peak Tai Golden Immortal, a sharp battle intent tightening the brows of the 3. Jinling Shengmu and Wu Dang Shengmu simultaneously activated their powers, summoning their magical treasures ready to strike at any moment. At this moment, the 3 truly understood that Yi Xiao would not back down. They had already wasted considerable time here. If they continued to entangle once other powerful beings arrived, they might not even get a single leaf of Dao Tea. After weighing the pros and cons, Dao Xingzhenren finally gritted his teeth. Alright, I agree. Seeing this, Ling Bao de Fa sure could only nod helplessly. Yi Xiao said lightly, first present the compensation. Without hesitation, Dao Xingzhenren took out several bottles of healing pills along with a few decent postnatal spiritual treasures and handed them to Jinling Shengmu and Wu Dang Shengmu. Jinling Shengmu checked them. While they weren't top tier, they were enough to compensate for their previous losses. She coldly snorted and casually put them away while Wu Dang Shengmu said nothing further. Seeing this, Yi Xiao turned to look at the Dao Tea tree. The tree stood over 3 meters tall, its branches and leaves a vibrant green with a faint rhythm of the Dao swirling around each leaf, exuding a refreshing fragrance. Just standing beside it brought a sense of tranquility to the mind, and one could vaguely gain insights. A glint of excitement flashed in Yi Xiao's eyes. This was a supreme, innate spiritual root, a treasure that could lead to enlightenment. Had he had this Dao Tea before, he probably wouldn't have been stuck at the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal. Now that he had the Dao Tea, Yi Xiao was absolutely confident in breaking through to the Deluo Golden Immortal. Yi Xiao waved his hand. A gentle, yet firm stream of power surged forth, gently wrapping around the entire Dao Tea tree. Yi Xiao did not directly uproot the tea tree, but lowered his gaze to the roots where soil radiating with colorful brilliance lay. This soil was the innate spiritual soil, nurturing the Dao Tea tree, also a supreme treasure. If he only took the tea tree without the spiritual soil, it wouldn't be long before the quality of the Dao Tea tree might decline. Thus, Yi Xiao's power surged again, wrapping the colorful spiritual soil within a few meters around the Dao Tea tree. Then with a flick of his finger, an ancient space ring flew out, its opening widening with a powerful suction force. This was a space ring he had temporarily exchanged from the system, containing a small world capable of storing living beings, utilizing all the war value he had previously obtained. Soon the entire Dao Tea tree, along with the innate spiritual soil at its roots, was safely stored in the mustard seed bag. Not a single leaf was damaged, nor was a trace of its spirituality harmed. Seeing this scene, the eyes of Dao Xingzhenren and the 3 were filled with envy. This was an entire supreme, innate spiritual root. Moreover, it was the Dao Tea tree, whose value far exceeded the mere word supreme, innate spiritual root. Before long, Yi Xiao stored the mustard seed bag and finally let out a sigh of relief. The Dao Tea tree was finally in his hands. Immediately after, he flicked his finger again, and 3 leaves of the Dao Tea, glistening with a rich green hue and enveloped in a subtle rhythm of the Dao, slowly flew toward Dao Xing Tianzun and the 3. 1 leaf each, handle them carefully. The 3 hurriedly reached out to receive the Dao Tea leaves. As their fingertips made contact with the tea leaves, they felt an incredibly pure rhythm of the Dao surge into their bodies, refreshing their meridians, causing their cultivation to subtly loosen. Joy immediately spread across the faces of the 3. Just 1 leaf had such miraculous effects. If they could get a few more leaves, breaking through their realms would be just around the corner. Unfortunately, Yi Xiao's attitude was firm, and they couldn't ask for more. It seems we'll have to think of a way to exchange for some treasures after returning. The thought crossed their minds, and they hurriedly bowed their hands to Yi Xiao and the 3. Thank you, Dao friend Yi Xiao, thank you both. Once we return, we will visit again. Farewell. The 3 carefully stored the Dao Tea leaves and turned into 3 streaks of light, swiftly leaving the area. Watching the 3 leave, Wu Dang Shengmu coldly snorted. They really got off easy. Jinling Shengmu looked at Yi Xiao with a smile of gratitude. Junior brother, thanks to you. Had you not arrived in time, we would have found it difficult to safely bring away the Daowei tea tree today. Yi Xiao smiled and said, we are all on the same side, no need for formality. Sisters, we should not linger here. A multitude of powerful beings will soon arrive, and we should leave quickly. As Yi Xiao's words fell, powerful auras surged one after another from all directions. In the next moment, dozens of formidable figures appeared in the surrounding void. In an instant, dozens of imposing figures materialized in the surrounding void. They were disciples from the great powers of the primordial age, along with some free cultivators arriving slightly earlier than the insect hordes. Each bore fiery gazes fixating on Yi Xiao, and the two beside him, their eyes rife with avarice and covetousness. Many had witnessed the moment when Yi Xiao harvested the Wudao tea tree. Someone murmured, what they just took appears to be a tea tree. I wonder what kind of spiritual root it is. A tea tree. Could it be the Wudao tea tree? The three of them took it away. Rumor holds that the Wudao tea tree can grant sudden enlightenment. Even a quasi-saint could benefit. Who are the three of you? Hand over that spirit root. Greedy voices rose all around as dozens of powerful figures closed in to encircle Yi Xiao and his companions. Among them were nearly 10 Deluo Golden Immortal level powerhouses. The rest were cultivators of the Tai Golden Immortal rank. Wu Dang Xingma's expression grew cold. They arrived rather swiftly. Jinling Xingma's eyes flashed with ferocity. What do you think you are? How dare you covet the Jijio's possessions? Yi Xiao remained composed, his gaze sweeping over the assembled crowd as he spoke with even calmness. I am Yi Xiao, the fourth disciple of Jijiao. Are you certain you wish to block us? Jijiao, you claim it so? Surrender the spirit root at once, or do not expect to leave, sneered a Deluo Golden Immortal, dismissing Yi Xiao's words outright. Besides, this was an outer battlefield. Even a saint's disciple might find no recourse if slain here. One by one, they readied themselves, poised to seize the prize at a moment's notice. At that moment, two formidable auras swept in from afar. Two figures strode through the void, one clasping a Fanteon seal, the other wielding a waterfire wheel, both radiating tremendous power. They were two among the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, the most formidable of them Guang Qingzi and the jocular Tai Junren. Upon arriving, they took in the sight of Yi Xiao and his companions surrounded by ravenous strongmen and briefly scanned the tense faces around them, intuiting the situation. They frowned slightly as if weighing something. Yi Xiao's eyes flickered, and he immediately sent them a transmission. Guang Qingzi, fellow Daoist Tai, please clear a path and escort my two senior sisters and me away from here. Afterward, I will present each of you with a Wudao tea leaf. My word is my bond. Guang Qingzi and Tai Junren both bristled at once. Wudao tea leaf. Could that strange phenomenon earlier truly have been the Wudao tea tree? The two exchanged a glance and saw excitement mirrored in one another's eyes. Guang Qingzi ranked among the foremost of the 12 golden immortals, perhaps the very first. He was now mid-stage Deluo. Tai Junren stood at the early Deluo stage as well. If it truly is the Wudao tea tree, I could break through to the late Deluo stage and make a more certain venture into the core battlefield, Guang Qingzi thought, then sent a confirming transmission. Junior brother, is this true? Yi Xiao, it is indeed true. Very well. In the next instant, Guang Qingzi lifted the Fanteon seal and stepped forward. I am Guang Qingzi of the Chan sect. Whoever dares obstruct junior brother Yi Xiao stands against me. Tai Junren also unleashed the aura of a Deluo golden immortal and said coldly, and I am Tai Junren. The sudden turn of events left the surrounding onlookers aghast. Indeed, they are from Jijiao. This makes things awkward. The myriad primordial cultivators paused bewildered. Seizing the moment, Yi Xiao said in a low voice, let's go. He shielded Jinling Xingmu and Wu Dang Xingmu and flew straight into the distance. Stop them. Do not let them escape. That is the Wudao tea tree. It could lead us straight to the Dao. What are a saint's disciples to us? Today we must share in the spoils, otherwise none of you will leave. Someone reacting first roared and launched the initial strike. Dozens of powerful figures unleashed a torrent of attacks that swept toward Yi Xiao and the others. Attack! Guang Qingzi roared. The Fanteon seal swelled in the wind into a towering disc dozens of zhang across and came crashing down. Tai Junren also deployed his treasure. The forces of water and fire surged across the heavens, repelling many of the incoming assaults. Yi Xiao, Jinling Xingmu, and Wu Dang Xingmu all struck in unison. Swordlight leapt from Yi Xiao's hand, scattering several strikes of Tai golden immortal caliber. Jinling Xingmu and Wu Dang Xingmu unleashed their treasures to join the fray. The five fought together against dozens of primordial cultivators, and the great battle erupted instantly. These men were not comrades, but in such a fight there were no restraints. Each blow aimed to kill. Soon some were hurled away, grievously wounded, even cut down outright. Blood stained the void and screams rose without end as Yi Xiao and his allies pushed relentlessly, their momentum unstoppable. Given the promise of Wu Dao tea leaves, Guang Qingzi and Tai Jinren struck, without mercy, pouring their strength into clearing the path. Before long, the five had carved a blood-streaked corridor through their foes, slaying a Deluo Golden Immortal and a dozen plus Tai Golden Immortals to break free of the encirclement. Leave the Wu Dao tea tree behind. Behind them, many powerful pursuers still refused to relent and gave chase. At that moment, a blood-soaked, slaughterous aura swept in from the distance. A thunderous insect cry rent the heavens. A massive host of insect clan warriors had arrived. Leading them was the 7th rank insect emperor that had earlier besieged Yi Xiao and the others of being comparable to the peak of the Deluo Golden Immortal. Without hesitation, the insect clan ordered their legions to attack every primordial cultivator present. Insects, a 7th rank emperor. Terrible, the insect legion has arrived. Flee. The pursuers' faces drained of color and chaos erupted in an instant. They could no longer afford to chase Yi Xiao and his companions and scattered in desperate flight. Yet all around them the insect armies closed in. There was almost no escape. This insect host included, besides one 7th rank emperor, 5 or 6 ordinary 7th rank warriors, an overwhelming force. Even the strongest cultivators present, only mid-stage Deluo, dared not linger. A wilder, more brutal battle erupted at once. Yi Xiao glanced at the chaos with unruffled eyes. These men had courted their own doom and could blame no one but themselves. We go, the five declared, no longer tarrying. They cut through the insect ranks like a keen arrow, swiftly tearing open a passage. They raced without pause until they were well away from the battlefield. Only after confirming the danger had passed did the group finally exhale in relief. Guang Qingzi and Tai Jinren bowed slightly to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao Daoyo, we have escorted you to safety. As for the promise, Yi Xiao smiled, flicked his fingers, and 2 Wu Dao tea leaves flew forth. Rest assured, I keep my word. Guang Qingzi and Tai Jinren received the Wu Dao tea leaves as if they were priceless treasures, their faces alight with joy. Thank you, Yi Xiao Daoyu. They then departed without further ado, no doubt to enter seclusion. Watching their retreating forms, Yi Xiao withdrew his gaze and turned to Jin Ling Xingmu and Wu Dang Xingmu, whose faces shone with exhilaration and delight. Junior brother, we have succeeded. The Wu Dao tea tree is truly ours. Yi Xiao nodded, a trace of excitement in his eyes. Senior sisters, let us return to base first. Jin Ling Xingmu, very well. Master had matters to speak with you. In the battlefield beyond the realm, the ancient wilderness stronghold stood tall. One mountain after another rose from the ground, shrouded in clouds and mist, where countless powerful auras lay hidden. Celestial light flowed, and arrays intertwined, guarding the entire stronghold, as if it were an impregnable fortress. In the air, a faint aura of killing intent lingered, a testament to years of bloodshed against the insect race. After 100 years, Yi Xiao set foot on this land once again, feeling a surge of emotion in his heart. 100 years for the practitioners of the ancient wilderness was but a fleeting moment. The layout of the stronghold had not changed much compared to a century ago. Still, the majority were the members of the Witch and Lich clans, followed by various races, and finally the 3 cultivators and disciples of the 3 teachings. However, within this vast stronghold, Yi Xiao swept his gaze, but saw not a single figure belonging to the human race. Even the lowest-ranked human practitioners were absent. The human race remained too weak. So weak that they lacked the qualifications to step into this cruel battlefield beyond the realm. They could only curl up within the ancient wilderness, struggling to survive, procreating in the cracks among the powerful. Yi Xiao sighed softly in his heart. Back then, when he first entered the ancient wilderness, he was merely one of the innate human race, with no cultivation. If not for accidentally awakening a system and being accepted as a disciple by the master of the Jia sect, he might have already turned to dust. To this day, he had already reached the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, with a physical body unmatched and strength, his battle prowess sufficient to rival that of a great Luo Golden Immortal. With the system at his side and countless opportunities, he had now acquired the extraordinary enlightenment tea tree, his wealth substantial enough to make many great Luo Golden Immortals and even Quasi-Saints envious. He had gained some confidence. It was time for the human race to truly rise. Yi Xiao decided that after meeting his master, the master of the Jia sect, upon returning to the stronghold, he would head back to the ancient wilderness. Firstly, to utilize the enlightenment tea leaves along with his own accumulation to break through his realm and strive for the position of great Luo Golden Immortal. Secondly, and most importantly, to cultivate the human race and create a path to the heavens for them. The 3 of them made their way directly to the palace of the master of the Jia sect in the battlefield beyond the realm, which was no different from the Bo Palace in the 3 realms of the ancient wilderness, a supreme symbol of the Jia sect. Master disciples Jin Ling and Wu Dang along with fourth junior brother Yi Xiao have come to pay their respects. Mother Jin Ling stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Come in. The voice of the master of the GS sect resonated as the palace doors opened automatically. Yi Xiao's heart tightened. After 100 years, the aura of my master has become even more unfathomable. It seemed to blend with the entire chaotic void without beginning or end, omnipresent. This was the might of a sage. The three stepped into the main hall of the Bo Palace. In the main hall, the gaze of the master of the GS sect fell upon them, immediately locking on Yi Xiao. Just a single glance. Within the originally calm eyes of the master of the GS sect, a storm suddenly surged. An unmistakable shock surfaced on his face. Pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal. Your cultivation has progressed so rapidly, it seems you've encountered numerous opportunities during this time. I have heard some tales of your deeds, and they are quite impressive. Hearing the words of the master of the GS sect, Yi Xiao awkwardly smiled. Master, it was all out of necessity. I wonder why Master had my two senior sisters seek me out. Mother Jin Ling and Mother Wu Dang exchanged knowing smiles. They knew that upon seeing their junior brother's cultivation master would surely be astonished. They did not know when it started, but their attitude toward this junior brother had already changed significantly. The master of the GS sect smiled and said, Good. As expected of my disciple, this rate of cultivation is unparalleled throughout the entire ancient wilderness. You have indeed not disappointed me. Yi Xiao bowed, saying, It is due to the fortune of the disciple, all thanks to Master's guidance and the assistance of my two senior sisters. No need to be humble. The master of the GS sect waved his hand, his gaze still scrutinizing Yi Xiao. I had previously noticed that your physical body is extraordinary. Now it appears I was not mistaken. Have you cultivated some body refinement technique? The master of the GS sect's words were filled with curiosity, especially about the sense of familiarity emanating from Yi Xiao, which puzzled him. Mother Jin Ling and Mother Wu Dang also looked curious. They had previously witnessed Yi Xiao confronting powerful Great Luo Golden Immortals and suspected his strength was nearing theirs. Yi Xiao secretly thought to himself, as expected. Some things could not be hidden, nor was there any need to conceal them. Yi Xiao looked at the master of the GS sect and smiled. Master, I have indeed cultivated a supreme body refinement technique. Oh, what body refinement technique could allow your physique to reach such a level? The master of the GS sect became intrigued. There were many body refinement techniques in the ancient wilderness, such as the 8-9 mystical art and the indestructible diamond technique, all of which were top tier. Yet he could sense that the technique Yi Xiao practiced was even more terrifying and ancient than these. Yi Xiao pronounced each word slowly, saying, This technique is called 9 turns mysterious art. Boom. As soon as the words fell, the master of the GS sect felt as if struck by lightning, his whole body shaking violently, the shock on his face 100 times stronger than when he first saw Yi Xiao's cultivation. 9 turns mysterious art. The 9 turns mysterious art is the technique cultivated by the primordial Father God. I only have a simplified version. How could you possess it? This is impossible. The master of the GS sect did not realize that his voice trembled slightly, and for a moment, he even began to doubt whether Yi Xiao was an illegitimate child of Pangu. The 3 pure ones were transformed from the primordial spirit of Pangu and did not possess the complete 9 turns mysterious art, yet Yi Xiao did. Was this reasonable? It was not reasonable. Yi Xiao smiled and nodded. It is pure luck for the disciple to obtain this. I have now cultivated to the peak of the 5th turn. At the 5th turn, his physical body could rival that of a Tai Golden Immortal, even stronger than that of a Great Luo Golden Immortal who did not focus on physical cultivation. The master of the GS sect looked at Yi Xiao, his gaze completely transformed. Unbelievable. He had originally thought Yi Xiao was merely incredibly gifted with abundant fortune. But he never expected that Yi Xiao would also possess the 9 turns mysterious art. With the 9 turns mysterious art, Yi Xiao's future achievements as a quasi-saint were a certainty. Moreover, there was an opportunity to prove the Tao through strength and achieve the state of Hongjun. This was a tremendous boon for the GS sect. Good. The master of the GS sect repeated the word good thrice, filled with joy. Seeing this, Yi Xiao smiled slightly, then snapped his fingers, and a stream of light flew out, landing before the master of the GS sect. Master, this is the complete technique of the 9 turns mysterious art, and the disciple wishes to present it to you. The master of the GS sect stared at the jade tablet before him in a daze, then understood Yi Xiao's intentions. Good disciple. You have this intention, and that is enough. The master of the GS sect did not refuse. I shall accept this 9 turns mysterious art. I will not let you suffer losses. For this is indeed the 9 turns mysterious art. After cultivation, his strength would also surge. Perhaps by then he could even slay a 9th-tier powerful being of the insect race. Immediately, the master of the GS sect waved his hand, and 24 pearls, each the size of a fist, perfectly round, and radiating a chaotic glow containing the power of the world floated out. 24 treasure pearls orbited the void, each seemingly bearing a vast world within itself, primordial divine treasures, and of the supreme great. Lord Tongtian smiled faintly and swept his hand. The 24 pearls descended directly into Yi Xiao's palms. Yi Xiao, these 24 Dinghai pearls were acquired by this sovereign by chance, and now I bestow them upon you. Their power is boundless, capable of both offense and defense, and even capable of manifesting entire realms. They are supreme primordial divine treasures. A tremor surged through Yi Xiao's heart. So these are the Dinghai divine pearls. He knew the Dinghai divine pearls numbered 36 in total. When assembled, they rivaled the most exalted primordial treasures, able to project the 36 realms of heaven, their might truly immeasurable. They could serve as mighty artifacts, or as sanctuaries for humanity. Without hesitation, Yi Xiao accepted them. Many thanks, Master. These Dinghai pearls still fall short of the ninefold heavenly art. They are but a minor advantage for this Master. Very well. This Master intends to study the ninefold heavenly art, so you may take your leave. Yi Xiao smiled, inwardly struck once more by Lord Tongtian's unreserved sincerity, already preparing to cultivate the ninefold heavenly art. Yet he had come to Lord Tongtian for another purpose, and immediately spoke. Master, this disciple has one further request for your aid. Yi Xiao exchanged glances with Wudong, and Jinling then continued with a gentle smile. The three of us, by rare fortune, obtained an exquisite primordial spirit root within the extratemporal battlefield. As he spoke, Yi Xiao turned his palm upward, and a single leaf of enlightenment tea appeared. This is... Lord Tongtian's pupils contracted sharply. The enlightenment tree. Indeed, the legendary enlightenment tea. A rare treasure beneath the rank of sage, its consumption could spark sudden enlightenment and elevate cultivation. Even sages derived subtle benefit from it. You three possess extraordinary karmic fortune. Saint Mother Jinling laughed. Master, this enlightenment tea tree was secured solely through our junior brother's efforts. Master, this is an enlightenment tea leaf. Would you care to accept it? Lord Tongtian waved his hand, lightly smiling. No need. Though wondrous, it bears little utility for one of my sage-level attainment. Kept in your hands, its value multiplies. You stand on the cusp of breaking through to the great Luo immortal realm. This enlightenment tea leaf will empower you to shatter your bottleneck in one decisive surge. And what then do you require of this master? Yi Xiao recounted the events surrounding the acquisition of the enlightenment tea tree, concluding, this disciple suspect's elder brother and second elder brother may soon arrive to request some enlightenment tea leaves. Thus, I humbly seek your protection. Upon hearing this, Lord Tongtian understood. Fear not, young one. Your two elder brothers would never seize what belongs to you. But such a treasure demands fair exchange. Only equivalent value shall suffice. Then many thanks, Master. Yi Xiao bowed deeply, then withdrew with Jinling and Wudong. Emerging from the Bo Palace, Yi Xiao addressed the two maidens. Senior sisters, let us each receive 10 enlightenment tea leaves. The remainder we shall trade for resources we require. What say you? Agreed. If possible, I would request several ninefold golden pills, said Jinling. I concur, added Wudong. Yi Xiao nodded slowly. Ninefold golden pills resided with Senior Lord Laozi. This could be arranged. He then handed 20 enlightenment tea leaves to the two maidens. Of the original 99 leaves, 5 had already been gifted, leaving 94 remaining. Each of the three received 10 leaves. 64 remained reserved for exchanges with the Chan sect and human sect envoys. Neither Saint Mother Jinling nor Saint Mother Wudong raised objection, trusting Yi Xiao without reservation. Having carefully stowed their 10 leaves, each the two maidens prepared to enter seclusion, when suddenly a transmission from Lord Tongtian summoned Yi Xiao back. Yi Xiao re-entered the palace, where two additional figures now stood, none other than Senior Lord Laozi and Primordial Honored One Yuanshi. Yi Xiao instantly grasped their purpose and bowed deeply. Disciple, Yi Xiao pays homage to elder brothers. No formalities required of this junior nephew, declared Senior Lord Laozi. Primordial Honored One Yuanshi cut straight to the matter. Third brother, you have taken an exceptional disciple, one who has obtained the enlightenment tea tree and exquisite primordial spirit root. Ha ha, indeed their karmic fortune runs deep. Lord Tongtian laughed heartily. Yi Xiao stands before you now. Negotiate with him yourself so long as my disciple receives fair treatment. Primordial Honored One Yuanshi nodded and smiled at Yi Xiao. Junior nephew, Yi, how many enlightenment tea leaves remain in your possession? Your elder brothers and I wish to acquire some. Yi Xiao bowed respectfully. Elder brothers, I retain a considerable number. How many would you desire? At that, Senior Lord Laozi's eyes gleamed. With a flick of his wrist, a gourd appeared in his palm. These are ninefold golden pills refined by this humble servant. Each purifies the immortal body and even a great Luo immortal gains 10,000 years of cultivation from a single pill. I offer this entire gourd of 9-fold golden pills in exchange for 5 enlightenment tea leaves. What say you? 9-fold golden pills, and an entire gourd. A gourd held precisely 10 pills. Yi Xiao accepted at once. This junior disciple consents. Primordial Honored One Yuanshi then spoke. I offer 10 inferior primordial divine treasures, 20 superior post-heavenly divine treasures, the first half of my personally founded Yuqing art of artifact forging, and 3 celestial rare fruits, the Xian apricots, in exchange for 15 enlightenment tea leaves. How does this suit you? The offer brimmed with sincerity. Yi Xiao had not anticipated such extraordinary generosity from Primordial Honored One Yuanshi. It was indeed a profound sacrifice. Yi Xiao naturally saw no reason to refuse. This disciple expresses deepest gratitude to Elder Brother 2. The transaction concluded instantly. The 2 sages' offerings were swiftly gathered by Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao immediately presented 5 enlightenment tea leaves to Senior Lord Laozi and 15 to Primordial Honored One Yuanshi. Of the original 64 reserved leaves, 44 now remained. Having received their leaves, both Senior Lord Laozi and Primordial Honored One Yuanshi wore faint smiles of satisfaction. Without lingering, they offered Yi Xiao a slight nod, then vanished as twin streaks of light, arriving swiftly and departing just as fast. This disciple thanks Master. Yi Xiao bowed again before Lord Tontian. Lord Tontian waved dismissively. This is your due. Now this master must enter seclusion. Withdraw, child. Understood. Yi Xiao, laden with exchanged treasures, rejoined Wudong and Jinling, the 2 maidens thoroughly delighted with the outcome. Senior sisters, I shall take only 1 9-fold golden pill. The rest you may divide between you. So saying, Yi Xiao drew forth a single 9-fold golden pill from the gourd. He intended to use it after breaking through to the great Luo immortal realm, to consolidate his newly attained foundation. I shall not claim the Xian apricots. I desire only the artifact forging legacy. Both maidens paused, startled. Junior brother, how can this be acceptable? The enlightenment tea tree was jointly acquired. We must share its spoils equally. This division places you at grave disadvantage. Indeed, junior brother, this is far too precious. Please choose something else. Yi Xiao shook his head, his tone sincere. Senior sisters, without your aid, I would never have obtained the enlightenment tea tree. If you feel I've gained the better end of the bargain, then perhaps grant me a few more leaves of the enlightenment tea. The 2 women exchanged a glance, then stowed away their treasures. Then we shall not decline, junior brother. 10 leaves will suffice for our needs. The rest are yours. Should we require more in the future, you may share with us again. Having spoken, they departed before Yi Xiao could protest, transforming into streaks of light and vanishing into the distance. Yi Xiao stood frozen, a warm current rising within his heart. Truly, those senior sisters, they're far too generous. Well then, perhaps one day I'll repay this immense kindness. Indeed, Wudong and Jinling had treated him with extraordinary sincerity, gifting him all remaining enlightenment tea leaves, and not a word about the enlightenment tea tree itself. The enlightenment tea tree was the true treasure, capable of yielding infinite leaves. Their kindness toward Yi Xiao seemed to transcend the ordinary bond between senior and junior cultivators. Yi Xiao shook his head and smiled faintly. Those 2 senior sisters had treated him with unparalleled warmth. It is time to return to the human race of Hongjun. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Yi Xiao's eyes. Yuanshi Tianzuan's legacy of artifact forging now served as a vital inheritance for the human race. Previously, the spatial ring he had acquired had exhausted Yi Xiao's war merit entirely. Yet during the struggle for the enlightenment tea tree, he had slain numerous insectoid cultivators, leaving him with 200,000 war merit points. 200,000 war merit points could not purchase a truly exceptional cultivation legacy, so he decided to hold off on acquiring one. Laozi's golden core Dao path bestowed by a sage would serve the human race well for generations to come. He would consider further acquisitions in due course. Calmly composing himself, Yi Xiao transmitted a farewell message to Tontian Jiaozhu. Upon learning that Yi Xiao intended to return to Hongjun to nurture the human race, Tontian Jiaozhu nodded in approval. The human race is the sovereign progeny of heaven and earth, its potential boundless. Should you encounter difficulty, send word at once. This sovereign shall stand behind you. Many thanks, master. Yi Xiao bowed, deeply gratitude swelling in his heart. With such assurance from a sovereign, his path through the Hongjun realm would be vastly smoother. Thus he took his leave of Tontian Jiaozhu. Yi Xiao transformed into a streak of light, departing the extraplanar battlefield's main encampment and entering a spatial channel, hurrying toward Hongjun. Hongjun, Kunlun Mountain, Buying Palace. Laozi the sovereign had returned to his Hongjun abode. Gazing upon Xiandu, still at the peak of the mysterious immortal realm, he found his thoughts drifting to Yi Xiao. Yi Zhao's innate talent and celestial fortune were extraordinary. In contrast, Xian Du fell far short. Compared to Yi Xiao, Xian Du was unremarkable in every respect, only now reaching the apex of the mysterious immortal realm. This stark contrast stirred for the first time a faint pang of regret within Lao Zi's heart. He regretted not having personally recruited Yi Xiao into the Rinjiao sect. Had Yi Xiao become his disciple, it would have brought him immeasurable prestige. Alas, Yi Xiao was now a disciple of the Jijiao sect. Enough. Fate and opportunity follow their own immutable patterns. Lao Zi sighed softly, turning his gaze towards Xian Du Dafa Shi. Xian Du, your disciple is present. Xian Du Dafa Shi hastily bowed low. Lao Zi flicked his finger. 3 leaves of enlightenment tea floated forth. Accept these 3 leaves. Seclude yourself in cultivation and break through your current bottleneck without delay. Xian Du Dafa Shi did not fully grasp the significance of enlightenment tea, but he knew anything bestowed by a sovereign was peerless. Immediately he expressed his gratitude. This disciple humbly thanks Master for this divine grace. Watching Xian Du's retreating figure, Lao Zi gave a gentle nod. Though Xian Du's innate aptitude was modest, his diligence and thirst for knowledge were commendable. With the aid of enlightenment tea, Xian Du's ascension to the great Luo golden immortal realm was now only a matter of time. Xian Du did not immediately enter seclusion. His heart remained with the human race. I wonder how the human race fares now, and what rank our clan chief has attained. After so many years, I remain only at the peak of the mysterious immortal realm. How long before I can shield my people? I have spent these years mastering the art of pill refinement. Once I ascend to the Tai golden immortal realm, I shall return to the human race and forge potent elixirs for our kin. Once indifferent toward the human race, Xian Du's disposition had gradually shifted under Yi Zhao's influence, retaining at the very least his roots and enduring loyalty to his ancestral people. Yushu Palace. Yuan Shi Tianzuan had likewise returned to his abode, and instantly issued a decree summoning the 12 golden immortals of the Changjiao sect. In short order: Guang, Chengzi, Chijingzi Tai Jinren, Wenshu Guangfa, Tianzuan Puxian Jinren, Zihong Daoren. All 12 golden immortals gathered without exception. Your disciples pay homage to Master. Yuan Shi Tianzuan sat serenely upon his lotus dais, his gaze sweeping over the 12 golden immortals with solemn authority, then raised his hand. Before them, countless leaves of enlightenment tea hovered suspended in midair. These are enlightenment tea leaves, capable of triggering sudden enlightenment and shattering cultivation bottlenecks. They are peerless treasures beyond measure. This sovereign expended considerable resources to acquire them. Today I bestow them upon you. To accelerate your cultivation, hasten your breakthrough to the great Luo golden immortal realm and advance toward the exalted status of quasi-sovereign. Gazing upon the floating leaves, the 12 golden immortals stared in awe. Their breaths quickened, their bodies trembling with exhilaration. Enlightenment tea leaves. They had never imagined Master had secured so many, from Yi Xiao himself. We, your disciples, gratefully accept Master's divine grace. As one, the 12 golden immortals bowed deeply, their voices thick with emotion. Especially Guang, Chengzi Tai Jinren, and 3 others. Already possessing 1 leaf apiece, they now received another, bringing genuine hope of breakthrough. Yuan Shi Tianzuan observed his disciples with quiet satisfaction. With these enlightenment tea leaves, the Changjiao sect's overall strength would inevitably ascend to new heights. Its renown upon the extraplanar battlefield would grow ever greater. He was a sovereign who prized prestige above all, yet whenever Yi Xiao came to mind, a complex expression flickered across Yuan Shi Tianzuan's eyes. Why did I not insist on taking Yi Xiao as my disciple back then? Traversing the vast expanse of the spatial channel, Yi Xiao descended steadily upon the summit of Buzhou Mountain. Gazing outward, he beheld the boundless expanse of Hongjun, yet its vastness felt strangely hushed, stripped of its former vibrancy. Countless supreme cultivators had already departed for the extraplanar battlefield. Few great masters remained in Hongjun, lending the realm an unusual stillness and spacious serenity. Yi Xiao drew a deep breath. The unique spiritual energy of Hongjun flooded his body, filling him with profound ease and peace. He had departed as a peak golden immortal. Now he stood poised to attain the great Luo golden immortal realm at any moment. His form shimmered, activating the golden light body art, and he shot toward the human race's tribal lands. Before long, the familiar sprawling expanse stretched before him. From afar, Yi Xiao perceived the tremendous transformation that had taken place among the human race. From scattered meager settlements to thriving communities spread across the foothills of Kunlun Mountain. Across Kunlun's lower slopes, tribes rose in profusion, stretching beyond the horizon. The human race had long since embraced the cultivation path. With his divine sense, Yi Xiao discerned numerous human cultivators hunting in the wild. and others immersed in secluded meditation striving to break through. Their cultivation levels remained modest, but for the human race to reach this stage required merely a few centuries. Speaking of which, these matters have little to do with him. Perhaps his greatest contribution was to enable the human race to gain the heavenly fortune of the Tao, transitioning from ignorance to civilization. And some minor planning suggestions. By saying this, it seems he has been somewhat incompetent as the leader of the human race. Nevertheless, he remains the recognized greatest benefactor of humanity. In the ancestral land of the human race, the statue of Xiao stands tall, having become a sacred site for the humans. The current human race cultivates the golden core path, unlike the innate beings. Innate beings are at least above the realm of immortals upon birth. In contrast, humans start from a lower point, with even innate humans lacking any cultivation. Since the emergence of the golden core cultivation method, humans have begun to ascend from the very bottom, refining essence into chi, refining chi into spirit, refining spirit back to void, and merging with the Tao. Ultimately, they transcend tribulations to attain the realm of immortals. To this day, the vast majority of the clansmen are still lingering in the stage of refining essence into chi, with a few outstanding talents refining chi into spirit. Even fewer are those who refine spirit back to void and merge with the Tao. Only a pitiful few thousand have reached the level above immortals, primarily consisting of members from the original 3,000 innate human race. Over the years, many have fallen, yet there are still over 1,000 remaining who represent the pinnacle of strength in the current human race. Most are wandering between the earth immortal and mysterious immortal realms, with a handful reaching the golden immortal level. However, above the golden immortal, there are none besides Yu Chao and Sui Ren. The ceiling of the entire human race rests upon these two supreme ancestral figures of the Tai golden immortal peak. In just a few hundred years, the human race has developed from a state of ignorance to a stage where anyone can cultivate, with cultivators everywhere, which is indeed a miraculous achievement. No other race could achieve such progress. This is inseparable from the terrifying reproductive ability and resilience inherent to the human race. Xiao no longer concealed his aura. The breath belonging to the peak of the Tai golden immortal swept over the ancestral land of the humans, gentle yet irresistible. What a powerful aura! Which mighty figure has descended upon our human race? Could it be an external enemy attacking? Hurry and summon the ancestors. At that moment, countless human cultivators were startled, looking up at the sky with anxious expressions. At this time, two figures flew out from the ancestral land, intending to confront Xiao. These two were indeed Yu Chao and Sui Ren. However, before they could unleash their aura, they saw Xiao's visage, and in that instant their bodies trembled violently, their faces instantly replaced with boundless excitement. Yu Chao? Sui Ren, we pay our respects to the clan leader. Xiao smiled and said, "You've worked hard over the years, rise please." Xiao raised his hand gently, and a wave of gentle force lifted the three. Yu Chao and Sui Ren had steady auras, having already reached the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal with the blessing of heavenly fortune, just one step away from the great Luo Golden Immortal. Only the Zi clan's member was slightly weaker, remaining at the peak of the Golden Immortal realm. Mainly his merits were preempted by Xiao, resulting in his slower cultivation. Clan leader, you have finally returned. Our human race has made tremendous progress in these years. Sui Ren looked at Xiao, hinting at his accomplishments. In his view, the rapid development of the human race is indeed remarkable. Yu Chao smiled and said, "Clan leader has just returned. This is not a place for discussion. Let us move to another location." Quickly, everyone arrived at the great hall of the ancestral land of the human race. Xiao directly inquired, "How is the overall situation of the human race now? Please tell me in detail." Yu Chao immediately reported, "In response to the ancestor, our human race is flourishing, with a total population now reaching a staggering 1.4 billion. The clansmen primarily reside within a radius of tens of thousands of miles around Kunlun Mountain, with no less than 100,000 tribes, large and small, mutually assisting each other, maintaining orderly relations. If we continue to develop for another 100 years, our human population will exceed 10 billion. In terms of cultivation, everyone cultivates, but there are only a few thousand above the immortal realm. However, Yu Chaos' voice paused, slightly revealing a trace of helplessness. The foundation of our human race is too thin, with insufficient depth. The time of cultivation is still short, and to this day we have not yet produced a single strong individual above the golden immortal realm. Sui Ren and I have been stuck at the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal for many years, unable to touch the realm of Great Luo." Xiao listened quietly, understanding in his heart. He had long seen the problems of the human race. There are many people, high talents, and terrifying reproduction. However, they lack resources, opportunities, and top-level Dao rhythms. Without sufficient treasures to support them, even the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal would find it as difficult as ascending to the heavens to break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal. This is something that cannot be compared with those innate deities and powerful beings of the demon race. Others are born as Golden Immortals, Tai Golden Immortals, or even great Luo beings, and often have ancient powerful inheritances upon birth. Moreover, they have accompanying spiritual treasures. And what about the human race? At birth, they only have a placenta, which is simply incomparable. The human race can only take one step at a time, starting from scratch. But now he has returned, these problems will no longer be problems. Yi Xiao smiled faintly, his tone calm. Everyone rest assured, I have returned this time for our human race. Now I have also achieved a level of cultivation, and I could break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal at any time, and I have quite a few good things. As soon as he spoke, Sui Ren and the other three gaped in excitement, exclaiming, Is the clan leader serious? Are you really going to break through to become a great Luo Golden Immortal? Yi Xiao nodded with a smile, of course. Ha ha ha, that's wonderful. Z laughed heartily. Once the clan leader breaks through, our human race will have a powerful figure to rely on. In the primordial age, a race with a great Luo Golden Immortal is considered a great race. Our human race shall rise. Sui Ren and the other three could hardly contain their inner excitement, dancing with joy. It is easy to imagine that in these years they have walked on thin ice for the sake of the human race. Now a formidable being is finally about to emerge from their clan. How could they not be happy? However, what delighted them even more was yet to come. Yi Xiao flicked his fingers and 6 leaves of the Enlightenment Tea appeared before the three. What is this? Upon seeing the Enlightenment Tea, leaves, Yu Chao, Sui Ren, and Z felt their cultivation loosen. Years of confusion in their cultivation were instantly cleared. Yi Xiao's gaze fell on Yu Chao and Sui Ren as he spoke. This is Enlightenment Tea. 1 leaf can lead to sudden enlightenment, increasing one's cultivation by tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. You two have already reached the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal, and you are just 1 step away from entering the Great Luo. You simply lack a thread of enlightenment opportunity. From today onwards, you both should regularly consume the Enlightenment Tea leaves in preparation for your breakthrough. Our human race will not only produce 1 Great Luo. Yu Chao and Sui Ren were greatly shaken, their faces revealing an incredible joy. The great Luo Golden Immortal. It was a realm they had never dared to dream of before. Thank you, clan leader. We will not disappoint you. Then Yi Xiao looked towards the Ze clan. Although Ze had the weakest cultivation, he was the busiest among them, handling most of the clan's various affairs. From the allocation of clan resources to the enlightenment of the young children, every matter related to the daily operations of the human race passed through his hands. He possessed no earth-shattering divine abilities and had no illustrious achievements to intimidate the myriad races, yet like the blood flowing through the human race, he silently maintained the stable operation of the entire clan. In the wilderness, strength is revered. However, for a clan to endure for a long time, it requires more than just courageous warriors charging in a battle. It also needs talents like Ze, who can calmly manage clan affairs and coordinate the overall situation. In the wilderness, strength is revered. However, for a clan to endure for a long time, it requires more than just courageous warriors charging in a battle. It also needs talents like Ze, who can calmly manage clan affairs and coordinate the overall situation. Ze was a congenital human with decent qualifications. Yet he had been entangled in mundane affairs and lacked sufficient resources and opportunities, causing his cultivation to stagnate and not progress for many years. Such a talent Yi Xiao would certainly not let go of. Yi Xiao waved his hand, and 2 leaves of Enlightenment Tea, along with several strands of 5th-tier insect race origin energy and 1 strand of 6th-tier elite insect race origin energy appeared before Z. This is... Z felt the immense energy and couldn't help but exclaim. Insect race origin energy, Yi Xiao replied flatly, is what I obtained from slaying countless insect race powerhouses on the outer battlefield. With no side effects, it can be directly refined to compensate for your insufficient cultivation foundation and help your cultivation progress rapidly. Thank you, clan leader. No need for such formalities. This is what you deserve. I will protect you. Now begin your breakthrough. Yes, clan leader. Ze immediately sat cross-legged and began to refine. In just a moment, Ze felt his body instantly filled with immense energy. The cultivation that had stagnated for years surged forth like a flood, breaching a dam, crashing through all obstacles and advancing wildly. Peak Golden Immortal. Early Tai Golden Immortal. Mid Tai Golden Immortal. Ze's realm soared like a rocket, showing no signs of stopping. He only stopped upon breaking through to the late Tai Golden Immortal stage. He achieved several small breakthroughs in less than 10 years. This was not due to Ze's extraordinary talent, but rather the accumulation of resources along with the effects of the insect race origin energy. Zi slowly stood up and performed the most solemn salute of the human race to Yi Xiao. Zi, thank you for your generous gift, clan leader. Yi Xiao slightly nodded, raising his hand gently to support him with a gentle force lifting Zi. You have labored for the human race for many years. This is what you deserve. No need for such formalities. Additionally, I plan to lead a group of warriors to the outer battlefield for training. Our human race can never grow into a powerful race without experiencing the baptism of war. You go gather all the remaining congenital humans in the clan, and I will help them enhance their cultivation. Yes, clan leader. Upon hearing this, Zi stood up and left. Soon over 1,000 congenital humans were gathered at the ancestral land, each looking at Yi Xiao with anticipation. These congenital humans were all created by Nu Hua, belonging to the elite of the human race. All were congenital Dao bodies, the closest existence to the Dao, making their cultivation effortless. If these individuals could grow, then the human race could truly become powerful. Most of their cultivations remained between the Earth Immortal and Mystic Immortal realms, still belonging to the weaker category among the myriad races in the wilderness. Even so, each of them held a strong sense of belonging to the human race, yearning to grow stronger and contribute their strength to the human race. Yi Xiao's gaze swept over the 1,000 congenital humans before him, and his heart stirred slightly. Without any hesitation, he immediately gestured, bringing forth all the remaining insect race origin energy he had. A total of 30 strands of origin energy, all of which were at the 5th tier, which he had no use for. Having used up all the 6th tier ones, even if there were some left now, they were not suitable for him to present. They couldn't handle it, and a careless mistake could lead to them being overwhelmed. They had not cultivated the 9 turns mystic art. 30 strands of insect race origin energy from the golden immortal realm floated before the 1,000 congenital humans. The ancestral land of the human race fell silent in an instant. All the congenital humans widened their eyes, staring at the 30 strands of insect race origin energy. In Yi Xiao's palm, their breaths momentarily halted. They could clearly feel that each energy cluster contained immense power, capable of enabling them to quickly break through their realms. Seeing their expressions, Yi Xiao slowly spoke. Fellow clansmen, we humans were born in the wilderness, grew in the wilderness, endured countless hardships, and survived life and death to have this opportunity to breathe today. Since our birth, we humans have been weak, with the myriad races in the wilderness eyeing us covetously. If we are to survive, if we wish to no longer be bullied, if we are to stand tall between heaven and earth, we must strive for self-improvement. These 30 strands of insect race origin energy are all bestowed upon you for you to refine together. Once you all break through, this clan leader will lead you to battle in the outer battlefield, contributing powerful strength to the true rise of our human race. Do you dare? As his words fell, a dead silence enveloped the scene. But the next moment, a thunderous cheer erupted. Clan leader, we dare. The human race shall rise. Since their inception, and since they gained consciousness, they had been anticipating a stronger clan. The human race must strive for self-improvement. Very well. In that case, you all begin refining the origin energy. As Yi Xiao's words fell, over 1,000 humans began refining the dozens of strands of origin energy simultaneously. Boom! Over 1,000 congenital humans simultaneously felt an incomparably vast pure energy surge into their bodies. That power was like a boundless ocean, rapidly filling their limbs and bones, meridians and dantians. 5th-tier insect race origin energy, even when divided among them, could enable them to break through rapidly. The previously weak cultivation of the 1,000 humans began to soar wildly at this moment. The clan members at the early Earth Immortal stage instantly broke through to the mid and late Earth Immortal stages, charging straight to the Heavenly Immortal realm. The clan members at the early Heavenly Immortal stage had their bottlenecks easily broken through, rushing straight towards the Mystic Immortal realm. Meanwhile, the humans at the Mystic Immortal realm had already started to assault the barriers of the Golden Immortal realm. The signs of numerous breakthroughs caused the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to wildly converge towards the ancestral land of the human race, forming visible spirals of spiritual energy, sweeping in all directions. One by one, the congenital humans closed their eyes to refine. They could clearly sense that their cultivation was rising at an astonishing speed. The realms that had been difficult to advance due to a lack of resources over the years began to break through continuously under the nourishment of the insect race origin energy, like bamboo shoots after a rain. Time flowed by slowly. Unbeknownst to how long it had been, a member of the clan suddenly opened his eyes wide, a powerful aura erupting from his body, a pressure belonging to the golden immortal realm sweeping across the surroundings. I have achieved golden immortal. The innate human was trembling with excitement, raising his head to the sky and roaring, his voice filled with exhilaration. Golden immortal. The first true golden immortal of the human race had appeared. And with this individual's breakthrough, more and more innate humans successfully broke through and reached the golden immortal realm after refining their source energy. In the end, among the 1,000 humans, a full 10th had broken through to the golden immortal realm. Most of the remaining clan members had also reached the peak of the celestial immortal realm, with quite a few attaining the mystic immortal level. With the cultivation levels of over 1,000 innate humans significantly improved, their overall strength had increased by hundreds or even thousands of times. However, these advancements were not enough for them to feel proud, as their power remained insignificant in the vast wilderness. Yet with their current realm, Xiao felt a little more confident in leading them to the battlefield beyond their realm. If time had not been pressing, he would never have brought the current humans to the outer battlefield. After all, the survival environment there was far more brutal than in the wilderness, where even golden immortals were mere cannon fodder. For those below golden immortal, survival was a difficult challenge. However, there was still some time left. For a clan to endure in the long run, it required not only powerful strength, but also a complete inheritance. For example, inheritances related to their own forging, alchemy, formations, and so on. Xiao obtained half of the Jade Void forging inheritance from the Primordial Celestial Venerable and directly passed it to the innate humans so they could pass it on to the talents within their clan. Having completed all this, Xiao should also focus on his own matters. He had previously been unable to break through, but now, after accumulating for a while, and more importantly with the divine object of enlightenment leaves, he felt quite confident. Now that the human race was gradually getting on track, he could finally close himself off and strive for a higher realm. Without hesitation, Xiao's figure flickered and left the ancestral land of the human race. A year later, Xiao arrived at the east seashore, crafted a cave dwelling, and then began his seclusion. A piece of enlightenment tea leaf was held in his mouth, while his entire being was enveloped by mysterious Tao fortune. In an instant, Xiao's comprehension and affinity for the laws increased dramatically, and he soon entered a state of sudden enlightenment. Time passed silently. On the path of cultivation, the great Luo Golden Immortal transcends the 3 realms existing outside the 5 elements, and even surpasses a portion of the River of Fate, possessing endless longevity. Below, the great Luo Golden Immortal One can only refine spiritual energy into magical power for use, and can only roughly comprehend the laws. The great Luo Golden Immortal, on the other hand, possesses the qualification to utilize the laws. The degree of comprehension of the laws determines the might of a cultivator's supernatural powers, which in turn dictates the cultivator's combat strength. Upon reaching the Quasi-Saint realm, one achieves mastery over the application of the laws. And the saint is the one who controls the laws. Thus it is said that beneath the saint all are but ants. To break through to Great Luo, one must condense the 3 flowers atop the head. The blooming of 3 flowers is the minimum standard. If one does not encounter great opportunities in this life, they may forever be stuck at Great Luo. The blooming of 6 flowers is a common occurrence among beings in the wilderness and can lead one to the Quasi-Saint realm, although reaching the peak is difficult. The blooming of 9 flowers symbolizes genius, and the peak of Quasi-Saint is not their endpoint. But the blooming of 12 flowers indicates the potential to become a saint. The time in the wilderness is long and endless. Of 50 years are but a fleeting moment. Within the ancestral land of the human race, 2 powerful auras simultaneously rose. Sui Ren was surrounded by swirling flames, and the innate divine fire transformed into a towering fire pillar. Within the flames lay endless vitality and destructive power. That was the civilization fire belonging to the human race, the fire of inheritance, and also the fire of destruction belonging to the strong. Yu Chao manifested a phantom around him, that of an ancient and sturdy nest layered and sheltering the beings of the human race. His aura was as steady as a mountain, like an ancient pillar constantly rising and growing stronger under the nourishment of the source energy. Both were in seclusion, and 60 years had already passed. Both individuals had deep foundations and had long reached the critical point of breakthrough. Coupled with the enlightenment tea leaves bestowed by Xiao, they could comprehend the laws and gain insights into the great path. Now breaking through was a matter of course. At the moment of the powerful aura erupting, the signs of the great Luo Golden Immortal appeared above their heads. The 3 flowers atop the head. The blooming of 6 flowers represented a normal standard with the potential to enter the Quasi-Saint realm in the future. As the 3 flowers fully bloomed, the aura they emitted became even more powerful. The overwhelming pressure caused the humans within the entire ancestral land to instinctively prostrate themselves on the ground. After the initial shock, these humans began to rejoice. Great Luo Golden Immortal. We have a member of the human race who has broken through to Great Luo Golden Immortal. It must be several ancestors. Our human race has risen. Suiren successfully broke through. He became the first Great Luo Golden Immortal powerhouse in the history of the human race. Simultaneously, Yu Chao closely followed, and also successfully broke through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. In 60 years, the human race had given birth to 2 Great Luo Golden Immortals. When the 2 Great Luo Golden Immortals soared above the human race, the entire human race erupted in fervor. Great Luo Golden Immortal. It is the ancestor Sui Run and the ancestor Yu Chao. They have broken through. Both ancestors have achieved Great Luo Golden Immortal. Our human race also has a Great Luo Golden Immortal now. Our human race has finally risen. Countless humans emerged from their abodes looking to the sky and cheering, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Once in the eyes of the myriad races in the wilderness, the human race was but an insignificant existence, unworthy of even carrying the shoes of some powerful beings forced to struggle for survival in the cracks. But now, the human race has finally produced a Great Luo Golden Immortal. Although not the strongest, they have gained the qualification to stand shoulder to shoulder with the myriad races. The human race is no longer that weak group that can be bullied. The entire human gathering place resonated with cheers that echoed through the heavens and the earth. At this moment, the fortunes of the human race erupted like a volcano, surging wildly, a golden dragon of fortune spiraling above the human race, its scales clear, exuding an overwhelming might, attracting the attention of the entire wilderness. Across the vast lands, countless powers and myriad races felt the surging fortune and powerful aura of the human race at this moment. In the East Sea, within the lair of the dragon clan, Zhu Long opened his eyes, a hint of surprise flashing in his gaze. The human race. That weak clan has actually produced a Great Luo Golden Immortal. The fortune of the human race is indeed formidable. Even such a weak human race has begun to rise, while my dragon clan is to be eternally tormented by the karma of heaven. Alas! In the Western teachings, the guiding figure murmured, the fortunes of the human race surged so greatly, truly deserving of being the next destined protagonist. In the outer battlefield within the great base of the wilderness, Nu Hua and Laozi opened their eyes, almost simultaneously, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within, and their auras seemed to grow stronger at that moment. Someone from the human race has broken through to Great Luo, and their fortune is surging. Could it be that brat Yi Xiao? That innate human? At this moment, all the myriad races of the primordial world turned their gaze toward the direction of the human race. Could it be that this almost inconspicuous race has produced a Great Luo Golden Immortal? And not just one, but 2 appearing at once. No, I must also go to the battlefield beyond the domain. I've heard that breaking through there is as simple as drinking water. Because of the birth of 2 Great Luo Golden Immortals, the human race officially stepped into the sight of the myriad races in the primordial world. The human race is about to step onto this grand stage of the primordial world. On the shores of the East Sea, Yi Xiao, who was in seclusion, felt the surge of fortune for the human race. As the leader of the human race, he benefits the most from this surge in fortune. Fortune is an enigmatic thing, though without it, even drinking water could lead to choking. However, when fortune is abundant, even urinating by the roadside might yield a congenital spiritual treasure. Yi Xiao is experiencing such a situation at this moment. In the past 50 years, he had consumed 3 pieces of enlightenment tea leaves, but failed to break through the barrier of his realm. Yet in this instant, countless pieces of information flooded into his mind, illuminating previously unclear areas. The Great Luo Golden Immortal is within reach. Break for me! Yi Xiao roared, instantly shattering the barrier of his realm. Crack, boom. A terrifying, vast, and domineering aura far surpassing that of the legendary Suiren and Wu Chao erupted wildly from Yi Xiao. This aura is not that of a peak Tai Golden Immortal. It is the true aura of a Great Luo Golden Immortal. With a single step, the heavens and earth changed color. Yi Xiao's aura surged at an astounding speed, breaking through the barrier of the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm with unstoppable momentum. Above the East Sea, endless spiritual energy was stirred by this terrifying aura. 1,000 miles, 10,000 miles, 100,000 miles, 1,000,000 miles. The spiritual energy of the entire East Sea gathered frantically toward Yi Xiao's location as if summoned by him. On the surface of the sea, enormous spiritual energy tornadoes were being whipped up. In the sky, the clouds rolled, forming giant spirals of spiritual energy. Endless spiritual energy surged into Yi Xiao's body like a flood breaking through a dam. He was like an endless abyss, crazily devouring all surrounding energy. Such a terrifying phenomenon in the heavens and earth naturally caught the attention of the powerful beings in the area. Deep in the East Sea, a pair of enormous eyes suddenly opened. Zhu Long frowned slightly, his gaze piercing through layers of space, landing on the place where Yi Xiao was in seclusion. How is it again, the human race? This human race is truly favored by the heavenly Tao, unexpectedly producing yet another Great Luo Golden Immortal. A clan with 3 Great Luo, isn't that quite a significant force in the entire primordial world? Zhu Long's eyes flickered with a hint of frustration. Not long ago, he had sensed the birth of two great Luo golden immortals among the human race. This had already surprised him, but to think that so soon another human would be on the verge of becoming a great Luo. How majestic the dragon race was back in the day. But now the dragon race was suffering from the erosion of the heavenly Daos karma. They were not only unable to break through their realms, but were also forced to constantly expend their magic power to resist the heavenly Daos karma. This was extremely painful, and more painfully they could not break through. As long as the heavenly Daos karma existed, they would be tormented every day. Now many in the dragon race could not withstand the pressure and had fallen, leaving only a few small cats, no longer the powerful race of the past. This only deepened his curiosity about the human race. Zhu Long, brother of the ancestral dragon, had existed since the birth of the primordial world, and his cultivation was at the peak of Croissant. He had lived through endless ages, witnessing the rise and fall of countless races. But a race like the human race, which suddenly rose overnight, giving birth to great Luo consecutively, such terrifying fortune made Zhu Long ponder. Suppressing his curiosity, Zhu Long continued to watch. He wanted to see how many blooms this human race could produce. At this moment on the shores of the East Sea, Yi Xiao's aura boiled, the laws resonating thunderously. After breaking through to the great Luo Golden Immortal, he did not stop, but instead began to consolidate the mark of the great Luo Golden Immortal. 3 flowers atop the head. Upon reaching the great Luo Golden Immortal, one must gather the 3 flowers at the crown. The 3 flowers symbolize the past, present, and future. The past has passed, and one should not cling to the old. The future has yet to come, so one should not be lost in illusions. The present moment should not be trapped in dust. When the 3 flowers unite, the past, present, and future merge into one, allowing one to truly step outside the 3 realms, not bound by the 5 elements, not falling into reincarnation, and becoming eternal and indestructible. Yi Xiao's mind became tranquil. With the dual enhancement of massive spiritual energy and the fortune of humanity, the top of his head began to change gradually. First, a faint flower shadow slowly gathered. That was the flower of the past. It recorded the footprints of his journey battling the insect race and protecting the human race. Everything in the past was the foundation of his path to enlightenment. Next, the second flower shadow appeared, representing the flower of the present. Finally, the third flower shadow rose, representing the future. The 3 flowers gathered at the crown, the past, present, and future, merging into one, indistinguishable from each other. After the 3 flowers appeared, the petals began to bloom. 3 grades, 6 grades, 9 grades. It still did not stop. The petals continued to unfold, releasing a rich power of the laws. At the moment when the 12th petal slowly unfolded and completely bloomed, the entire East Sea trembled. Boom! In that instant, Yi Xiao seemed to become the center of the universe. Countless spiritual energies surged wildly, as if in a pilgrimage. Deep in the East Sea, Zhu Long's enormous eyes suddenly contracted, and a storm surged within his heart. 12 grades. This person actually bloomed at 12 grades. In the primordial world, every individual who bloomed at 12 grades was undoubtedly a congenital divine being, or various powerful entities. For example, the Eastern Emperor Tai Di Jun, the 12 ancestor witches Zhen Yuan, Zihong Yunming, He Kuanpeng, these top-tier powers, super existences at the peak of Croissant. Even more so, there are the saints of the primordial world, and the weak human race actually has such a genius. He once again envied the fortune of the human race. This person possesses overwhelming fortune. He is likely the leader of the human race with an immeasurable future. There are insect races in the battlefield beyond the domain with boundless opportunities. Perhaps there will be a chance for him to achieve sanctity in the future. We, the dragon race, have been trapped for too long. We must find a way. The human race's fortune is soaring, and this person is exceptionally gifted. If I align with the human race, perhaps our dragon race will also turn our fortunes around. To befriend. I must befriend this person. A resolute thought suddenly arose in Zhu Long's heart. His gaze toward Yi Xiao transformed from initial surprise and curiosity to anticipation. With the 12 grade, 3 flowers blossoming atop Yi Xiao's head, the roar of the great path resonated, and his aura completely stabilized at the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Moreover, he was among the most elite of the great Luo Golden Immortals, far beyond the recently broken through Swearin and Wuchao. He also possessed the 9 revolutions mystic art, doubling his combat power. Now he was confident to battle against the peak of Great Luo without falling behind. Even if he were to face defeat, at the very least, he would not fall. Yi Xiao did not immediately exit his seclusion. Instead, he took out a 9 revolutions golden pill to consolidate his cultivation first, as he did not mind taking a bit more time. This 9 turns golden core is one of the items obtained by the sage in exchange for enlightenment tea, sufficient to consolidate his cultivation. Yi Xiao inhaled deeply, and the 9 turns golden core flew directly into his mouth. The golden core melted instantly upon entering, an indescribable pure medicinal power swept through his limbs and bones, surging into his Danshan's Qi Si. A year later, Yi Xiao's cultivation was completely stabilized at the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Meanwhile, the Candle Dragon had been waiting for Yi Xiao in the East Sea for a year. As Yi Xiao emerged from his seclusion, preparing to return to the human race, the voice of the Candle Dragon suddenly rang out. "Congratulations, young friend, on advancing to Great Luo. Flowers bloom in 12 grades, and the future is promising. I am Candle Dragon, having been dormant in the East Sea for countless years. Today, seeing your exceptional fortune, I wish to make your acquaintance. I wonder if you have the courage to visit my dragon palace in the East Sea." Hearing this, Yi Xiao was shaken. Candle Dragon, the brother of the ancestral dragon from Legends. A peak Quasi-Saint wishes to befriend a Great Luo Golden Immortal like me. Yi Xiao was somewhat puzzled, but not afraid. He then cupped his hands towards the East Sea and said, "So it is the esteemed Candle Dragon. I am Yi Xiao, the 4th disciple of the Tongtian sect master. I greet you, esteemed elder." Young friend, you are indeed a disciple of a sage. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions towards you. The voice of the Candle Dragon echoed once more. Yi Xiao nodded, saying, "Since the elder has invited me, how could I refuse?" With that, Yi Xiao's figure flashed, and he plunged into the East Sea. Although he was underwater, the deeper he sank, the denser the spiritual energy became. Soon Yi Xiao discovered a dragon palace spanning the seabed, quietly suspended in the deep sea. The dragon palace was constructed entirely from deep-sea cold jade and colorful corals, with luminous pearls hanging from the eaves, illuminating the dark depths of the sea. Yi Xiao restrained his aura and stepped towards the palace's grand door. "Young friend, Yi Xiao, please enter." The Candle Dragon's voice came from deep within the palace, carrying a penetrating power that clearly reached Yi Xiao's ears. Immediately, a rainbow bridge appeared before Yi Xiao. He stepped onto the rainbow bridge, and in the blink of an eye entered the dragon palace. The Candle Dragon transformed into a human form, smiling at Yi Xiao, his aura mysterious and unfathomable. Yi Xiao slightly bowed and said, "I am Yi Xiao, I greet you, esteemed Candle Dragon." After speaking, Yi Xiao raised his head to examine the other party. The Candle Dragon was a peak Quasi-Saint, just a step away from becoming a sage. Yi Xiao could not see through the Candle Dragon's realm, but he sensed something unusual about him. Could this be the karma of the heavenly Dao? The Candle Dragon said, "Young friend, there is no need for excessive courtesy. Oh, please sit." Yi Xiao did not decline, and directly sat on a throne, calmly meeting the Candle Dragon's gaze without flinching. The Candle Dragon secretly nodded. A Great Luo Golden Immortal facing him, a peak Quasi-Saint, could remain so composed and stable. Truly worthy of being a disciple of the Tongtian sect master. He was indeed someone the Candle Dragon had set his sights on. "Young friend, with your flowers blooming in 12 grades, the human race has even produced 3 Great Luo Golden Immortals. It is truly astonishing." "You flatter me, esteemed elder," Yi Xiao replied politely. "I am merely fortunate." The Candle Dragon fell silent for a moment, a hint of envy flashing in his enormous dragon eyes. Yi Xiao accurately captured this envy. What exactly does the Candle Dragon want? Could it be that he simply wishes to befriend me? Yi Xiao pondered, unable to guess the Candle Dragon's intentions, so he straightforwardly asked, "Esteemed Candle Dragon, is there something else you wish to discuss?" Upon hearing this, the Candle Dragon immediately spoke, his voice heavy. "Young friend, as a disciple of a sage, you must know the past of my dragon clan. In the beginning, when the world was created, the ancestral dragon emerged, ruling over countless scales, dominating the 4 seas and 8 desolations. The Dragon Clan was the first clan of heaven and earth, suppressing all beneath the heavens. No one dared to oppose us." Yi Xiao listened quietly, not interjecting. He was well aware of the glory of the ancient Dragon Clan. Before the great calamity of the Dragon Phoenix and Qilan clans, the Dragon Clan rampaged across heaven and earth, governing the 4 seas, their fortune at its zenith. Even the gods and demons of the heavens, including the 3 purities, had to retreat. However, to rise to the extreme is to decline. Such is the law of heaven. The Candle Dragon sighed deeply, and faint traces of dark energy emerged from his dark golden scales. In the Dragon and Phoenix calamity, the Dragon Clan suffered severe injuries. The ancestral dragon perished. Countless clan members died. Since then, my Dragon Clan has been entangled by the karma of the heavenly Dao, unable to free ourselves for eternity. As he spoke, the aura surrounding the Candle Dragon grew heavy, and the strands of dark energy made him appear somewhat pained. This is the karma of the heavenly Dao, which constantly erodes the foundation, cultivation, and fortune of the Dragon Clan. Yi Xiao feigned surprise, his brows slightly knitted. He knew full well about the karma of the heavenly Dao, and it affected not just the Dragon Clan, but also the Phoenix and Qilan clans. However, he did not understand the Candle Dragon's purpose in telling him all this. Did he want him to resolve the karma of the heavenly Tao for the Dragon Clan? Yi Xiao expressed, "I cannot accomplish such a task." He slowly nodded, saying, "I did not expect the karma of the heavenly Tao to be so formidable." "It is not just formidable," the Candle Dragon said with a bitter smile, continuing, "For countless years, whenever a member of my Dragon Clan breaks through in cultivation, they are invaded by this karma. The lightest case results in a regression of their cultivation, while the worst leads to the destruction of their souls. Even I, at the peak Quasi-Saint level, am constantly entangled by the karma of the heavenly Tao, my Tao heart, not pure, and my path obstructed." As he spoke, he slowly raised his dragon claw, revealing that the black karma coiled around his claw, like a parasitic worm impossible to shake off. "Though my cultivation seems formidable in truth, I am enduring the erosion of this karma every moment. Over time I can withstand it, but the younger members of my dragon clan may not be able to. If this continues, I do not know how many years will pass, but perhaps my dragon clan will also face extinction, disappearing completely from the world." Listening to the Candle Dragon's words, Yi Xiao became increasingly certain of his guess. It seems the Candle Dragon intends to cast a wide net. Perhaps it will be useful for the Dragon Clan. However, I do have a bold idea. Yi Xiao felt a surge of excitement within. The human race is the third protagonist of heaven and earth. In the original heavenly calamity, the human race was at the core, with overwhelming fortune. Although the arrival of the alien insect race has drastically changed the pattern of calamity, the human race's position as the protagonist has not been stripped away, and their fortune remains immense. As for the Dragon Clan, although they are entangled by karma, their sunset is approaching, they are still stronger than the strongest horse. Within the Dragon Clan, there are not only the Candle Dragon of Peak Quasi-Saint, but also several Dragon Kings of the Great Luo Golden Immortal level, with formidable physical bodies and combat power far exceeding that of same-level cultivators. Now that the human race has just risen, its foundation is still shallow, and it may be difficult to achieve anything significant on the alien battlefield. If they can bind the Dragon Clan and human race together, the human race will effectively have an absolutely reliable ally on the alien battlefield. More importantly, he thought of a way to resolve the Dragon Clan's karma of the heavenly Tao. Celestial karma, a punitive force imposed by the heavenly Tao itself. In contrast stands celestial fortune, the Tao's reward. One bestows, the other condemns. The Dragon Clan, by guarding the four seas, has long acquired a meager share of celestial fortune, just enough to partially resist the corrosive weight of celestial karma, yet insufficient for full mitigation. Yet if sufficient celestial fortune were attained, celestial karma could be entirely dissolved. Yi Xiao grasped this truth, and his heart stirred with quiet exhilaration. In his past life, the Dragon Kingdom was revered as the progeny of dragons. Yi Xiao had borne an innate affinity for the Dragon Clan since childhood. Thus, he resolved to attempt the unthinkable, elevating the Dragon Clan to the status of humanity's sacred totem. Thereby, the Dragon Clan would partake in humanity's sovereign fortune, the boundless celestial fortune of the heavenly Tao's chosen protagonists, using its overwhelming potency to shield against and gradually dissolve the erosion of celestial karma. Their fates would intertwine. Prosperity, shared ruin born together. For the Dragon Clan, this path offered liberation from despair and a lifeline to survival. For humanity, it meant unprecedented strength, an ascent forged in celestial alliance. A mutual triumph, win-win in every sense. And with Zhulong's intent laid bare, Yi Xiao felt no hesitation, no restraint. He spoke slowly, voice calm, yet resonant. Venerable elder, celestial karma is indeed among the most intractable forces in heaven and earth. Once entwined, it binds one across 10,000 eons, unbreakable. Yet, venerable elder, have you ever considered that though formidable celestial karma is not absolute, there exists within heaven and earth a force uniquely suited to subdue it, to neutralize its corruption? At these words, Zhulong's colossal form shuddered violently. His immense dragon eyes blazed forth with incandescent light, locking onto Yi Xiao with unwavering intensity. "Young friend, do you speak true?" His voice trembled, not with doubt, but with raw, ancient longing. For eons beyond count, he had endured its torment. His entire clan had languished under its curse, hope long extinguished. He had approached this meeting merely as a final desperate trial, never imagining Yi Xiao held an actual solution. How could such revelation fail to ignite his soul? Yi Xiao nodded solemnly. "This junior dares not deceive the elder." "Truly solvable." Zhulong pressed urgently. "What is the method?" "I would pay any price. Anything. So long as it lifts this burden from my clan. To save his people, he would surrender all." Yi Xiao shook his head gently. "Elder, no price is required." Zhulong recoiled. "That cannot be. Should you truly dispel celestial karma, the Dragon Clan shall serve you without reservation." A faint smile touched Yi Xiao's lips. He had anticipated precisely this response. He continued, voice steady and clear. Venerable Elder Zhu Long, celestial karma is the heavenly Tao's judgment. Its counterbalance, therefore, must be celestial fortune itself. You know well that the Dragon Clan's vigil over the Four Seas lessens the encroachment of celestial karma there, far more than upon the mainland. Am I correct? Zhu Long's eyes gleamed with sudden acuity. Indeed. Precisely so. Young friend, do you propose using fortune to dissolve karma? But how vast a reservoir of fortune would that demand? Yi Xiao shook his head lightly. Elder, fear not. Tell me, how do you perceive humanity? Zhu Long suppressed his impatience. Humanity's fortune surges like a cosmic tide. Yet what bearing does that hold for my clan? Even if fortune can dispel karma, it remains humanity's alone. And what if I grant your clan access to that very fortune? Yi Xiao asked calmly. Zhu Long fell silent, deep in contemplation. Young friend, I confess I remain unclear. Yi Xiao, perceiving his hesitation, cut straight to the heart. Elder, my proposal is simple. Let the Dragon Clan become humanity's sacred totem, its spiritual kin, its honored kinship within the human fold. As the sages declared, humanity is ordained by heaven as the sovereign protagonists of the cosmos. Once the Dragon Clan assumes this totemic bond, it shall share fully in humanity's protagonist fortune. With humanity's boundless oceanic fortune, the Dragon Clan shall not only withstand the corrosion of celestial karma, but gradually over time dissolve the eons-old chains binding them. Moreover, drawing upon humanity's fortune, your clan may ascend to loftier realms, beyond even its former glory. Even you, Elder, may strive toward sagehood itself. With external threats now emerging and untold opportunities blooming upon the extraplanar battlefield, the path to sagehood may yet open anew. By joining humanity and becoming its totem, every dragon may cultivate in peace, free from the dread of karmic backlash, and restore the splendor of antiquity. And humanity, strengthened by the Dragon Clan's might, shall rise swiftly, unstoppable. Thus united, thriving as one, falling as one. The Dragon Clan will not perish, but soar anew upon humanity's fortune, ascending far higher than mere survival amid slow decay. Yi Xiao's voice remained unhurried, yet each word struck like a celestial hammer, resonating deep within Zhu Long's spirit. Silence followed, profound, heavy, irrevocable. Zhu Long's massive frame trembled faintly. Light flickered in his ancient eyes, weighing pride against preservation, dignity against destiny. Eons of stubborn resolve clashed fiercely with this singular luminous path to salvation. As a paragon sovereign on the cusp of sagehood, he too yearned for transcendence. Though sagehood traditionally demands the primordial purple chi who could declare with certainty that no other path exists. He desired sagehood. He longed for his clan's resurgence, freedom from the suffocating grip of celestial karma. Time flowed on, while Yi Xiao waited still and certain. He knew Zhu Long would consent. Refusal would condemn the Dragon Clan to subservience. Mere vassals of the celestial court, as summoned at whim, dismissed without cause. During the Western Journey cataclysm, not even a single great Luo golden immortal would remain among them, a fate Zhu Long could never accept. Of course, the future chaos of Hongjun may no longer host such cosmic cataclysms. Perhaps these grand tribulations are but the personal machinations of Hongjun himself. No one knew how long the silence lasted. At last Zhu Long raised his head, gazing upon Yi Xiao, voice hoarse with exhaustion and fragile hope. Young friend, can you truly guarantee that should the Dragon Clan become humanity's totem, celestial karma shall be lifted? He had wavered. A surge of triumph rose within Yi Xiao. He knew at last it was done. With grave solemnity he pledged, Elder, rest assured. I am 90% certain. Unspoken was the truth. Even if fortune proved insufficient, he possessed another recourse, his system. When faced with the unsolvable, he need only consult it. If necessary, he could even purchase a solution outright. Very well. Since you hold such confidence, I harbor no further doubt. I hereby pledge to lead the Dragon Clan into humanity's fold, as its sacred totem. Yet I impose one condition. Yi Xiao replied, Elder, please speak. Upon joining humanity, the Dragon Clan shall stand as equals, never subordinate, always loyal allies, unshakable in fidelity. Excellent. Seizing the moment, Yi Xiao immediately swore a heavenly Tao oath. Heaven above bears witness. I, Yi Xiao, Patriarch of humanity, vow this day, should the Dragon Clan join us, as our sacred totem, our two peoples shall be eternally bound, faithful, inseparable, unbroken. Should I break this vow, my Tao heart shall be clouded, and my cultivation shall forever stagnate. The heavenly Tao's oath once spoken brands the void. As Yi Xiao's words fell, two thunderous roars resonated through the air, the heavenly Tao responding. If the oath is violated in the future, the heavenly Tao shall impose punishment. Buzzed, the Zhu Long gazed at this scene, emotions surging in its enormous dragon eyes. Then it began to establish the Heavenly Tao's oath, Heavenly Tao above. I am Zhulong, the clan leader of the dragon race. Today I lead my entire clan to swear allegiance as a totem of the human race to live and die together, to prosper and suffer together, never to betray, to be each other's support and advance together. If this oath is broken, the entire dragon clan shall have their Tao foundations shattered, their souls scattered, falling eternally into reincarnation, unable to transcend. The weight of the oath was immense. This time, Zhulong wagered the entire future of the dragon race. As the voice fell, the void trembled once more. This time the tremor was even more intense. In the next moment, the consciousness of the Heavenly Tao descended seemingly to see who was making the oath. Approved. A single word echoed slowly, resounding throughout the vast wilderness. Boom! At the moment the Heavenly Tao responded, the luck of the human race and the entire dragon race surged dramatically, golden light spreading across the four seas. Wherever the golden light shone, lotuses appeared in the void, the sea exuding fragrance. Even the reefs that had been silent for millions of years began to awaken their spiritual essence. The vast wilderness trembled once again. Countless powerful beings in seclusion suddenly opened their eyes, staring in shock towards the east. What overwhelming luck! This human race possesses such great luck. First two Luo were born, and now the dragon race has become their totem. The heavens of the vast wilderness are about to change. Countless gazes turned simultaneously towards the four seas. There was both envy and jealousy as the human race once again became the focus of discussions among the myriad races. They did not expect the dragon race to lower themselves and become a totem of the human race. At the bottom of the four seas, deep within the dragon palace, countless dragons numbering over 10,000 were originally entangled in the karma of the Heavenly Tao. Those with higher cultivation like Zhulong suffered endless agony, their paths locked, unable to make any progress. Those with lower cultivation struggled even to continue normal training, declining over generations. Many dragons spent their lives tormented by karma, enduring immense suffering. At this moment, when the vast golden luck descended upon every dragon, all the dragons trembled. Boom! The luck entered their bodies like warm sunlight, melting ice like spring rain, nourishing withered wood. The Heavenly Tao's karma, which had entangled their souls and bodies, was crazily washed, worn away, and purified at this moment. Ugh! Initially, there was extreme pain. After it faded, relief and howls began. Countless dragons could not help but let out long howls. It was not pain, but the exhilaration of finally being liberated after being suppressed for millions of years. The shackles that had bound them for countless ages shattered at this moment. Karma. The karma on me is dissipating. It is really disappearing. The Heavenly Tao's karma is truly being resolved. It no longer hurts. The feeling of being burned and gnawed at every moment is gone. How many years has it been? I no longer have to endure the suffering of karma. Some elder dragons who had lived countless years were tormented by karma to the point where their scales dulled, their horns cracked, and their vitality waned. At this moment, under the wash of luck, they once again radiated brilliant divine light, and their declining vitality surged wildly like withered wood encountering spring. Roar! Roars of dragons echoed from every corner of the four seas. Initially just a few scattered calls, they soon converged into a thunderous tidal wave of dragon chants. 10,000 dragons roared, shaking the vast wilderness. In their roars there was excitement, joy, gratitude, and the release of pent-up frustration from millions of years. We are free. Our dragon race is finally free. Thank you, human clan leader. Thank you, Zhulong ancestor. Our dragon race has a future. Countless dragons trembled with excitement, shedding hot dragon tears. When their tears hit the ground, they transformed into pearls, merging into the sea, causing the spiritual energy of the four seas to surge once more. They thought the dragon race would languish in the torment of karma until extinction. Now, having become the totem of the human race, liberation had come in an instant. In just a moment, the karma on the entire dragon race was almost worn away, leaving only a trace of insignificant remnants, unable to stir any waves under the overwhelming luck, and soon it would completely dissipate. The mountain that had pressed upon the dragon race for millions of years collapsed with a rumble. The supreme shackles that bound their paths shattered completely. At this moment, all dragons felt the barriers between themselves and the heavens and earth disappear. The Tao heart became transparent, the soul clear. The cultivation, accumulation, and foundation that had been suppressed for countless years burst forth unreservedly at this moment. With deep accumulation leading to a sudden explosion, nothing could surpass this. Rumbling. The seas surged with spiritual energy, vast amounts of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy being frantically devoured by the dragon race. The aura of each dragon surged wildly. Break! The realms that had long been stuck at a bottleneck, unable to break through, easily shattered in the face of dissipated karma and incoming luck. From Golden Immortal to Tai Golden Immortal, such breakthroughs were commonplace across the four seas. Dragons who had previously only possessed Golden Immortal cultivation levels broke through one after another, their bodies becoming even larger. And this was merely the beginning. Subsequently, several more dragons saw their auras rise again, the pressure of Deluo Golden Immortal spreading forth. In one breath, 4 Deluo Golden Immortal powerhouses were born. Now that karma had dissipated and luck had descended, coupled with millions of years of accumulation, it was a natural progression into the realm of Deluo. Yet this did not stop. Among the dragon race, there were 2 of the oldest giant dragons belonging to the same era as Zhulong. They were Zhulong's right hand and left hand, born before the calamity of dragons and phoenixes, their cultivation already at the peak of Deluo Golden Immortal, yet they too were bound by karma, unable to progress for innumerable years. At this moment, they simultaneously opened their eyes, golden light shooting into the sky, powerful pressure descending upon the four seas. 2 Quasi-Saint powerhouses were born in succession. The overall strength of the dragon race surged tenfold, 100-fold in a single day. Across the four seas, dragon roars shook the heavens, auspicious clouds rolled in, and rays of light filled the sky. Over 10,000 dragons broke through their realms in succession. Golden Immortal broke through to Tai broke through to Deluo. 2 Deluo achieved Quasi-Saint realms. The entire dragon race, like a phoenix reborn from the flames, once again radiated vitality. Such a grand spectacle sparked longing in countless races. The entire four seas became fervent due to the collective breakthrough of the dragon race. In the Dragon Palace, Xiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, smiling slightly at the incredibly excited Zhulong before him. Everything was within his expectations. His plan was correct. The rise of the human race added another layer of formidable foundation. Brother, did you see it? I have not let you down. Zhulong's eyes glistened faintly as memories of the past rose unbidden. For 10,000 years, he had borne far too much. Zhulong bowed deeply before Xiao, clan chief Xiao. Today's immense kindness shall be etched into the hearts of Zhulong and every dragon of our entire clan, forever. From this day forth, every dragon under heaven shall answer solely to the clan chief's command. We shall scale mountains of blades and descend into seas of fire. We shall wage war across 10,000 races and sweep away all mighty foes. At a single order from the clan chief, our 10,000 dragon warriors shall obey without hesitation or complaint. We swear it. Death itself holds no terror for us. Xiao watched the scene unfold, a faint serene smile gracing his lips. Elder Zhulong, there is no need for such formality. The dragon clan has long been the totem of the human race, our fates are intertwined. We rise and fall together. Henceforth, the dragon clan may once again step upon the grand stage of the primordial wastelands. Both you and I strive for the survival of our peoples, to secure a future. When the human race faces peril, the dragon clan shall come to its aid. When dragons stand in danger, humanity shall rush to their defense. We are allies, brothers, not master and servant. These words struck deep, resonating in heart and soul. Zhulong was moved beyond measure. He had long assumed that having become the human race's totem, his clan would inevitably occupy a subordinate station, serving humankind loyally even as vassals. Though Xiao had previously offered assurances, Zhulong could not be certain how things would unfold in time. Yet these words now placed the dragon clan squarely on equal footing with the human race. Respectful, open-hearted, magnanimous. This was the true bearing of a leader worthy of forging great endeavors together. The last trace of hesitation dissolved utterly from Zhulong's heart. Zhulong clasped his hands once more, his voice sincere and profound. I thank you, clan chief. Yet you have labored tirelessly for our clan. Such devotion cannot go unrewarded. Though our clan possesses little else, it has amassed countless treasures over hundreds of millions of years. Today I shall personally escort the clan chief into the ancestral treasure vault of the dragon clan. Every artifact within lies at your disposal. Take whatever draws your eye. Even were you to empty the entire vault, not a single dragon would feel the slightest regret. Upon hearing this, Xiao's eyes flickered with quiet anticipation. The dragon clan's treasure vault. Indeed, among all races of the primordial wastelands, none rivaled dragons in their mastery of hoarding rare and wondrous artifacts. Since before the Dragon Phoenix cataclysm, they had scoured the heavens and earth for celestial marvels. Across the four seas, countless primordial spirit veins, primordial spirit treasures, and heavenly-grade rare materials had fallen almost entirely into dragon hands. Even after decline brought by calamities, the adage held true: a starved camel remains larger than a horse. The treasures stored within the dragon clan's vault surpassed imagination, offering an unparalleled boon to the human race, which now urgently needed to strengthen its power and deepen its foundations. Should he acquire even a few truly useful items, so much the better. Yi Xiao made no pretense of refusal. Since Elder Zhu Long extends such generous hospitality, I shall accept with gratitude. At once upon hearing Yi Xiao's acceptance, Zhu Long gestured toward the innermost depths of the Dragon Palace. A low resonant hum filled the air as an ancient formation awoke from slumber in the palace's deepest sanctum, a defensive array laid down over hundreds of millions of years whose power was boundless. Even a quasi-sacred sovereign would find it impossible to breach by force. This was the location of the Dragon Clan's treasure vault, now opened directly by Zhu Long. "Clan chief, please," he said, stepping aside with a gesture of profound reverence. Yi Xiao nodded and stepped forward into the passage. Instantly, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy washed over him, dense beyond comprehension. Beneath his feet lay not ordinary jade, but slabs of exquisitely polished primordial spirit jade. Each slab, if found outside, would ignite frenzied competition among earthly immortals. Here, they served merely as paving stones. Yi Xiao inwardly marveled. Truly a venerable powerhouse of the primordial wastelands. Their depth of heritage is indeed terrifying. He continued onward, flanked by rows of shelves lining both sides of the corridor. They brimmed with myriad heavenly rare materials, primordial spirit fruits that bloomed once every millennium and bore fruit once every 10,000 years, exuding an aroma that cleansed the very soul. Primordial refined metals nurtured across eons, capable of forging supreme spirit treasures, dragon scales, and bones imbued with the resonance of the Tao. Peerless substances for crafting divine artifacts or tempering one's physical body. And many other wondrous herbs and rarities whose names escaped Yi Xiao, radiating sacred light, their medicinal potency awe-inspiring. Splendor and radiance overflowed at every turn, stirring profound awe within him. The Dragon Clan's vault held far too many treasures. He felt a near irresistible urge to seize them all. "Clan chief, this section is but the outer vault storing only common artifacts," came Zhu Long's voice once more. Yi Xiao's heart leapt. By the heavens, so many treasures lie merely in the outer vault. What might dwell within the inner sanctum? Could it hold a primordial supreme treasure? Heart pounding with excitement, Yi Xiao followed Zhu Long deeper into the vault. With each step inward, the aura of treasures intensified, until at last they stood before its innermost chamber. Before them rose a colossal palace gate carved with the image of the ancestral dragon. Claws bared, jaws agape, its sovereign might pressing upon the four seas, as though it might stir to life at any moment. Upon the gate were inscribed two ancient dragon script characters, Ancestral Vault. This was where the Dragon Clan enshrined its most sacred and priceless possessions. Only successive Dragon Clan chiefs possessed the right to enter. Zhu Long stepped forward, drew a drop of his own dragon blood, and channeling his ancestral lineage, touched the gate lightly with his fingertip. With a soft, resonant click, the ancient gate began to swing open. Instantly, an endless torrent of radiant splendor surged skyward, only to be contained by unseen mystical arrays. The aura of primordial spirit treasures crashed outward like a tidal wave. Yi Xiao's vision blurred, engulfed completely by that boundless luminous radiance. Primordial spirit treasures, and not just one, but several. Yi Xiao's pupils contracted sharply. His gaze swept across the vault's center where divine artifacts hovered midair, each pulsing with power that sent shivers through the soul. There were over 100 cultivated spirit treasures, and no fewer than 7 or 8 primordial spirit treasures suspended serenely awaiting their destined masters. Though all were ranked as lower-tier primordial spirit treasures, such artifacts were no common vegetables. In today's primordial wastelands, nearly all primordial spirit treasures already had masters, making them exceedingly rare. Even a great Luo golden immortal would boast supremacy among peers with but a single primordial spirit treasure. Even quasi-sacred sovereigns rarely possessed more than 1 or 2. Yet here the Dragon Clan presented over a dozen at once, an astonishing sight that left Yi Xiao profoundly astonished. Elder Zhu Long, the Dragon Clan's reputation is truly well-earned. "Huh, clan chief flatters me. These are but the accumulated treasures of hundreds of millions of years. Choose freely as your heart desires." Zhu Long laughed, his countenance radiant with heroic pride. Yi Xiao nodded. "Then I shall not hold back." His gaze swept slowly across the hovering primordial spirit treasures. To claim them all would instantly elevate the human race's collective strength by several orders of magnitude. Yet he hesitated. These were primordial spirit treasures after all. Taking them all would be unseemly. So he resolved to select just one of superior quality. His eyes finally settled upon a modest corner of the vault, where 12 unassuming pearls hung motionless in midair. Their hue was deep azure, as if distilled from the waters of the four seas themselves, inscribed with Tao script runes that spiraled softly about their surfaces. Though seemingly plain, overshadowed by the dazzling radiance of nearby primordial spirit treasures. Yi Xiao's breath caught sharply the moment his gaze fell upon them. A blazing light ignited in his eyes the remaining 12 Dinghai spirit pearls. It turns out to be 12 divine sea pearls. Yi Xiao never expected that the remaining 12 divine sea pearls would appear inside the Dragon Clan's treasury. The divine sea pearls total 36, capable of suppressing the universe with boundless power, and when gathered they are comparable to innate treasures. Moreover, they can evolve into 36 heavens, which are essentially 36 great worlds. Once gathered, their power is on par with innate treasures. In the past, his master, the heavenly teacher, had granted him 24 divine sea pearls, which Yi Xiao did not use. He never expected to gather all 36. It was as if he had found something effortlessly after a long search. The remaining 12 divine sea pearls were all within the Dragon Clan's treasury. With these 36 divine sea pearls, Yi Xiao could evolve into 36 heavens. It may not seem like a big deal, but these 36 heavens are indeed vast worlds that naturally evolve. They were not created by Yi Xiao. 36 brand new great worlds, each containing countless resources. Although they may not compare to the primordial era, they are extremely important for the human race. Furthermore, Yi Xiao could bring some humans into them, taking them to the outer battlefield for training at any time. The significance of the divine sea pearls for the human race is extraordinary. Yi Xiao suppressed his excitement, slowly extended his hand, and pointed at the 12 divine sea pearls. "Zhu Long, my friend, I shall choose these 12 pearls." Zhu Long followed Yi Xiao's finger and looked at the 12 divine sea pearls. He was momentarily stunned, then a hint of confusion appeared on his face. In his eyes, although these 12 pearls were also innate spiritual treasures, their power was not weak. However, there were many other innate spiritual treasures in the treasury that were more dazzling and domineering. He thought Yi Xiao would choose the most top-tier items, yet he never expected that he would only select these 12 pearls, which did not seem the most outstanding. Zhu Long couldn't help but speak. "Leader, why not take a look at more options? There are several stronger innate spiritual treasures in our Dragon Clan's treasury. Why not choose a few more?" Yi Xiao shook his head with a slight smile. "There's no need. No matter how good the treasures are, they must be suitable for oneself. These 12 divine sea pearls are enough for me, as they resonate with my destiny. The Dragon Clan also has powerful beings, so you should leave some for them to use." Upon hearing Yi Xiao's words, Zhu Long's impression of him immediately rose to a new height. However, Yi Xiao only chose this one treasure, which made him feel somewhat guilty. Yi Xiao had bestowed great favors upon the Dragon Clan akin to a rebirth of parents. He let Yi Xiao choose freely, yet he only took 12 pearls, which made Zhu Long feel quite embarrassed. Does the leader not think highly of these? Zhu Long thought to himself, his eyes turning as he pondered other ways. Soon an idea brightened his mind. "Leader, since you don't think highly of these, why not let those little human fellows pick some treasures to enhance their cultivation? There are countless treasures in the outer treasury. If the human race grows stronger, it will benefit our Dragon Clan as well." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao no longer declined, as he had intended to do just that. He then followed Zhu Long to the outer treasury and selected many treasures that would enhance cultivation. "Now that the matters with the Dragon Clan are settled, I plan to return to the human race first, and then I will head to the outer battlefield. Do you have any thoughts, senior?" Zhu Long did not hesitate at all. "I have the same intention and wish to accompany the leader to the outer battlefield." "Good." Yi Xiao was quite satisfied, as Zhu Long was indeed a super powerful ally. If taken to the outer battlefield, as long as a saint does not appear, who could possibly oppose them? "Wait a moment, leader." Just as Yi Xiao was about to leave, Zhu Long suddenly called out. Then he flipped his hand, and an incomparably ancient and powerful dragon might emanated from his palm. A drop of golden blood lay quietly there. Yi Xiao's heart raced uncontrollably. "What is this?" Zhu Long's eyes flickered with a hint of nostalgia. "Leader, this is the essence blood left behind by my elder brother. It should be of great use to you. You must accept it. I see that your physical body is extraordinary. This essence blood can help you break through your physical limits. Thus you will have more assurance when heading to the outer battlefield. The essence blood left by the ancestral dragon is already scarce, and now that the Dragon Clan has become a totem for the human race, Zhu Long naturally hopes Yi Xiao grows stronger." Yi Xiao had no motivation to refuse this gift. It was too tempting for him. This was the essence blood of the ancestral dragon, a being on the verge of becoming a saint. Moreover, it was the first dragon between heaven and earth, which made it extraordinarily valuable. Although it could not compare to the essence blood of Pengu, it was ideal for refining the physical body. It was just the right time for his 9 turns mystic art to break through. His cultivation had reached the level of Daluo Jinxian, while his 9 turns mystic art was only at the 5th turn, trailing behind. This drop of ancestral dragon essence blood might just help him break through to the 6th turn. Yi Xiao was not polite. Thank you, Senior. This essence blood will indeed be of great use to me, so I will accept it. After saying this, Xiao waved his hand, and the ancestral dragon essence blood was stored in his system space. After securing the essence blood, Xiao discussed the matters of heading to the outer battlefield with Zhu Long before departing from the dragon clan. Upon returning to the ancestral land of the human race, Xiao summoned the 3 ancestors of the human race once again. Leader, you have also broken through. That's great, Leader. From now on, our human race has 3 Daluo Jinxian. The 3 were immensely excited upon seeing Xiao. They felt more thrilled by his breakthrough than by their own. Xiao smiled and said, "Indeed, I was quite fortunate this time. Not only did I break through to Daluo Jinxian, but I also made the Dragon Clan our totem, and henceforth the Dragon Clan will be a loyal partner to our human race." Hearing this, Sui Ren laughed. Leader is remarkable. This matter is known throughout the entire Primordial era. Including the Dragon Clan, our human race has already become one of the top clans in the Primordial era. I never expected our human race to achieve this in less than 1,000 years since its birth. It is all thanks to the leader. Yu Chao said, "Indeed. If those fallen brothers and sisters knew, they would be very pleased, wouldn't they?" Yi Xiao knew he was recalling the fallen innate human race and quickly shifted the topic. Although the Dragon Clan is our totem, we must strengthen ourselves. The human race must strive for self-improvement. We cannot afford to stop. I plan to lead a contingent of human warriors to the outer battlefield for training, setting the number at 100,000. You 3 arrange it. Sui Ren asked, "Leader, should we accompany you?" Yi Xiao shook his head. "No need. It is best for you 3 to stay and oversee the human race." While the Primordial era seems peaceful, it is also fraught with danger, requiring strong individuals to maintain order. Moreover, since the Dragon Clan has become our totem, we should establish close ties, so I plan to relocate the entire human race to the shores of the East Sea. The human race and the Dragon Clan will support each other. In the Primordial era, no one will dare to provoke us casually. Swearin Sure, Yu Chao Sure, and Zi Sure listened to Yi Xiao's arrangements without hesitation, placing absolute trust in his decision. The chief's words are most wise. Around Kunlun Mountain, many great clans gather, making it unsuitable for the growth and expansion of our people. The shores of Donghai are far more fitting. Aside from the Longzhu, there are no top-tier races. The Longzhu occupy Donghai. If we relocate to its shore, we can stand watch with them and draw upon the Donghai's spiritual veins to nourish our people. Truly an excellent stratagem. We will make the arrangements at once. Swearin Sure said, "I will select the soldiers. Only the elite of our clan are worthy to follow the chief to the extra-domain battlefield." Yu Chao Sure, "I will arrange the migration. Our clan is vast, so the relocation may take considerable time and will require powerful escorts." Yi Xiao frowned slightly as calculations spread through his mind. "Go and prepare. I will make the arrangements." "Yes, chief." After the 3 departed, Yi Xiao produced 36 Dinghai Shinju. "Fortunately, I possess the Dinghai Shinju. Otherwise, migrating the human race would be troublesome. I will evolve 36 Zhodian and enclose all the human folk within them." Yi Xiao drew a deep breath, eyes narrowing. 36 Zhotian evolve for me." As soon as he spoke, the 36 Dinghai Shinju rose into the air and arranged themselves in the void along an incomparably mysterious trajectory. Chains of innate divine runes linked pearl to pearl. As Yi Xiao poured vast quantities of his magical power into them, the 36 Dinghai Shinju began to spin with great speed. Each rotation caused 10,000 years to pass within a bead. 3 months later, 36 complete Dakian worlds had formed within the 36 Dinghai Shinju. This was not a forced creation by his power, but the natural evolution of the cosmic origins contained within the Dinghai Shinju themselves. Each world bore mountains and rivers, suns and moons, spiritual veins and terrestrial fires. Though none rivaled the vastness and abundance of the Hongjun principal world, they were nonetheless genuine Dakian worlds. Dakian worlds rank 1 level below the Hongjun world. More importantly, these 36 Zhodian were entirely under Yi Xiao's sole command. With a thought, he could draw living beings into them and carry them as he pleased. Even into the perilous core of extra-domain battlefields, they would remain safe. Yi Xiao exhaled a long breath of relief. Done. It is time to migrate the human race. He immediately transmitted a summons for the 3 progenitors to return. When they beheld the 36 faint yet boundless worlds in the void, the 3 stood rooted in astonishment. This is Dakian worlds? And there are 36 of them. Chief, how did you accomplish this? Now each of you take a Dinghai Shinju and gather all the clanfolk inside. Do not omit the old, the weak, the women and children, nor the spirit plants and treasures." The 3 progenitors cried, "Yes, chief." With the 36 Zhodian as vessels, what had been an unbearably complex and perilous migration became instantaneously simple and secure. The three dared not delay. They split up and hurried across the human lands, shepherding one person after another into the Dacian worlds. Some arrived bewildered in strange new locales. But upon discovering the superb cultivation environment and the abundance of heavenly materials and treasures, every human became ecstatic. Not only people were taken in, entire tracts of spirit fields along with their soil were gathered as well. Anything useful to the human race was included. The 36 Zhodion instantly bristled with renewed life. While the three human tribes busied themselves, Yi Xiao withdrew the Zulong Jingxue and entered seclusion. My flesh body is decent, but if I go to the core of the battlefield, this strength will not suffice. Saying so, Yi Xiao inhaled sharply and swallowed the Zulong Jingxue whole. The instant the Zulong Jingxue entered his body, Yi Xiao felt his entire frame swell as a violent killing qi assaulted his soul. A vast energy surged into his flesh and blood. Yi Xiao groaned in pain. Still, it was far milder than the anguish he had endured from the Pangu Jingxue. Jiuzhuan Xuangong activate. Yi Xiao hurriedly circulated the Jiuzhuan Xiangong 9, turns mystic art tempering the Zulong Jingshue's influence. The power within the Zulong Jingxue furiously scoured his body. The barrier at the fifth turn of the Jiuzhuan Xiangong began to loosen under the onslaught of that terrifying force. Yi Xiao gritted his teeth, wholly focused on guiding the energy along the Jiuzhuan Zuingong cycles, purging his body again and again. He could clearly feel his flesh undergoing a horrific transmutation and sublimation. When his flesh, blood, and bones reached a certain strength, Yi Xiao's aura suddenly erupted. An even greater pressure burst forth from him, whipping a gust of wind. The sixth turn is finally complete. My pure corporeal strength now likely surpasses that of most Deluo Jinxian, and even the Wuzu's great witch physique is no match for me. Sensing the power within, Yi Xiao brimmed with confidence. He recalled Xingtian of old, and a sudden eagerness to face him in combat rose up. Yi Xiao's cultivation now stood at the early stage of Deluo Jingxian. His flesh reached the pinnacle of Tai Jinxian, its strength comparable to a Deluo Jingxian. Those 2 points alone left him with few rivals at that level. This was not vanity, but the assurance bestowed by the Jiuzhuan Xiangong. Whereas before he only dared operate on the outskirts of the extra-domain battlefield, he could now venture into its core. Chief, all the clanfolk and their possessions have been gathered. 100,000 soldiers stand ready to depart at any moment. Swearenshire's voice called from outside. At the sound, Yi Xiao flashed out. The three human elders awaited him delighted. The chief's aura has become even stronger. Yi Xiao waved his great hand to part. Over 1 billion humans were settled into the Dacian worlds. Yi Xiao led the three tribes, and after nearly a year finally reached the shores of Donghai. At their arrival, the Longzhu chief, Zhulong, personally came, with 2 quasi-Saint Longzhu and 4 Deluo Longzhu to greet them. Chief, in just a few years your aura has grown stronger. Zhulong smiled. Yi Xiao replied, I owe my corporeal breakthrough to you, Senior Zhulong. By the way, I have relocated the entire human race here. From now on we will stand watch and assist the Longzhu. Zhulong's eyes brightened. That is excellent. The shores of Donghai are perfectly suited to human survival. Settling here is most appropriate. However, many races inhabit the Millionli radius around here. If you ever need the Longzhu to act on your behalf, do not hesitate to ask. Thank you for your kind intentions, Senior. If difficulties arise, the human race will not hesitate to ask for help. Yi Xiao smiled, and then looked at the 3 members of the Swearen clan, continuing. In the future, if there are any problems you cannot solve, feel free to seek assistance from the elders of the Dragon Clan in the Dragon Palace. At this moment, the Zhulong chuckled and said, Haha, clan leader, you are being a bit too formal. I will have a quasi-saint from our clan station with the human race. If there is anything that needs handling, do not hesitate to speak up, let us not be too estranged. Upon hearing this, the 3 ancestors of the human race were overjoyed and looked at Yi Xiao. Seeing Yi Xiao nod, the 3 excitedly exclaimed, Thank you, Senior. Yi Xiao said, All right, the matters of the Primordial Chaos have mostly been dealt with. We should head to the outer battlefield. As his words fell, Yi Xiao suddenly waved his hand, and 3 Dinghai Shinju appeared in midair. Immediately afterward, 3 spatial passages emerged, and countless humans from the Great Thousand Worlds were cast down to the ground. It is the Dinghai Shinju. The clan leader has actually refined it into the Great Thousand Worlds. It is becoming increasingly unfathomable. Zhulong watched as humans continuously emerged from the Great Thousand Worlds, feeling quite emotional. Countless streams of light gushed forth from the 36 Great Thousand Worlds like stars falling from the sky onto the shores of the Eastern Sea. Hundreds of millions of humans instantly covered vast territories along the Eastern Sea, looking very confused. From now on, our human race will thrive and multiply here on the shores of the Eastern Sea. I hope all clan members will diligently cultivate and strengthen the human race. Yi Xiao's voice instantly reached the ears of all humans, and they finally understood the truth. Yes, clan leader. That's wonderful. The shores of the Eastern Sea will be our new homeland. In front of Yi Xiao and the others stood another 100,000 human warriors. These 100,000 warriors were the elite selected by the Swearin clan, who apart from 1,008 humans, the rest were all postnatal humans. They were among the strongest of the human race, perfectly suited to accompany Yi Xiao for training. As these individuals grew stronger, so too would the human race. After being enhanced by Yi Xiao, even the weakest among them had reached the Xianxian realm, while the strongest had already entered the golden immortal realm. Yi Xiao looked at Zhu Long and smiled. Senior Zhu Long, I wonder what the Dragon Clan's plans are. Upon hearing this, Zhu Long smiled slightly, and in the next moment, a powerful Dragon Clan expert strode over the waves. These 500 Dragon Clan experts all had a minimum cultivation of the golden immortal realm, with many being Tai golden immortals and 2 being Great Luo golden immortals. Zhu Long laughed heartily. Clan leader, these are the strong ones from my Dragon Clan heading to the outer battlefield. I will also accompany you, clan leader. Including myself, all members of the Dragon Clan will heed the clan leader's commands. Yi Xiao nodded upon hearing this, not surprised by the Dragon Clan's lineup. The Dragon Clan's foundation was already strong, and after the heavenly Dao karma was cleared, many powerful individuals had emerged, so producing 500 golden immortals was naturally easy. Collaborating with the human race would perfectly compensate for their lack of powerful figures. Good. Yi Xiao glanced at the 100,000 human warriors, and the 500 Dragon Clan experts waved his hand and gathered them all into the Great Thousand Worlds. In each Great Thousand World that evolved from the Dinghai Shinju, the spiritual energy was exceptionally rich, and the laws of heaven and earth were complete, allowing them to continue cultivating on their journey and maintain peak conditions. Then Yi Xiao turned to the 3 ancestors of the human race. After I leave, I will entrust the human race to the 3 of you. Rest assured, clan leader, we will guarantee with our lives to protect the human race until your triumphant return. Take care. In the next moment, a flash of spiritual light appeared beneath Yi Xiao's feet, transforming into a streak of light that broke through the clouds. Zhu Long followed closely behind, roaring like a dragon, transforming into a massive golden dragon that accompanied Yi Xiao. 1 man and 1 dragon, their speed reached its zenith, tearing through the sky as they raced toward the spatial passage of the Buzhou Mountain. Clan leader, although I have not emerged from seclusion in these years, some younger members of my Dragon Clan have relayed information about the outer battlefield, saying that after defeating the insect race, there is a thing called source energy, which can directly enhance cultivation when refined. Is that really true? In the spatial passage, Zhu Long conveyed this through sound. Yi Xiao replied, indeed, defeating the insect race is indeed an opportunity for our Primordial Chaos cultivators to advance. The higher the bloodline level and realm of the insect race, the more precious the source energy. However, for someone of your realm, unless it is source energy from a 9-rank royal level insect, it would be of no use to you, senior. Zhu Long chuckled. That's true, but this source energy can be given to the younger generation of our clan, allowing them to shorten countless years of arduous cultivation. I also intend to collect a large amount of source energy on this journey to strengthen both our clans. Yi Xiao did not elaborate further, it was not the right time yet. For instance, there are opportunities to attain sainthood in the outer battlefield. In the past, the Primordial Chaos was filled with Great Luo experts. Perhaps in a few years there will be a multitude of quasi-saints, making Great Luo less significant. Yi Xiao and Zhu Long stepped out, and as soon as they landed, the Tongtian Saint suddenly opened his eyes, looking in Yi Xiao's direction. With just one glance, the Tongtian Sect Master could see Yi Xiao's current cultivation level. My disciple truly progresses quickly to reach the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm in such a short time is impressive. This enlightenment tea is indeed a remarkable item. Of my 4 direct disciples, only Gui Ling has yet to achieve Great Luo, quite impressive. However, the Tongtian Sect Master was somewhat surprised by Zhu Long beside Yi Xiao. Zhu Long, being the younger brother of the Ancestor Dragon, was a peak quasi-saint. Such an existence willingly accompanying Yi Xiao, showing a very respectful attitude, piqued the curiosity of the Tongtian Sect Master. The Tongtian Sect Master gestured with his fingers, deducing the heavenly secrets. Soon he calculated the recent conditions of the primordial human race and the Dragon Clan becoming a totem. The Tongtian Sect Master was first taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha, good. No wonder you are my disciple. At this moment his newly accepted disciples all showed expressions of surprise. Who is Master referring to? Could it be that the senior brother has achieved some remarkable feat? The 4th direct disciple Gui Ling laughed and said, Master, may I ask why you are so happy? The Tongtian Sect Master replied with a smile. It's nothing, your 3rd senior brother has returned from the Primordial Chaos, and today is a good opportunity for you to meet him. He has quite a few valuable items, but whether you can obtain them depends on your own abilities. After saying this, the Tongtian sect master immediately transmitted his voice to Yi Xiao. On the other side, Yi Xiao was planning to pay a visit to his master when he suddenly received the transmission. Senior Zhulong, I will first go to see my master. You can stroll around here for a bit, and I will come to find you shortly. He turned to Zhulong and gestured, then headed straight for the cave of the Tongtian sect master. Inside the Bo palace, the Tongtian sect master was seated, flanked by the disciples he had gradually accepted over the years. Upon seeing Yi Xiao arrive, the Tongtian sect master waved his hand and said warmly, "Little Yi, come here. I congratulate you on your breakthrough to the great Luo Golden Immortal." Yi Xiao stepped forward, steadily, respectfully bowing. "Disciple, Yi Xiao pays respects to master. It's just that the disciple was lucky. A master, please do not jest about it. Fortune. Fortune itself is but a facet of a cultivator's strength." A faint chuckle escaped Tongtian Patriarch. In the path of cultivation there exists no such thing as true fortune. That you ascended so swiftly, breaking through realm after realm to attain the rank of Great Luo Immortal, and elevated humanity from among the myriad ancient races of Hongjun, even compelling the venerable dragon clan, steeped in primordial might, to revere you as humanity's sacred totem. How could mere fortune ever suffice to describe such feats? Yet today I summoned you not to hear such words. Now that you have returned, it is fitting you meet my disciples assembled here." So saying, Tongtian Patriarch turned his gaze toward the hall's flanking corridors. Yi Xiao followed suit, lifting his eyes to behold several figures standing solemnly on either side. At the foremost position on the left stood a female immortal, graceful and aloof, her posture tall and elegant, her aura steady and profound. Though yet unattained to the great Luo realm, she had already reached the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal rank. A spark of playful wit shimmered in her eyes, an expression that stirred an immediate sense of affinity within Yi Xiao. Without Tongtian Patriarch's introduction, he already surmised her identity. She was Gui Ling Xingmu, the Patriarch's original fourth direct disciple, though with Yi Xiao's arrival, she now ranked fifth among the inner circle. Unlike Tongtian Patriarch's 7 attendant immortals, Gui Ling Xingmu possessed an inherently sincere and unadorned nature, her loyalty to the Patriarch unwavering and absolute. Even when the Fengshen cataclysm swept across the 3 realms, she remained steadfast at his side, until fate dealt her a tragic, sorrow-laden end. Beneath Gui Ling Xingmu stood 7 other figures, each radiating a distinct aura, their cultivation ranging from Golden Immortal to Tai Golden Immortal. Who else could they be but the 7 attendant immortals? After Tongtian Patriarch's formal introductions, all bowed respectfully to Yi Xiao. "We pay homage to senior brother for." Yi Xiao gave a slight nod and clasped his hands in return. "No need for such formality, junior brothers and sisters. These modest tokens are but a humble welcome gift from your senior brother." With a subtle gesture, Yi Xiao summoned 8 ornate boxes, 7 drawn from the Dragon Clan's treasury, each bearing modest enhancements to cultivation. The 8th, bestowed upon Gui Ling Xingmu, contained a single leaf of enlightenment tea. "Many thanks, senior brother." Their delight was genuine. None had expected such generosity from their newly arrived 4th senior brother. The 7 attendant immortals were Pilu Xianjin Gu Xianchang, Er Dingguang, Xian Xiushou, Xian, Lingya Xian Jingguang Xian, and Wu Yun Xian. All were acceptable, save Chang Er Dingguang Xian, born with a rebellious spirit, masterful at currying favor and shifting allegiance with the winds. During the Fengshen cataclysm, he would betray the Jie sect outright, seizing the 6-soul banner and inflicting irreparable damage upon the sect. The others were either subdued in battle and conscripted into the Buddha realm, or captured by sovereigns. Such two-faced treachery stirred only revulsion deep within Yi Xiao's heart. Thus, when Dingguang Xian offered his effusive greetings, Yi Xiao merely inclined his head, his voice calm, his expression impassive. Dingguang Xian, undeterred, continued speculating what treasure his senior brother might have bestowed. Tongtian Patriarch, however, sensed Yi Xiao's quiet disdain, and with his sovereign insight divined precisely what lay within each box. Once introductions concluded, he dismissed the disciples. Turning to Yi Xiao, he asked, "Disciple, do you harbor reservations about these new disciples I have taken?" Yi Xiao paused, startled, never imagining his master had perceived his inner sentiment so clearly. Yet unable to speak plainly, he smiled lightly. "Master, how could that be? I was merely contemplating how best to settle humanity. As you know, our race remains frail and vulnerable. To muster the courage to enter this extraplanar battlefield, even now, I confess I feel little confidence." "You rascal." Tongtian Patriarch chided with a smile, then grew grave. "Son, under no circumstances should you lead humanity into the core battlefield. A great upheaval is imminent across Hongjun." Yi Xiao's pulse quickened. "What do you mean, master?" Tongtian Patriarch replied. "Over these past centuries, we have thoroughly probed the insectoid race's strength. The Dao ancestor has resolved to launch a decisive assault upon their world before long. Then all sovereigns shall take the field. A decisive assault. Yi Xiao recoiled inwardly. I never imagined it would come so soon. I thought it far too premature. When master will the assault commence? Tontian shook his head slightly. The precise timing remains undetermined. For now we await only the right opportunity. The insectoid race has suffered grievous losses upon the extraplanar battlefield, proving no match for Hongjun's myriad races. Perhaps it will not be long before the 9th-rank insect lords themselves grow impatient. Remember this above all, keep humanity while clear of the core battlefield. A warmth rose in Yi Xiao's chest. He bowed deeply. Thank you, master, for this warning. I shall hold it close to heart. Tontian Patriarch nodded gently, a trace of quiet pride softening his features. You have always exercised sound judgment. No further admonition is needed. The extraplanar battlefield is perilous beyond measure. Proceed with utmost caution. This disciple takes his leave. Yi Xiao performed a profound bow, then turned and departed the grand hall of Baiyu Palace. Scarcely had he stepped beyond its threshold when he saw Zhou still waiting silently outside. Upon seeing Yi Xiao emerge, Zhou's eyes gleamed with quiet curiosity. Clan chief, your audience with the sovereign is concluded? Indeed, Yi Xiao replied with a nod. My apologies for keeping you waiting, elder. No matter. What is our course now? Yi Xiao paused in thought. Humanity and the Dragon Clan enter the extraplanar battlefield for the first time. I propose we begin by acclimating them to its outer fringes. Precisely my own intention. With those words, both transformed into streaks of radiant light, soaring skyward, swiftly departing Hongjun's main encampment and racing toward the periphery of the extraplanar battlefield. Yi Xiao withheld mention of Hongjun's impending counteroffensive, knowing full well he must gather primordial energy before the assault commenced. Within a secluded grotto of the encampment, Gui Ling Xingmu sat cross-legged upon a meditation cushion, her eyes alight with anticipation. Senior brother proclaimed this artifact could propel me into the great Luo realm. What could it possibly be? She opened the box, and there nestled within lay a single tea leaf exuding an ethereal, ineffable fragrance. Enlightenment tea. How extraordinarily generous senior brother for it is. With this enlightenment tea, perhaps I truly can break through. I wonder what treasures the other junior brothers received, As Yi Xiao and Zhu Long traversed the skies, scattered groups of Hongjun cultivators appeared along the way. Some hunting in teams, others locked in fierce combat, all reaping substantial gains. Occasionally, they witnessed swarms of insectoids ambushing Hongjun cultivators, whereupon Yi Xiao intervened, without hesitation rescuing many. Ultimately, they settled upon a terrain of intricate topography. This lies far from the core battlefield, yet teems with insectoids of modest cultivation. This place will serve. Yi Xiao spoke calmly, then summoned 100,000 human warriors and 500 elite Dragon Clan cultivators. We pay homage to the clan chief. The 10,000 warriors suddenly appearing in this unfamiliar land brimmed with excitement. Rise, no formalities required. This is the outer fringe of the extraplanar battlefield. Begin your acclimation here. Establish camp immediately. Construct fortifications, then hunt the insectoids. Yi Xiao issued direct orders estimating they would remain here for an extended period. Constructing fortresses directly within the extraterritorial battlefield was no rarity. Several great clans of the Primordial Chaos followed precisely this practice, though they established their fortresses directly at the core battlefield, using them as foundations from which to expand outward in all directions. For instance, the Wu and Yao clans each seized a territory at the core battlefield and erected fortresses there. The human race, however, lacked such profound heritage and could only advance step by step from the outer reaches of the extraterritorial battlefield onward. Steady, deliberate progress was the true path of righteousness. Upon Yi Xiao's command, 100,000 elite warriors immediately assumed their designated duties. Some began constructing the fortress, while others cleared surrounding insectoid forces. This region lay at the outermost fringe of the extraterritorial battlefield, where most insectoid troops were low tier, none exceeding the cultivation realm of Tai Golden Immortal, making it ideal for training both the 100,000 human warriors and the 500 dragon sovereigns. The campaign offered not only invaluable combat experience and harvests of primordial energy, but also posed minimal risk. The 500 dragon sovereigns remained equally active, coordinating seamlessly with the human warriors to hunt insectoids, achieving outstanding results. Battle commenced. Silhouettes surged forth. Blazing firestorms engulfed the field. Golden light erupted in thunderous detonations, and sword chi slashed across the heavens. Low-tier first and second rank insectoid soldiers crumbled instantly before the human warriors utterly defenseless. A human warrior of the profound immortal realm raised his hand, A blazing battle halberd materialized, its searing radiance sweeping horizontally, and in an instant dozens of insectoid soldiers were reduced to ash. A human commander of the golden immortal realm blurred through space, his fist descended like a mountain, and a single strike shattered a fourth-rank insectoid general into a crimson mist. When resistance proved formidable, golden immortal dragon sovereigns stepped forward to assist. Through repeated collaboration, the dragon sovereigns and human warriors gradually forged deep rapport, and their coordination grew increasingly flawless. The human warriors fought with impeccable synergy, advancing and retreating with disciplined precision, forming compact battle formations in groups of 3 or 5, achieving extraordinary lethality. The 500 dragon sovereigns proved equally ferocious. Some reverted to their primordial forms, claws rending the air effortlessly to cleave through insectoid ranks. Roars of slaughter shook the heavens. Humans and dragons swept across the land like locusts, slaughtering every insectoid they encountered. Neither corpses nor their primordial energy were left behind. Countless insectoids fell beneath the joint onslaught of humans and dragons. Swirling orbs of primordial energy were gathered methodically by both races' cultivators. Such dense primordial energy. This is the primordial energy our patriarch spoke of. Truly, as he foretold, the extraterritorial battlefield is the crucible of humanity's true ascension. Brothers, charge. Kill. One after another, human cultivators fought with blood-frenzied intensity, their minds consumed by visions of insectoid primordial energy, the very resource upon which humanity's rise depended. Their martial spirit soared, their slaughter intensified. Just as the human warriors clashed fiercely with the insectoid hordes, a cascade of system notifications suddenly echoed within Yi Zhao's mind. Ding. Human warrior has slain one first-rank insectoid. Congratulations, host. War value 10. Ding. Human warrior has slain one second-rank insectoid soldier. War value 20. Ding. Human warrior has slain one third-rank insectoid soldier. War value 50. Ding. A human golden immortal cultivator has slain one fourth-rank insectoid general. War value 100. A torrent of notifications flooded Yi Zhao's consciousness, flashing like cascading code. His war value steadily climbed. Though the rate of accumulation paled beside what he himself could achieve through direct combat, he needed not lift a finger. A jolt surged through Yi Zhao, followed swiftly by overwhelming, indescribable elation. A marvel. An unexpected boon. Truly, an unforeseen blessing. Bringing humanity to the extraterritorial battlefield was the wisest decision I've ever made. System, does every insectoid slain by my subordinates grant me war value? Ding. Confirmed, only slayings by humans yield war value to the host. Hearing this, Yi Zhao's eyes lit up. This is more than satisfactory. Once humanity matures fully, war value will never run scarce. With merely 100,000 warriors, even if each felled just one insectoid per day, the influx of war value would be staggering. Exhilarating. Yi Zhao had never felt such exhilaration. Truly effortless gain is the purest joy. Yi Zhao sat cross-legged in the void above, gazing calmly down upon the battlefield below, not intervening, merely sensing in silence the ceaseless upward surge of his war value. This sensation of effortless acquisition was intoxicating. Even at his most furious pace, slaying insectoids alone, his reach remained finite, divided, constrained, limited. Now he reaped rewards while reclining. Watching the numbers flicker upward in his mind, only one thought echoed. Too little. Still far too little. There are over 1 billion humans. Next time I must bring far more. Beside Yi Zhao stood Zhu Long, his towering figure motionless, a sovereign guardian. Zhu Long's gaze fell upon the raging battlefield below, observing how human warriors formed tight, decisive battle formations in clusters of 3 or 5. Awe and quiet satisfaction gradually softened his ancient eyes. It appears then that this old dragon made the right choice. Zhu Long murmured, inwardly growing ever more grateful for the path he had chosen. Though humanity was still frail, its potential for growth was boundless. The most terrifying trait of all, its rapid advancement, unyielding martial will. This was the mark of a perfect race. Below, slaughter raged on. Such a massive engagement, tens of thousands clashing with insectoid legions, began drawing nearby cultivators. At the outer fringes of the extraterritorial battlefield, other primordial chaos cultivators gradually converged, drawn by the commotion. The extraterritorial battlefield was inherently perilous. Ordinarily, cultivators traveled in small bands of 2 or 3. A spectacle of 100,000 warriors united, roaring with unified fury, was extraordinarily rare. Such scale was seen only at the central main battlefield. The first to notice were a band of wandering cultivators who, while hunting insectoids at the periphery, had been irresistibly drawn to the human encampment. What a colossal display! Judging by the scale, there must be at least 100,000 cultivators. Which race is this? We've never seen them before. The cultivators exchanged bewildered glances, deeply intrigued. Then a tiger demon cultivator exclaimed, "Ah, these faces, they seem familiar. I recall now, they're the human race." The human race? You mean the one created by the Saintess Nuwa? Someone cried out in astonishment. How can the human race possess so many golden immortals? Weren't they only recently created? I heard they were feeble. How dare they venture into the extraterritorial battlefield? Yet I see numerous golden immortals here, stronger than any of us. Does that sound like a newly birthed race? And why are dragons present? Weren't they sealed by the heavenly Tao beneath the four seas? Yet they appear to be fighting alongside humanity. More and more passing Primordial Chaos cultivators stood dumbfounded. In their understanding, humanity occupied the lowest stratum of the Primordial Chaos, short-lived, weak, and talent lacking noble bloodlines. A race they could always look down upon with ease. They could scarcely imagine humanity surviving beyond the narrowest cracks of existence, even within the Primordial Chaos continent itself. Yet this scene shattered their long-held assumptions, leaving them awestruck, envious, and utterly confounded. It has been a long time since these cultivators returned to the Hongjun world, so it is quite normal that they are unaware of the current state of humanity. After all, among the myriad races of Hongjun, most have left only a few strong guardians to defend their homeland, while the rest of their elite forces have been taken to the battlefield beyond the domain. It can be said that only a handful of people on the battlefield beyond the domain know about the situation of humanity, namely a few saints and Tao ancestor Hongjun. Xiao also noticed the nearby Hongjun cultivators observing, but merely glanced at them and paid no further attention. The few cultivators who caught his glance instantly felt their hairs stand on end, as if they were being watched by some great terror. It's a great Luo golden immortal. The human race actually has a great Luo golden immortal. I recall that person seems to be Xiao, the direct disciple of the Tongtian cult leader. This place is not suitable for lingering. We must retreat quickly. The news of humanity entering the battlefield beyond the domain gradually spread, yet humanity remained largely unaffected. Since Xiao led 100,000 human soldiers accompanied by allies from the Dragon Clan into this battlefield, 30 whole years have passed in the blink of an eye. In the expansive time of Hongjun measured in epochs, 30 years is merely a fleeting moment. However, for the relatively new and shallow-rooted human race, these 30 years have been a transformative period, a time of rebirth and profound change. Throughout these 30 years, the 100,000 human soldiers have hardly paused for a moment. Xiao led the army, maintaining a presence in the peripheral areas of the battlefield beyond the domain for 30 years. The insect race is countless and fearless, with those below the Tai golden immortal realm seldom possessing intelligence. Their minds are solely focused on one objective: to devour everything with energy that they can see, whether alive or dead. This is one of the terrifying aspects of the insect race. Because of this, after humanity slaughters one wave of the insect race, another wave emerges. Deep within their bones, humanity harbors an indomitable spirit, becoming ever more courageous in the face of setbacks. Coupled with the battle formations passed down by Xiao, the human army grows ever braver and stronger in battle. The Dragon Clan has thrived in this environment. With their formidable physical bodies, they are natural warriors. Human cultivators, with their meticulous thoughts and adaptable formations, complement the impulsive flaws of some Dragon Clan cultivators. The powerful physique of the Dragon Clan, combined with their wide-ranging divine abilities, serves as the strongest shield and sharpest spear for humanity. Over time, many human cultivators forged deep bonds with Dragon Clan warriors amidst life-and-death battles, even establishing grand oaths of the Tao and forming blood contracts, becoming bonded partners. One person and one dragon sharing life and death, advancing and retreating together. With the bonds of the contract, both sides resonate with each other's thoughts, and their combat power skyrockets. In the midst of the fighting, both humans and dragons are witnessing their cultivation levels rapidly increasing at a visible pace. The 100,000 soldiers brought by Xiao are the most elite seeds of the entire human race. Among them, the 1,000 innate human beings already possess pure bloodlines and solid foundations, yet they lacked resources and opportunities. After 30 years of slaughter on the battlefield beyond the domain, along with Xiao's relentless cultivation efforts, all 1,000 innate human beings have without exception broken through to the Golden Immortal Realm. While the Golden Immortal Realm may not specialize in much, it is merely the beginning. The remaining nearly 100,000 human soldiers have also, under the dual nourishment of slaughter and resources, mostly stepped into the Xian Immortal Realm. Xian Immortals are as numerous as clouds, while Golden Immortals are as plentiful as rain. Xiao, the great Luo golden immortal stationed at the rear, is enjoying the slaughter. In addition to their rapid cultivation, humanity has also accumulated an astonishing fortune over these 30 years. The bodies of the insect race. The insect race is a treasure trove. Their hard shells can be refined into top-tier defensive artifacts, while their sharp fangs can be forged into lethal weapons. The blood and essence within them are supreme materials for alchemy and body refinement. In 30 years, humanity has slain countless insect race members. Piles of insect corpses have been collected by Xiao using his immense magical power, after which he led the human cultivators skilled in weapon and pill refinement to work day and night forging continuously. One by one, cold and glimmering killing artifacts have been forged. Numerous pills filled with immense energy have been refined into elixirs. All these artifacts and pills have been distributed to the hands of human soldiers, further enhancing the overall combat power of the army, creating a perfect cycle of killing, harvesting, becoming stronger, killing again. As the leader of the entire human race and the commander of the army, Xiao's gains are even more terrifying. In his mind, the war value panel is fluctuating wildly almost every moment. For every insect killed by humanity, he receives a varying amount of war value. After 30 years of slaughter, countless insect races have fallen. Now Xiao's war value has reached a terrifying 500 million points. This amount of war value is far more rapid than when he acted alone. Such an abundance of war value has allowed Xiao to savor the sweet taste of success. Once the total offensive against Hongjun concludes, I will return and bring more of my kin over. However, now is the time to purchase a complete inheritance for humanity. Xiao has long desired to do this, yet only now does he have the capability. The Golden Core Dao was created by the sage Laozi, but it is not the most suitable cultivation inheritance for humanity, and at most it can only cultivate to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Ultimately, the limit is finite, and afterwards they can only find their own way. For humanity to truly stand tall among the myriad realms, they must possess a more powerful, more perfect, and more compatible cultivation technique. System: is there a cultivation technique suitable for humanity? The system quickly responded technique, Hongmeng refining chi art, created by a powerful author, can be cultivated from a mortal to the pinnacle of Quasi Saint. Characteristics perfectly aligns with the root of humanity, can maximize the utilization of spiritual energy from heaven and earth to transform into one's own strength with an unmatched solid foundation, far surpassing peers, and is more complete and domineering than the Golden Core Dao. Redemption price, 200 million war value. Xiao's eyes burst with a bright light upon seeing this description. Perfectly aligned with humanity, can cultivate to the pinnacle of Quasi Saint. More perfect than the Golden Core Dao. Each of these three features precisely hits Xiao's needs. What humanity currently lacks the most is a fundamental great technique capable of supporting the entire race to the peak. The Hongmeng refining chi art is clearly the best choice. Exchange for the Hongmeng refining chi art. Xiao immediately made the exchange. As the words fell, 200 million war value were swiftly deducted from the system panel, leaving him with 300 million from the original 500 million. However, Xiao felt no heartache. In the face of the opportunity for his race's rise, even more war value is just a string of numbers. As long as it can be transformed into the strength of the clan, it is worth it. In the next moment, a vast and profound inheritance technique, like a torrent, surged into Xiao's mind. Xiao could clearly feel that this technique had an incredible compatibility with the human race. This technique not only elevates one's realm, but also significantly enhances one's cultivation. If all humans were to switch to this technique, their future achievements would undoubtedly surpass those who cultivate the Golden Core path by 10-fold or even 100-fold. Good. Xiao exclaimed, 3 times, unable to contain his excitement. After so many years of effort, he had finally found a legacy belonging to the human race. After his excitement subsided, Xiao said again, system: exchange for 10 drops of Pangus Essence blood. I have reached the 6th transformation of the 9 turns mystic art. The last 3 transformations are the hardest to cultivate. Achieving the 9th transformation allows one to attain a holy body and even prove the Dao through strength, becoming a mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal. There are still 200 million war points. Let's see if there are any good items. In the next moment, various treasures appeared in Xiao's mind. There were categories for spiritual treasures, elixirs, techniques, bloodlines, materials, spiritual roots, formations. Each category displayed treasures that made countless powerful beings envious. Xiao's gaze slowly scanned each category, first clicking on the spiritual treasure category. One after another, supreme treasures that suppressed the heavens and shook the ages were quietly displayed. Chaos Clock, 4 swords of immortal slaying, Pangus Turn, Xianwang Tower, and a series of innate treasures used by ancient powerful beings were all here. Wow, system, you aren't preparing to sell me fake goods, are you? This was Xiao's first thought. At this moment, the system's voice sounded. The myriad realms have all kinds of wonders. A host, don't be alarmed. Everything produced by the system is a premium product. Alright, since that's the case, I won't consider these innate treasures for now. Besides, I have the Deluo Immortal Sword, which is already a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure. I might as well exchange for some items to promote the Deluo Immortal Sword. And I'll also exchange for a supreme treasure for the Candle Dragon, so I can be safer in the outer battlefield. Without hesitation, Yi Xiao continued to browse and eventually found a perfect treasure for the Candle Dragon. Ancestral Dragon Gauntlet's grade innate treasure effect significantly enhances physical strength, attack power, and defense. Includes a field gravity domain, which has the combat power of those under the same realm affected by the domain and decreases it by 30% for those of the same realm. Note: most suitable for dragons. Exchange price, 10 million war points. This is an exchange for me. Ding. Deducted 10 million war points. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the innate treasure, Ancestral Dragon Gauntlets. In the next moment, a chaotic aura emerged, and Yi Xiao hurriedly concealed it to prevent the aura from leaking out. However, the Candle Dragon sensed that faint aura belonging to an innate treasure. The clan leader actually has an innate treasure. After being surprised, the Candle Dragon immediately cast its magic to shield the surrounding area, making it hard for outsiders to detect. After resolving the Candle Dragon's treasure, Yi Xiao continued to look at the spiritual treasure category. The human race had 100,000 battle soldiers, and their overall cultivation had skyrocketed, with Xianxian as common as dogs and golden immortals walking everywhere. However, the treasures in hand were somewhat meager. The treasures Yi Xiao crafted with his half-baked skills were barely usable, just reaching the level of postnatal spiritual treasures. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Xiao spoke: system, exchange for 100 high-quality postnatal spiritual treasures. High-quality postnatal spiritual treasure unit price, 10,000 war points. 100 items, total 10 million war points. Do you confirm the exchange? Confirm. Ding. 10 million war points, deducted. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 100 high-quality postnatal spiritual treasures. 100 beams of spiritual light were intercepted by Yi Xiao, featuring swords, spears, halberds, axes, and various high-quality postnatal spiritual treasures. These would be allocated to the strongest 100 human cultivators, and the rest could be discussed later. After the spiritual treasures were exchanged, Yi Xiao also purchased a jar of 9 turns golden elixirs to elevate his realm. This also cost 10 million war points. One elixir could increase at least 10,000 years of cultivation, so 10 elixirs could roughly elevate a Deluo Golden Immortal by one small realm. Finally, Yi Xiao's gaze landed on the Deluo Immortal Sword, and he then clicked on the category for heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Inside were various Chaos Essence Gold, Innate Immortal Gold, Starlight Essence, and Primordial Mother Gold. System exchange for a large quantity of top-grade Immortal Gold specifically for the Deluo Immortal Sword to devour and evolve into a medium-grade Innate Spiritual Treasure. Ding. The system has matched the most suitable Immortal Gold combination for the sword to devour, totaling 10 million war points. Do you confirm? Confirm. Ding. 10 million war points deducted, obtained a vast amount of Innate Immortal Gold and Chaos Essence Gold. Yi Xiao directly placed these Immortal Gold into the Great Thousand World, and then tossed the Deluo Immortal Sword in, allowing it to devour and evolve on its own. The long sword emitted an excited buzzing sound, vibrating violently. A massive amount of Immortal Gold was frantically devoured, refined, and merged. Deluo Immortal Sword, current grade, low grade, innate spiritual treasure, currently evolving. Potential not yet at the limit, can continue to evolve. Thus, Yi Xiao roughly calculated. Exchange for the innate treasure Ancestral Dragon Gauntlets, 10 million. Exchange for 100 high-quality postnatal spiritual treasures, 10 million. Exchange for 1 jar of 9 turns golden elixir, 10 million. Nourishing the Deluo Immortal Sword to upgrade, 10 million. A total of 40 million war points were spent. Originally having 200 million war points, there still remained 160 million. Looking at the countless treasures in the system's shop, Yi Xiao felt a burning desire. Forget it, let's just buy this much for now. It's been a while since I've drawn a lottery, why not test my luck? What if I hit the jackpot and directly draw a world? Yi Xiao thought to himself as he began the lottery. Thank you for your patronage. Spent 10,000 war points. Thank you for your patronage. The host obtained a high-quality, innate spiritual treasure. Thank you for your patronage. It took 500 draws at 10,000 each to win once. Yi Xiao's face twitched as expected. Gamblers meet a bad end. But I don't believe it, let's try again. Give me a golden legend. 1,000 continuous draws, let's go. Ding, thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations on obtaining. Yi Xiao drew a total of 10,000 times, finally winning 100 postnatal spiritual treasures along with a large amount of useless elixirs and materials. Looking at the remaining 5,000 draw chances, Xiao gritted his teeth. Continue. If you don't give me something good, I might not keep drawing next time. This is simply a scam. Gamblers meet a bad end. Taking a deep breath, Xiao pressed all his war points in one go. As the repeated "thank you for your patronage" flashed by, Xiao's expression grew darker. Wow, golden legend. System, quickly tell me what good item I drew. He was about to give up, but unexpectedly the last 1,000 continuous draws actually yielded something good. Xiao's startled exclamation made him appear incredibly excited. Finally, something good has come. Xiao's pupils suddenly constricted, and his breath momentarily halted. The innate treasure, there are hardly any in the entire primordial world, almost all owned by great powers. Moreover, the existence of the Chaos Pearl, a legendary artifact, is even rarer. The fact that even a defective version is an innate treasure suggests that the complete version is absolutely a chaos-level existence. That is a supreme treasure, a level above innate treasures. The primordial world is not only a place to measure cultivation, but also a world where artifacts are of utmost importance. With powerful artifacts, crossing realms to defeat enemies is commonplace. Otherwise, why would countless cultivators in the primordial world aspire to become disciples of saints? Because saints possess many treasures. Xiao suppressed his excitement and quickly checked the information on the Chaos Pearl. Item name: Chaos Pearl, defective grade, innate treasure, contains a self-contained chaos world able to hold all things unaffected by external influences, endlessly marvelous, can obscure the heavenly secrets, undetectable by saints, uncountable by the heavenly Tao. As he read through line after line of information, Xiao trembled slightly. The inner chaos world is none other than the realm before the primordial world was created. Moreover, even saints cannot trace Xiao's whereabouts. With this item, he undoubtedly possesses the most solid protective charm. With the system's existence, Xiao is destined to summon other worlds. If he were to be inadvertently discovered by a saint, who knows what might happen. But with the Chaos Pearl in hand, this hidden danger instantly vanished. I've struck it rich. This time I truly have struck it rich. Xiao muttered to himself, grabbing the seemingly unremarkable pearl that exuded an ancient chaotic aura. The pearl felt slightly cool to the touch, and a sense of vastness and primitivity surged into his body from his palm, as if the breath of the world before creation flowed through him. He felt his soul become ethereal, as all the energies, fortunes, and fluctuations of his cultivation were suppressed, converged, and concealed at that moment. It was like a drop of water merging into the vast ocean, never to be captured again. What a good item. With this Chaos Pearl, it is also a fine treasure for killing and plundering. The human race is rapidly rising, and in the future it will inevitably affect the interests of certain parties. If they dare to provoke him, Xiao can let them know what despair truly means. Although the lottery left Xiao drained, he felt no remorse. Spending over 100 million war points to exchange for an innate treasure, the Chaos Pearl, was a bloodworthy deal. Not to mention 100 million, even 10 billion, or 100 billion would be worth it. Xiao took a deep breath and absorbed the Chaos Pearl into his body, blending with his surroundings, making it hard to detect. It's time to go out. Outside, Zhu Long still maintained the spatial barrier, his expression grave as he stood by. He could vaguely sense that Xiao might have more than one innate treasure. Though he was at the peak of semi-saint, he still possessed no innate treasures. Tribe leader, seeing Xiao emerge from his retreat, Zhu Long nodded slightly. Xiao smiled slightly and casually tossed the pair of ancestral dragon gauntlets, exuding the aura of a treasure, to him. Zhu Long, this item is a gift for you. Zhu Long instinctively caught it. The next moment he was stunned. An innate treasure, and it was the most suitable innate treasure for the dragon clan. Zhu Long's voice trembled. Tribe leader, this is an innate treasure specifically crafted for my dragon clan, and you just gave it to me. Zhu Long could hardly believe this was true. Even if Xiao was generous, he wouldn't just gift away innate treasures, would he? Little did he know, for Xiao, innate treasures were something he could have as many as he wanted. That is only natural, Xiao replied lightly. The outer battlefield is fraught with danger, and my master said a total attack on the insect clan is imminent. The stronger you are, the safer I will be. Moreover, I also plan to visit the core battlefield. While the final battle is happening, I aim to see some benefits. Otherwise, once the insect clan is exterminated, we will lose a lot of energy for cultivation. You must accept the gauntlets. I will still rely on you. Hearing Xiao's words, Zhu Long's perception of him was once again refreshed. Innate treasures are scarce, even saints possess few, let alone gift them away. Yet Xiao not only gifted one, but also to him, the newly joined leader of the dragon clan in the human race. Xiao could not have imagined that with this ancestral dragon gauntlet, Zhu Long would completely regard himself as a totem of the human race. Thank you, tribe leader. In the future, should there be any orders, I will not hesitate to sacrifice my life. Zhu Long bowed deeply. Yi Xiao raised his hand to assist him up, saying, "Senior, please rise. It's just an innate treasure. As long as I desire it, I will have it. You will know in the future that I can have as many innate treasures as I want." Zhu Long naturally did not believe Yi Xiao's words, but did not press the issue. "You should first refine the ancestral dragon gauntlets. Once I finish dealing with some matters, we will go to the core battlefield together." Zhu Long, suppressing his excitement, began to quietly refine the innate treasure. Yi Xiao stepped into the human race's camp, which at this moment was vastly different from before. 100,000 warriors exuded a powerful aura with the number of mystical immortals and golden immortals surging. Looking around, strong bloodlines soared into the sky, faintly condensing the omen of the human race's fortuitous golden dragon. However, the artifacts in everyone's hands still appeared somewhat shabby. Most were the acquired treasures Yi Xiao had previously refined, which did not match their current cultivation. Then Yi Xiao distributed all the items he obtained from the system lottery and the purchased spiritual treasures. Watching the rapidly advancing human disciples, Yi Xiao felt very satisfied. He looked towards the core battlefield with confidence and smirked inwardly. "I can't let the insect clan go offline so quickly. Without external enemies, the witch and undead clans will surely erupt in conflict again. A war between them is inevitable." Moreover, both clans have made tremendous advancements in strength due to the emergence of the insect clan, far stronger than before. With the current strength of the human race, if the demon clan were to act against us, I would be utterly powerless to resist. The human race still needs the essence of the insect clan to enhance our strength. It seems we must stir up some trouble. This trip to the core battlefield has one sole purpose: to summon a world to descend. I wonder what expressions the saints of the primordial world will have at that time. Yi Xiao pondered internally. He would not allow all the races in the primordial world to rest idly. Such a powerful world cannot afford to fight among itself. External wars are far more interesting. Isn't seizing resources from the myriad realms enticing? For the development of the human race, it is inevitable that the myriad races of the primordial world will cease internal strife. After all, fighting is for resources or territory or for fortunes. These can also be obtained by seizing other worlds. Though it's a bit dangerous, the rewards are much greater. Yi Xiao believes that the strong among the myriad races of the primordial world would be more than willing, and of course, even if they aren't, it wouldn't matter. Yi Xiao would spur them forward. After dispatching the supplies, Zhu Long continued refining the Zulong gauntlets while Yi Xiao did not idle. He secluded himself to assimilate the 9-turn golden pill he purchased from the system. Its quality equaled the elixirs refined by the sage Laozi, capable of rapidly augmenting cultivation. Naturally, the rate of advancement still lagged far behind the acceleration granted by the insect race's world origin. At the same time, Yi Xiao did not neglect practicing the Jiuzhuan Xian Gong. Having bought 10 drops of Pangu essence, he refined the 9-turn golden pill and the Pangu essence concurrently. Meanwhile, at the Honghuang main camp within the extra-mundane battlefield, the 6 sages of Honghuang and Dao ancestor Hongjun had gathered together. Hongjun sat in the foremost seat, the others each upon a meditation cushion. All the sages of Honghuang were present. The last time such an assembly occurred was when the insect world first descended. When all the sages assemble, it is never a trifling affair. If a sage acts, that action will inevitably concern the very pattern of Honghuang. This gathering naturally concerned the insect race. The sages turned their gazes to Hongjun, awaiting his pronouncement. Hongjun's face was calm. After sweeping his eyes over the assembly, he spoke slowly. "My fellows, Tiandao has issued a warning. The devouring of other worlds' origins can elevate Honghuang. Therefore, I intend to launch an assault on the insect race, soon annihilate all the 90-year strong within their world, seize that world's origin, and thereby elevate Honghuang. In doing so, not only will Honghuang ascend, we sages may also climb higher. Sagehood is not the terminus." What Hongjun said was already understood by all, so none were surprised. But Hongjun's next words stirred covetousness among the sages. He continued, "There are only 9 sacred seats of Tiandao, 7 are now vacant. After Honghuang ascends, at least 3 more seats will emerge. In the campaign to annihilate the insect race, I shall allot the sacred seats according to each of your contributions. You may grant them to your disciples, or make other arrangements. I shall not interfere." As he spoke, an unusual glint passed across his eyes. At present, Honghuang had only begun to integrate with Tiandao. It had not fully merged, and could be regarded merely as Tiandao's proxy. His purpose in fusing with Tiandao had been to break through to a higher realm. Even before the insect world arrived, Hongjun had laid plans to weaken Honghuang's Tiandao, so that he might ultimately supplant Tiandao. Events such as the Wuyao War and the investiture of the gods had been meticulously prepared by him. The descent of the insect world furnished Hongjun with additional means. Even without fully merging with Tiandao, he could become far more powerful. Perhaps even stronger than Tiandao itself. With a superior path available, Hongjun no longer intended to continue the full fusion. Indeed, he had struck a certain accord with Tiandao and was ready to move against the insect race. Hearing Hongjun's words, each sage's eyes gleamed with desire. What? There can be more sacred seats. Excellent. My Chan school has the most disciples. Ui Yuanshi Tianzuan claim those seats. My western domain is barren. It rightfully deserves several sacred seats. Passion filled the hearts of the sages. They resolved to give their utmost in this battle. After the fervor abated, they began to deliberate the plan to strike the insect race. After a long pause, Taishang Laojun spoke slowly. The Wu and Yao clans can no longer restrain themselves. Roughly 80% of their forces are concentrated at the core battlefield. The 12 ancestral Wu have all arrived, and the Yao are nearly the same. Both clans have fallen into a frenzied state over the insect race's origin. The insect forces have been slaughtered and driven to collapse. If this continues, even their 90-year champions are likely to lose control. Yuanshi Tianzuan chuckled. Perfect. We want them to act. Lure those 90-year insect champions out of their world so that we may slay them and seize that world's origin. Tongtian Jiaozhu observed. The insect race has 9 90-year champions. Eliminating them all will be difficult. We might use the Wu and Yao clans as bait to draw out several 90-years and kill them first. As for the remainder, the sages of Hongwang can deal with them without strain. Jane remarked. That plan could work, but those who strike must possess overwhelming force. Among us, aside from the Dao ancestor, your Sanqing are the most powerful. Therefore, I believe this weighty task should fall to the Sanqing. Zhuanti agreed. Yes, senior brother is right. If you can eliminate 1 or 2 of the 90-year insects, that will suffice. Should more appear, we will then intervene. Nuwa said nothing. In terms of strength, she ranked near the lower third. She could not match the combined might of the 2 Western sages. Unlike Tongtian or Laozi, she could not single-handedly fight many. Her combat prowess was only average. So she did not intend to speak further on the matter. Hongjun then added, proceed with this plan. Have the Wu and Yao clans increase their pressure and force the insect 90 years out. Besides the 9 90-year beings, there is one at the Tiandao realm. I'll leave that one to me. The rest I entrust to you. Nuwa's expression shifted slightly. She looked at Hongjun and said, Master, the Wu and Yao clans are major houses of Hongwang, but we cannot know whether other worlds will descend in the future. Therefore, I believe the clans must not suffer excessively. Though she spoke thus, Nuwa chiefly wished to spare the Yao, for her elder brother Fushi resides in the Yao celestial court. Only those who survive will have the chance to become sages. Hongjun nodded, slightly thinking. Nuwa's words are a timely reminder. The insect world may be only the first to descend. I still do not know why it appeared here. We must remain vigilant and accelerate our progress. The more worlds that arrive, the better. In that case, I need not fuse with Tiandao to break through to higher realms. With that thought, he looked to the Sanqing. This matter I entrust to you 3. If necessary, protect the 12 ancestral Wu and Dijun and Dongwang Fushi. Yes, master, the Sanqing replied in unison. The 2 Western sages privately hoped that the next descending world would not be the insect world, so they might convert the destined and strengthen the West. The 2 Western sages were pleased at the thought. The sages finalized the details, and at last Hongjun gave the decree. All right, we may set forth. The Sanqing will be responsible for slaying any 90-year insect champions who enter the extra-mundane battlefield, and then proceed at once outside the insect world to rendezvous with us. Yes, master. The sages of Honghuang began to move. The Sanqing concealed heavenly signals and headed directly toward the core region of the extra-mundane battlefield. At the core of the extra-mundane battlefield, there was no need to hasten them. The fighting had already reached a fever pitch. Within the field, the Wu and Yao clans had thrown all their forces into the fray. An endless tide of insectoid hordes surged forth in terrifying waves from the rear, blanketing the heavens and earth, threatening to submerge the entire extraterrestrial realm. Opposite this monstrous swarm stood the 2 most formidable races of the primordial world, the Wu clan and the Yao clan. Centuries of brutal warfare had long since driven both sides into blood-frenzied fury. Over these centuries, countless quasi-saint cultivators had emerged among both the Wu and Yao clans. Such was the immense reward of hunting insectoid beings. The primordial essence of a single 8th-rank insectoid was sufficient to propel a peerless celestial immortal of the great Luo realm to break through an entire minor cultivation tier. The 12 ancestral Wu had all ascended to the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. Their physical bodies honed to incomparable perfection, standing only 1 step away from the legendary threshold of sainthood itself. Within the Yao heavenly court, Emperor Juntai, Yifu Shi, and Kuan Peng likewise held firm at the zenith of quasi-sainthood, while their 10 great Yao saints each commanded the power of quasi-sainthood. This unprecedented acceleration in cultivation had inflamed their hearts with ever greater madness. ushering in the current brink of total war. Only the sages themselves had yet to descend onto the battlefield. Beneath that exalted rank, nearly every powerhouse had already taken position. Scattered across the central battlefield were also the other 3,000 guests of the Zhixiao Palace. Among them were Zhun Yuan, Zi Ming, He Lao, Zhu Hongjun, and ancient reclusive cultivators. Indeed, virtually every renowned and mighty cultivator of the primordial world had gathered here. The entire extraterrestrial battlefield had long since transformed into an infinite slaughter ground. The air hung thick and heavy with undiluted blood scent, killing intent battle chi, and the insectoid's unique aura of chilling corrosion. The great battle had already reached its white-hot climax. At the heart of the battlefield, the 12 ancestral Wu stood arrayed across the 8 directions, their Wu energy boiling violently, their aura of slaughter surging skyward. Gong Zhang Gong Gong Zhu Rong Ho Tu Zhu Meng Chong Liang Zhu Jiu Yin Shi Bai Shi, and the other 12 ancestral Wu, each a quasi-sage at the peak of cultivation. Each towered tens of thousands of zhang tall, their bodies like primordial divine mountains, their vital energy piercing the heavens. Even the colossal insectoid warriors now appeared diminutive before them. Filthy insectoid vermin, surrender your primordial essence. Gong Gong roared, unleashing a cataclysmic flood that churned around him. The law of water coalesced into millions of razor-sharp water blades, slicing entire swarms of insectoids into oblivion in an instant. With a single punch, he shattered the void itself, sending 1,000 Zhangtal 8th rank elite insectoid exploding into crimson mist before it could even cry out. Ha 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 ha, exhilarating. Ha 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 ha, Water Brother, watch Fire Brothers move. Zhu Rong's body blazed with celestial flame, his inferno scorching the 8 directions, reducing all insectoids in its path to ash. In the next breath, he strode forward and instantly appeared before an 8th rank elite insectoid sovereign, then brought his foot crashing down. His flesh, akin to a supreme innate spiritual treasure, cleaved the sovereign insectoid into fragments in an instant, its primordial essence immediately drawn forth by Zhu Rong. The 12 ancestral Wu had always reigned supreme in the primordial world through sheer physical might. They cultivated no spirit seal, their bodies were their ultimate weapon, capable of withstanding even the mightiest innate spiritual treasures. Though they did not practice the ninefold mystic art, their corporeal power remained terrifyingly profound. Now, having all reached the apex of quasi-sainthood, and empowered by the bloodline techniques of Pangu, even ordinary 8th rank insectoids could not endure a single exchange against them. 8th rank sovereign insectoids could barely withstand 3 or 5 strikes before being utterly crushed under the ancestral Wu's overwhelming force. Even 8th rank imperial insectoids stood no chance in unknown combat. Kill. For the Wu clan. For the glory of our father god Pangu. Sons of the Wu, follow me into battle. Di Jiang wielded the Tao of space with terrifying precision, his immense physique transforming him into a relentless engine of life-reaping, surgically targeting elite 8th rank insectoid warriors amid the teeming hordes. One strike. If insufficient, then 2. Never missing, each blow returning a radiant orb of potent primordial essence. Tens of millions of Wu warriors, generals, and soldiers surged forward like an iron tide, crushing all before them, leaving mountains of insectoid corpses in their wake. They possessed no spirit seal and cultivated none, only flesh and strength. In battle they fought without fear of death, growing fiercer with every passing moment. On the Yao Heavenly Court's front, no less ferocity burned. Emperor Jun bore the river chart, and Luo riding upon his crown, standing shoulder to shoulder with Dong Huang Tai. Brother, we must not let those barbaric Wu outshine us. A conflict of this magnitude is rare indeed. Let us fight fiercely, gather abundant primordial essence, and upon our return to the primordial world, attempt the breakthrough to sainthood. So spoke Emperor Jun. Dong Huang Tai said nothing more, merely summoning the Dong Huang bell. Its resonance shook the void itself. Dong! The bell's sonorous chime reverberated across the cosmos, its laws trembling through reality. Even before Dong Huang Tai launched his full assault, legions of insectoids had their souls shattered and bodies exploded by the sheer sonic force. The Chaos Bell, both offense and defense embodied in one artifact, mastered time and space, ranking among the supreme innate treasures of the primordial world. Tai raised his bell mallet and enveloped an 8th rank sovereign insectoid within the bell's domain, slaying and refining it in mere instants, leaving behind a sphere of pure concentrated primordial essence. Dong Huang Tai licked his lips, eyes brimming with boundless slaughter intent. Kill. Today we shall forge the Yao clan's supreme hegemony in the blood of insectoids. Fu Shi stood beside Emperor Jun, divining the 8 trigrams, guiding the Yao armies to evade the insectoid main forces and strike precisely at their weakest points. Kuan Peng Lao Zhu transformed into a streak of black lightning darting across the battlefield at unimaginable speed, targeting weaker 8th rank insectoids, devouring their primordial essence with unrivaled swiftness. A master scavenger of the battlefield, the 10 great Yao Saints each unleashed their unique arts. Bai Zai Ji Ming Ing Zhao Fei Lian Jiao Ing Shang Yang Bai Fong. Each of the 10 great Yao Saints had attained quasi-sainthood. Together, even 8th rank imperial insectoids dared not face them heathen. Tens of millions of Yao soldiers and generals filled the heavens, forming a pincer formation with the Wu clan, crushing the insectoid legions under relentless pressure, even though the insectoid numbers dwarfed those of the primordial world beyond measure. The individual prowess of primordial cultivators remained overwhelmingly superior. Few realms across the myriad heavens and 10,000 worlds could rival them. Even golden immortals, mere specks of dust in the primordial world, could effortlessly slay insectoid sovereigns of equal cultivation rank. At the battlefield's periphery and in hidden corners, other primordial cultivators likewise employed their unique methods to harvest insectoid primordial essence. Jin Yuanzi held the Earth Book aloft, Earth laws swirling about him. Alongside Hongjun Lao Zhu, they reaped countless elite insectoid lives from either side. Both had long since reached the apex of quasi-sainthood, yet Hongjun emanated an ineffable ethereal aura unlike any other. Fellow Taoist Jun Yuanzi, over these years we have amassed vast quantities of 8th rank insectoid essence. Upon the conclusion of this battle, I intend to return to the primordial world for secluded cultivation and attempt the ascent to sainthood. Hongyun transmitted this message via spirit voice. Jin Yuanzi replied astonished, "Does fellow Taoist possess confidence in success? I shall personally guard your seclusion." Hongyun replied, "Currently my chances stand at only 30%. But upon returning to the primordial world, the heavenly Tao will bestow merit and virtue. With that boon, my likelihood of attaining sainthood rises to 70%. Zin Yuanzi exclaimed with delight, asking if his fellow cultivator had confidence. "I will act as your protector." Hongyun replied that there was only a 30% chance for now, but after returning to Hongwang, the Taoist merit would descend. She was 70% confident she could become a saint. Zin Yuanzi seized a wisp of the insect race's primal essence and laughed, declaring that this was excellent. He added that the insect race had truly been the fellow cultivator's lucky star. If the insects had not appeared, he suspected those members of the Yao clan would have coveted the fellow's Hongmeng purple chi. Hongyun reassured him, promising that once she became a saint, she would do her utmost to help him become one as well. Laughter followed in agreement. Farther away, the Mingyi ancestor stood alone, wielding 2 innate supreme treasures as millions of Zuoshinzi ravaged the battlefield, shouting for slaughter. The more the bloodshed, the better, he proclaimed, for within the sea of blood, the heavier the slaughter, the stronger his cultivation would grow. This extraterritorial battlefield was a true boon for the ancient forebear. Not only could its primal energies elevate his cultivation, but the flesh and blood of the insect folk served as nourishment for his blood sea. He lamented that his path had strayed before. If his blood sea could ascend to another level, perhaps he could walk a different road to becoming a saint. He scoffed. He refused to believe that one could not become a saint without Hongmeng purple chi. Kill. Continue killing. Mingyi laughed maniacally as his blood sea devoured everything in its wake. Insect bodies were swept in and instantly refined into the power of the blood sea. Corpses of the insect race mounted ever higher. Ming's blood sea swelled vast, and the aura radiating from him alone seemed faintly poised to rival the other battlefronts. 3,000 guests of Xiao Palace fought individually, yet with a tacit harmony. No one pursued another's target. Each chose insect foes to slaughter on their own. Across the battlefield, cries of killing thundered, and the clash of cosmic laws never ceased. The void shattered and reformed, only to shatter again. Stars fell and the earth crumbled. The spatial barriers of the extraterritorial battleground lay riddled with wounds. Both sides fought themselves into madness. Hongwang cultivators killed at the sight of the insects. The insects devoured any living beings they met. There was no idle talk, no restraint. Only the most primal blood-soaked slaughter. Soon after the battle began, the Wu and Yao clans had already slain no fewer than 30 8th-rank insect beings. Among them were 5 8th-rank sovereign-class insects that fell to Zhu Dijuan and Tai. Though the insect horde was vast, under the crushing force of Honghuang's top warriors, they were driven back in waves. Of corpses lay strewn and rivers ran red. Yet the insect numbers remained terrifying. One wave was slain, and another surged forth, seemingly endless. 8th-rank kings, elites, and sovereigns emerged in unceasing succession, numbering in the thousands. In an ordinary war, Hongwang would have crumbled, but now everyone was maddened by the stimulus of the insect race's primal source. The lure of cultivation advancement was enough to make even great beings cast aside life and death and fight to the last breath. They were broadly aware of the situation with Honghuang's saints as a shield. The insect race's 9th rank champions dared not appear. Thus, the Honghuang cultivators had little to fear. Grasping various spirit treasures, they struck without hesitation. Though the insects' carapaces were hard and their methods strange, before absolute might they could only be crushed. At the most furious and chaotic moment of the clash, the Sanqing had almost imperceptibly reached the core battlefield. The 3 saintly masters concealed their figures with innate supreme treasures so that no one detected their arrival. Tongtian cult master murmured with admiration that the Wu and Yao clans truly left nothing undone in battle. In recent years, they had risen remarkably, boasting so many quasi-saint pinnacles. He reflected that centuries ago the Yao clan had only 2 quasi-saints. Now the Yao alone possessed 4 quasi-saints. The Wu clan was even more terrifying, with a full 12 quasi-saint pinnacles. One could not deny that the insect race had become a boon for the myriad clans of Honghuang. If the heavenly Tao did not require devouring the world's sources to elevate its rank, the various saints might not have been willing to annihilate the insect race. After all, not every species generates primal source energy. It is the insect race's peculiar habit of devouring all and evolving that produces this unique primordial force. They made perfect stepping stones for cultivating later generations. Tongtian Jr. brother, do you see that one? Could that be Xiao, that brat? At that moment, Laozi the saint's voice rose. Tongtian saint looked toward where Laozi pointed and was astonished. It really is that brat. He has no small measure of courage. A mere de Luo golden immortal dares to come to the core battlefield, someone remarked. No. How did I not sense that brat's presence a moment ago, or the Zhulong at his side? That should not be. Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Laozi were equally puzzled, yet their attention was drawn by Yi Xiao's movements. At that moment, Yi Xiao arrived at the core battlefield accompanied by Zhulong. Zhulong had refined the Zulong gauntlet, and Yi Xiao had refined 2 9-turn golden pills. His cultivation had reached the early pinnacle of the De Luo, one step from midstage. A Hongjun pearl masked their heavenly signatures so no one could detect their aura unless they were seen with the naked eye. Thus the two reached the core battlefield unobstructed. Zhulong was at his side as they entered. Zhulong had preliminarily refined the Zulong gauntlet, though not yet fully fused. His combat power had already surged several-fold. Zhulong gazed at the scene with feeling, remarking that the core battlefield indeed contained so many quasi-saint pinnacles. Honghuang was truly mighty now. There were more quasi-saints now than even during the Dragon Phoenix calamity. Yi Xiao smiled and said this was all the insect races doing. In the future the Long and human races would be similar, and this was not the endpoint. Zhulong nodded with a smile, unconcerned, for the facts were plain to see. Yet he did not grasp the meaning of the latter half of Yi Xiao's remark. He continued, asking the clan chief how they should proceed: join the battlefield directly or take another approach. Yi Xiao thought briefly and said that there were too many formidable figures here. Their purpose was to obtain some primal source energy, and he also intended to slay some 7th-rank insect champions. He proposed that the elder first hunt down some quasi-saint level insect elites to secure a few strands of primal source energy so they could strike swiftly and decisively. Zhulong agreed without hesitation, warning the chief to be careful and asking to test the power of the Zulong gauntlet. He planned to complete the task as quickly as possible and then protect Yi Xiao. The pair split up, and Zhulong immediately targeted an elite 8th-rank insect. He appeared above the creature and instantly drew the Sanqing's astonishment. Is that an innate supreme treasure in Zhulong's hand? How have I never heard of it? Does Honghuang possess such a relic? Yuanshi Tianzuan was puzzled as he watched Zhulong kill an 8th-rank insect with a single punch, truly taken aback. But the next moment he was surprised by Yi Xiao looking to Tongtian. He could not help a twitch at his mouth and said, "Junior brother, could Yi Xiao be trying to snatch a windfall again?" Hearing this, the Tongtian cult master couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. This Yi Xiao, even as a great Luo golden immortal, still cannot change his dogged ways. Yet he was not one to shy away from embarrassment, and with a light chuckle he added, "Brother Yuanshi, my 4th disciple, truly cannot help this flaw. After all, the human race has been impoverished for too long. Besides his barely acceptable cultivation level, he is clever, and with the Dragon Clan as his totem, otherwise I would have quite the headache." Sighing, Yuanshi Tianzun looked at the Tongtian cult master's smug expression and decisively stopped his teasing, fearing he might regret not accepting Yi Xiao as a disciple back then. Now it was too late. At this moment, Yi Xiao was unaware that he had just entered the battlefield and was already discovered by the Sanqing. With so many great Luo experts in the wilderness, no one would suspect the sudden appearance of one more. For the time being, he need not worry about powerful enemies breaking through to kill him. With the Chaos Pearl as a cover, Yi Xiao concealed his aura, intentionally blending in among the countless cultivators, appearing quite ordinary and unremarkable. No one would notice such an ordinary early-stage great Luo golden immortal At this moment, the gaze of the insect races higher-ups above level 8 was completely drawn by the quasi-saintly powers of the wilderness. It was truly a clash of king's generals against generals and the small soldiers tearing at each other. This was precisely the best convenience for Yi Xiao, allowing him to quickly accumulate war value. However, while Yi Xiao seemed ordinary when he decided to act, it became somewhat extraordinary. He couldn't kill an 8th-stage insect for now, but he could quickly take down a 7th-stage insect, which was worth 100,000 war value. Yi Xiao's gaze shifted slightly, scanning the battlefield, until he quickly locked onto a 7th-stage elite insect heavily injured by a great wilderness cultivator. It had been repelled by a great witch from the witch clan, and was now fleeing in panic, heading right towards him. The surrounding cultivators were so caught up in the fight that no one noticed this fish that had slipped through the net. Yi Xiao moved slightly, approaching silently. He did not employ any earth-shattering supernatural powers. He simply summoned the Great Luo Immortal Sword, which had already been promoted to a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, and struck out with the sword. Slicing sound. A terrifying sword energy sliced through space, instantly striking the head of the 7th-stage elite insect. With a light sound, the soul of this 7th-stage elite insect was also simultaneously slain. Yi Xiao raised his hand and collected the essence of the insect, 100,000 war value in hand. It's you. You brat actually broke through to Great Luo Golden Immortal, and you dare to snatch the prey of this lord. Just as Yi Xiao finished collecting the insect essence, he heard a familiar coarse voice and immediately revealed a polite smile. It turns out to be you, Xingtian Daoist. I was wondering who could heavily injure a 7th-stage elite insect. I didn't expect it to be you, Xingtian Daoist. Yi Xiao said, showing no intention of returning the insect essence. What a joke. Now that it was in his hands, how could he possibly just give it back? Xingtian looked at Yi Xiao's familiar movements, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, thinking, this human friend truly hasn't changed his ways. Then he said helplessly, since you have already slain this subordinate, let it be, but next time we meet, I hope to spar with you regarding physical strength. How about it? Yi Xiao looked at Xingtian, who was holding a giant axe, knowing that if he did not agree to the other party's request, he would likely be in for a fierce battle. I currently do not have time to waste. Perhaps the saints of the wilderness have already begun plotting a full-scale attack. I must hurry to accumulate war value and extract the next world. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao decisively laughed. These are all minor issues. I have long wanted to experience the physical strength of the witch clan Daoist. However, not now. I will definitely seek you out for guidance in the future. Farewell. Without waiting for Xingtian to respond, Yi Xiao locked onto another 7th-stage insect. I still have 9 drops of Pangus blood that haven't been refined. Once I break through to the 7th rotation of the 9 turns mystic art, won't I be able to easily deal with you? While he was speaking, Yi Xiao had already arrived above this insect. This insect was quite cunning, hiding in the void, attempting to ambush a mid-stage Great Luo Immortal of the wilderness. Coincidentally, this person was Yi Xiao's eldest senior brother, Duobao Daoist. This wilderness cultivator has killed countless children. This time you are doomed. This insect was of the 7th-stage king level, with strength comparable to a latest-stage Great Luo. Moreover, it had likely battled Duobao Daoist more than once. However, Duobao had too many treasures, making it difficult to kill him. It had just found the opportunity to ambush. Die, you Void Mantis. Suddenly, the Void Mantis emerged from the space, its 2 forelegs resembling 2 low-grade, innate spiritual treasures, aiming to strike at Duobao Daoist. At this moment, Yi Xiao's voice suddenly rang out. Beast, you dare to ambush my eldest senior brother. Come. In an instant, Yi Xiao activated the 9 turns mystic art, fully unleashing the 6th rotation in overwhelming force, enhancing the Great Luo Immortal Sword. An attack that would astonish even peak Great Luo Golden Immortals fell instantly. Who dares to ambush? The Void Mantis sensed a lethal crisis and immediately abandoned its ambush, raising its legs to block above. However, its forelegs were only comparable to low-grade innate spiritual treasures. How could they possibly withstand the Great Luo Immortal Sword? Moreover, with Yi Xiao unleashing his full power without holding back, the 2 forelegs of the Void Mantis were instantly severed. Mother save me. The Void Mantis hurriedly raised its remaining legs to continue blocking, immediately crying out for help, its wails echoing across the battlefield. This immediately attracted many wilderness cultivators, including the responsive Duobao Daoist and a 7th-stage insect king. It's the 4th junior brother. Is he here to save me? When did his strength become so strong? He must have already caught up to me, right? Duobao Daoist immediately recognized the Void Mantis, watching Yi Xiao crush his old opponent, feeling quite emotional. Although he was not afraid of this Void Mantis, even if it ambushed him, it could not kill him. He was just very surprised by Yi Xiao's strength. Although he had heard his master and two junior sisters mention Yi Xiao's exploits, Duo Bao Daoist still thought Yi Xiao was just average and could not possibly catch up to him. Now it seemed he had underestimated him. Yi Xiao was no longer weak compared to him and might even be slightly stronger. Roar damn ants. At this moment, a 7th-stage void mantis of royal caliber suddenly appeared from nowhere, launching itself from the space. Its two sharp claws rushed straight for Yi Xiao's face at an incredible speed. Junior brother, be careful. I will block this beast for you. Duo Bao roared, instantly appearing above Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao replied, thank you, senior brother. Let me first slay this beast. At the fall of his voice, Yi Xiao began to wield his spiritual energy. Bolstered by both mystic power and the raw might of his body, several legs of the 7th-rank void mantis finally could not endure. The Daluo immortal sword tore through several of its legs in an instant and slammed mercilessly into its body. I will not accept this, the void mantis cried, and in the next moment it fell dead by Yi Xiao's hand. Junior brother, what cultivation! Why do we not the two brothers join forces to slay this 7th-rank insectoid emperor? At that moment, Duo Bao Daoist's voice rang out. Alone he could hardly contend with the 7th-rank insectoid emperor, whose combat prowess rivaled the peak of a Daluo golden immortal. Hearing this, Yi Xiao laughed. Junior brother, I was thinking the same. Duo Bao was not yet the future Buddha, and Yi Xiao held no other thoughts toward him. He had long harbored an ambition to surpass Duo Bao. The opportunity was close at hand, and Yi Xiao was indeed eager to fight alongside Duo Bao, for during the very first battle, he had lacked the qualification to participate. With that, he raised the Daluo immortal sword and joined the fray. The 7th-rank insectoid emperor seethed with rage at the sight, yet was powerless to do more than vent impotent fury. They could not kill it despite their strikes, and it seemed they might soon be overwhelmed. Far above in the void, the Sanqing were astonished by Yi Xiao's strength. Laozi Shengren spoke first. I did not expect Yi Xiao's combat power to be so formidable. Even at the early stage of a Daluo golden immortal, he can slay 7th-rank insectoid elites comparable to those of the late Daluo stage. Moreover, his body is exceptionally hardy. He may not be inferior to the grand witches of the Wu clan. Junior brother, you have taken a fine pupil. Among Sanjiao's disciples, this youth's strength should be first. Taishang Laozi spoke candidly, a flash of regret passing in his eyes before vanishing. Yuanshi Tianzuan, by contrast, fell silent again, filled with remorse. Alas, how did we fail to foresee Yi Xiao's defiance of fate? Why did that brat not choose me? Tongtian Jiaozhu stroked his beard, eyes brimming with pride. It was all luck. Luck? Be that as it may, I suspect the 9th-rank insectoid champions will soon be alarmed. Too many 7th and 8th-rank warriors are falling. Ranks like these are not infinite. Laozi Shengren, indeed. Prepare yourselves and do your utmost to prevent any 9th-rank insectoids from harming our Hongwang folk. Yi Xiao was of course unaware of the Sanking's conversation. At this moment, he was locked in fierce combat with Duo Bao Daoist against the 7th-rank insectoid emperor. The mantis claw, comparable to a mid-grade innate spirit treasure, met the blade of the Daluo immortal sword with surprising parity. Their grades were similar, and for a time, Yi Xiao found it hard to break through its defense. His body could not yet fully withstand an assault from an innate spirit treasure, so he had not gained an absolute advantage. Then Duo Bao produced a supreme innate spirit treasure. Junior brother, I will be responsible for shattering this wretched beast's defense. You distract it. Very well. Yi Xiao nodded, then flashed and appeared directly upon the insectoid emperor's back. It seems some stratagems are required. Then taste the new technique I have comprehended. Ninefold profound art. Pengu phantasmal image, suppress it for me. In an instant, Yi Xiao's body swelled with terrifying speed, expanding 100-fold, or more, nearly crushing the 7th-rank insectoid emperor beneath him. This art was a divine skill comprehended upon breaking the ninefold profound art. Through its 6th turn, it could summon a sliver of Pangus, phantasmal image possessing but a fragment of Pangus might. It could only be sustained for a few breaths. Though fleeting before a true powerhouse, even a tenthescent of a breath can be fatal. The moment the Pangu phantasmal image manifested, an aura from the age of chaos descended with sudden intensity. Pangu was an invincible being. Even a mere shadow of him plunged the 7th-rank insectoid emperor into a brief, paralyzing terror. Its limbs trembled, uncontrollably primal fear stopping it from making any rash movement. Thus it was held immobile beneath Yi Xiao. Senior brother, strike now. Yi Xiao quickly transmitted the command to Duo Bao. Duo Bao snapped out of his daze. Junior brother, that move is immense. This wretched beast deserves death. Kill. This is the phantasmal image of Father Pangu. From afar, Laozi Shengren and Yuanshi Tianzuan were stunned again. How did Yi Xiao accomplish this? On the other side of the battlefield, Zhulong was delivering a devastating dimensional assault. He was already a peak quasi-saint, the most senior among Honghuang's quasi-saints, his standing older even than the 3,000 guests of Xiao Palace. His reservoir of spiritual energy had been distilled across countless primordial cycles. His strength was unfathomable, far surpassing myriad peers of the same realm. Now he bore an innate treasure such as the ancestral dragon gauntlets, and slaying insectoids of equal realm who lacked innate treasures was little more than child's play for him. At the very moment Yi Xiao and Duobao felled the 7th rank insectoid Emperor Zhulong had also completed his objective, indeed had exceeded it. He had slain 6 insectoids at 8th rank or above, 3 elites, 2 monarchs, and 1 emperor. He harvested 6 8th rank insectoid essences. Sensing Yi Xiao's position, he decisively withdrew from the fray and flew toward him. Is that a powerhouse of the Shanggu Longzhu? Truly terrifying. Observers who had seen Zhulong's overwhelming might murmured among themselves. I thought the Longzhu were weak, yet they are so formidable, we must not provoke them. Fortunately, our clan has not offended them. Humanity is fortunate with the Longzhu, as totem humans may soon become the 3rd great race of Honghuang. Then Duobao said, Junior brother, let us split this essence evenly, 1/2 each. Duobao divided the 7th rank emperor's essence in 2 and handed a portion to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, unbothered by the size of the essence, accepted at once. Thank you, senior brother. Zhulong elder has arrived. I have business to attend, so I will not linger and chatter. Take these 2 leaves of enlightenment tea as a gift, senior brother. Yi Xiao tossed the 2 leaves of enlightenment tea and went to join Zhulong. Duobao looked at the tea leaves in his hand, a burning light in his eyes. 4th junior brother is indeed generous. Once I return and refine the insectoid essences, this humble Taoist can attempt the 3 corpses severing and break into the quasi-saint realm. Chieftain, are you all right? Zhulong asked. Yi Xiao shook his head. I am fine. How fared your harvest? Zhulong smiled. I did not fail my duty, though I obtained 6 8th rank insectoid essences. Yi Xiao's eyes brightened. Excellent, so many. In that case, elder, please assist me further. I need to slay a great number of insectoid strongs. Though Zhulong did not know Yi Xiao's intent, he readily agreed. Simple. I will batter the insectoids half to death. The chieftain need only finish them off. What rank of insectoids do you require? Yi Xiao smiled. 8th rank are hard to kill. Oh, let us take 7th rank ones instead. Very well, chieftain, watch me. As the voice fell, the Zhulong's figure flickered and instantly rushed into the chaotic battle not far away. In the next moment, a mighty Deluo practitioner felt a flash before his eyes, only to discover that his opponent had vanished. What's going on here? Where is my large bug army? The practitioner felt somewhat disoriented in the wind, unable to grasp the situation. In truth, it was Zhulong's speed that was too fast, so much so that even a Deluo golden immortal could not see how he made his move. In an instant, Zhulong severely injured that 7th tier bug and tore open space to send it next to Yi Xiao before moving on to the next place to find another bug victim. Yi Xiao looked at the massive bug corpse lying before him, a grin spreading across his face, and then with a flash of sword light, he obtained 100,000 war points. Not bad, plus some primordial energy. I wonder how much primordial energy I can harvest this time. Can it help me rush to the quasi-saint realm in one go? Thinking this, in the next moment, an elite-level 7th tier bug corpse appeared in front of him again. Without a hint of hesitation, Yi Xiao struck with his sword again, claiming another 7th tier bug corpse along with primordial energy and another 100,000 war points. Awesome. This is just too awesome. Senior Zhulong is truly a super powerhouse. If only I had known the correct way to utilize him earlier, but it doesn't seem too late now. In just this short time, Senior Zhulong has helped me slay 12 7th tier bugs, accumulating 1,200,000 war points. Let's keep going. Zhulong was fully focused on heavily wounding the bugs. No matter what bloodline level the 7th tier bugs were, they could not withstand the power of his punch backed by innate treasures. They were directly left severely injured and unable to fend for themselves. Then they were immediately torn through space and sent before Yi Xiao, who always struck directly, waiting for the spoils to come to him. Time passed little by little. The divine operations of Zhulong and Yi Xiao were being watched by more and more people. Many practitioners engaged in battle with the bugs paused to watch their performance. Though they could not comprehend the significance of their actions, it all looked quite fascinating. As they worked in tandem, the losses among the 7th tier bug elites grew increasingly severe. Moreover, the rate of their downfall was accelerating. The bugs gradually fell into chaos, with powerful insects of all levels beginning to go mad. Congratulations, host, you have killed a 7th tier elite bug, earning 1,000 war points. Congratulations, host, you have killed a 7th tier elite bug, earning 1,000 war points. Congratulations, host, you have killed a 7th tier bug king, earning 1,000 war points. Every time Yi Xiao killed a 7th tier bug, the system's notification echoed. By this time, the number of 7th-tier bugs that had died under Yi Xiao's Deluo Immortal Sword had reached 70. Excluding over 40 ordinary 7th-tier bugs, more than 20 7th-tier bugs provided over 20 sources of primordial energy. Yi Xiao was indeed reaping significant rewards, having harvested 7 million war points. Even the Deluo Immortal Sword in his hand emitted a strange aura of slaughter due to the absorption of a large amount of bug blood, subtly hinting at a possible upgrade. 7th-tier bug elites were comparable to Deluo Golden Immortal practitioners. Their blood was also a treasure that the Deluo Immortal Gold could absorb and refine. Zhu Long, meanwhile, became Yi Xiao's most capable assistant. Wherever he went, 7th-tier bugs were heavily wounded and fell. Yi Xiao acted like a reaper, moving through every corner of the battlefield, his speed in executing finishing blows increasing. The two of them were growing increasingly in sync. They've killed so many 7th-tier bugs and gathered so much primordial energy that human Deluo is about to strike it rich. This battlefield has become utterly meaningless. It's better to change to a different location. We can't be so easily slaying a 7th-tier bug after fighting so hard. It's just so infuriating to see. The primal practitioners on the battlefield gradually dispersed, leaving only Zhu Long and Yi Xiao performing their display. With a large number of 7th-tier bugs being slain by their teamwork, war points surged into Yi Xiao's account like a flowing river. However, their rapid and astonishing achievements also drew the attention of the 9th-tier bug elites. Damn it, how could our 7th-tier strongmen be losing so quickly? In this battle, the death toll of 7th-tier bugs is too high. Our bug race relies on devouring everything to grow. We have countless strongmen in our clan, but we can't bear such losses. A 9th-tier bug elite spoke solemnly. I have calculated this is the work of 2 primal practitioners, one at the peak Quasi-Saint level and one at the early Deluo level. Quite a good strategy. Another 9th-tier bug elite spoke with a dark tone. Bugs that can become 9th-tier possess royal-level bloodlines. They can hatch any bloodline level of bugs below 9th tier. Now, not only are the 8th-tier bugs falling rapidly, but the 7th-tier bugs are as well. They can no longer hold back. At this moment, a particularly eerie 9th-tier bug elite stated the individual strength of the primal practitioners is significantly stronger than our races. If this continues, our race will eventually be overwhelmed and forced to retreat back into the bug world. I will not allow such a thing to happen. The stronger the primal practitioners grow, the more delicious their flesh becomes, allowing our race to grow rapidly. As long as we devour a few more primal strongmen, our race can continue to produce new 9th-tier elites. Therefore, we must take action to stop the primal practitioners' assault. We don't need to drive them back. We only need to eliminate some of the top combatants from the major primal factions. It's best for the 2 worlds to maintain a balance that is most beneficial for our race. After this 9th-tier bug finished speaking, the other 9th-tier bugs did not voice any objections. They all acquiesced. Seeing this, the 9th-tier bug nodded in satisfaction and then spoke. Void Darkness Venom, you 3 will take action this time. Make it quick and decisive. Be wary of the primal saints. If they show up, retreat immediately. Do not get entangled with the primal saints. Our race is currently not their match. Yes, my queen. The 3 9th-tier bugs named spoke in human language, and then the void trembled as 3 massive 9th-tier bugs disappeared from the bug world. Among them, the 9th-tier void mantis headed straight towards Yi Xiao at full speed. Yi Xiao had just slain a 7th-tier bug king with Zhu Long's help when he saw Zhu Long fly to him with a grave expression. Without waiting for him to ask anything, Zhu Long exclaimed, Patriarch, we must leave. I have a bad feeling. This feeling has saved me several times. We are in for big trouble. Hearing this, Yi Xiao's brow twitched. What the hell is going on? Even Senior Zhu Long thinks it's a big problem. Damn it, I have only slain 87th-tier bugs. There's no way a 9th-tier bug elite is coming after me, right? We're in big trouble. Oh, let's go. Without any hesitation, Yi Xiao bolted away. Yi Xiao firmly believed in this intuition. The Candle Dragon had lived through countless epochs, existing since the dawn of the primordial era as a congenital divine demon, its power having already reached the pinnacle of Quasi-Saint, just a step away from becoming a saint. When even such an existence spoke of great trouble, the impending danger was undoubtedly something he could not contend with at this moment. What face, what posture, what aura of a strong person. In the face of absolute life and death crisis, all of it was worthless. Run. This was the only thought in Yi Xiao's mind. He didn't even have time to exchange a single word with the Candle Dragon as the celestial light beneath his feet surged wildly and the Deluo Immortal Sword was unleashed to its utmost limit, his whole body surging with magical power. He transformed into a streak of extreme light, frantically fleeing towards the periphery of the battlefield. The Candle Dragon, seeing this, made the same move. At that moment, neither the human nor the dragon had any desire to fight. But just as they were escaping, the enemy had already arrived. You think you can escape after killing so many of my kind? Dream on. Die. A voice filled with killing intent echoed in the minds of Xiao and the candle dragon, followed by a sharp crack. In the next moment, the void before them exploded violently, revealing an enormous void mantis that had appeared before them without warning. Both were frozen in place by the terrifying pressure, unable to move. The candle dragon managed to remain standing, but Xiao was pressed down to the ground. Let alone escape, he wasn't even sure he could stand up alive. Is this it? Am I really going to die? Xiao felt a pang of regret, wishing he had left sooner. At that moment, the candle dragon transmitted a message: Patriarch, I will exert all my strength shortly. I should be able to hold this bug-type 9th tier for a moment. You must escape. Xiao immediately refused, saying, Senior Candle Dragon, you must not. Going will be akin to seeking death. I still have the trump card given to me by my master, the Celestial Teacher, which is enough to create an opportunity for us to escape. We will run separately. The Candle Dragon rejoiced. Wonderful. Even a glimmer of hope is enough. I still want to see the Dragon Clan rise again. Patriarch, it's up to you. As they spoke, Xiao had already taken out the jade mirror given to him by the Celestial Teacher. At this moment, the 9th tier void mantis stepped out from the shattered space. Its figure was an eerie dark blue, its body at least several thousand zhang long, appearing incredibly terrifying. A pressure far beyond that of a quasi-saint swept across the entire battlefield like a tsunami. As it appeared, all the cultivators and insectoids still engaged in combat on the battlefield froze in their movements. Countless primordial cultivators turned pale. Is this a 9th tier power of the insectoids? How did a 9th tier insectoid appear? Holy crap, run. The 9th tier insectoid has made its move. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Isn't that the candle dragon and the humans de Luo? They actually provoked the 9th tier insectoids. This place is no longer safe. In an instant, the primordial cultivators on the battlefield began to retreat actively. While the source energy was indeed important, their lives were now at risk. All the cultivators were intimidated by the aura of this 9th tier void mantis, fleeing desperately into the distance. The once chaotic battlefield was now left with only the insectoid powerhouses roaring. The 9th tier void mantis fixed its gaze on Xiao, suddenly opening its massive mouth, a powerful suction sweeping towards Xiao. Meanwhile, the Sanqing hidden in the void had long been prepared. The reason they had not moved to help Xiao immediately was that they were sealing off this area. Just as Xiao was about to crush the jade mirror, a streak of blue sword light appeared before him. The 9th tier void mantis sensed this aura and swiftly dodged. Qingping's sword. The primordial celestial teacher has arrived as well. Come out. The void mantis voice fell, and the celestial teacher, holding the Qingping sword, grabbed both Xiao and the candle dragon. Then, with a cold glare at the 9th tier void mantis, he scoffed, How dare you, a cowardly beast, attempt to attack my disciple? Since you enjoy bullying the weak so much, then today you shall remain here. As his voice fell, Laozi and Yuan Shitianzun also appeared behind the 9th tier void mantis, the three forming a triangular formation to surround the 9th tier void mantis. Few we are saved. Thank you, Master. Xiao said to the Celestial Teacher. The Celestial Teacher replied, somewhat disgruntled, You have quite a nerve, a mere de Luo Jinxian dared to come here. However, well done, you are indeed my disciple. Ha ha ha. The Celestial Teacher laughed heartily, genuinely in good spirits, as Xiao had given him numerous surprises lately. Hee, it's all thanks to Master's teachings. Xiao smiled and continued, But Master, wouldn't it be better if you let us leave here first? The Celestial Teacher nodded slightly, directly tossing Xiao and the candle dragon outside the barrier. Sanqing, how could you all appear at the same time? Impossible. No, this is deliberate. Despicable primordial cultivators, you shall pay for this. The 9th tier void mantis, upon seeing the three, had already wanted to flee, but the space here was sealed off, and it was under the combined sealing of the three saints, and it could not escape in the short term. You mere beasts covered in fur and armor dare to act presumptuously before me. Yuan Shitianzun roared, launching an attack immediately. The innate supreme treasure, the Pango banner, erupted forth. Seeing this, the Celestial Teacher and Laozi also moved simultaneously, the Xianhuang Pagoda and the four swords of Zuzhen descending from the void. No chivalry. Despicable primordial cultivators. The 9th tier void mantis emitted an enraged voice, knowing it had no chance against the three formidable saints. It could only withstand. Boom. A terrifying explosion echoed as the 9th tier void mantis endured the attacks of the three's supreme treasures. Its massive body was instantly reduced by more than half, its aura dimming in an instant. However, being a 9th tier being, it would not fall from such injuries. In the blink of an eye, the 9th tier void mantis recovered. Although its aura was somewhat unstable. I will fight you all. Perhaps knowing it could not escape, the void mantis initiated an attack, charging towards the Celestial Teacher. The Celestial Teacher was somewhat disappointed. This 9th tier void mantis is truly weak. It doesn't require the three of us to act together. Elder brother, second brother, I will handle this. You two should go oversee the battle between the witch and the demon clans. Laozi and Yuan Shitianzun did not refuse. They too felt that the strength of the Void Mantis did not merit their simultaneous intervention, and thus they left directly. This made the 9th-tier Void Mantis feel an immense humiliation. Celestial teacher, I will kill you. Patriarch, are you alright? I'm fine, just a close call. Fortunately, my master and the others arrived early. Outside the space blockade, Yi Xiao and Zhu Long were conversing softly. Yi Xiao gazed at the terrifying battle before him, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Why are the insectoids so impatient? It's obvious that my master and the others had set an ambush long ago, just waiting for them to emerge. They really are a bunch of beasts. I estimate that the other saints in the primordial wilderness are already prepared. I just wonder how many 9th order insectoids will come out this time. If several of them are slain, the insectoid world might really struggle to withstand the onslaught of the primordial wilderness. Although saints can resurrect, it still takes time. I've only accumulated 800,000 battle points. How am I supposed to manage this? To just walk away like this would be too much of a loss. Yi Xiao muttered anxiously in his heart. If the insectoids were annihilated, he and the human race would lose a stepping stone for rapid rise. Refining the source energy is much faster than progressing through cultivation. Patriarch, are we not leaving? The primordial cultivators have mostly departed. It seems the saints of the primordial wilderness are planning to attack the insectoid world. At this moment, Zhu Long's voice echoed in Yi Xiao's ears. Hearing this, Yi Xiao finally noticed that it seemed only the Tontian master and the two of them were left on this battlefield. Yi Xiao looked at the still dense and endless insectoids, his eyes flickering. Ordinary 1st, 2nd, and 3rd order insectoids were naturally beneath his notice. But the battle points provided by these insectoids were indeed what he needed. With such a vast number of insectoids, the higher order ones are the least numerous. All of these are precious resources. If only we could slay all these insectoids, how wonderful it would be. What a pity. Yi Xiao's mind raced, and just as he was planning to leave, a flash of inspiration struck. Wow. Zhu Long was startled by him. Patriarch, what did you say? Yi Xiao replied, ha, it's nothing. I just thought of a great idea. Zhu Long, we two clans are about to rise. Saying this, Yi Xiao immediately took out a fully evolved Dinghai Divine Pearl and said, Zhu Long, this contains a vast world. What do you think about us collecting all these insectoids inside? Hearing this, Zhu Long, who was originally a bit dazed, had a flash of brilliance in his eyes. Patriarch, you wouldn't be thinking. Exactly. Taking advantage of the fact that the 9th order insectoids are currently being held back by saints, let's collect as many as we can in the shortest time possible. You, being at the peak of the quasi-saint stage, will be responsible for the collection of those above the Great Luo Golden Immortal level. The rest will be left to me. All right, Zhu Long exclaimed excitedly, preparing to collect the insectoids. At this moment, Yi Xiao added, by the way, let's first collect those on this battlefield, then we can check the battle between the Wu and Yao clans. After saying this, the two began to split up and take action. Ha, I'm going to get rich. Why didn't I think of this sooner? I have as many as 36 vast worlds. No matter how many insectoids come, they will all fit in. Yi Xiao chuckled mischievously, soaring into the sky, opening the vast world and fiercely sucking the insectoids below. He only needed to open the gateway to the vast world, and with the power of the world's master, he could directly annihilate these insectoids. With battle points secured and source energy in hand, it's both safe and efficient with no worries about being ambushed by the insectoid powerhouses. It's simply perfect. Ha, I'm truly a genius. Yi Xiao couldn't help but feel ecstatic in his heart. Gateway of the world, heed my command. Open. In an instant, a space passage filled with devouring power quietly opened in the void of the outer battlefield. The terrifying devouring force rendered the insectoids below the Great Luo Golden Immortal powerless to resist as they were sucked into the vast world. One after another, a swarm of them. The insectoids are also sentient, and with Yi Xiao's initial cultivation at the Great Luo Golden Immortal, he could only forcibly collect those below this level without their consent. But this limitation was minimal. Though small, the mosquitoes were numerous enough. Countless insectoids suddenly felt an irresistible, terrifying suction that pulled them away. Buzz. A 4th order insectoid, unable to even struggle, was directly sucked into a gateway of the world and vanished without a trace. Roar. A 5th order insectoid roared in resistance, but in the face of the world's power controlled by Yi Xiao, its resistance was like a mantis trying to stop a cart, instantly devoured. All the 6th order insectoids were helplessly drawn into the vast world under the terrifying devouring power. Seeing this terrifying and unknown scene, the 7th order insectoids fled in panic. Yi Xiao's figure moved swiftly in all directions, collecting more and more insectoids. Before long, the insectoids in this battlefield had been collected almost entirely. To take risks, he only needed to quietly wait for the battle points to be credited. Refreshing. This is true harvesting. On the other side, the Tontian Master had completely suppressed the Ninth Order Void Mantis. He had naturally noticed Yi Xiao's actions, unable to help but twitch his lips. That kid, Yi Xiao, really has quite a few tricks up his sleeve. He actually managed to unleash the effects of the Dinghai Divine Pearl, creating 36 heavens. It seems that under the leadership of my disciple, the human race will soon become a true great clan of the Primordial Wilderness, with the third largest race in the Primordial Wilderness just around the corner. Truly deserving of being my disciple. Zhulong, it's about time. The scene here was even more bustling than Yi Xiao's side. The two major races, the Wu and Yao, had almost all their quasi-saints gathered here. This was truly the main battlefield of the outer domain. The number of 7th and 8th Order insectoids slain by the two races was not small, and the insectoids over there couldn't help but retaliate. Yi Xiao had only slain 87th Order ones before being targeted by a 9th Order Void Mantis. The situation was similar here. However, the battle situation on the Void Mantis side was sealed off, and they were still unaware. The two 9th Order powerhouses, the Venom and Darkness, had quietly arrived, not revealing themselves yet, but both their gazes were locked onto at least two quasi-saints at their peak. One was from the Yao clan, and the other from the Wu clan. Darkness follow the will of the Mother Empress and slay a few quasi-saints at their peak to let these primordial cultivators feel pain, but don't kill them all. Venom communicated through sound. Darkness replied, "Rest assured, I have my measures. I'm ready. When do we start?" The two 9th Order insectoids casually conversed like this. Unbeknownst to them, in the void of the battlefield, Laozi and Yuan Shitianzun had already discovered each other. "Big brother, shall we each take one?" Yuan Shitianzun communicated. Laozi replied, "Sure. Be careful not to let these two beasts kill the 12 ancestor witches, or Dong Huang Tai. Kill." Enjirong roared in fury, his divine flames surging across heaven and earth. Entire legions of 6th and 7th tier insectoid beings were instantly reduced to nothingness. Dijuan wielded the Hichu Luoshu, unfolding a grand stellar formation. The power of countless stars descended in torrents. Each celestial impact claimed swathes of insectoid lives. Tai grasped the chaos bell. Its resounding chime reverberated through time and space, freezing reality itself. Any insectoid that drew near had its soul shattered outright. Darkness, it is time. Strike only the 4 quasi-sages at the peak of their cultivation to deliver a warning to the races of Hongjun. Do not slay too many, lest we provoke the celestial sages into direct intervention. Venom's voice rang out, and at last the two 9th tier insectoid sovereigns could no longer hold back. The moment his words faded, both revealed themselves without concealment. Boom! An overwhelming 9th tier aura erupted with cataclysmic force, instantly compressing the very air over the battlefield of Wu and Yao clans. Every cultivator among the myriad races felt their hearts seize in terror. The elite warriors of the Wu and Yao clans, locked in fierce combat, suddenly paled in alarm. And no, 9th tier insectoids. And how could 9th tier insectoids appear here? Dijuan and Tai turned ashen, eyes wide with dread. Ho Tu Gong Gong Dijiang and the other ancestral Wu trembled with surging blood, and Qi, their gazes blazing with unyielding defiance. Why have 9th tier insectoid sovereigns intervened in this war? Is full-scale annihilation imminent? And where are the celestial sages of Hongjun? Dijiang's heart tightened with urgency. Though the Wu clan possessed 12 quasi-sages at the peak of cultivation beneath the celestial sages, all were but insignificant ants. No number of quasi-sages could withstand such an opponent. Damn it! If only we had perfected the 12 heavenly divine killing formation, we might at least contend with the celestial sage, and may the celestial sages of Hongjun arrive swiftly. Die! Venom shrieked, and in an instant his form dissolved into a streak of pitch-black venom streaking straight toward Ho Tu and Gong Gong of the Wu clan. Obsidian venom coalesced into a blade that pierced heaven and earth. Its passage shattered cosmic laws and rent the void asunder, vanishing beyond mortal sight. Ho Tu, beware! Gong Gong's eyes bled crimson as he poured every ounce of his being into the primordial law of water, hurling himself forward to shield her. Yet he stood squarely within the attack's lethal radius. His desperate act was futile. Ho Tu, beware! Gong Gong, beware! Ah, water, beware! The remaining 10 ancestral Wu eyes, burning with fury, surged toward the pair with frantic speed. But their speed fell far short of a 9th tier insectoid sovereign's. At that very instant, Darkness moved as well. He raised a hand, and infinite primordial darkness condensed into a colossal sky-obscuring palm, lunging toward Dijuan and Fu Shi of the Yao clan. Your Majesty, beware! Shi Huang, beware! Elder brother, beware! 10 Yao sovereigns Dong Huang Tai and the Yao Patriarch Kuan Peng cried out in unison, but rescue was already impossible. Dijuan and Fu Shi, the twin sovereigns of the Yao clan, felt death's icy breath descend upon them. Their faces drained of all color. Before a celestial sage's assassination, they were utterly powerless. Will this be my end? I cannot accept it. I have yet to ascend to sagehood. Sister, your elder brother has ultimately failed to reach that summit. In that moment, countless Wu and Yao cultivators closed their eyes, not daring to witness what followed. Those marked by ninth-tier insectoid sovereigns faced near-certain death. Yet at that razor-thin threshold between life and annihilation, crystalline Tao resonance pierced the battlefield like a silver bell. Dare you? Instantly, a beam of pristine white light descended from the heavens, coalescing into an ancient, unadorned palm that drifted gently, yet with absolute authority, onto Venom's venomous blade. Crack! In that terrifying blade, capable of obliterating even peak quasi-sages, shattered instantly. Venom himself was hurled backward by an irresistible force, his eyes widening for the first time in shock. Lousy the celestial sage, what brings you here? Venom gasped in disbelief. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, a black divine treasure struck and shattered darkness's sky-enveloping palm, blocking his assault entirely. Yuanshi Tianzuan, no, it cannot be. You've been lying in wait here all along. Darkness mind recoiled at a chilling realization, dread coiling coldly in his chest. In the next breath, the void slowly parted, and two figures stepped forth with unhurried grace. Celestial sages, Lousy and Yuanshi Tianzuan. We owe our deepest gratitude to the two sages. Thank you, sages, for your salvation. Cultivators of both Wu and Yao clans now bowed deeply in unified reverence to Lousy and Yuanshi Tianzuan. Ho Tu Gong Gong Dijuan and Fu Shi each exhaled in profound relief. Just moments ago, they truly believed their end had come. The insectoid race's demise draws nigh. For now, withdraw. Yuanshi Tianzuan cast a calm, indifferent glance over the multitudes of Hongjun cultivators, then issued the command to retreat. Upon hearing his words, the myriad races of Hongjun began withdrawing en masse. Venom and Darkness exchanged a single look. Both saw grave apprehension reflected in the other's eyes. Something is amiss. These two rank among the most formidable of Hongjun's celestial sages. Their ambush here suggests ambitions far greater than mere defense. We must return at once and inform the Empress. Or else, the spatial domain has been sealed. Our only recourse is to defeat these two first. I suspect the celestial sages of Hongjun have already prepared to strike at our insectoid realm. We must not let them succeed. Kill. After brief deliberation, the two ninth-tier insectoid sovereigns launched a coordinated assault upon Lousy and Yuanshi Tianzuan. Oneness of Qi into three pure ones, Pangu Fan. Seeing their foes commit fully, Lousy and Yuanshi Tianzuan unleashed ultimate techniques. No feint, no restraint. Only decisive, annihilating intent. A celestial-level battle erupted in full fury. Simultaneously, two figures appeared silently at the battlefield's edge. Yixiao and Zhu Long having just culled a vast swarm of insectoids before racing here without pause. Clan Chief, surely we shouldn't proceed here directly beneath the gaze of ninth-tier insectoid sovereigns. Zhu Long murmured, eyeing the titanic clash between the insectoid sovereigns and the celestial sages. Yixiao replied nonchalantly, no concern. My two senior uncles stand guard, they cannot reach us. This battlefield holds the densest concentration of insectoids. We need only gather freely. The insectoid numbers here dwarf those of the previous field. 7th and 8th tier specimens abound. For the prosperity of our two clans, Elder Zhu Long, let us abide by our established custom. All insectoids above the level of Deluo Jin Xian fall to you. Take as many as you can, then depart immediately. No lingering, no engagement beyond necessity. One final harvest, and then we leave. Hearing Yixiao's words, Zhu Long nodded, decisively agreed. Let us begin. It has been far too long since these old bones tasted such exhilaration. With that, Zhu Long plunged into the insectoid horde. His massive hand swept forward, seizing an 8th-tier insectoid and hurling it unceremoniously into the greater thousand world. Gate of the world, open, Nai Zhao's low command echoed across the battlefield, and once more an immense devouring force surged forth, drawing upon the raw power of an entire greater thousand world to wrench the insectoids from reality. A terrifying suction force exploded outward in all directions. First, 2nd, and 3rd-tier insectoids, utterly helpless without even a flicker of resistance, were torn from the ground like severed kites, drawn inexorably into the gate of the world. Legions of 4th, 5th, and 6th-tier insectoid beings thrashed wildly, shrieking in desperation. Yet before the overwhelming force of the world itself, they were mercilessly consumed. But Yixiao had anticipated this. Trying to flee, then enter my realm. 110, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Countless insectoids surged into Yixiao's great thousand-world realm like a tidal wave. Instantly, the entire Wuyao battlefield erupted in stunned astonishment. The ancient cultivators of the Hongjun era, still not fully withdrawn from the battlefield, stood frozen, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed upward at that solitary figure soaring high above. That is Xiao, the patriarch of humanity. What is he doing? Is he devouring the insectoids? What kind of artifact is that? How can it possibly consume so many at once? Blazing heavens, this treasure is extraordinary. Once absorbed, the prey may be slain at leisure. This is an ocean of primordial essence energy. Damn it all, having a sage as one's master truly has its advantages. Even artifacts containing miniature worlds are within reach. How I envy him. Jun and Tai Yi's pupils contracted sharply. Humanity. So that is the race forged by Nuwa Huang. Already at the level of a great Luo immortal. The 12 ancestral Wu spirits stared in utter disbelief regarding Xiao as though he were a monstrous anomaly. This youth is utterly reckless. Amidst a cataclysmic battle between sages and ninth-tier insectoid sovereigns, he dares harvest them so brazenly. Does he fear being casually swatted into oblivion by a ninth-tier insectoid? At that moment, the mighty warrior Xing Tian suddenly spoke. Esteemed Wu patriarchs, his physical body is extraordinarily powerful, rivaling even mine. Oh, it seems this individual is no ordinary being after all. Still, we must withdraw now. The clash of sages spares no bystander. Even a single ripple would shatter you. With a sweep of his hand, Di Jiang stirred the fabric of space, and the entire Wu clan army vanished. In the void beyond, the two ninth-tier insectoid sovereigns Toxin and Darkness locked in fierce combat, with Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzuan also witnessed the spectacle. When they beheld their kin, endless legions, being reaped like wheat beneath Xiao's onslaught, fury contorted their features until their eyes bled crimson. Roar! Toxin's venomous essence boiled violently, threatening to erupt. Blood vessels burst across his eyes as he fixed a murderous glare upon Xiao, seething with the desire to devour him whole. Wretched whelp. Dare you? I shall slay you myself. Toxin writhed furiously, straining to break free from Laozi's restraint and strike down Xiao. Yet, what was Laozi? The foremost of the three pure ones, whose chi could manifest three avatars, stood alone against four sages. With a gentle rotation of the Taiji diagram, every assault from Toxin dissolved into nothingness, while his form remained utterly suppressed. You shall not escape. Have you still not grasped your doom, vile abominations? The end of the insectoid race draws nigh. Once you perish, its countdown to annihilation begins. Brother, hold nothing back. In them now. Taishang Laojuan's voice rang out calm and detached as overwhelming techniques descended in rapid succession. Yuanshi Tianzuan followed suit, and together the two sages swiftly overwhelmed their foes. Though Yuanshi might rank slightly below Tongtian Shengren in raw power, subduing a ninth-tier insectoid sovereign posed no difficulty whatsoever. And Taishang Laojun, once he dispatched his opponent, the remaining ninth-tier sovereign would face certain death. Exhilarating. Utterly intoxicating. How many insectoids did we gather in this single sweep? Slaying them should yield enough war merit to draw the next world. Xiao's heart surged with wild elation, his grin stretched ear to ear. His 36 great thousand-world realms yawned like bottomless abysses. No matter how many insectoids poured forth, all were swallowed without trace. This was far more than mere primordial essence. It was dual-purpose utility magnified twofold for Xiao. Zhulong too grew increasingly fervent. As the progenitor of the dragon clan, when had he ever tasted such unbridled triumph? Unleashing the full might of a quasi-sage sovereign, seventh-tier insectoids crumpled in his grasp like fledgling chicks. Whole clusters seized effortlessly and hurled into the great thousand-world realms. He targeted only 7th and 8th-tier specimens, capturing numerous elite and higher-tier insectoids, whose primordial essence alone could birth several new quasi-sage sovereigns for the dragon clan. The Hongjun sages have already moved. My time here draws to a close. Xiao swept his gaze across the battlefield. By now he had gathered countless insectoids from this Wuyao battlefield, but legions still remained inexhaustible. As the sages' clash intensified, lingering further served no purpose, only risked drawing calamity upon himself. After all, overt display before sages was perilous indeed. Senior Zhulong, we withdraw. Agreed. Without hesitation, the two transformed into streaks of light, slipping silently from the central battlefield and racing swiftly away from this maelstrom of chaos. In a remote, desolate corner of the extraplanar battlefield, spatial ripples shimmered. Then Xiao and Zhulong emerged from the void. Joy gleamed vividly upon both faces. Their spoils had been staggering. Zhulong could contain himself no longer. Patriarch, we are rich beyond measure. I alone gathered over 107th-tier insectoids and 28th-tier ones. At least half possessed primordial essence. Zhu Long's exhilaration blazed unreservedly. He was genuinely ecstatic. Hearing this, Yi Xiao threw back his head and laughed heartily. Senior Zhu Long. Rich beyond measure is an understatement. This harvest alone will launch both our clans into ascension. Let me first assess the bounty in detail. Yi Xiao immediately carved a secluded cave abode into the earth, shielding it with the Chaos Pearl to veil celestial omens, then settled cross-legged, sinking his consciousness deep into the sea-stabilizing pearl. Within the great thousand-world realm, infinite legions of insectoids were banished to a designated expanse, first through sixth tier, densely packed beyond counting. They roared and slammed against the boundaries in frenzied desperation. Yet before the complete, unassailable laws of a perfected great thousand-world realm, such efforts were utterly futile. So many. 100 million first year, 60 million second year, 40 million third year, 10 million fourth year, 600,000 fifth year, and an astonishing 300,000 sixth year insectoids. HSSSS. Yi Xiao instinctively drew in a sharp breath. His personal haul alone exceeded 200 million insectoids. 300,000 sixth tier beings, equivalent to capturing 300,000 cultivators at the Tai Golden Immortal level alive and intact. How much more merit does this yield? And the primordial essence? Yi Xiao swallowed hard. His own windfall left him trembling with awe. Zhu Long stood quietly beside him, saying nothing, patiently awaiting Yi Xiao's composure to return. After a long silence, Yi Xiao exclaimed, brimming with excitement, "Senior Zhu Long, I may need to remain here for some time." Zhu Long smiled warmly. "I shall guard you here. Your human clan's 10,000 strong elite warriors and my dragon clan's 500 strong vanguard rest safely within your great thousand-world realm. No danger threatens them." Yi Xiao nodded firmly. "Very well. Then I shall begin processing these insectoids now." So many insectoid beasts. Each level 1 yields 10 war points, a full 100 million of them. Would slaying them all truly be cost-effective? A single level 6 insectoid beast grants 10,000 war points. 30,000 of them alone amount to 3 billion. And level 5 beasts 1,000 points apiece, 60,000 total. That's 6 million more. Phew, 36 billion in total. Surely that suffices. Insectoid beasts devour one another as well. Let the lower tier ones cull themselves first. Wait until they grow stronger, then reap the harvest. Would that not be far more elegant? At that thought, Yi Xiao had already made his decision. Instantly, he infused divine energy into the divine sea-stabilizing pearl, and in the next moment, every insectoid beast across the myriad realms appeared within his divine perception. With but a single thought, he could annihilate them all using the myriad realm's sovereign power. Yet Yi Xiao focused solely on the level 5 and level 6 insectoid beasts. Sovereign force of the realm, hear my decree. Annihilate. Boom. In an instant, the realm's sovereign force erupted into violent turbulence, then surged downward in overwhelming deluge. Golden sovereign force descended like celestial radiance, striking the insectoid beasts. One by one, they shrieked in excruciating agony, their souls instantly obliterated, leaving behind only hollow carapaces and primordial energy essences. Yi Xiao spared the level 1 through 4, entirely eliminating only the level 5 and 6, nearly 1 million in total. Congratulations, host. You have acquired war points. System notifications flooded Yi Xiao's mind in relentless succession. His war points skyrocketed, like a celestial rocket tearing through the heavens. From an initial 8 million, they surged in that very instant to precisely 608 billion. Enough to exchange for countless treasures within the system's celestial bazaar. Primordial spirit treasures. Freely obtainable. Primordial supreme treasures. Equally attainable. Pengu's blood essence. That too could be purchased in abundance. Gazing upon such staggering war points, Yi Xiao's heart involuntarily quickened its rhythm. 36 billion. Surely that must suffice. First, gather the primordial energy essences. With that thought, he willed it, and vast quantities of insectoid essence converged into a designated region of the myriad realms. Unexpectedly, over 100,000 strands of primordial essence. More than enough to elevate 100,000 human warriors. And the Dragon Clan. With a mere shift of intent, Yi Xiao retrieved the myriad realms containing 100,000 human warriors and 500 dragons, and transferred all the harvested level 5 and 6 essences into it. These are all prepared by this Taoist master, for both humanity and the Dragon Clan alike, to refine and absorb. I ask only one thing: cultivate diligently, break through your cultivation realms, and strengthen humanity. The 100,000 human warriors gazed upward, eyes blazing with fervor at the sheer magnitude of the essences. Thank you, Patriarch. Rest assured, we shall never disappoint you. Time to draw lots. I must secure a worthy world. Otherwise, if the insectoid swarm remains unchecked, even a newly drawn world would fall, forcing me to draw yet another. Yi Xiao drew a deep breath, suppressing his surging excitement before directly interfacing with the system. System, activate the lottery interface. Ding. Lottery interface activated. In standard, draw 1000 war points per attempt. In available prizes: cultivation arts, divine techniques, spirit artifacts, blood essences, primordial energies, unique items, and more. N. 10,000 war points per draw was now negligible, a mere mote of dust before Yi Xiao's colossal reserve of over 3.6 billion. He could draw without restraint. Draw 1,000 times, immediately. Without hesitation, Yi Xiao issued the command. Ding. Lottery commencing. Congratulations, you have obtained 100 inferior spirit materials. Congratulations, you have obtained 1000 intermediate spirit stones. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 mortal rank cultivation art. Congratulations, you have obtained 50 low-tier healing pills. The first 1,000 draws, 10 consecutive batches, yielded almost exclusively worthless items: spirit materials, spirit stones, mundane pills, mortal rank arts. All were considered trash even within the Hongjun realm. Yi Xiao's lips twitched. Had I not needed to draw world coordinates, I'd never touch this lottery. It's utterly exploitative. Continue. The 10th Xandra lottery had barely begun. This minor setback left his composure utterly unshaken. The lottery will spun furiously. System notifications flooded his mind in ceaseless waves, until finally something marginally noteworthy emerged. Yet while Yi Xiao remained immersed in the lottery, harvesting rewards with unrestrained fervor, the atmosphere atop the extra-dimensional battlefield had long since thickened to unbearable tension. The 3 sages of Hongjun, the Supreme Elder Laozi, the Primordial Honored One Yuanshi Tianzuan, and the Heaven-Connecting Sage Tongtian Jiaozhu, had each entered the fiercest phase of combat against their respective foes. Level 9 insectoid beasts stood on par with Hongjun sages. This battle had been meticulously prepared for eons. The sages aimed to seize the entire insectoid realm in one decisive stroke. Not for conquest alone, but to ascend ever higher and claim newly emergent sage seats. The Sanqing possessed peerless might, undefeated within their own tier. Yet the level 9 insectoids fought with fanatical fearlessness, wielded eerie, unpredictable techniques, and possessed physical forms so monstrously resilient that complete annihilation proved nearly impossible. Yet as time wore on, even the level 9 insectoid sovereigns began to falter. Supreme Elder Laozi hovered above the battlefield, the Taiji diagram radiant above his head, chaotic energies swirling, yin and yang energies coiling to obliterate all. Before him loomed an insectoid sovereign of level 9. Its colossal form dwarfing stars, countless tentacles rending the void itself, each strike carrying the power to shatter heaven and earth. Yet before the Taiji diagram, every assault dissolved effortlessly. The Tao begets 1, a 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets the myriad things. Chanting sacred Dea sounds, Laozi gently closed his 5 fingers. In that instant, yin and yang inverted, heaven and earth fell silent. Overwhelming Daoic power descended upon the insectoid sovereign. No matter how it struggled or roared, it could not break free from that inexorable binding. Roar. The insectoid sovereign unleashed a final cry of defiance and despair, its voice shaking the entire extra-dimensional battlefield. Yet before the Supreme Elder Laozi, the sage of the ultimate Tao, every struggle was rendered pitifully futile. It is over. Laozi spoke with serene detachment, his voice soft yet resonating like the sacred edicts of the Tao itself. His 5 fingers clenched, in crack. Sharp crystalline shattering echoed across the heavens. The insectoid sovereign's obsidian body exploded into fragments, its soul ground to dust in an instant. At that very moment, crimson rain poured violently across the extra-dimensional battlefield. Even the extra-dimensional battlefield itself mourned the sovereign's fall. Such was the privilege of level 9 cultivators. Upon death, the Tao itself sighed in lamentation. Since the insectoid invasion began, the first level 9 sovereign had finally fallen. Yet this marked only the beginning. Almost simultaneously, Tongtian Jiaozhu likewise vanquished his opponent, the level 9 Void Mantis. The crimson rain intensified across the extra-dimensional battlefield. Countless Hongjun cultivators stared in stunned awe. This was the first time any had witnessed such a cataclysmic spectacle. When a sage falls, even the Tao weeps. With Laozi now unoccupied, the insectoid's third level 9 sovereign, Toxin, did not endure long. Under the combined assault of Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzuan, it swiftly perished. On that same day, within the span of a single moment, the insectoid race lost 3 level 9 sovereigns in unison. At this moment, countless members of the insect race felt a deep sorrow within, as if they had lost something of great importance. The sky, once dim, bloody, and filled with the aura of slaughter, suddenly began to pour down a strange rain. This was no ordinary rain. It was blood rain. The fall of the sage brought sorrow to heaven and earth. Even in the outer battlefield far from the insect world, this celestial phenomenon could not be concealed. The blood rain fell steadily, growing heavier, and soon enveloping the entire outer battlefield. At this moment, far in the heart of the insect territory, lay the supreme, sacred land known as the insect race mother nest. Similarly, blood rain poured down. Inside the mother nest, countless insects felt the anguish and fear that emanated from the depths of their bloodlines. The low-level insects trembled, prostrating on the ground, afraid to make any movements. The mid-tier and high-tier insects looked on with terror, raising their heads to the sky, letting out anxious cries. Even the 8th-tier insect experts changed their expressions drastically, their bodies trembling. They could clearly sense it. The aura of 3 9th-tier monarchs had vanished. The 9th tier was the pinnacle of the insect race, their faith, and the supreme monarchs of the insect race. Throughout the long history of the insect race, 9th-tier insects rarely fell, each capable of surviving for endless ages. But today 3 had perished at once. Hiss, roar. The entire insect world erupted in chaos. Fear, anger, despair, and unease. Various emotions spread among the insect race. All insects came to know a devastating truth: 3 9th-tier monarchs had fallen. The news of the 3 fallen 9th-tier experts echoed like 3 world-destroying thunderclaps in the vast insect world. Such existences were the pillars of the insect world, the sharpest blades under the Mother Empress, and the source of the insect race's confidence to suppress all realms. But now the 3 9th-tier insects had fallen without even a ripple of resistance. Although they could be revived in the insect world, the cost would be tremendous. In the core area of the insect world, within the insect mother nest, the highest ruler of the insect race, the Mother Empress, suddenly opened her eyes. They actually fell. It seems the saints of the Primordial Chaos had long plotted this and wished to attack my insect world. Since they want to come, then let them come. I will see how you intend to annihilate my insect race. All 9th-tier experts assemble to welcome our guests. The voice of the Mother Empress was calm, but beneath that calm lay an overwhelming rage and murderous intent. She understood that this was no coincidence. This was a long-planned attack by the saints of the Primordial Chaos. The insect world was the same. Had their strength been sufficient, they would have attacked the Primordial long ago. How could they possibly remain holed up in the outer battlefield? Now was the time for the final battle. The Mother Empress sensed the true spirits of the 3 fallen 9th tiers and summoned them. Recover well, we will settle accounts later. Outside the insect world, Hongjun and the 2 saints of the West had been waiting for a long time. Hongjun seemed to sense the aura of the Mother Empress and slightly furrowed his brows. Daozu, why haven't the 3 pure ones arrived yet? If they don't come soon, the insects will be ready to strike. At this moment, Jane expressed some concern. Nuwa's eyes flashed with a hint of sarcasm. No matter what, we must wait for them to come, otherwise we won't be able to contend with the insect race once we enter their world. The implication was that the 3 of them were not as powerful as the 3 pure ones, each of whom could handle several opponents, while they could only fight on their own. If they rushed in, it would be akin to seeking death. However, it seemed that Zhuanti did not grasp Nuwa's meaning and continued. What's there to fear? With the Daozu and us, we should be able to handle the remaining 9th-tier experts of the insect race. Nuwa chuckled. Zhuanti, you must understand that sages can fall too. The insect race still has a supreme expert like our master, and there are still 6 9th tiers. Are you sure you can handle a few of them? You? Enough. Hongjun's voice rang out. The 3 pure ones are nearly here. It's time to attack the insect race. For the sake of the primordial, let us extinguish the insect world. As his voice fell, he moved, tearing open a colossal spatial passage that spanned across the heavens. Nuwa, the 2 saints of the West, Jane and Zhuanti, almost simultaneously responded. 3 figures followed closely behind Hongjun, stepping into that spatial passage. Hongjun, with absolute determination, led the 3 saints straight to the core of the insect world. In an instant, 4 supreme existences of the primordial descended upon the insect world. The heavens changed color, the void collapsed, and the pressure of the sages swept across the entire insect world. The sky of the insect world was covered by the golden light of the heavenly Tao and the brilliance of the sages, leading to countless low-tier insects being directly crushed by the pressure, unable to even let out a scream. Such simple pressure caused countless insects to be unable to withstand it. However, the next moment, the Mother Empress of the insects managed to withstand the pressure exerted by the sages, appearing with 6 9th-tier experts in opposition to Hongjun and the others. Everyone be careful, once we enter the secondary world, our powers will be restricted to some extent. Leave the insect race's supreme experts to me. You just need to hold on until the 3 pure ones arrive. Hongjun's voice resonated in the minds of Nuwa and the three saints. At this moment, the voice of the Mother Empress echoed, Hongjun, you and the sages of the Primordial dare to intrude upon my insect world. Do you truly not fear falling? Hongjun replied, if you could achieve that, you wouldn't say such things. There's no use in talking, let's fight. If we lose, the heavenly Tao will be devoured by the Primordial, and you will fall completely. Before his words could fade, Hongjun had already made his move. The order of the heavenly Tao transformed into countless golden chains like the giant hand of the heavens, directly entangling towards the Mother Empress of the insect race. The confrontation between the sages of the heavenly Tao realm and the supreme experts of the insect race was about to erupt. This was the ultimate clash between the heavenly Tao realm and the Mother Empress of the insect race, a direct battle of the highest powers of the two worlds. Meanwhile, the two saints of the West, Jin and Zhuni, as well as the sage Nuwa, each locked onto their targets and launched their own attacks. Seeing this, the Mother Empress of the insects was enraged and immediately commanded the 9th-tier experts under her kill. Annihilate them all. Boom. 6 different types of 9th-tier insects split into 3 groups, attacking Nuwa, Jin, and Zhuni. Sage Nuwa wielded a congenital supreme treasure, the river map of mountains and lands, along with a merit supreme treasure, the red embroidered ball, facing 2 opponents at once. The power of creation surged endlessly, showing no signs of defeat in a short time. On the other side, the 2 saints of the West, Jin and Zhunti, exchanged glances and without hesitation confronted 2 9th-tier insects each. Sage Jin held a treasure of merit with compassion intertwined with a chilling, killing intent. The Buddhist light shone brightly, purifying all insect toxins and malevolence, engaging in a fierce battle with the 9th-tier insects. Sage Zhunti summoned the 7-treasure mysterious tree. No matter how ferociously the 9th-tier insects attacked, they were effortlessly dispelled by the mystical tree. The battle styles of the sages of the Primordial were strikingly evident, relying heavily on treasures while waiting for subsequent reinforcements. In an instant, the core area of the insect world was shaken by a grand battle. Hongjun faced off against the Mother Empress of the insect race, both supreme existences of their respective worlds and representatives of the heavenly Tao. Both used the rules of the heavenly Tao to attack, clashing in a way that was fiercely contested. The entire insect world began to tremble violently due to the battles of these numerous sage-level powers. With so many sage experts recklessly releasing their auras, only a few insects could barely withstand it. Even the very heavens of the insect race became unstable. Any attack by the sages that landed would immediately erupt into terrifying disasters. As the main battlefield, the insect world was quickly left in ruins akin to the primordial world after the Fengtian War. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, the losses for the insect world were inevitable. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao remained utterly unaware that a supreme battle among sages was erupting in the insectoid realm. His grand lottery campaign continued unabated. Numerous exceptional prizes had already been drawn: a post-heaven supreme treasure, vast reserves of spirit materials, and refined dragon blood essence. Such treasures, if revealed in the outside world, would ignite frenzied contention even among great Luo immortals. Yet what pleased Yi Xiao most was a formation array, the 9 Heavens, Xianhuang Formation. This formation served both as a defensive bastion and as a synergistic offensive array. Its power was immense, its operation remarkably simple. Only 3 human cultivators were needed to activate it and amplify their collective combat prowess. The more cultivators involved, the greater its might. It could also function as a clan-wide protective formation, an extraordinary treasure indeed. Yet none of these were his true objective. Yi Xiao sought nothing less than an entire world. Continue drawing. And congratulations, cultivator. You have obtained the post-heaven supreme treasure, the Hunyuan Pearl. And congratulations, cultivator. You have obtained the divine art, Chaos Divine Thunder. Congratulations, cultivator. You have obtained the height-tier defensive art, 10,000 dermas cannot penetrate. And congratulations, cultivator. You have obtained. NAS the number of draws increased, the quality of rewards steadily improved. Yet Yi Xiao showed no sign of stopping. Of his 36 billion war merit points, only a few hundred million had been spent, less than a fraction. He possessed ample capital to indulge his ambition. Only the acquisition of a world would mark the end. Keep drawing, and continue the lottery. And congratulations, cultivator. You have obtained the primordial spirit treasure, the Bagua Purple Robe, Immortal Robe. And congratulations, cultivator. You have obtained 1 drop of Pangu's blood essence. Congratulations, cultivator. You have obtained. And the draws accelerated rapidly. Half of his 36 billion war merit points vanished in no time, and the rewards he secured were truly outstanding. Several primordial spirit treasures, 10 drops of Pangu's blood essence, 1 fragment of Tao origin essence, and numerous peerless divine arts filled his inventory. Yi Xiao surveyed the bounty and nodded in quiet satisfaction. Not bad. And there is no eternal unlucky cultivator. Only the perpetually impoverished. And even if the insectoid race were utterly eradicated, the treasures I now possess would elevate my cultivation to the quasi-sage level, perhaps even to the pinnacle of quasi-sagehood. Still, I must continue. Nai Xiao willed the lottery once more. As his war merit points dwindled rapidly, only 600 million remained, and his composure began to fray. System, what is happening? And after so many draws, not a single world has appeared. Have you secretly tampered with the odds? The system offered no reply. With no choice, Yi Xiao resumed drawing, until only 300 million war merit points remained. Then at last the prize he longed for manifested in, congratulations, cultivator. For 33 billion war merit points, you have drawn the coordinates of the Marvel Universe. The Marvel Universe is currently descending. Cultivator, press onward and draw ever more powerful worlds. Na new world had indeed been acquired, but Yi Xiao felt distinctly disheartened. Is that all? Did I expend billions upon billions of war merit points for this in the Marvel Universe? What tier is that? Surely it cannot rival even a single toe of the Hongjun or the insectoid realm. And am I simply walking straight into my own demise? Even with a millennium of spatial channel protection, the Marvel Universe will inevitably be annihilated after that time. I must seek other worlds instead. Nai Xiao sighed inwardly. Drawing a single world had cost him a staggering sum. Future acquisitions would likely demand no less. Indeed, the road ahead remains long and arduous. And beside him, the Candle Dragon hurriedly asked, Clan Chief, how fares the situation? Hearing the Candle Dragon's voice, Yi Xiao snapped back to awareness and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Excellent indeed. We have assimilated over 20 million insectoids. I exterminated all 5th and 6th cultivation level insectoids, harvesting over 100,000 strands of origin energy, which I have already distributed. The remaining insectoids serve another purpose. As for the 7th and 8th cultivation level insectoids you collected, we shall eliminate them in due course and return with their energy to bolster our strength. When shall we return to Hongjun? In no rush, Yi Xiao replied. Momentous events are imminent. Let us observe first. Boom, boom, boom. And no sooner had Yi Xiao spoken than the entire extra-dimensional battlefield trembled violently. In this commotion, could another world be descending? Its resonance mirrors that of the insectoid realm's descent. What world could this be? May it be as formidable as the insectoid realm. And instantly, every Hongjun cultivator on the extra-dimensional battlefield gleamed with anticipation, eyes alight, hearts pounding with fervent expectation. The 12 ancestral Wu gathered closely. Brothers and sisters, our strength still falls short. Thus I propose returning to Hongjun to master the 12 heavens divine Sha formation. Once perfected, our might shall rival that of sages, at least granting us the power to strike back. So spoke Di Jiang, and the other ancestral Wu nodded in unison. We raise no objection. In the Yao clan's encampment, Emperor Jun addressed his assembly of quasi-sages, esteemed peers. It is clear new worlds shall descend repeatedly upon the extra-dimensional battlefield. To claim our share, the Yao clan must attain sage-level combat power. Thus I too shall return to Hongjun, to ascend through accumulated merit, while deeply studying our Zhou Tian's stardust formation. This endeavor requires the assistance of Emperor Shi. And with 36 quasi-sages as formation anchors, even a sage may be challenged, and your Majesty's wisdom is unmatched. Countless Hongjun cultivators across the realm were already strategizing for the new world's arrival. Meanwhile, the 3 pure ones had arrived in the insectoid realm and joined the fray. Yet, just as the battle reached its most intense phase, this sudden upheaval in the extra-dimensional battlefield could not escape the perception of such sovereign masters. The confrontation had effectively concluded. The insectoid empress let out a mocking laugh. Hongjun, you see, heaven itself spares the insectoid race, and, should Hongjun persist in assaulting my realm, you must first reckon with this newly descended world. This debt, the Empress and her entire race shall remember well. And Hongjun's expression darkened. After such meticulous planning, the descent of a new world was wholly unforeseen. Truly a season of turmoil, and it seems surpassing the heavenly Tao shall require far greater effort than anticipated. As the heavenly Tao's appointed emissary, Hongjun swiftly accepted reality and withdrew immediately, leading the 6 sages of Hongjun away from the insectoid realm in silent frustration. The insectoid realm lay nearly in ruins. Yet this did not impede the insectoid survival. Born to consume, they required only the assimilation of other worlds or living beings to regenerate swiftly. Master, what precisely transpires? A dissatisfied Juani asked. And Hongjun replied coolly, a new world has descended upon the extra-dimensional battlefield, and it is hostile, not allied. Let the others return to recover. Tongtian, you shall investigate the nature and scale of this newly descended world. Understood, master. Tongtian Shengrin vanished in a flash, streaking toward the distant horizon. And meanwhile, dramatic transformations unfolded before Yi Xiao's eyes. The extra-dimensional battlefield, once divided into two realms, now fractured instantly into three. Moreover, its total expanse doubled, vastly exceeding its former size. The Hongjun world, the insectoid realm, and the Marvel universe now occupied distinct separate zones, arranged in a triangular configuration. This scene is truly shocking. Beneath the saints, everyone else is but an ant, yet can the saints achieve this? Yi Xiao murmured softly. Beside him, Zhulong also raised his head to gaze at the changes in the heavens and the earth. The original battlefield beyond the domain was split in two halves, projecting the primeval wilderness, half the mother planet of the insect race. Now the void exploded with a thunderous roar, and endless chaotic air currents rolled backward, forming a brand new immense world filled with countless strange rules. Like a brilliant star, it was forcibly embedded between the primeval wilderness and the insect race. The battlefield beyond the domain was directly divided into three. Moreover, the entire battlefield's range also expanded. The void barrier became even more solid. In the future, it would be even more difficult to tear apart space. Between worlds, a buffer zone was automatically created, isolating the direct collision of the three realms. A triangular world pattern was thus formed. Primeval wilderness world, insect race world, Marvel world. The three factions stood in a delicate balance, facing each other from afar. However, compared to the primeval wilderness world and the insect race world, the Marvel world might be too weak. Perhaps its only role was to resolve a crisis of annihilation for the insect race. As for whether the insect race would appreciate this, that depends on the insect race itself. When a world descends, the battlefield beyond the domain expands once. If in the future I extract 10, 100, or even 1,000 worlds, wouldn't this battlefield beyond the domain truly evolve into a battlefield of myriad realms? At this thought, Yi Xiao's heart raced. By then, the primeval wilderness might no longer be the closed-off primeval wilderness, but rather a primeval wilderness filled with aggression. Such a primeval wilderness matches Yi Xiao's imagination. This is the pattern a powerful world should possess. As a member of the primeval wilderness, he naturally couldn't watch it fall into internal strife, as it was against his interests. And the human race was about to become a powerful race, traversing the myriad realms, conquering the worlds. Marvel world. Yi Xiao's gaze fell upon that newly stabilized world, his eyes slightly narrowing. Although in his eyes the overall combat power of the Marvel world was far inferior to that of the primeval wilderness, it might not even compare to a typical grand world. He was unsure what the saints were, at most a few so-called gods or multiversal-level powerhouses. In the primeval wilderness, they would probably only be at the golden immortal level, the strongest being the Tai golden immortal. Yi Xiao might have even overestimated them. However, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Moreover, the origin of a complete world, the spiritual veins of the earth, and special rules. These things are immensely attractive to any world. Let's observe first. Yi Xiao suppressed the thought of entering the Marvel world, as he might not even be able to enter. After all, the Marvel world also has a modern world. Although it is not the world he lived in his past life, it still holds some sentiment. He just wonders if there is the existence of the Huaxiao nation. Additionally, the spatial passage has a 1,000-year cooling period, which is a novice protection period. The Marvel world can continue to exist for 1,000 years, afterward it is uncertain. On the insect race's side, the battle of the saints was just forced to halt. The saints of the two great worlds must be on their way now. A sudden appearance of a world, how could they not clarify the situation? Yi Xiao did not want to encounter the 9th rank of the insect race again and be hunted down. I need to return to the primeval wilderness. I need to level up first. With that, Yi Xiao vanished. Meanwhile, in the vast starry sky of the Marvel universe, the originally stable operating galaxies, planets, and temporal laws suddenly twisted and shook violently, without warning. In Asgard, the All-Father Odin sat on the highest throne, gazing at the movements of the 9 kingdoms. Suddenly his expression changed drastically as he stood up. Cough, cough. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The world is moving. The entire Marvel universe is being forcibly dragged into an unfamiliar void by an irresistible great force. What kind of power is this? It surpasses the God King, transcends the rules, and even transcends the multiverse itself. Hela, Thor, Loki, and others were all horrified, looking up towards the end of the starry sky. There a massive spatial passage spanning the galaxy and boundless opened up slowly. On the other side of the passage was an ancient, vast, and oppressive unknown realm. The aura emanating from that realm caused even Odin, a god king, to feel suffocated. What place is that? Thor tightened his grip on Mjolnir, his voice trembling. Odin's face turned pale as he shook his head. I do not know. But I can feel that in that realm there exist countless beings far stronger than us. Any one of them could easily annihilate Asgard. A single sentence made all the gods of Asgard feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Outside of Asgard, the Kree Empire, the Skrull Empire, Xander, the various civilizations and powerful beings in the universe all sensed the cosmic level upheaval. Thanos sat upon his throne watching the stones on the Infinity Gauntlet tremble slightly. For the first time, true fear appeared in his purple gaze. The universe has changed. A higher existence has intervened in our world. This is not power but a crushing at the level of rules. He originally believed that collecting all the Infinity Stones would make him invincible in the universe, fulfilling his wishes. But now, feeling the terrifying aura from that unknown world, a sense of powerlessness arose in Thanos' heart for the first time. In the face of such existences, the Infinity Stones were probably just slightly prettier toys. At the center of the universe, Earth. Above New York, a colossal pitch-black spatial passage spanning tens of thousands of meters hung above the clouds, resembling the eye of an ancient beast, cold and filled with supreme majesty. On the opposite side of the passage, vast lands, ancient mountains, surging spiritual veins, and terrifyingly powerful figures could be faintly seen. All of New York fell into complete silence. The next second, panic erupted. Oh my God, what is that? The sky has split open. The door to another world has opened. Is it an alien invasion? Countless citizens on the streets looked up in horror, scattering in panic screams echoing everywhere. The zero-cost purchase was directly staged. At SHIELD headquarters, Nick Fury looked at the enormous spatial passage on the surveillance screen, his one eye filled with unprecedented seriousness. Immediately contact the Avengers. Right away. This is not an ordinary alien invasion. This is a world-level disaster. In just a few minutes, everyone's expression was exceptionally grim. This thing is not any kind of spatial teleportation technology, one no. Tony Stark, clad in the latest Mark armor, had the internal systems of the suit operating frantically, constantly analyzing the data from the spatial passage. But the more he analyzed, the more shocked he became. Unable to decipher the source of energy, unable to analyze the spatial structure, the technological level of the other side, or rather the level of power, completely exceeds our understanding. It's like primitive people facing a spaceship. Captain America tightened his grip on his vibranium shield and said solemnly, "Tony, can you tell what the other side is?" Tony shook his head, his tone grave. "I can't tell. But I can feel that the world on the other side is very ancient, very vast, and even a single breath from there is more terrifying than Thanos or Odin. We very likely have provoked an existence we cannot contend with at all." At this moment, Thor's expression was complicated as he whispered, "My father just sent a message. The entire Marvel universe has been forcibly dragged into a strange void. On the other side of that passage is a brand new, immensely powerful unknown world. Asgard could not withstand even a single blow." Boom. This statement was like thunder exploding in the ears of all the Avengers. Not even Asgard could withstand a single blow. Then what does Earth amount to in front of them? An ant that can be crushed with a flick. The Hulk banner suppressed the raging fury within and said solemnly, "We cannot just ignore it. If the other side truly harbors malice, Earth is completely unprepared. Black Widow, we must send someone in to investigate the situation to understand their intentions, strength, and technology." The others exchanged glances. Who will go? The level of danger is unknown. The power gap is unknown. Going in might mean going in without return. He'll go. Tony Stark took a step forward, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable determination. "My armor has the most complete detection systems, defense systems, and escape systems. Even if I encounter danger, I can transmit data back at the first moment or retreat entirely. Therefore, I am the most suitable candidate." Captain America immediately opposed. "No, it's too dangerous. Tony, you." "Captain, there's no time for debate." Tony interrupted him. "The spatial passage could erupt with enemies at any moment. We must obtain first-hand intelligence in the shortest time possible. I am Iron Man, I will go." With those words, Tony no longer hesitated. The armor's engine roared, transforming into a stream of red light, resolutely charging towards the enormous spatial passage above. Everyone looked up, their hearts racing. Tony Stark, representing the entire Earth and the Marvel Universe, stepped into that unknown and terrifying, beyond the primal battlefield. Note, there is no Xiao in this world. Xiao still did not know that he had just left, and someone from the Marvel world had already emerged. Otherwise, he would have to take a look at the situation first. At this moment, he had already returned to the headquarters with Zhu Long and was on his way to the primal. In the outer battlefield, a stream of red light suddenly shot out. Iron Man stood firmly on the ground. But in the next moment, Tony's expression changed dramatically. A sense of indescribable, terrifying pressure surged from all directions, crushing down. This was not Earth, nor was it the void of the universe. This was an outer battlefield extending from the great world of the primal, filled with chaotic energy. The essence of heaven and earth, fragments of laws, and the residual holy power from the battle between the insect race and the primal. None of this could be borne by mere mortals. Just in the blink of an eye, the mark armor on Tony emitted urgent alarm signals. Warning! Warning! External pressure exceeds design limits. Energy shield is on the verge of collapse. Spatial structure is extremely unstable. The structural integrity is collapsing. Crackle, crackle. The incredibly hard vibranium alloy armor twisted and deformed under this terrifying pressure of heaven and earth, just like a piece of paper. The surface of the armor cracked with fine fissures. Tony himself felt a tightness in his chest. A choking sensation surged into his mind. Just standing there felt like a mortal falling into an abyss, being crushed by millions of tons of water pressure. Damn it. What the hell is this place? Tony gritted his teeth, desperately urging the energy of the armor, the arc reactor operating at full capacity, barely stabilizing the body from being crushed on the spot. With the life and death crisis temporarily averted, Iron Man began to curiously observe his surroundings. Through the visor he looked around, and all he saw was the vast ancient earth. On the ground, deep chasms crisscrossed, each crack immense and comparable to the East African Rift Valley. It looked more like it was carved by some kind of weapon. In the distance, the starry sky twisted and many enormous corpses floated in the void. Some of the corpses resembled giant insects, their shells as hard as stars, even larger than Earth. Others appeared like ancient ferocious beasts, exuding a terrifying aura that made his soul tremble. This was not an alien battlefield at all. This felt more like a place that only exists in mythology, the burial ground of the gods. What is this world? Tony was completely submerged in endless fear and the unknown. He found that everything he had come to know could not describe what he was seeing. Thanos, Odin, the Infinity Stones. In the face of this heaven and earth, they seemed insignificant. He even suspected that as long as he moved slightly, he would be directly crushed into meat paste by this heaven and earth. He couldn't die just yet, but it seemed he wouldn't be able to return either. Just as Tony was horrified and unable to move, a voice suddenly came from the void, softly exclaiming, "Huh, how did a little human come here?" The voice was not loud, yet it resonated like the thunder of the Tao echoing in Tony's ears. Tony abruptly looked up and saw a green figure standing in the void. The person wore a Taoist robe flowing gently in the wind, with a handsome face and eyes like the gaze of the heavens. No energy leaked from his body, yet it felt as if he merged with the entire heaven and earth. He simply stood there quietly, making Tony feel that this person was formidable. At the same time, hope arose within him. At least he had seen a human. However, he was overthinking. This was not a human, but Tontian. Tongshin's gaze fell upon Tony, and he slightly raised an eyebrow. So weak. Not one of my disciples, kin, with such an unappealing appearance. Could it be that you came from a newly descended world? Tontian immediately saw through Tony's origins. Then he became attracted to Iron Man's appearance. This strange skin made of metal, neither immortal nor demonic, neither monster nor ghost, truly a peculiar shape. Could it be an uncivilized world? In Tongshin's eyes, Tony's entire steel armor was crude, and without any Taoist charm. It was simply a desecration of the human form. Tony felt his soul freeze under Tongshin's gaze. He wanted to move, but couldn't. He didn't even dare to entertain thoughts of attacking. In front of this figure, he couldn't even summon the thought of resistance. Who are you? Tony squeezed out a few words with great difficulty, his voice trembling incessantly. The Tontian master, upon realizing he was not a part of the Hongjun human race, adopted a rather indifferent attitude, saying, "My name is Tontian. I am a saint of Hongjun." The word saint detonated in Tony's mind like an explosion. A saint? Isn't that a being from Eastern legends? That is a being far above Odin and the cosmic gods. To encounter a living saint. Tony was utterly shaken inside, at a loss for words. At this moment, a single thought filled his mind: to leave this place as quickly as possible. It was far too terrifying here. The Tontian master looked at him in this state and didn't bother with unnecessary talk. He still needed to investigate the details of this new world, and now there was someone here. The most direct and quickest method was to search his soul. Then, under Thor's bewildered gaze, Tontian extended a finger and gently tapped. A divine consciousness transcending the laws surged directly into Tony's mind. Soul-searching technique. When a saint makes a move, how domineering it is, completely disregarding whether Tony was willing. Oh! Tony let out a piercing scream. His consciousness, memories, knowledge, Earth's history. The powers of the Marvel Universe, the Avengers, Asgard, Thanos, the Infinity Stones, the Cosmic Empire. Everything was forcefully extracted, read, and comprehended by the Tontian master in that moment. Tony's eyes rolled back and his body convulsed violently. The iron armor was rendered utterly useless under the Saint's soul search like scrap metal. The wisdom, technology, and armor he was so proud of were nothing but dust in front of the Hongjun Saint. The Tontian master closed his eyes for just a moment and had already comprehended Tony's entire life memories. When he opened his eyes again, a glimmer of understanding and disdain flashed within. So it is just a weak world. The strongest here can't even touch the threshold of a great Luo golden immortal. The so-called infinity stones are merely fragments of a world's rules, barely qualifying as innate spiritual objects. The cosmic consciousness is too weak, probably not even comparable to a vast world. This world is not worth worrying about. As for this so-called iron armor, it is even more poorly made, not worth mentioning. Tontian curled his lip, casually waved his hand, and tossed the unconscious Tony out. Tony was thrown back through the spatial passage like a kite, with its string cut crashing towards Marvel Earth. He didn't even have the interest to kill Tony. Such an insignificant creature, killing him would dirty the hands of a saint. A weak world, I wonder how long it can hold on. The Tontian master suddenly showed a hint of interest, then smiled faintly and turned to return to report. In the sky above New York at the spatial passage, a disheveled figure like a tattered cloth caught in a wild wind was violently thrown out from that void fissure. It was Iron Man. His signature mark armor had long lost its former luster with multiple dents and cracks, and the energy core dimmed, resembling a piece of abandoned scrap metal. Inside the armor, Tony was convulsing all over. His eyes rolled back, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. His consciousness plunged into chaos. His brain felt as if it were harshly pierced by thousands of steel needles, with countless broken memories, knowledge, and images surging wildly in his mind. This was the trauma left behind after being forcefully soul-searched by the Hongjun Tontian Saint. Even though the Saint had not killed him, merely tossing him aside was enough to bring this Earth's strongest technological genius to the brink of death. Tony. Captain America, wielding his vibranium shield, was the first to rush out, his gaze fixed on the seemingly lifeless Tony, his heart suddenly tightening. Following closely were Thor, Black Widow, Natasha, Hulk, Bruce Banner, Hawkeye, Barton, and Doctor Strange, who had just arrived at the base. All their faces turned incredibly grave at this moment. They had witnessed Tony stepping into that spatial passage, heading to investigate the unknown danger. Yet just a few minutes later he returned in such a wretched state. God, what exactly happened? Natasha hurriedly stepped forward, her finger trembling as she pressed against Tony's carotid artery. Feeling the pulse that was faint almost to the point of non-existence, her face went pale instantly. Thor gripped Mjolnir tightly, the power of the thunder god quietly surging, his eyes filled with disbelief. He could clearly feel the immense power that had propelled Tony from the spatial fissure. It was a terrifying existence that made him shudder with dread and awe from the depths of his soul. Banner, hurry. Check his vital signs. Steve commanded in a deep voice, urgency lacing his tone. Hulk Banner immediately suppressed his raging aura, transforming into doctor mode, quickly retrieving his portable medical equipment and connecting it to the broken armor of Tony. The life signs data flashing on the screen was alarmingly low, the brain activity nearing zero, as if it would extinguish completely at any moment. The situation is dire. His brain has suffered unprecedented trauma, and the neural center is on the brink of collapse. Even the most advanced medical technology would struggle to repair. Doctor Strange stepped forward, gazing intently at Tony. He raised his hand, and the eye of Agamotto quietly appeared, a golden time magic enveloping Tony, attempting to probe his injuries and experiences. But the next moment, Strange's expression changed drastically as he stumbled back a step, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Cannot probe. Deep within his memories and consciousness exists an unshakable supreme power. My magic before that power is like a firefly facing the bright moon, shattering upon contact. Strange's voice carried an unmistakable hint of fear. He had seen the horrors of the multiverse, witnessed the evil of dimensional demons. Yet he had never felt such a domineering, such a supreme, such an unchallengeable power. That power seemed to be the master of heaven and earth, the creator of laws, the end of all things. What on earth is capable of injuring Tony like this? Barton tightened his grip on his bow, and Arrow, his eyes warily fixed on the still unsealed spatial fissure. Thor took a deep breath and said solemnly, I can sense that there exists a supreme being within there. More powerful than Odin, more mysterious than the cosmic gods, and more terrifying than any deity of the 9 realms. Tony was merely tossed out by that being. Tossed out. These words struck the hearts of every Avenger like a heavy hammer. Tony Stark, Earth's strongest technological guardian, possessed an iron armor capable of destroying an army with unparalleled wisdom and extraordinary combat prowess. Yet in the hands of that unknown existence, he was like an ant, casually squeezed and tossed aside, without even the qualification to resist. We must wake him up. Steve said firmly, we need to know what lies behind that fissure and what that being is. Strange nodded, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth before raising his hand once more. This time, he did not forcibly probe Tony's memories. Instead, he channeled pure life magic, gentle as spring rain, into Tony's mind, mending shattered neural pathways and reviving his fading consciousness. Golden light, tender yet unyielding, gradually dispelled the darkness shrouding Tony's mind. Moments later, a faint groan escaped his throat, weak, strained, barely audible. His eyelids trembled slightly before parting slowly. Within his pupils lingered profound terror and awe, the indelible imprint of encountering a primordial sage, an instinctive reverence and despair seared into his very soul. Tony, you're awake. How do you feel? The others surged forward at once, their gazes sharp with urgency and concern. Tony rotated his stiff neck and scanned the room, recognizing his fellow Avengers. Only then did the taut coil of his nerves begin to ease, just slightly. But instantly, the horrifying images from the soul-searching assault flooded back. Unyielding Master Tongtian standing aloof and supreme, declaring, I am Tongtian, a primordial sage of the Hongjun era. The sage's sovereign divine sense had stormed into Tony's mind without restraint, scouring every memory, and upon finishing had regarded him with undisguised disdain and contempt. A feeble realm, not even close to the threshold of a great Luo golden immortal, rudimentarily forged. Slaying you would sully a sage's hands. Those words echoed like a cursed incantation in Tony's ears. His entire body convulsed uncontrollably once more, his teeth chattered, his face bleaching to the pallor of parchment. Water, give me water. He rasped, voice raw and fractured. Natasha immediately handed him a glass and carefully helped him sip. A single swallow steadied his breath, but the terror in his eyes remained undimmed. Tony, what happened? Steve knelt beside him, voice low and steady. What did you encounter beyond that spatial rift? Tony drew a deep, shuddering breath, striving for composure. Yet the mere thought of that sage made his voice tremble anew. I met someone. An existence beyond all imagination. The others held their breath, listening in absolute silence. Not a single soul dared interrupt. After stepping through the rift, I entered a realm unlike anything ever witnessed. There was no earth, no cosmos, only boundless primordial vastness and the weight of ancient time. Then I saw him. He stood motionless, emitting no aura, yet his mere presence made the heavens revolve around him. Every law, every force bowing in silent obeisance beneath his feet. Thor's heart lurched violently. Who is he? Tony closed his eyes, then opened them again, each word carved with unbearable effort. His name is Tongtian, a primordial sage of the Hongjun era. A primordial sage. The Hongjun era. Faces turned to one another, etched with confusion and bewilderment. These terms meant nothing to them. Neither Asgardian deities, nor cosmic emperors, neither dimensional demons, nor any known entity within the Marvel multiverse. Strange furrowed his brow. Primordial sage of the Hongjun era. Is this a figure from Eastern mythos? As the Sorcerer Supreme, deeply versed in multiversal lore and esoteric traditions, he was well acquainted with the legends of supreme sages in Eastern cosmology. Yet those were myths, mere stories whispered across millennia. How could such a being manifest in stark, undeniable reality? It's real. Tony offered, a bitter smile hollow with despair. Not myth, not legend, truth incarnate. He told me himself he is a primordial sage of the Hongjun era. Before him, we, all of us, are but insignificant insects. Thor's expression twisted in disbelief. Impossible. Odin is lord of the 9 realms. The celestial host forged countless worlds. The infinity stones govern cosmic law. How could we be mere insects? He must be boasting. In Asgardian belief, Odin stood at the apex of divinity, while the Celestials represented unfathomable cosmic might, invincible absolute. Yet now Tony claimed they were less than insects before this so-called primordial sage of the Hongjun era. Tony met Thor's gaze, his eyes heavy with resignation. Thor, you are far too naive. He used a terrifying technique, directly rifling through my entire memory, my life, my knowledge, Earth's history, the entirety of the Marvel multiverse. He knows it all, including you, including Asgard, including Odin, including the Infinity Stones, including Thanos, including cosmic empires, including the celestial host, even the cosmic entity itself. A collective gasp erupted. To forcibly extract all memory, what unspeakable power was this? No privacy, no secret, no inner sanctum left intact. Every facet of a person laid bare before another's gaze. Worse still, he hadn't merely read Tony's mind. He had, through Tony alone, comprehended the fundamental architecture of the entire Marvel multiverse. What did he say afterward? Strange pressed urgently, a chill of dread coiling in his chest. At that, Tony's lips curled into a smile, wretched, powerless, utterly defeated. He said, "Your Marvel universe is but a feeble realm. Your strongest beings cannot even glimpse the threshold of a great Luo golden immortal. The so-called Infinity Stones, merely fragmented laws of your world, barely qualifying as innate spirit artifacts. Your cosmic entity is pathetically weak, dwarfed even by a great thousand-world realm." He declared this realm unworthy of notice. And my Iron Man armor, the pinnacle of my pride, was in his eyes, crudely assembled, utterly inconsequential. Each sentence struck like a frozen blade, piercing the hearts of every Avenger. Feeble realm, unworthy of notice, crudely assembled. This was the primordial sage of the Hongjun era's verdict upon their entire Marvel multiverse. Arrogant, domineering, contemptuous, and yet devastatingly unanswerable. For Tony's broken state lay before them, a living testament. With but a casual flick of his wrist, the sage had nearly extinguished Earth's greatest technological genius, deeming him not even worth killing. Tony continued, voice hollow. He didn't even bother to kill me, because in his eyes I lacked the barest qualification to warrant his action. Silence fell, thick, suffocating faces grim with dawning horror. They had long believed the Marvel multiverse boundless, teeming with power. Avengers guarding Earth, Asgardians safeguarding the 9 realms, Infinity Stones wielding universe-shattering authority sufficient against any threat. Now they grasped the terrible truth: before higher dimensional, older, infinitely vaster existences, everything they cherished, everything they were, was infinitesimal, fragile, and effortlessly shattered. Iron Man ranked among their most formidable, yet to such a being he was erased with a single gesture. What then of the rest? Will he invade our universe? Natasha asked, her voice trembling. This was the question that haunted everyone, filled with concern and fear. An immortal sage transcending all laws, if they wished to invade the Marvel universe, how could they defend against it? The Infinity Stones were merely fragments of rules in their eyes. The celestial beings could not even touch the threshold of the great Luo golden immortal. Although they did not know how powerful a great Luo golden immortal was, it was clear that they were significantly weaker than the sage. The Avengers didn't even have the qualifications to provoke them. Resistance. In the face of absolute power, all resistance was merely a joke. Tony closed his eyes, shaking his head in pain. I don't know. After he looked through my memories, he just scoffed and tossed me back. He doesn't seem to have much interest in our weak universe. He just wants to probe into the new world, and I was merely a tool he used for that purpose. Once used, just discarded. The word tool sharply pierced everyone's dignity. Tony Stark, one of the core members of the Avengers and the Guardian of Earth, was merely a tool for the sage's casual probing. What about the others? Not even considered as tools. Primordial. Sage. Strange murmured. What kind of existence possesses such terrifying power? Thor tightened his grip on Mjolnir, his arm trembling slightly. He was afraid. He had never felt fear before, but now faced with an unknown powerful being, he was scared. No matter what kind of existence he is, we cannot sit idly by. At this moment, Steve suddenly raised his head, his gaze resolute as he scanned the crowd. We must be prepared. Since he already knows everything about our universe, we must be alert to his future invasion. At the very least, we must be prepared. Oh, we cannot simply surrender. We need to unite all forces, Asgard, and even all civilizations in the universe, to collectively resist the impending crisis. We cannot just sit and wait, allowing others to dictate our fate. Steve's words were filled with unyielding will. His knowledge determined his courage like an ant. The captain is right. Tony took a deep breath, forcing down the fear within him, his gaze resolute again. We are the Avengers. We protect the Earth and the universe. Regardless of the enemy we face, we cannot retreat. Although the primordial sage is powerful, he currently has no intention of invading, and that is our opportunity. We must seize the time to strengthen ourselves, study the information about him, and prepare thoroughly. Strange slightly nodded, his gaze directed towards the spatial passage. To truly understand the primordial, to comprehend higher-level powers remaining on Earth, will forever limit our perspective. The only way is to venture out, to step into that unknown realm. At this statement, the entire room fell silent. Everyone's expression changed. The recent events involving Tony were still fresh in their minds, making it difficult to remain calm. However, someone had to move forward. Thor stepped up, Mjolnir gently vibrating in his hand, emitting a deep rumble. Asgardians never fear war. The greater the danger, the stronger we become. Remaining hidden in this universe will eventually lead to being crushed by stronger beings. Only by stepping out can we have a glimmer of hope. Dr. Banner pushed up his glasses, his expression serious as he stated, from a scientific perspective, this is an extremely dangerous exploration, but it is also the only way to gain higher dimensional information. I agree. Natasha calmly spoke. We cannot charge blindly. We must be cautious. A glint flashed in Tony's eyes as he solemnly said, I have a plan. First, not everyone should act at once. We should first form a vanguard team to probe the external environment, assess power levels, and evaluate danger levels. Second, Thor should return to Asgard to contact the major cosmic forces and form a true Marvel Universe coalition. Third, the coalition should enter in batches supporting each other. If faced with irresistible danger, retreat immediately to preserve our forces. This plan was cautious yet bold. No one voiced any objections. It was unanimously approved. In the next 3 days, the upper echelons of the Marvel Universe were thrown into chaos. Thor personally piloted Asgard's Rainbow Bridge warship, traversing between the various cosmic powers. He first returned to Asgard to inform the gods about the Primordial Sage and the external battlefield. After intense debates, the Asgardian Council ultimately decided to send Asgardian warriors to follow Thor and join the Marvel coalition in the external battlefield. Subsequently, Thor contacted the Kree Empire, Skrulls, Nova Corps, the Cosmic Elders, and many other cosmic factions. At first, all cosmic civilizations scoffed, believing this was merely the Earthlings' exaggerated warnings. Until Thor revealed some information he learned from Tony. Furthermore, Doctor Strange used the Time Stone to showcase some potential apocalyptic scenarios. All cosmic empires fell into silence. Before a being so supreme that even the celestial beings looked down upon, any imperial power seemed as fragile as paper. To avoid extinction, they had no choice but to band together for survival. In less than a year, a Marvel coalition spanning countless star systems officially took shape. The total number exceeded 100,000. With thousands of warships, divine powers, technology, and superpowers intertwined, the momentum was magnificent. This was the largest, most complex, and most united coalition in the history of the Marvel Universe. Meanwhile, the Vanguard team from the Avengers had also been confirmed. Tony Stark, Steve Rogers, Thor, Natasha Banner, Strange, Hawkeye, Vision, Wanda the Scarlet Witch, and Thanos. The 10 of them would serve as the vanguard of Marvel, the first to step into the external battlefield. The Avengers' base landing pad. In the sky, the spatial passage remained dark, ancient, and vast. From a distance, it looked like a wound torn open in the heavens. Below, the Marvel coalition stood in formation, warships lined up, energy cannons fully charged, ready for battle. The 10 members of the vanguard stood at the forefront. Tony donned the latest Mark 85 armor, shimmering with light, and the thrusters on his back expelled blue flames. Remember, once we enter, our priority is to probe and survive, not to engage lightly or delve into dangerous territories. Steve tightly gripped his vibranium shield, solemnly advising. Understood. The group responded in unison. Let's go, Tony shouted, leading the way as he soared into the air. The others followed closely, 10 figures rushing into the spatial passage. Having passed through the spatial passage, the people of the Marvel Universe officially entered the external battlefield. Tony and the others felt the laws of the universe twisting around them, the fragrance of a world not belonging to the Marvel Universe engulfing them. Vast, ancient, and boundless. In the blink of an eye, 10 figures were thrown out of the passage by an invisible force, crashing heavily onto a desolate crimson land. The earth was cracked and riddled with dark crevices, the air thick with the stench of blood and decay. Is this the other side of the passage? Indeed, it is a brand new world. Look, the Marvel group suddenly spotted other figures. They saw a person standing on a cloud wielding a long sword whose sword light slashed across the sky for thousands of miles. This terrifying scene was merely to slay a giant beast. Who was that person? What kind of monster is that enormous creature? Natasha held her breath, her voice barely above a whisper, as the sight before her completely shattered her understanding of the word battle. In the Marvel Universe, they had witnessed interstellar battleships exchanging fire, seeing the Infinity Stones obliterate planets. Yet everything before them had already surpassed the realms of technology and divine power. Tony's armor automatically initiated a full-spectrum scan, but the screen was instantly covered in a myriad of garbled data, with energy readings skyrocketing off the charts, exceeding the detection limits by countless times. Warning. Warning. Unable to analyze energy levels. Cannot determine opponent's strength. Thor tightened his grip on Mjolnir, his fingertips tingling slightly. The thunder he took pride in appeared as insignificant as a firefly before the 9 heavens, divine thunder summoned by those ancient cultivators. These individuals must be from the same camp as that saint. They are all so formidable. Strange murmured, afraid to make any unnecessary movements. Tony took a deep breath. Perhaps, but even so, their strength far exceeds our imagination. That person just now could likely overpower even the celestial group in front of them. A chill washed over the crowd. If even the base-level cultivators were this powerful, how terrifying must the true great Luo golden immortals and saints be? They had just entered this world and already witnessed such a powerful battle, it felt as if it was determined not to let them live. Just then, the battlefield in the distance underwent a dramatic change. A worm-like creature comparable to a planet broke through the earth, countless tentacles sweeping through the void, each one carrying the corrosive laws melting the space into dark holes. Roar! A deafening insect roar echoed across the domain, the sound waves causing the ground to sink. A primal demon from the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm had cold eyes, brandishing a spear and leaping into action. With no unnecessary movements, he simply thrust forward, and the spear tip exploded with a brilliant golden light. PFF. The worm-like creature the size of a planet was pierced through its core by this single strike, its body disintegrating into countless ashes. One spear slaying one worm creature. The action was clean and swift, casually executed. The pioneers of Marvel felt their bodies stiffen, a chill surging from their feet to the top of their heads. So powerful. Wanda murmured, "My magic feels like child's play in front of them." The usually silent Thanos narrowed his eyes, slightly fixating on the ancient cultivators and the carcasses of the worm creatures on the battlefield. No one knew the storm that had erupted within him. Having fought across the universe for countless years, sweeping through all, he had held a high opinion of himself, believing he stood at the pinnacle of the Marvel Universe. But arriving here, he began to understand. The so-called cosmic overlord was merely a frog in a well. The so-called Infinity Stones were merely fragments of rules that higher beings would not even regard. Particularly this scene before him made Thanos feel as though his ambitions had shifted. The Marvel world is still too small. Only such a grand world is where I, Thanos, should wage war. I must become stronger. Suddenly, just as everyone was stunned by the scene before them, losing their composure within the group, Hawkeye Barton suddenly tightened his grip on his bow. He came from a humble background and had become an Avenger through top-notch skills and enhancement potions, always possessing strong confidence in his abilities. Even when facing gods and extraterrestrial beings, he had never truly felt fear. Now, watching those beings capable of effortlessly obliterating stars, a rebellious and unwilling thought surged wildly in his heart. No matter how strong they are, they're still just flesh and blood, right? Barton spoke softly with a hint of stubbornness and testing in his gaze. Those bugs look like they're just large in size. Perhaps I can still give it a try. Barton, don't be impulsive. At that moment, everyone suddenly realized the situation, and Tony's expression changed drastically as he hurried to stop him. The power dynamics here are completely different from ours. We cannot judge by the common sense of the Marvel Universe. We are here to investigate, not to stir trouble, and certainly not to seek death. Steve also sternly admonished. Stop now. Everyone was shocked, but at this moment Barton could no longer hear what they were saying. He wanted to prove that even coming from a weak universe, the Avengers were not useless. He wanted to see if the attack he prided himself on could pose any threat to the beings on this battlefield. He'll just give it a try, merely testing their strength. As soon as Barton finished speaking, before anyone could stop him again, he swiftly drew back his bow. The enchanted arrow shimmered with a sharp glow, infused with all his strength, even drawing upon a hint of cosmic energy, aimed at a lone worm soldier in the distance. That worm soldier was merely a few meters in size, insignificant amid the massive tide of worms, appearing to be the weakest. Barton thought this was a very safe target for testing. Die! He shouted, releasing the arrow. The arrow shot through the air at blistering speed, accompanied by a sharp sound, directly targeting the head of the worm soldier. In the Marvel Universe, this arrow would be enough to penetrate battleship armor and slay god-level beings. Hawkeye was confident that this shot could at least injure the opponent. However, the next second, a scene that filled everyone with despair unfolded. The seemingly weak worm soldier merely raised a front limb casually. Clang! The arrow struck the worm's carapace, producing a crisp sound, and then shattered into countless fragments, leaving not a trace behind. Immediately after, the worm soldier abruptly turned its head, its crimson compound eyes locking onto Barton, filled with brutality and disdain. It didn't even approach, it merely opened its mouth slightly. A dark, corrosive beam erupted, instantaneously moving at an unimaginable speed. Barton, watch out! Quick dodge! Tony, Steve, and Thor cried out simultaneously, wanting to rescue him, but it was already too late. The beam pierced through space, striking Barton directly. The next second, without even a chance to react, Barton was instantly melted away under this seemingly insignificant beam, leaving not a single trace of ash behind. There were no screams, no struggle, only a dead hush. Ba Dun was gone, his life snuffed without meaning. Everyone froze where they stood, their minds emptied. A comrade who had been alive moments before was slain in an instant. No chance to resist, no remains to claim. 10 vanguards stepped into the extra-dimensional battlefield, and one was lost at once. And in the most humiliating, most helpless fashion. Natasha swallowed hard, a chill running through her limbs, her hands trembling beyond her control. She had seen death and comrades fall, but never such utter despair. There was not even the right to struggle. It was like crushing an ant. The green madness within Dr. Ban Na surged, yet he forced it down. Anger burned, but beneath it lay a deeper, more pervasive fear. Even Hao Kes might before this caliber of combat seemed merely a fleeting glimpse. Shirte Lan Shi was pale, the eye of a Gu Imo Ta spun at full power, and yet he dared not rewind time. He could feel countless obscure spiritual senses sweeping the vicinity. If he employed forbidden power, he would be the next to die. Do you see? Tua Nis voice rasped, the tremor unable to be concealed. This is the chasm between Honglong and us. In the Manway universe, we command storms and sway fate, but here we are less than ants. Ba Dun only sought to probe the weakest of those creatures, and he could not last a single second. Shi Di Fu tightened his grip on the Jinjin, shield knuckles white. The unbending will within him showed its first fracture. He had long believed that with resolute will and unity, there was no foe they could not overcome. Now before an absolute gulf of power, will courage and solidarity, all looked pale and impotent. Tua Air lowered his head and regarded the hammer of the thunder god with a sense of helplessness. The glory of a Si Jia to the pride of the gods. On this field they were worth nothing. We are too weak, Mieba said coldly, his voice stripped of emotion. Honglong cultivators can with a casual gesture shatter stars. Chongzu fodder can instant kill top Fu Cho. Our so-called Manway vanguard on this extra-dimensional battlefield are merely food delivered to be consumed. If we persist in such ignorance, the Manway universe will not endure. To think we can guard the cosmos is delusion. Mieba's eyes gleamed. He was unlike the Fu Cho Jia in the Manway universe. He had once wished only to erase half of life. Now that need no longer existed, nor did he care to pursue it. A mightier objective had emerged, and he had designs of his own. Manway Alliance. Mieba could not have cared less. His words were laced with mute disdain. Silence fell among them. No one dared to answer back. Because what Mieba spoke was naked truth. That scene had utterly shattered the pride and confidence of every Manway hero. They finally recognized reality. This was not their home ground, not a universe they could stride through at will. This was an extra-dimensional battlefield, a crucible where Honglong titans and Chongzu tore each other apart. They were merely weak intruders who had strayed into it, liable to die at any moment, and perhaps die without value. What do we do now? Wangda asked, her voice edged with panic. Ba Dun is dead. What should we do? Retreat. Natasha looked at Tuo and I. If we withdraw to the Manway universe now, it might still be in time. Tuo and I closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, there was only cold resolve. We cannot retreat. If we pull back, all we have done will be for nothing. The strong here now know we exist. Returning would be a slow, lingering death. Only by staying, learning the battlefield, studying the Chongzu and the Honglong, can we keep a thread of hope. But Ba Dun's death has rung an alarm for us. Tuo Nas gaze swept the group, voice heavy. From this moment, follow my orders. First, absolutely, do not provoke any existence, whether Honglong cultivators or those strange races. Second, do not approach the main battlefields. Do not engage any side in direct conflict. Third, specially seek out lone, grievously wounded, or low-rank strange race, Chongzu, for ambushes, focusing on plundering corpses and gathering intelligence. At the same time, investigate the Honglong cultivators to discover why our universe appeared here. Shirte Lan Chi blinked. Pillage Chongzu corpses. What use is that? Tuo and I summoned his armor's scans. The display presented a data analysis of the Chongzu corpse. The insectal being slain by the Honglong cultivator, call it Chongzu for now, released energy from its corpse that the strong simply absorbed. I detected that a Chongzu's energy can directly elevate strength and fortify the body. This may be an opportunity for us to grow stronger. Ba Dun's death taught us that frontal confrontation is a path to doom. Therefore, ambushes, scavenging, and pillaging Chongzu essence are our only way out. Only by raising our power can we hope to reason with Honglong cultivators face to face. Dr. Ban Na's eyes brightened. Precisely. We are too weak. Direct combat means certain death. But if we limit ourselves to ambushing isolated Chongzu and seizing their essence, steadily improving, we might survive on this field. Our strength is small, yet this realm may well contain many things that can boost us. Tuo nodded. I agree. Shi Di Fu tightened his grip on his shield. Then we do as Tuo and I says. From today, we are merely weak survivors struggling to live on the extra-dimensional battlefield. Everything must prioritize survival and increasing strength. They all nodded. The last shred of pride and arrogance within them was ground into dust. They had at last faced reality, lowered themselves, and chosen the safest and most correct path. In the time that followed, the few of them discovered a route to power. Although their power remained slight, they could contend with certain lesser Chongzu. After claiming a Chongzu essence, the swift rise in strength gave them a glimpse of hope. They no longer neared the main battlefield, keeping their distance from Honglong cultivators and Chongzu war hosts, instead hunting those who had strayed from the ranks, were gravely wounded, or were of low rank. Perhaps due to peculiarities of the Manwei universe, they went unnoticed by the Hongjun cultivators. Or perhaps they were so insignificant that the cultivators had no desire to deal with them. The Manwei group coordinated with tacit understanding, striking viciously and retreating immediately, never lingering in battle. Each time they felled an isolated Chongzu, they swiftly seized its core essence and withdrew. Even Mia Ba joined them, becoming an oddly congenial companion. At first the others were ill at ease, feeling such ambush tactics were undignified. But with each absorption of Chongzu essence, they clearly felt their power accelerating, a growing certainty that they could become stronger. The Marvel heroes' strength steadily increased, gradually inspiring them to establish a permanent stronghold on the extraterritorial battlefield, and to test whether Marvel Universe technology and weaponry could function effectively in this realm. Thanos' power had also grown significantly. Seizing the moment while the Marvel heroes deliberated, he silently departed from the extraterritorial battlefield and from the Marvel Universe's domain. Years passed, and the Hongjun realm grew ever more vibrant. This was an extraordinary elixir, capable of enhancing cultivation and fusing with the physical body to deter intruders. Across the cosmos, the heavenly Tao's majestic, awe-inspiring voice resonated on the extraterritorial battlefield. Myriad races wage war, billions of insectoid fiends have been slain, safeguarding the Hongjun realm and benefiting heaven and earth and all its races. Now merits are assessed and rewards bestowed. The heavenly Tao bestows virtuous merit. A resonant hum filled the air. Instantly golden radiance blazed across countless regions of the Hongjun realm, while auspicious chi spiraled in thousands of luminous streams. Streams of golden virtuous merit descended from the heavens like torrential rain, showering every warrior who had fought. The meritorious received abundantly, the less meritorious sparingly, the unworthy none at all. Cultivators who had slain vast numbers of insectoid fiends were enveloped in virtuous merit, so dense it coalesced into solid gold, like armor forged from celestial light. This is the heavenly Tao's virtuous merit. The heavenly Tao itself honors us. With this merit breaking through my bottleneck is but a matter of days. Countless cultivators erupted in ecstatic laughter, raising their faces triumphantly toward the sky. Virtuous merit was the rarest and most sovereign force in the Hongjun realm. It could purify inner demons, fortify the physical body, heighten insight, accelerate enlightenment, diminish the severity of heavenly tribulations during breakthroughs, and even propel one across entire cultivation realms. Compounded by the immense reserves of insectoid essence they had gathered on the battlefield, this dual reinforcement, internal merit and external essence, propelled the collective might of Hongjun's myriad races upward at a terrifying pace. Foremost among them stood the Yaosu tribe. Within the Yao heaven, their forces had mobilized in greatest number, fought with fiercest valor, claimed the richest spoils, and thus received the most abundant virtuous merit from the heavenly Tao. Over the Yao territory, the nascent form of the Zhou Tian star array enshrouded the heavens. Emperor Jun sat enthroned upon the sun star, holding the Hichu and Luoshu, golden virtuous merit, and solar true fire swirled about him, his aura unfathomably profound. Tai cradled the primordial bell, its chime alone commanded absolute fealty from 10,000 Yaos. Under the relentless surging tide of virtuous merit and insectoid essence, thunderous breakthroughs echoed throughout the Yao ranks. One after another, ancient Yao sovereigns, long stalled at the peak of the Luo Jin Xian, shattered their barriers. The aura of quasi-sages erupted like spring bamboo shoots after rain. 1, 2, 3. In mere moments, 12 new quasi-sages emerged among the Yao. Adding the veteran quasi-sages, the 10 great Yao sages, the Yao master Kuan Peng, and the 3 Yao emperors, the Yao tribe now commanded a staggering 27 quasi-sages. Among them, 4 had reached the pinnacle of quasi-sagehood, and Dong Huang, Tai Yi, and Emperor Jun themselves stood with one foot already crossing the threshold into sagehood. Such power, had the insectoid world never descended, would have eclipsed every era of Yao supremacy, past or future. In earlier ages of Hongjun, only the sage-aligned sects could rival such overwhelming dominance. Emperor Jun's gaze blazed with incandescent light as he surveyed his legion of mighty Yao sovereigns, his voice resounding with celestial authority. The Yao's celestial fortune flourishes. The omen of great ascendancy has fully manifested. Now exert full effort to refine the Zhou Tian star array. Let the myriad stars serve as its foundation, the Hichu and Luoshu as its core, and every Yao quasi-sage as a vital array node. Once perfected, this formation can withstand even a sage's presence. For a time, the Yao tribe shall stand unchallenged atop Hongjun, sovereign over all realms and 10,000 worlds. A chorus of blazing eyes and thunderous voices answered, "We obey the celestial emperor's decree." Meanwhile, the Wu tribe, equal in stature to the Yao, refused to yield. The Wu possessed unparalleled physical might. Eschewing spirit cultivation, they forged only flesh and primordial essence. Fearless warriors on the battlefield, each a living weapon. Though many Wu warriors perished on the extraterritorial battlefield, their slaughter of insectoid fiends was likewise immeasurable. When virtuous merit rained down, it surged into every Wu like a golden deluge. They chose not to use it for cultivation advancement, a pursuit beneath their dignity. Instead, they fused every iota of merit directly into their bodies, amplifying their physical might beyond measure. The Wu's unique physiology granted them far greater efficiency in absorbing both virtuous merit and primordial essence than any other race. Within the ancestral Wu, Hall Gong Gong, Zhu Rong Ho Tu, and the other ancestral Wus sat enthroned, their auras growing ever more terrifying. Beneath them, legions of great Wus and Wu generals, though they had not sought cultivation advancement, naturally broke through as their foundations matured. Suddenly, two colossal auras, spanning heaven and earth, erupted from the Wu ancestral lands. Two new ancestral Wus had emerged, Xing Tian and Hui. Ancestral Wus embodied not merely supreme power, but the ultimate reversion of bloodline purity. Only those whose lineage attained the highest resonance could claim that title. Though some quasi-sages existed among the Wu beyond the 12 ancestral Wus, none had achieved ancestral Wu status, proof that their bloodlines remained insufficient. Xing Tian and Hui, however, had achieved full bloodline reversion, successfully ascending to ancestral Wuhood and thereby attaining quasi-sagehood as well. Thus the Wu's roster of ancestral Wus expanded by two. Gong Gong roared with triumphant laughter, shaking Mount Buzhou. The Wu gained two new ancestral Wus. Truly, we are the authentic descendants of Pangu. With two additional ancestral Wus, assembling the 12 Dusky Divine Formation is now effortless, and we even have two spares. Magnificent. Ancestral Wus, invincible. The Wu endure, eternal and unbroken. As both Yao and Wu ascended in tandem, their combined momentum heralded the dawn of a dual hegemony over Hongjun. Beyond these two titans, other powers surged fiercely. Upon the East Sea immortal mountain, Dong Wang Gong sat upon a cloud throne, crowned with a violet diadem, robed in Taoist vestments, officially appointed by the Dao Patriarch as the acknowledged sovereign of all male immortals. Though many Hongjun sovereigns paid him little heed, his strength was undeniable. On the extraterritorial battlefield, he led numerous male immortals into battle and amassed tremendous spoils, earning a weighty bounty of virtuous merit from the heavenly Dao. Nourished by both virtuous merit and insectoid essence, Dong Wang Gong's aura exploded upward, propelling him smoothly to the pinnacle of quasi-sagehood. He had joined the second echelon of Hongjun's mightiest beings. Opening his eyes, divine light receded inward, and a subtle smile graced his lips. The path to sagehood is arduous beyond measure, yet I now behold its first glimmer of hope. With myriad races rising, and Yao and Wu ascendant, we scattered immortals, if we do not unite, shall inevitably be swept aside by time. Henceforth I and Shiwang Mu shall jointly found a new sect, the Zifu sect. We welcome all scattered immortals, reclusive sages, and Taoist companions unwilling to submit to Yao or Wu dominion. Together we march to the extraterritorial battlefield, toward the ultimate Dao. As the news of the establishment of the Purple Mansion spread, the vast wilderness trembled. Many loose cultivators hurried to pledge their allegiance, including numerous De Luo golden immortals, and even those at the Quasi-Saint realm. The current wilderness is no longer what it was hundreds of years ago. Only by banding together can one gain greater benefits. Especially after the arrival of the Second World, everyone senses that more worlds will come in the future. Thus, many hidden powerhouses began to seek support. The Wu clan does not accept outsiders, and many have previously rejected the allure of the Demon clan. Now with the emergence of the Purple Mansion, it has become a very good choice. In just a short time, the number of Quasi-Saint powerhouses within the Purple Mansion exceeded 10, while the Luo golden immortals numbered in the dozens. In terms of overall strength, although it does not compare to the Demon and Wu clans, it has undoubtedly become the third major force in the wilderness. The East King and the West Queen jointly rule the Purple Mansion, instilling fear across all directions. In an instant, the wilderness was filled with turbulence. The Demon clan flourished, the Wu clan rose, and the Purple Mansion was established. All races compete fiercely, and powerhouses emerge in droves, creating an unprecedented prosperous scene. Yet amidst this bustling tide, one person appeared somewhat lonely, harboring a hint of regret and unwillingness. High above in the nine heavens, Taoist Hongjun sat gracefully among the clouds. With a kind heart and a generous spirit, he was known as the first good person of the wilderness, having friends across all races and an extensive network. In this battle on the foreign battlefield, Hongjun also contributed significantly, aided by Xinyuanzi, slaying countless insect clans and gaining immense heavenly merits. He originally intended to use this opportunity to break through to the saint's level. A saint is eternal, transcending time, and truly the supreme being of heaven and earth. For this step, Hongjun had prepared for countless years. He began preparing from the moment he obtained the primordial purple energy, and now others who obtained the primordial purple energy had already become saints. How could he not be anxious? If no one was paying attention, it would be fine, but if someone was, he even worried that someone might be preparing to strike against him in secret. Thus, at the moment the heavenly merits descended, Hongjun chose to enter seclusion, fully focusing on breaking through to the saint realm. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color. Hongjun surged forward toward the saint's fruit position with full vigor. All the mighty beings of various races observed, eagerly anticipating the birth of another saint. Emperor Juntai, the 12 ancestor witches, the East King, the West Queen Xinyuanzi, the Nether River Kunping Fushi. Countless powerful beings of the wilderness directed their gazes toward the direction where Hongjun was. However, the path to becoming a saint is not something that can simply be achieved by desire. Throughout history, there have only been a few saints. Ultimately, Hongjun's foundation was still lacking in some aspects. Perhaps there were other reasons that led to his failure in becoming a saint. At the most critical moment of breaking through, the rules of heaven and earth repelled him, making it difficult to stabilize his saint position. Hongjun spat out a mouthful of blood, his saintly might dissipating, and his breakthrough ended in failure. He did not perish, nor was he severely injured. His realm did not decline. He merely took a small step further toward failure, touching the threshold of sainthood. Half-saint realm. It is only second to a saint, surpassing all quasi-saints. Under normal circumstances, breaking through to the half-saint would have brought Hongjun immense joy and the ability to look down upon the wilderness. Yet at this moment, there was only bitterness and regret on Hongjun's face. A mere step away made all the difference. Lacking just a bit meant he would forever be without hope for the saint's fruit position. Saint, have I ultimately failed? Hongjun sighed softly, his voice filled with endless loneliness. He possessed the primordial purple energy, had immense heavenly merits, yet still could not take that final step. What could be the reason? My merits should be sufficient, and I have the primordial purple energy. The foundation for becoming a saint is entirely adequate. But why is this the case? Hongjun shook his head, filled with confusion and unwillingness. Even though his strength was much greater than before, it still did not reach the realm he pursued. The might of the half-saint looking across the entire wilderness could hardly be matched by anyone except for a few true saints. Forget it. Perhaps the timing is not right. In the end, Hongjun could only comfort himself this way. Looking ahead, Hongjun's mindset remained fairly good. Within Wuzhuang Temple, Xinyuanzi and Hongjun sat and discussed the Tao. Xinyuanzi said, I am already aware of your plight in becoming a saint. Hongjun nodded, sitting cross-legged and lifting the spiritual tea in front of him, gently taking a sip bitterly, saying, in the end, I was still one step short. With the primordial purple energy in hand, heavenly merits upon me, a complete Tao foundation, and no deficiencies in my mindset, yet I still lack that final step. I do not understand where the mistake lies. The three pure ones became saints. Nuwa became a saint, and Jane and Junti became saints. Oh, which of them did not rely on primordial purple energy and great merits? Yet when it came to him, clearly all conditions were met, but he was repelled by the rules of heaven and earth, his saint position unstable, ultimately remaining in the half-saint realm. Xinyuanzi remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Friend, do you know the three essential elements for becoming a saint? Hongjun raised his eyes. Primordial purple energy, supreme merits, and the foundation of the Tao. I possess all three. Not so. Xinyuanzi gently shook his head. Perhaps there is one more thing you have overlooked. What is it? Hongjun inquired. Fortune. Xinyuanzi enunciated each word clearly, and the sound fell into Hongjun's ears like a thunderclap. Fortune. Hongjun was taken aback, then appeared to ponder. In his view, his fortune was abundant, far surpassing that of ordinary powerhouses. However, compared to the few saints, it still fell short. Otherwise, he would not still be without sainthood. This was a point he had to admit. Xinyuanzi sighed softly and slowly explained, you have plenty, but lack sufficient fortune. The three pure ones have the fortunes of the teaching of the manifestation, the teaching of the interception, and the teaching of humanity. Nuwa has the dual protection of the demon and human races. Jane and Junti are supported by the living wills of the Western teachings. Their path is not an individual path, but a path of a race, a path of a teaching. Yet you, Hongjun, have always been but an individual. Without a sect, without followers, without beings to rely on, even with great merits, it is difficult to bear the saint's fruit position. Of course, this is merely my guess. After all, I am still only at the peak of the quasi-saint. Although Xinyuanzi said this, Hongjun listened very attentively. He had never thought of it from this perspective. All along he believed that as long as he worked hard enough, he could step into the saint realm. Yet he did not realize that a saint is no longer just an individual, but a representative of a force in the heavens and earth. The fortunes of a race, a teaching, or a nation are the fundamental supports that allow a saint to stand firm. Race fortune. Hongjun murmured to himself, feeling enlightened, but then a hint of confusion arose. I have always been solitary, though I do not like to establish sects, nor do I wish to constrain the myriad races. Where would my race fortune come from? Zenyuanzi paused for a moment and continued, do you still remember the race created by Nuwa when she shaped clay and created humans? The human race. Hongjun blurted out. This name has not been particularly prominent in the wilderness over the years. The human race's time of existence is still short, their physical bodies inferior to those of the Wu clan, their primordial spirits inferior to those of the demon clan, short-lived and with low cultivation. Even Xiao, the leader of the human race, is not well known, with the most memorable recent event being the acceptance of the dragon race as a totem. For a half-saint powerhouse like Hongjun, the human race truly did not occupy a place in his heart. Zenyuanzi instantly discerned from Hongjun's expression that the latter knew little about the human race. Yet Zenyuanzi himself possessed considerable knowledge and continued cultivation. Friend, I surmise the human race holds an extraordinary future, perhaps even destined to supplant the Demon Clan and the Yao Clan as one of the supreme races of the Hongwang realm. Moreover, their chieftain is no ordinary figure, having already earned renown upon the extraterritorial battlefield. Most recently, even the Dragon Clan has voluntarily adopted the humans as their totemic kin. Though the human race remains frail in its infancy, you might consider nurturing them from this very beginning. Hearing these words, Hongyun's heart surged with profound shock. Indeed, the human race was personally created by Lady Nuwa, bearing the auspicious fortune of creation itself. Though presently weak, their latent potential is boundless. Their rate of proliferation surpasses all races in the Hongwang realm. Their innate aptitude for cultivation eclipses that of 10,000 clans. At this nascent stage, whoever first extends protection to the human race, paving their path, imparting the arts of cultivation and safeguarding their lands, shall seize an immeasurable portion of their future celestial fortune. Yet would the two celestial sovereigns, Laozi and Nuwa, consent to such an act? Undeniably, Hongyun's insight was profoundly accurate. Were not the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the human race themselves manifestations of the celestial sovereigns' contest for celestial fortune? And yet Hongjun had independently conceived a similar stratagem. You grasp the essence at once, cultivation, friend, Zenyuanzi said with a gentle smile. Your benevolent nature makes you uniquely suited to shelter this fragile newborn race. Still, you must refrain from assuming the role of spiritual teacher, for that the celestial sovereigns would never permit. Admittedly, the optimal moment has passed. The human race has already forged an alliance with the Dragon Clan. The specifics, however, remain for you to deliberate. Having shared his full contemplation, Zenyuanzi fell silent as Hongjun rose and paced slowly through the grand hall. Zenyuanzi's words shone like a beacon, dispelling the fog of uncertainty before him. Failure to attain sovereignty was not an end, but rather the dawn of another, more profound path. He bore the primordial purple chi. His ascension to sovereignty was all but assured. Only the timing remained uncertain, and perhaps within the human race lay the very catalyst for his enlightenment. After a long silence, Hongjun appeared to have reached a solemn resolution. He took his leave of Zenyuanzi and departed Wuzhuang Temple, taking with him several ginseng fruits along the way. On the shores of the East Sea, Xiao had returned some time ago, and during this period he had been carefully organizing his recent gains. First were the more than 200 million insect clans. Through Xiao's intervention, they had engaged in relentless mutual slaughter, and thereby ascended en masse, evolving into 4th, 5th, and 6th tier insect clans. Xiao exterminated all 5th and 6th tier insect clans, harvesting vast quantities of insect essence and 400 billion war points. Excluding mere corpses, this constituted his greatest acquisition, perhaps enough to draw forth an entire world. Beyond this, there were treasures drawn from the system's lottery, numerous artifacts of both acquired and primordial spiritual origin. Also among them were drops of Pangu's blood essence and several formidable divine techniques, powerful means to augment Xiao's strength, as well as the 9 heavens, Xianhuang formation intended for the human race. Chieftain, I have slain over 107th tier insect clans and 38th tier ones, said Zhu Long, appearing beside Xiao, without warning, holding a calming ocean pearl in hand. Upon hearing this, Xiao chuckled. I had nearly forgotten about those 7th and 8th tier insects. Excellent, excellent. Let the 8th tier ones live, for now. Distribute half the 7th tier insect essence among the Dragon Clan's cultivators to enhance their strength. Within a few years, we shall return to the extraterritorial battlefield. Next time, our forces will be greater and stronger still. With that, Xiao accepted the calming ocean pearl and flicked his wrist, summoning 20 streams of 7th tier insect essence before Zhu Long. Of the 110 7th tier insects, 40 had yielded essence upon their demise. Many thanks, chieftain, said Zhu Long without hesitation. He knew such offerings meant little to Yi Xiao. Taking the essence, Zhu Long swiftly departed. Shortly thereafter, Yi Xiao summoned the 3 ancestral patriarchs of the human race, and with a sweep of his hand unleashed an endless torrent of resources from the great thousand-fold world. Mountains of primordial spirit materials, countless cultivation-grade ores, and spirit herbs brimming with immense vitality cascaded forth, alongside legions of insect corpses and abundant insect essence. These ranged from 1st to 6th tier, numbering at least 100,000. The 7th tier essence remained withheld. Most humans could not possibly assimilate it. Sui Rinshi and the other 2 ancestral patriarchs stood utterly dumbfounded, breath suspended. HSS. Simultaneously, all 3 drew sharp, astonished breaths. Chieftain, this is simply overwhelming. With such abundance, our race can surely cultivate at least 10 de Luo Jin Xian, and perhaps far more. Hearing their fervent exclamations, Yi Xiao smiled faintly. A portion shall replenish the human race's treasury. Another portion shall be distributed as rewards to those cultivators who distinguish themselves in battle. The remainder shall fuel the foundational development of our race, accelerating propagation and increasing the number of powerful cultivators. Overjoyed, the 3 ancestors realized their chieftain had returned bearing unprecedented resources, and what they prized most were precisely those insect essences. For these were the very bedrock of true power. Zisher exclaimed, "Rest assured, chieftain, we shall ensure every resource is deployed with utmost wisdom to forge ever more mighty cultivators for our race." Yi Xiao replied with a smile, "I trust you implicitly. Still, your own cultivation must not stagnate. Though de Luo Jin Xian is commendable across the expanse of the Hongjun realm, and especially upon the extraterritorial battlefield, it holds little distinction. In times to come, de Luo Jin Xian shall become merely common frontline warriors, while only quasi-sovereigns shall constitute our core fighting force." Without awaiting their reply, Yi Xiao bestowed 3 streams of 7th-tier insect essence upon each. Use these to advance your cultivation. Zisher, hasten your breakthrough to de Luo Jin Xian. Many thanks, chieftain. The 3 ancestors received the essence with elation. Pausing briefly, Yi Xiao declared, "From this day forward, I decree a 500-year development plan for our race." The 3 ancestors immediately grew solemn. "First, within 5 centuries, our population shall exceed 100 billion. At this, Sui Rinshi and his companions were struck speechless. The human race already numbered over 1 billion, and having migrated to the east seashores, they now possessed ample living space with sufficient strength to protect ever more of their kin. Thus, this first objective was indeed attainable. After all, cultivation was their sole pastime, and procreation remained an ancient, honored tradition. Reaching 100 billion within 5 centuries posed no insurmountable challenge. Yi Xiao continued. Second, within 5 centuries, every cultivator ranked Immortal Lord or higher must master the 9 heavens, Xianhuang formation. Let formations defend the Tao, let formations fortify the race, let formations define our warfare. Only thus may the weak triumph over the strong and the few overcome the many. Third, within 5 centuries, we shall raise our number of Tai Jin Xian cultivators to 10,000. Boom. At these final words, Sui Rinshi and the other 2 ancestors were utterly stunned by the sheer audacity of Yi Xiao's vision. The Tai Golden Immortal breaks through 10,000. Is this definitely not a mistake? The 3 were very certain, and Yi Xiao had stated it very clearly. However, it was truly shocking to them. Currently, there aren't many Tai Golden Immortals among the human race, and all of them are from the 100,000 soldiers. Besides that, the human race has no surplus. Let alone 10,000, there aren't even 100 in total. To reach 10,000 Tai Golden Immortals within 500 years, the difficulty is extraordinarily high. Even with a large amount of bug race origin, the human race still needs time to digest it. However, if there are difficulties, then we shall resolve them. With resources right at hand, there's no reason to back down. The 3 ancestors of the human race immediately agreed, committing to fully pursue the 3 goals set by Yi Xiao over the next 500 years. A population of 10 billion is the foundation. 10,000 Tai Golden Immortals would prepare the human race to shine brightly in the Primordial Chaos. These were some of Yi Xiao's thoughts, whether they can be realized would depend on the actual situation. After formulating the 100-year plan, Yi Xiao sent the 3 ancestors of the human race to make arrangements. Then Yi Xiao released the 100,000 soldiers and 500 dragon clans from the world of great chaos. Having experienced the bloody baptism of the outer battlefield, their teachings would ensure that the future cultivators of the human race would be even more valiant and resilient. In the future, as more human cultivators enter the outer battlefield, the losses would be smaller. After everything was arranged, Yi Xiao was prepared to enter seclusion. Yi Xiao first took out the essence of Pangus blood, intending to elevate his physical cultivation first. Now the 9 transformations mystic art had reached the 6th transformation, but it was still somewhat lacking. Having won many prizes in the lottery combined with those Yi Xiao had purchased himself, he could freely concoct Pangus essence. However, Yi Xiao didn't expect that after reaching the 6th transformation the cultivation would become increasingly difficult. In the past, only a drop of Pangus essence was needed to break through a transformation, significantly boosting physical strength. But now the situation had changed. After reaching the 6th transformation of the 9 transformations mystic art, each breakthrough brought far greater enhancement than the previous 6 transformations. This applied to both the strength of the body and the enhancement of power. Moreover, he could condense a more solid Pangu phantom akin to the 12 heavenly gods and demons formation of the Witch clan. If the 9th transformation were to be successfully cultivated, perhaps he could transform into Pangu in battle. With such effects, the required cost is naturally considerable. The strength of his body is enough to withstand a strike from a Quasi Saint. Yi Xiao's mind stirred, and he swallowed a drop of Pangus essence. The familiar pain struck again, but Yi Xiao had long since grown accustomed to it. Not daring to be distracted for a moment, he fully operated the 9 transformations mystic art, the intricately profound technique circulating wildly within his body. Using his own meridians as a furnace with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as a guide, he began to refine the Pangu essence bit by bit. Within the essence of Pangu lies boundless power. With each bit melted, Yi Xiao's body was forcibly expanded, and under the workings of the mystic art, it quickly compressed, refined, and transformed. His bones emitted a thunderous sound. Within the flesh and blood, it felt as though millions of giant dragons were galloping. On the surface of his skin, a faint red glow emerged, resembling the forging of innate divine gold, giving Yi Xiao a somewhat primal appearance. Even Yi Xiao's body began to uncontrollably enlarge, developing towards the direction of the Witch clan. This process was excruciatingly painful. It felt as if his body was being torn apart repeatedly and then reassembled. For an ordinary cultivator, the terrifying power would have caused their body to collapse, their soul scattering. Yet Yi Xiao's will was resolute, supported by the system, and his Dao heart was as solid as a rock. He gritted his teeth and persevered, allowing the Pangu essence to wash over his body and transform his foundation. Time gradually flowed by. 100 years. 300 years. 500 years. In the blink of an eye, 500 years had swiftly passed in the outside world. During these 500 years, the human race, under the leadership of the 3 ancestors, developed vigorously and vibrantly. The population skyrocketed, territories expanded endlessly, and countless human cultivators diligently practiced day and night. The human race's presence was no longer limited to the shores of the East Sea, gradually reaching other places beyond. With several great Luo golden immortals stationed, the dragon race served as a totem. Although the dragon race encountered many formidable foes, they were ultimately resolved. In 500 years, the human race completely entered the sight of the myriad races of the Primordial Chaos. The human race had grown from mere ants to participants in the grand affairs of the Primordial Chaos. The rapid change in status made countless races envious. Although the human race had not yet produced any Quasi-Saint powerhouses, the dragon race had, and not just one, but several, even boasting a peak Quasi-Saint. With Yi Xiao's reputation growing in the outer battlefield, and his title as the 4th direct disciple of Tongtian spreading, the myriad races of the Primordial Chaos realized that it was only a matter of time before the human race produced Quasi-Saint powerhouses. Thus, the human race had lived quite comfortably over these 500 years. Minor incidents occurred, but no powerful enemies had actively provoked them. Even the demon race did not take the initiative to provoke the human race. Within 500 years, the number of immortals among the human race increased, and the 9 heavens mystic yellow formation had become a necessary assessment after becoming an immortal. Only by passing it could one enter the human race's genealogy, have their name listed in the genealogy, and obtain supreme honor. Ultimately, Yi Xiao's 3rd requirement was still not fulfilled. Out of 10,000 Tai golden immortals, only 1/10, or 1,000 Tai golden immortals, were born. It wasn't due to insufficient resources, but rather the time was too short. After all, not everyone possesses a system like Yi Xiao allowing for seamless cultivation. Others in the human race would inevitably need to progress slowly. This result was within Yi Xiao's expectations, but the 3 ancestors of the human race felt somewhat guilty for not meeting Yi Xiao's trust. Additionally, there was good news. The human race had produced a 4th great Luo golden immortal, Zi clan. Thus, all 3 ancestors of the human race achieved the status of great Luo golden immortal. The fortune of the human race was steadily rising every year, seemingly with no end in sight. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao remained motionless in his seclusion. Over the course of 500 years, Yi Xiao gradually refined the Pangu essence in his possession. The 9 transformations mystic art also made significant breakthroughs, advancing to the 7th transformation and even reaching the peak of the 7th transformation. The peak of the 7th transformation corresponds to the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. However, in reality, the strength of his body was comparable to that of a Quasi-Saint, even capable of suppressing some ordinary Quasi-Saint powerhouses unilaterally. The toughness of his body had already reached the level of a low-grade, innate spirit treasure. With Yi Xiao's current methods and divine abilities relying solely on his physical strength, he was already among the top tier in the Primordial Chaos. Among the great Luo Golden Immortals, he was considered invincible. Below the same realm, Yi Xiao dared to say that the physical strength of the Witch Clan could not compare to his. The price was the complete consumption of all the Pangu essence he had. Yi Xiao refined a total of 14 strands of 7th-tier bug race origin in one go, rapidly breaking through 2 minor realms from the early stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal to the late stage. Recalling the resources consumed during this seclusion, Yi Xiao couldn't help but sigh. The 9 turns mystic art truly lives up to its reputation as the supreme body refining technique passed down by Pangu, unmatched and invincible among peers. But the energy required for this cultivation is simply terrifying. Since he embarked on the path of cultivating the 9 turns mystic art, he has deeply understood what terrifying resource consumption entails. For each turn, each layer, and each small breakthrough of the 9 turns mystic art, the energy required is several times, dozens of times, or even hundreds of times that of practitioners of the same rank. The greater the advancement, the more exaggerated this disparity becomes. At the beginning, a single drop of Pangus blood could facilitate a breakthrough, yet that was a treasure coveted by countless people. Previously, breaking through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal required little consumption of insect race essence, but now from the early stage of Great Luo to the late stage, it took a whole 14 7th-tier insect race essences to achieve the breakthrough. Yi Xiao estimates that to break through to the Quasi-Saint realm, he will need even more insect race essence. However, no matter how much it costs, it is worth it, for he can clearly feel that his physical strength is already infinitely close to that of a Quasi-Saint. Ordinary Quasi-Saint practitioners may not even be his match. With a peak 7th-tier physical body and the cultivation of the late Great Luo stage, Yi Xiao has no rivals below the Quasi-Saint realm. Fortunately, the Primordial Chaos is abundant in energy, and the outer battlefield is even more so. Yi Xiao need not worry about his breakthrough situation. Just as Yi Xiao was pondering, a strange phenomenon suddenly erupted from the shores of the East Sea. An incomparably vast, pure, and warm aura suddenly exploded from the shores of the East Sea. My! Yi Xiao's steps paused as his gaze instantly turned towards the direction of the anomaly. He could clearly sense that the human race's fortune, which had been steadily increasing, was now surging wildly like a volcanic eruption. The power of fortune was golden and resplendent, surging towards the clouds, penetrating the heavens and the earth. Throughout the Primordial Chaos, all practitioners who had reached the level of Tai Golden Immortal sensed it, simultaneously raising their heads to look towards the east. On Kunlun Mountain, Laozi suddenly opened his eyes. The human race's fortune is flourishing, and a heavenly anomaly is about to emerge. It seems a treasure of the human race is about to appear. The Master of Heaven's eyes flashed with brilliance, the aura of innate treasures. Such a rich human Tao presence. In the Western blissful world, Zhuanti and Jane exchanged glances, seeing a flicker of desire in each other's eyes. The Eastern human race has an innate treasure appearing. As should we go and take a look? Jane spoke softly. Zhuanti shook his head. The time is not yet right. This matter is closely related to the human race. If we forcibly seize it, we will only entangle ourselves in boundless karma. Let us observe the changes for now. Yi Xiao's mind was shaken, and he stepped forward, directly employing the earthly golden light to arrive at the site of the anomaly. On the surface of the East Sea, the waves surged and the tides roared, not due to a tsunami, but drawn by the aura of an unparalleled treasure. In the void, golden and resplendent fortune coalesced into an immensely large lotus of fortune, at the center of which a beam of golden light pierced through the clouds, invoking the sun, moon, and stars in a resonating symphony. Following this, a square seal entirely composed of innate human Tao essence slowly emerged from within the lotus of fortune. On the jade seal, the words Kantong were inscribed, ancient, profound, and mysterious. Each character contained boundless fortune. This is... Yi Xiao's pupils constricted as joy flooded his heart, and he nearly exclaimed, Kantong seal. The human race's treasure of fortune. The Kantong seal has actually emerged at this moment. He was immensely excited. He was well aware of the origins of the Kantong seal. This was the foremost treasure of the human race, intricately tied to the fate of the human race. It not only possesses the ability to suppress fortune and protect the race, but also allows the human race to flourish, extend their lifespan, and awaken innate talents. It is akin to the spiritual treasures of the three teachings that can suppress fortune. The Confront seal is the ultimate treasure specifically used by the human race to suppress fortune. The possessor of the Confront seal is the nominal sovereign of the human race, able to harness the boundless fortune of the human race, dramatically increasing combat strength. Previously, although the human race continuously developed and grew under his support, they still lacked a treasure of their own. Now that the Confront seal has emerged, it addresses this issue. With this treasure, the development of the human race will accelerate. With the treasure in the hands of the human race, no one will be able to restrict their progress. Xiao extended his right hand, gently reaching for the Confront seal. The Confront seal offered no resistance, as docile as a lamb, and fell into his grasp. It felt cold to the touch, yet warm. A massively abundant human race fortune surged into his body through the Confront seal. Xiao felt as though he had established an invisible connection with the entire human race. He could clearly sense the life and death of every member of the human race across the primordial land, their joys and sorrows, and their indomitable, ceaseless will. What a treasure! Xiao was overjoyed and immediately stored the Confront seal within his body. With the Confront seal with him, he could not only draw on the human race's fortune to empower himself, but also stabilize the foundation of the human race. After putting away the Confront seal, Xiao focused on sensing the state of the entire human race. With this sensing, a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Now, after so many years of recuperation and the cultivation resources he provided, the human race's numbers have surged to a truly terrifying figure. Hundreds of billions of humans spread across the shores of the East Sea, among whom countless practitioners have emerged, from human immortals, profound immortals, to golden immortals, and Tai golden immortals. Human race tribes have sprung up like bamboo shoots after rain, established one after another, orderly and flourishing in education. Indeed, this is truly remarkable. The human race has genuinely developed, their foundation is gradually thickening, and talents are emerging in droves. Even the treasure of fortune, the Confront seal, has spontaneously emerged. This indicates that the heavenly Tao recognizes the status of the human race. Xiao nodded, though he still harbored some concern within. As the human race rises following the original trajectory of the Primordial Chaos, the two clans of witches and demons, in their struggle for dominance, will soon see the full outbreak of the Witch-Demon War. That will be a cataclysm sweeping the entire Primordial Chaos. The demon clan's heavenly court will pour forth the celestial array of the stars, will operate the power of the stars, will annihilate all. The 12 ancestral witches of the witch clan will come forth, summoning the true body of Pangu through the 12 heavens' great divine array, destroying heaven and earth. In the battle between the two clans, the sky will collapse, the earth will shatter, the primordial chaos will fragment, and countless races will perish as a result. The two clans of witches and demons will suffer mutual devastation and ultimately withdraw from the position of primordial chaos overlords, paving the way for the rise of the human race. However, the human race also paid a heavy price, being slaughtered by the demon race and nearly facing extinction as they forged the slaughter witch sword. Fortunately, the channels to the myriad worlds have now opened, leading to an invasion by the alien insect race, uniting the primordial chaos against external threats, hopefully preventing another internal conflict. But how long this situation can be maintained is uncertain. If the two clans of witches and demons go to war, the human race will be the first to suffer, and given their current strength, the losses would be catastrophic. Preventing future troubles is the way of survival. It seems we must take precautions. Counting the Dragon Clan, humanity possesses only a single quasi-sage at the peak, far too few. Relying solely on humanity's own cultivation to produce another quasi-sage at the peak may take millennia. Perhaps we could recruit other primordial great cultivators into the human clan. Xiao murmured softly, weighing the feasibility in his heart. In times past, recruiting such great cultivators into the human clan had been nearly impossible. Their weakness rendered them utterly valueless. But now Xiao believed it truly possible, especially because he bore a system granting him knowledge hidden from all others, such as the path to sagehood. Among the myriad races of the primordial chaos, attaining sagehood stood as the grandest aspiration. Yet how unfathomably arduous was that path. System, can sagehood still be attained in this current primordial chaos? Xiao queried the system directly. Moments later, the system's voice resonated. Across all multiversal realms and chaotic worlds, the number of sages is fixed, varying according to each world's unique cosmic structure. This primordial chaos possesses only the heavenly Tao, ordained to host exactly 7 celestial sages. No further celestial sage can emerge. Hearing this, Xiao furrowed his brow slightly. Surely not. What of Yang Mei? Yang Mei achieved sagehood through the path of force, a method wholly independent of the heavenly Tao. The path of force. Oh, I see. So if one walks the path of force, there is no limit to the number of sage positions. Moreover, if this primordial chaos permits celestial sages, might there also exist terrestrial sages and human sages? After all, Ho-Tu of the demon tribe will one day ascend as a sage. Indeed, Master, the chaotic world is whole and complete, embodying heaven, earth, and humanity as three distinct Tao principles, each bearing its own sage position. At present, the terrestrial and human Taos remain dormant. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhao's eyes gleamed. The Tao ancestor serves as the heavenly Tao's emissary. Thus, celestial sage positions fall under his sole authority. Then surely if I master the human Tao, or earn its recognition, I too may appoint human sages. In the original timeline, the great calamities that struck the primordial chaos seemed deliberately designed to weaken both the terrestrial and human Taos. I wonder, will the Tao ancestor continue down that path? Or will he instead actively awaken them? At this thought, anticipation stirred deep within Yi Zhao's heart. Yi Zhao reasoned that Hongjun would most likely choose the latter. After all, external threats would only multiply, and the primordial chaos' meager number of sages would prove perilously insufficient. Weakening the terrestrial and human Taos was in all likelihood no longer feasible, unless Hongjun wished for the primordial chaos to be surpassed by other realms. After prolonged contemplation, Yi Zhao concluded the plan was eminently viable. He pressed further, system, how may I master the human Tao, or gain its recognition? Ding! The Kunlun seal is not merely the supreme treasure of humanity. It is the ultimate artifact of the human Tao itself. Master it, and you shall commune directly with the human Tao. I see. So the human Tao remains unawakened just as the terrestrial Tao does. Yet I need not incarnate into the cycle of reincarnation. With the human Tao at my command, how could I possibly fail to attract the primordial chaos' greatest cultivators? A sly smile curved Yi Zhao's lips. Instantly, two figures materialized in his mind: Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun, undoubtedly the finest candidates for recruitment. First, Zhen Yuanzi, the primordial ancestor of Earth immortals. Born at the dawn of the primordial chaos, his cultivation immeasurable, already standing at the pinnacle of quasi-sagehood, a single step away from sagehood itself. He presided over Wuzhuangguan, safeguarding the primordial spirit root, the ginseng fruit tree, and wielding the earth scripture, an artifact of peerless defensive power, unrivaled beneath the sages themselves. Most crucially, Zhen Yuanzi possessed a serene and steady temperament, disdaining power struggles and political intrigue, devoted solely to profound cultivation and harboring deep goodwill toward humanity. At humanity's very inception, he had secretly intervened, shielding several human tribes from slaughter by monstrous beasts. He was in essence humanity's latent ally. Yi Zhao needed only approach him openly and offer compelling incentives. Zhen Yuanzi would surely join. Next came Hongjun, the foremost benevolent elder of the primordial chaos, gentle-natured and ever-ready to aid others, beloved across all realms. Born from auspicious clouds, he wielded the 99 Crimson Cloud soul-scattering gourd, his strength formidable. Crucially, though he possessed a primordial purple chi, he remained unable to ascend as a sage, and must now be gripped by profound anxiety. Yi Zhao knew precisely why Hongjun could not attain sagehood, and with that knowledge as his enticement, Hongjun would scarcely refuse. With Zhen Yuanzi, the ancestor of Earth immortals, and Hongjun, the primordial chaos paragon of virtue, alongside Zhu Long of the Dragon Clan, three quasi-sages at the peak would render humanity invincible within the primordial chaos. And with Yi Zhao's own strength added to the equation, no force beneath sagehood could threaten humanity. So be it. Yi Zhao resolved, swiftly recruiting Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun was non-negotiable. But first, mastering the Kunlun seal and establishing communion with the human Tao took absolute priority. Meanwhile, Hongjun had wandered among humanity for 5 centuries, assuming the guise of an ordinary Taoist. During those 500 years, he observed humanity closely and deeply. What astonished him most was humanity's astonishing reproductive capacity, truly staggering. Though their innate talents were modest, their potential for growth was boundless. This only deepened Hongjun's conviction of humanity's extraordinary destiny. The emergence of the Kunlun seal further revealed to him the overwhelming fortune flowing through humanity. 5 centuries have passed. Perhaps this human race truly is the path to my own enlightenment. Their chieftain radiates immense spiritual pressure. None below quasi-sage rank could possibly stand against him. I only hope he welcomes my visit without refusal. Standing beyond the sacred land of humanity on the shores of the East Sea, Hongjun gazed upon the sacred grounds and murmured to himself. At his near-sage cultivation level, the entire sacred land held no secrets from him. And since Yi Zhao made no effort to conceal his aura, Hongjun readily perceived his true realm. Without delay, Hongjun shimmered into existence within the sacred land. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Xiao successfully refined the Kunlun seal and established his first communion with the human Tao. I never imagined the human Tao already possessed nascent consciousness, though it remains as undeveloped as a child. Fortunately, the Kunlun seal bridges the gap. Without it, forging future connections would prove exceedingly difficult. Even more astonishing, the human Tao bestowed upon me 3 primordial purple chi. Once the human Tao fully awakens, 3 additional human sage positions shall manifest. Ecstasy surged through Xiao's heart. Having secured the primordial purple chi, he prepared to journey to Wuzhuangguan, when suddenly his expression shifted. Which esteemed Taoist friend hides nearby? Why not step forth and reveal yourself? Chief Ye's cultivation is indeed formidable. I have dwelled within the sacred land of humanity for centuries, and today at last I have met Chief Ye. A bold, hearty voice rang out, and Hongjun appeared before Xiao. This humble Taoist is Hongjun. Greetings, Taoist friend. Hongjun. Xiao's eyes flickered with surprise. Then delight flared within the venerable Hongjun himself. Might I inquire, senior, what urgent matter brings you to our human clan? Hongjun replied, Taoist Yi. This visit concerns a matter of utmost importance. In the Xiao Palace, Hongjun Laozu suddenly opened his eyes and gazed toward the shores of the eastern sea of the Primordial Chaos. His eternally serene heart stirred ever so slightly. The supreme treasure of humanity has emerged prematurely, and the human Tao appears to be stirring back to life. Xiao, this youth is Tongtian's direct disciple. Indeed, his fortune runs deep. Humanity has already risen to prominence. Only its timing has advanced. Hongjun's gaze paused briefly. Humanity was his chosen protagonist of the primordial chaos, destined to become the sovereign force of heaven and earth. Yet his ordained timeline placed humanity's awakening after the Wu Yao cataclysm, only once the heavenly Tao had fully stabilized, and after he himself had merged with it. To achieve complete fusion with the heavenly Tao, he needed to weaken the primordial chaos. Hence the Wu Yao cataclysm, the investiture of the gods cataclysm, and all subsequent tribulations. Fusion with the Tao. These 4 words had been the ultimate goal of his cultivation across countless eons. Since the conclusion of the Longhan cataclysm, his discourses at the Xiao Palace and bestowal of the Hongming Violet Qi had established the sacred hierarchy of the primordial chaos. Every act he undertook served this singular end, to merge with the heavenly Tao to become its sovereign, and ultimately its very embodiment. Then the arrival of the insectoid realm shattered his certainty, revealing that his entire path might have been flawed. Until then, he had believed himself infallible. Especially after nearly eradicating the insectoid realm, Hongjun's conviction in a new path solidified beyond doubt. I was wrong. This Tao I walked, the Tao of my past, was mistaken. Countless scenes flashed through his mind like lightning. Founding the Xiao Palace, taking disciples, ordaining the sacred seats, orchestrating incalculable cataclysms. Every deed had aimed solely at merging with and mastering the heavenly Tao. Yet now he saw clearly. Fusion with the Tao meant only dissolving oneself into a fragment of the Tao itself. Even if achieved, he would not transcend. It would merely birth a new heavenly Tao. He would remain bound by cosmic law, compelled to uphold celestial balance, to endure the endless cycles of creation and dissolution within the primordial chaos, never attaining true liberation. Supreme in appearance, yet in truth still a prisoner of heaven and earth. I who walk the supreme Tao stooped to dwell within the heavenly Tao. How utterly foolish. Clarity flooded Hongjun's heart. The obsessions of countless eons dissolved like mist at dawn. He had been wrong from the very beginning. The primordial chaos was never self-contained. The arrivals of the insectoid realm and the Marvel universe had irrefutably confirmed this. 10,000 realms stretch infinitely across the void. Not one alone, but myriad grand worlds beyond reckoning. Beyond the veil lie countless alien realms teeming with peerless cultivators. Should he persist in isolating the primordial chaos, fixated solely on fusion, even ascension to the heavenly Tao would leave him helpless when foreign titans descend en masse, dooming the primordial chaos to crisis. And he himself would remain trapped within its borders, forever unliberated. The true supreme Tao lies not in ruling a single realm, but in transcending all realms, soaring freely across the 10,000 realms. The primordial chaos inherently embodies the 3 great ways: the heavenly Tao, the earthly Tao, and the human Tao. United as one, they constitute a perfected grand world. Only when all 3 ways arise together can the primordial chaos attain true consummation, ascending to become the supreme chaotic world. In ages past, I exalted the heavenly Tao alone, suppressing the earthly and human Taos, weakening the myriad races' fortunes through endless cataclysms. Though this appeared to fortify the heavenly Tao, in truth, it severed the primordial chaos future. Hongjun had awakened completely. Harmony among the myriad races and contention among the 10,000 ways. This alone was the primordial chaos' authentic path to greatness. Relentless suppression, scheming, and cataclysmic purges would only drain the primordial chaos of vitality, seal it in stagnation, and ultimately consign it to oblivion amid the fierce competition of the 10,000 realms. The arrival of alien realms had shattered his illusions entirely. The primordial chaos was not unique, strength knows no limit. Unless it rapidly expanded and elevated its collective power, it would inevitably fall, first to vassalage, then to utter annihilation. Cataclysms. A faint self-mocking smile touched Hongjun's lips. Now he saw them for what they truly were, killing the goose that laid the golden egg, sacrificing the root to harvest the fruit. Should the Wuyao cataclysm erupt, both tribes would perish together, depleting the primordial chaos elite cultivators by half. Even if humanity rose thereafter, millennia would pass before recovery, and by then alien titans would already be at the gates. With what would the primordial chaos resist? Could sacred beings intervene in every crisis? Such reliance was untenable. At that moment, Hongjun made his decision, all prior schemes nullified. He refused to be the heavenly Tao's prisoner, to instead become the primordial chaos guide, leading it forth into the 10,000 realms, forging its true magnificence. To strengthen the primordial chaos, we must first restore the three great ways. Hongjun's gaze grew profound as he recalculated its destiny. Though the heavenly Tao stood supreme, the earthly and human Tao slumbered, waning, neglected. With imbalance between heaven and earth, the primordial chaos could never ascend to true zenith. For the primordial chaos to reach its apex, all three ways must coexist, and all three ways must flourish. To accelerate the earthly and human Tao's revival, only two paths proved swift and decisive. First, establish the netherworld and ordain reincarnation to perfect the earthly Tao. Lady Ho Tu of the Wu clan, compassionate and destined for transcendence, possessed the innate virtue to embody the wheel of rebirth. Once the hour arrived, she would sacrifice herself to manifest it. By founding the netherworld and stabilizing the six realms, the earthly Tao would awaken fully, and its sovereign, the earthly Tao sage, would emerge. Second, nurture humanity and invigorate the human Tao. Humanity, the designated protagonist of heaven and earth, possessed boundless potential and unparalleled procreative vigor. Once humanity fully ascended, giving rise to the three sovereigns and 5 emperors to anchor its fortune, the human Tao's auspicious energy would peak its primordial essence, reviving spontaneously, resonating symbiotically with humanity itself. Then the heavenly, earthly, and human Taos, united as one, would elevate the primordial chaos foundational power 100-fold, 1,000-fold. No further cataclysms shall be invoked. Let the myriad races sing forth in unison across the primordial chaos. Having resolved all, Hongjun immediately transmitted his decree to the 3 pure ones and Nuwa. Soon after, the 4 sages of the primordial chaos assembled within the Xiao Palace. They stood reverently upon the lotus platforms below, bowing deeply before Hongjun. Disciples, pay homage to our master. Hongjun slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the 4 beneath him. Without preamble, he declared, I summon you today for a matter concerning the very survival of the primordial chaos. They exchanged glances, eyes alight with anticipation. Are we to strike against the insectoid realm once more? The primordial chaos is not the sole realm among the 10,000 realms. Countless alien worlds exist, and formidable enemies may one day descend upon us. Should the primordial chaos remain isolated and insular, it will surely perish beneath the hands of the 10,000 realms. The 4 sages looked puzzled. This reasoning eluded them. After all, the primordial chaos knew no internal strife. Hongjun offered no further explanation, proceeding directly to unveil his plan. For the primordial chaos to achieve perfection, the 3 great ways, the heavenly, earthly, and human Taos, must coexist and flourish together. Your foremost duty henceforth is to nurture humanity and hasten the human Tao's revival. Humanity, the human Tao, a shared realization flickered across their minds. They all recalled humanity's recent meteoric ascent. Tontian Sage remembered his own disciple Yi Xiao, through whom he had gained immense benefits. Naturally, he now keenly wondered why the Tao ancestor spoke of humanity at all. Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzuan furrowed their brows, contemplating Hongjun's intent in silence. Nuwa, as humanity's mother, bore an inseparable bond with mankind. Upon hearing these words, insight instantly illuminated her eyes. Master, she asked softly, does humanity's prosperity directly correlate with the human Tao's resurgence? Hongjun met her gaze, his eyes holding quiet approval, The essence of the human Tao resides in humanity itself. When humanity flourishes, the human Tao flourishes. The human race is destined to be the main character, blessed with great fortune. You must assist the human race in quickly giving birth to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, with the 3 sovereigns governing the world and the 5 emperors establishing order, suppressing the fortune of the human race to ensure it reaches its peak, thus allowing the essence of humanity to fully revive. At this point, Hongjun ceased to speak further. He left unmentioned the matters concerning the saints of humanity. This, of course, reflects a hint of Hongjun's selfishness. Although he abandoned the notion of merging with the Tao, he remains the foremost saint of the heavenly Tao. He naturally does not wish to see a saint arise from the earthly Tao or the human Tao who could threaten his position. If he could control the earthly and human Tao, Hongjun would not turn a blind eye. Should the human Tao awaken with Xiao wielding the Kongtong seal, merging with the essence of the human Tao, he is destined to become a saint of humanity. With both the earthly Tao and the human Tao, along with the original 7 saints of the heavenly Tao, the number of saints in the primordial world will surpass what it once was. In this ebb and flow, his authority as a saint of the heavenly Tao will inevitably be diminished. Thus, when he spoke of the simultaneous rise of the 3 paths, he deliberately omitted critical information regarding the positions of the saints of humanity and the earth. He only mentioned supporting the human race, giving birth to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, and reviving the essence of humanity. As for how many saints would emerge after the revival of the essence, and who would hold those positions, Hongjun did not utter a word. This is the private concern of the Tao ancestor. Saints are heartless, yet not without selfish desires. Even Hongjun, who overlooks countless Yuan meetings in the primordial world, does not wish to see his status easily shaken by those who come after. What he can do is control the rhythm, ensuring the revival of the 3 paths remains in his grasp, allowing all the myriad races of the primordial world to still regard him with reverence. In the end, even if he does not merge with the Tao, he remains the leader of the primordial world. What he did not anticipate is that the leader of the human race, Xiao, has already established communication with the human Tao, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Several saints silently took note. They may not care who the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are, but they are indeed interested in the fortune of the human race. If they can get a share, the disciples under their respective sects will also benefit greatly in their cultivation. Achieving quasi-saint status is not a problem at all. This is the contest for fortune. However, the current situation diverges significantly from the original trajectory. Nuwa's heart burned with passion. As the mother of humanity, she once molded humans from clay, attaining the supreme saint position, closely linking her fate with the fortune of the human race. The stronger the fortune of the human race, the greater her power will be. Now that the Tao ancestor has decreed to fully support the human race and hasten the birth of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, she, as the mother of humanity, naturally occupies the greatest advantage. In the future, with the flourishing fortune of the human Tao, she will undoubtedly be the primary beneficiary. Yuan Shitianzun's gaze shifted, and he began to calculate in his heart. The 3 teachings, humanity, expounding, and interception, are distinctly separate, all being the true legacy of Pangu. The 3 pure ones were originally one, yet in the contest for fortune, they have always been at odds. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors total 8 major positions, each bearing immense fortune of the human Tao. Whoever can seize more will allow their sect to obtain greater fortune. The master of interception appeared indifferent. Just the thought of his direct disciple, Xiao, put him in a good mood. With this connection, the interception sect should definitely secure at least 1 or 2 of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, and he felt completely at ease. Among the 4 saints, only Laozi had the most profound mindset. He practices the path of non-action, appearing to have no contention with the world, yet in truth he perceives worldly matters with the keenest insight. The changes in the Tao ancestor are indeed significant. The Tao ancestor of the past would not concern himself with your internal strife, and might even stoke the flames in secret. Now this series of changes has come too quickly and too abruptly. Laozi feels that the Tao ancestor seems somewhat different. Exactly how he is different, Laozi is uncertain. After a moment of silence, he finally stepped forward. Master. Hongjun slowly opened his eyes, his gaze resting upon Laozi Taiching. Do you have something to say? Laozi slightly bowed and inquired, Master, you just mentioned that the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and humanity must coexist and thrive together. Now that the heavenly Tao is established and the human Tao is to rise, may I ask, how will the earthly Tao awaken? As soon as this was said, Yuan Shitian and Nuwa all paused slightly. They had been entirely focused on the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors and the fortune of the human race, neglecting this crucial point. The 3 paths of heaven, earth, and humanity. Heaven leads, humanity resides, but what about earth? How will the earthly Tao come about? Hongjun's gaze was deep as he stared into the depths of chaos, seemingly pondering or observing the vast lands of the primordial world. After a moment of silence, he spoke lightly. The earthly Tao will follow its natural course. The time is also about right. A simple statement without further explanation. Yet when Laozi heard it, his heart shuddered. Following its natural course about right. These 8 words contained too much information. The Tao ancestor clearly knows the method for the awakening of the earthly Tao, and perhaps has already been plotting in the shadows, but is simply unwilling to speak it aloud. Laozi then ceased to ask further. Some matters are best left at a hint. I understand, disciple. Laozi bowed and withdrew, saying no more. Seeing this, Hongjun nodded slightly, resuming his indifferent demeanor. My decision is made. You all may proceed to execute it. Remember, the grand scheme of the primordial world is paramount. Never let personal interests lead to endless internal strife, delaying the revival of the human Tao. Yes, master. The 4 saints replied in unison, bowing. You may leave. Hongjun waved his sleeve, and an immense force of the heavenly Tao enveloped them, gently lifting the 4 saints. In the next moment, the 4 saints were simultaneously sent out of the purple cloud palace, disappearing into the chaos. On the lotus platform, Hongjun gazed at the empty palace and sighed softly. Huo, Yi Xiao, I hope you will not disappoint me. The 4 saints of the 3 pure ones and Nuwa did not immediately return to their respective sanctuaries. Laozi glanced around slightly. This place is not suitable for long stays. Let us return to Kunlun Mountain for further discussion. Agreed. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian answered in unison. Nuwa also nodded. All right. Kunlun Mountain, the ancestor of all mountains, the source of the dragon veins. With a movement, the 4 saints traversed time and space, swiftly arriving atop Kunlun Mountain. The sea of clouds surged, celestial mists entwined, Qilin raced, and immortal cranes called countless innate spiritual roots took root in the divine mountain, exuding an enchanting Tao rhythm. Atop Kunlun Mountain, the 3 pure ones had not yet divided their domains. Currently, Laozi and Yuan Shi Tianzun occupied separate areas. They entered Yuan Shi Tianzun's sanctuary, the Jade Void Palace, taking their seats in order of precedence. With the 4 saints gathered, the atmosphere instantly became solemn. There were no unnecessary pleasantries. The decree of the Tao ancestor has been issued. What they must discuss next is the matter of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors and who they belong to. This is not merely a simple dispute over titles. It is a blatant contest for fortune. Once the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are born, they will carry the majority of the human race's fortune and be worshipped by the human race for countless generations. Whoever can elevate their own people to the positions of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors will have their sect enjoy boundless fortune and advance rapidly in cultivation. Achieving quasi-saint status is not challenging, provided they can bring the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors under their banner. Among the 2nd-generation disciples of the 3 teachings, many have already attained the realm of Great Luo, Immortal Emperor. Whoever breaks through to the quasi-sage realm shall become the foremost among them. Though the 3 pure ones share a common origin, none would ever miss an opportunity to gain supremacy over the others. Thus, all sought maximum advantage. Within the grand hall, the 4 sages remained silent for a moment before Nuwa spoke first. As the sage of the Yaos and also the Holy Mother of humanity, a uniquely dual identity, she spoke with quiet authority. Esteemed Taoist friends, the Supreme Taoist Patriarch has decreed that the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors must be swiftly engendered to revive the human Tao. This sovereign is the Holy Mother of humanity. I molded humankind from clay, thereby bringing forth the human race itself. This truth is known throughout heaven and earth. The auspicious fortune of the human Tao rightfully belongs, at least in part, to me. In my view, the positions of the 3 sovereigns should all fall within my lineage. As for the remaining 5 emperors, they may be apportioned among your 3 teachings of the 3 pure ones. No sooner had she spoken than Yuan Shi Tianzuan's countenance darkened instantly. Sister Nuwa, this assertion is gravely mistaken. Yuan Shi Tianzuan, proud by nature and fiercely protective of his disciples, had long striven to elevate his 12 golden immortals, guiding them toward quasi-sage cultivation to strengthen the prestige of the Chan teaching. The positions of the 3 sovereigns were incomparably precious. Each bore boundless celestial fortune. For Nuwa to claim them all at once was intolerable. Sister Nuwa, though you are the Holy Mother of humanity and possess the merit of creation, you preside over no formal sect, and your disciples are few in number. The 3 sovereigns are sovereigns who govern the mortal world. They must instruct the myriad peoples and lead humanity, not seclude themselves in cultivation. Moreover, you are the sage of the Yaos. Your own celestial fortune remains intrinsically entwined with the Yao race. To appoint the 3 sovereigns of humanity as disciples under the sage of the Yaos would be deeply inappropriate. For humanity, profoundly so. These words struck with unvarnished bluntness. Their subtext unmistakable: how dare a Yao sage presume dominion over humanity's three sovereigns, even as its holy mother. A chill flickered across Nua's expression as she turned toward Yuanshi. Tianzuan brother Yuanshi, what precisely do you imply? When I shaped humanity from clay, your Chan teaching had yet to be founded, humanity still lived in primal barbarity. What then did you personally accomplish for them? Had I not brought forth humanity, how could it exist today? How could the three sovereigns and 5 emperors ever arise? What then forbids me from claiming these thrones? Yuanshi Tianzuan let out a cold snort. Unwavering, your merit in creation is eternally witnessed by heaven and earth. I have never denied it. Yet the two matters must not be conflated. Humanity is destined to become the central protagonist of heaven and earth. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors embody the very rise and fall of the human Tao. How could such a pivotal destiny be monopolized by the sage of the Yaos? In my estimation, Sister Nua may claim only one sovereignship. The remaining 2 sovereignships and all 5 emperorships must be allocated among our 3 teachings of the 3 pure ones. Nua was momentarily speechless with indignation. She had not anticipated Yuanshi Tianzuan's utter lack of deference, reducing her rightful claim to but a single sovereignship. At that moment, Laozi slowly spoke. Yuanshi's reasoning holds weight. Sister Nua, your merit in creation grants you the sacred duty to protect humanity and safeguard the human Tao. But the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors concern humanity's enduring legacy. Our 3 teachings too share profound karmic ties with humanity. Yet you remain the sage of the Yaos. If all 3 sovereigns entered your lineage, where then would humanity stand should the Yao and Wu tribes reignite their ancient enmity? One sovereignship is the absolute limit. Out of respect for your role as Holy Mother of Humanity, we concede to you the title of Celestial Sovereign. Nua, witnessing Laozi and Yuanshi unite in pressure, felt both fury and helplessness, yet could offer no rebuttal. Indeed, she was the sage of the Yaos, a fact beyond dispute. In matters concerning humanity's future, that identity carried undeniable sensitivity. Furthermore, she had never actively governed humanity. If pressed, her claim would falter. Yet surrendering 2 of the 3 sovereignships, that she could never accept. Nua clenched her teeth, then turned her gaze toward Tongtian Jiaozhu, who had remained silent until now. Brother Tongtian, speak some impartial truth. As Holy Mother of Humanity, am I truly unworthy of more than one sovereignship? All eyes instantly converged upon Tongtian Jiaozhu. Tongtian Jiaozhu had stood with arms crossed, observing the quarrel with detached amusement, as if it held no relevance to him whatsoever. Xiao, the current chief of humanity, was his direct disciple, an irrefutable fact Tongtian fully understood. Ultimately, Xiao would never disadvantage his own master. Seeing all eyes fixed upon him, Tongtian abandoned pretense and smiled lightly. Impartial truth. If impartiality is what you seek, what use is this heated, face-reddening squabble? The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors belong to humanity, not to us 4 sages. You bicker until blood flows, yet have you even consulted the one who truly holds authority? Yuanshi Tianzuan furrowed his brow. Brother Tongtian, what do you mean by this? Laozi too turned toward Tongtian, his eyes glinting with sudden understanding. Tongtian rose, his azure Taoist robe rippling as if stirred by an unseen wind. It is simple. Who is humanity's current chief? Xiao. And who is Xiao? My direct disciple. He is chief of humanity, the undisputed sovereign of the human race. How then can such a monumental decision as establishing the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors proceed without his mandate? The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are internal affairs of humanity. Who ascends to sovereignty, who assumes emperorship? These choices rest solely with Xiao. We elders squabble endlessly here. Should word of this spread, it would only diminish our dignity. A pause fell. Laozi, Yuanshi, and Nua froze simultaneously. Then realization dawned in their eyes. Indeed, they had been so consumed by vying for celestial fortune that they had utterly forgotten the most crucial figure. The chief of humanity, Xiao. His present status was extraordinary leader of humanity, sworn ally of the Dragon Clan, and direct disciple of the Jia teaching. From tribal chieftains to common folk, every human revered and obeyed him without exception. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were sovereigns and emperors of humanity, not of the heavens nor of the sages. For outsiders to fight bitterly over their appointment was fundamentally unreasonable, and should Xiao disapprove of their final selection, the consequences would be dire. As for pressuring Xiao, would one dare test the sharpness of Tongtian's 4 swords of annihilation? Entrusting the decision to Xiao was not only legitimate, it was the path most aligned with the heavenly Tao and human conscience. Yuanshi Tianzuan paused in contemplation, rapidly recalculating. Xiao was Tongtian's disciple, a vexing complication nearly akin to losing a nephew to a rival uncle. The mere thought of Xiao filled Yuanshi with regret. Alas, If only I had foreseen this, I would have claimed him as my own disciple without delay. Once again, he lamented his missed opportunity. Laozi nodded slowly. Brother Tongtian's words accord with reason. As chief of humanity, Yi Xiao indeed possesses the rightful authority to determine the appointments of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Nuo drew a deep breath and likewise assented. As Holy Mother of humanity, she trusted Yi Xiao would not slight her, and surely grant her at least several positions. Delegating the decision to Yi Xiao was far preferable to being jointly constrained by Laozi and Yuanshi into accepting only a single sovereignship. Very well, she declared. I consent. Let Yi Xiao decide the appointments of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Upon hearing the unanimous agreement of the 3 sages, Tongtian Jiaozhu burst into triumphant laughter, radiant and unburdened. Now that is how it should be. Since the matter is settled, this sovereign shall summon my esteemed disciple to Kunlun Mountain forthwith. Instantly Tongtian sent a spiritual transmission to Yi Xiao. Within the sacred ground of the human race, Yi Xiao had been conversing with Hongjun for quite some time. They discussed the chaotic scenes from the beginning of creation, the struggle for supremacy among the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans, the rise of the witch and demon races, the evolution of the primordial landscape, and ultimately the emergence of the human race. Yi Xiao, well-versed in knowledge, spoke with eloquence, demonstrating not only a profound understanding of the grand trends of the primordial world, but also a remarkably clear vision for the future development of humanity. As Hongjun conversed with Yi Xiao, he became increasingly astonished. He realized that the human race's leader before him, though merely a millennium old, had already reached the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, showcasing a rare talent. Yi Xiao was pleasantly surprised by the purpose of Hongjun's visit. Who was Hongjun? He was an ancient powerhouse on par with Zhang Yuanzi, known for his mastery of the Hongjun escape technique, and had now achieved the status of a half-saint. Such a figure would be revered not only by the human race, but also as an esteemed guest by the witch and demon races. Yi Xiao never expected that just as he planned to invite Hongjun, the latter had already arrived, expressing his desire to join the human race. How could this not astonish and delight Yi Xiao? He didn't even have the opportunity to present the conditions he had prepared beforehand. Seeing Yi Xiao's astonished expression, Hongjun chuckled softly, speaking in a calm tone. What I say is all true. I have no sect or affiliation, completely alone. Now that the primordial landscape is about to change, I also seek a place to settle and establish my life. The human race is the protagonist of the future heavenly land with immense fortune in human affairs. I am willing to join the human race to contribute my meager strength to it, and to prosper together, sharing the fortune of humanity. Perhaps in the future, I may also have the opportunity to become a saint. Hongjun spoke with utmost sincerity. Yi Xiao instantly understood. In the end, Hongjun had indeed set his sights on the fortune of the human race. It was likely that after failing to break through this time, Hongjun had grown anxious, and thus placed his hope on the human race. Joining the human race, serving its sharing in its fortune, and leveraging the momentum of humanity to compensate for his own shortcomings was undoubtedly an excellent path for Hongjun. However, what Hongjun did not know was that such efforts would be in vain. Currently, the positions of saints in the primordial world were already filled. Unless proven by strength, it would be impossible to achieve the status of a saint. Alternatively, if the primordial world became stronger and more saints emerged, or if the human path was thoroughly revived, one could choose to become a saint of humanity. Yi Xiao pondered, but decided not to voice this for now, thinking it better to wait for the right moment. As for Hongjun's desire to share in the fortune of the human race, Yi Xiao was indifferent. Hongjun's willingness to join was a blessing for the human race. Even if it was for the sake of fortune, so what? It was merely a mutually beneficial arrangement. The human race needed top-tier powerhouses like Hongjun to deter threats, while Hongjun needed the fortune of the human race to aid in his cultivation. This was a win-win collaboration. Good, good, good. Yi Xiao exclaimed 3 times, cupping his hands towards Hongjun. The human race is truly fortunate to have an elder like you join us. On behalf of the entire human race, I welcome you, elder. From this day forth, you shall be the first supreme elder of our human race, on par with my position as the clan leader, sharing both honor and disgrace with us. Seeing this, Hongjun also smiled, clearly pleased. There is no need for such courtesy, clan leader. Since I have joined the human race, I shall naturally become one of its members and will do my utmost for its benefit. Yi Xiao was overjoyed, successfully completing his plan to win over Hongjun. With Zhulong's support, the human race now had 2 peak quasi-saints, and Hongjun was a half-saint. Below the saints, the titles of half-saints carried significant weight. If Zhang Yuanzi could also be persuaded to join the human race, would truly be secure. I will order a welcoming feast immediately, inviting the strong members of our clan to celebrate the arrival of our supreme elder. Hongjun nodded, not refusing. Everything is at the clan leader's discretion. Yi Xiao immediately turned to give orders for the clan members to prepare the grand feast. Just then he received a voice transmission from his master Tong Tian Jiaozhu. Yi Xiao's body paused, instantly halting his steps. Xiao, come to Kunlun Mountain at once. This is a matter of utmost importance regarding the future rise and fall of the human race. Do not delay, hurry. After hearing this, Yi Xiao's heart jolted. Regarding the rise and fall of the human race, could it be about the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? Is the Tao ancestor finally unable to sit still? This should not be bad news. Yi Xiao then speculated, realizing the time was about right. Very well, I also have some ideas to discuss, and this matter can be utilized to strategize for the complete growth of the human race. He turned to look at Hongjun, revealing a hint of apology on his face. I truly apologize, Supreme Elder. I originally intended to hold a welcoming feast for you, but now I must go to Kunlun Mountain for an urgent matter. Upon hearing this, Hongjun showed a hint of surprise, then nodded in understanding. Is it a communication from a saint? Yi Xiao nodded. Indeed, it is my master Tong Tian Jiaozhu who wishes for me to go to Kunlun Mountain to discuss matters concerning the human race. Hongjun furrowed his brows upon hearing this. Yi Xiao noticed, and added, this matter is lengthy to explain. I will detail it to the elder upon my return. Hongjun relaxed his brows. No problem, the affairs of the human race are more important. Coincidentally, I also need to bid farewell to an old friend at Wuzhuang Temple, so the clan leader need not feel guilty. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao's eyes lit up. Jin Yuanzi, the ancestor of Earth Immortals. His strength was unfathomable, a well-established peak quasi-saint, and very few in the primordial world dared to provoke him. If he could persuade Jin Yuanzi to join the human race, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Yi Xiao smiled and said, Elder Hongjun, I have heard that Elder Jin Yuanzi possesses extraordinary strength and has no sect or affiliation. I wonder if it would be possible to draw him into our human race. Hongjun sighed. I cannot guarantee that. My old friend has a steady disposition and does not like to partake in the conflicts of the primordial world. It would be quite difficult to recruit him. I can only relay the clan leader's words. Yi Xiao waved his hand, not concerned about this at all. He had plenty of bargaining chips and was not afraid of Jin Yuanzi's reluctance. Then he activated the Chaos Pearl to conceal his intentions. Elder only needs to invite Elder Jin Yuanzi to visit the human race. I possess a strand of Hongmeng purple chi. If he is interested, he will come to the human race. Boom. Hongjun was struck as though by lightning, his smile instantly frozen, replaced by utter shock and disbelief. He widened his eyes, staring fixedly at Yi Xiao, his heart filled with astonishment. Hongmeng purple chi. Yi Xiao actually possesses Hongmeng purple chi. Hongjun's first thought was disbelief. How could there be Hongmeng purple chi in the primordial world? If it existed, it should be in the hands of the Tao ancestor. How could Yi Xiao, a mere great Luo golden immortal, possibly have it? Yi Xiao observed Hongjun's shocked expression, remaining calm and undisturbed. He indeed possessed Hongmeng purple chi, and not just one strand, but merely a strand of human Tao Hongmeng purple chi. After all, one would need to wait for the complete revival of the human Tao before any saints of humanity could be born. In order to win over Jin Yuanzi, the strand of Hongmeng purple chi was a worthwhile trade. Achieving the status of a saint of humanity would mean they belonged to the human Tao. As the initial controller of the human Tao, Yi Xiao was not afraid of any potential betrayal from the saints later on. The heavenly Tao possesses Hongmeng purple chi, and so does the earth Tao, and the same applies to the human Tao. Though the positions differ, the effects remain the same. Hongmeng purple chi is a necessary medium for those seeking the Tao, not merely a means to become a saint. Hongjun Laozu stood stunned for a long while before slowly coming to himself. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Chieftain, do you know what you are saying? That is Hongmeng Ziki, the very foundation for attaining sainthood. Yi Xiao smiled faintly. I know perfectly well. Although Hongmeng Ziki is priceless, it is of no use to me at present. I do not intend to walk that path. If Jin Yuanzi were willing to join our human race, then one strand of Hongmeng Ziki would be worth it. If he can join and stand with us in life and death, what is one Hongmeng Ziki compared to that? Yi Xiao knew that Hongjun would not fully believe until he saw the Hongmeng Ziki for himself. After all, it was exceedingly rare and precious. Without hesitation, Yi Xiao produced a strand of Hongmeng Ziki. In that instant, Hongjun perceived a kindred aura. He himself bore a strand of Hongmeng Ziki within and was intimately familiar with its presence. This is real. It truly is Hongmeng Ziki. Hongjun was utterly convinced. Seeing it with his own eyes left no room for doubt. The human chieftain before him possessed not only lofty vision, but an astonishing boldness, offering even a foundation of sainthood like Hongmeng Ziki, without hesitation as a means to recruit the powerful. Such audacity was unrivaled in Hongwang. Not even the Daozu could match it. Hongjun looked at Yi Xiao with nothing but deep reverence and admiration. He finally understood why the human race had risen so swiftly under Yi Xiao's leadership. Very well. Hongjun nodded heavily, his expression grave. Chieftain, rest assured. Today I will go to Wuzhuangwan and personally meet Daofren Xinyuanzi. With this Hongming Ziki as leverage, Xinyuanzi will have no reason to refuse. I will spare no effort to persuade Daofren Xinyuanzi to join the human race. Yi Xiao cupped his hands and said, Then I am indebted to the Supreme Elder. This matter is of grave consequence. Please keep it absolutely secret. The existence of the Hongming Ziki must not be revealed to any third party. Hongyun nodded solemnly. I understand. Be at ease, young friend. Even if I die and my Tao is extinguished, I will not utter a single word of it. The mere revelation of Hongming Ziki would be catastrophic. If it were exposed, not only would Yi Xiao face grave peril, the entire human race would instantly become the target of all Hongwang. Many would then harbor malicious designs. At present, there are numerous nearsages at their peak in Hongwang. Only the advent of the insect world and the Marvel Universe had momentarily distracted them from matters like Hongyun's. Hongyun was cleared about the gravity of the matter. Delay is ill-advised. I will depart for Wuzhuangwan at once. With that, he rose without further delay. Having spoken, Hongyun fell silent, bowed slightly to Yi Xiao, and with a flash of crimson light transformed into a red escape light, vanishing toward the horizon. Hongyun's escape art was famed across the realm for its swiftness, and the reputation was well-deserved. Watching where Hongyun disappeared, a keen light flickered in Yi Xiao's eyes. Hongyun's joining was now a fait accompli. Xinyuanzi would surely be stirred as well. Two ancient powers were about to be enlisted for the human race. Next came the Kunlun Mountain matter. Doubtless the question of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors remained, and Master Tongtian and the other saints were still awaiting him. Yi Xiao drew a deep breath, suppressed his thoughts, took a step, and the space around him warped slightly. The next moment he had vanished from the council hall. Destination, Kunlun Mountain. Meanwhile, toward Wuzhuangwan, Hongyun Laozu steered his escape light at breakneck speed, still gripped by utter astonishment. Hongmeng Ziki. Chieftain Yi actually possesses a strand of Hongmeng Ziki. I have underestimated the human race. No, the entire world has underestimated them. I have finally accomplished something truly right. Daofren Xinyuanzi, this time you will not be able to remain indifferent in the future. Both you and I may have the chance to become saints. Hongyun murmured under his breath, a trace of eager expectation on his face. He could already picture Xinyuanzi's shocked, unguarded expression upon hearing those 4 words. These close allies would join the human race together and attain sainthood together. Atop Kunlun Mountain, the space quivered, and a figure stepped forth slowly. It was Yi Xiao. He gazed at the towering, ancient divine peak before him and sighed softly. This was his first time here, and the sight moved him deeply. He was now in the late stage of Deluo Jin Xian, no longer the man he had once been. As Yi Xiao appeared, Taiching, Laozu, Yuanshi, Tianzuan, Tongtian, Jiaozhu, and Yuan Yangyang, the 4 great saints, emerged from the great hall together. Such reception was unparalleled in all Hongwang. Aside from the Dao ancestor Hongjun, only Yi Xiao enjoyed it. Yi Xiao's gaze swept across them and finally settled on Nuwa. His heart stirred. Nuwa, the human race's holy mother, had fashioned humans from clay and bestowed upon them the seed of life. Though she later secluded herself in cultivation, she rarely concerned herself with human affairs. Yet the gift of creation was an eternal debt the human race could never forget. Yi Xiao's feelings toward Nuwa were complicated. She had created humanity, but neglected them, maintaining closer ties with the demon clans. To Nuwa, humanity seemed more like a means for achieving sainthood. Still, without Nuwa, there would be no human race, and Yi Xiao harbored no great recrimination. Yi Xiao bowed respectfully. Yi Xiao pays respects to Master, to the Holy Mother, and to my 2 senior uncles. Nuwa regarded him, and a complex expression flickered across her eyes. There was pride, wistfulness, and a faint, almost imperceptible guilt. This young man had, against all odds, elevated the frail human race to the central stage of Hongwang. As Holy Mother, she seemed somewhat derelict. Tongtian Jiaozhu was straightforward by nature and disliked ceremony above all. He stepped forward and said bluntly, "Ha ha ha, I never expected you would break through to the late stage of Deluo Jin Xian. Even your senior brother remains at that level. Not bad, not bad. You carry the bearing of the foremost scion of the 3 teachings." Tongshin's words were a thinly veiled display, which made Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Laozi roll their eyes. Yi Xiao smiled and replied, "Master flatters me, it is all your teaching. But Master, you summoned me in such haste. May I ask the reason?" At that, Laozi the saint said, "Tongtian, speak of the matter at hand." Tongtian nodded. "It is not a secret. Previously, the Daozu issued an edict declaring that the human path must ascend. We are to hasten the revival of humanity and promote the emergence of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. When the human path's fortune reaches its zenith, human revival will follow. The seats of the 3 sovereigns concern the very foundation of the human race and the future pattern of Hongwang." You are the chieftain of the human race. Oh, I have called you here to seek the will of the human chieftain, your counsel on this matter. Tongxin's tone then changed. But do not worry. No one in Hongjun can coerce you into unwilling acts. Speak freely and say what is in your heart. As he spoke, Tongxin's gaze involuntarily flicked to the other three saints. Niwa Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzuan pressed their lips together and remained silent. Yi Xiao's very presence, there was itself an answer to their intent. Hearing this, Yi Xiao's mind cleared, just as he had anticipated. It seems the four sages intend to cultivate the celestial fortune of the three sovereigns and 5 emperors. Ye Xiao pondered inwardly, momentarily perplexed by the weight of the matter. The great sages had evidently been debating for quite some time. His presence, it appeared, was summoned not to observe, but to decide. At that moment, Sage Niwa suddenly spoke. Ye Xiao, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. Ye Xiao clasped his hands in reverence. Honorable Mother, please speak. Niwa continued. As the divine matriarch of humanity, though I seldom intervene in worldly affairs, my heart remains ever bound to humankind. I shall not interfere in the selection of the 3 sovereigns. Yet I request 2 human sovereign positions from among them. All else lies beyond my concern. Her words fell like frost upon still water. The assembly instantly stilled. Taiching Laozi's eyes narrowed faintly, as if he had long foreseen this turn. Yuanshi Tianzuan arched an eyebrow, glancing first at Niwa then at Ye Xiao, yet remained silent. His gaze, however, betrayed quiet resentment. Tongtian Zhaozhu likewise withheld comment, deferring the final judgment to Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao paused in quiet contemplation. He gazed upon Niwa, the divine matriarch of humanity, and realized inevitably she had voiced her claim. No grievance stirred within him, after all, she was humanity's matriarch. Her request was both just and natural. Moreover, she had already granted humanity 10,000 years of unhindered growth. As the very source of their existence, Ye Xiao could scarcely afford to oppose her too forcefully. Yet truth be told, until humanity demonstrated sufficient merit, Niwa would likely offer little more than nominal patronage. As clan chief of humanity, Ye Xiao held profound gratitude for Niwa's act of creation, but reverence did not equate to blind obedience. He could not surrender all autonomy simply because she bore the title of divine matriarch. Humanity must stand strong on its own. Perhaps this very moment offers the chance to redefine our relationship with Niwa. With that thought, Ye Xiao lifted his head and smiled gently. Honorable Mother, you jest. You fashioned humanity itself. You are our divine matriarch, deserving of our eternal incense and celestial fortune. Yet the emergence of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors is no mere bestowal of honorific titles. It heralds upheaval and war. At present, however, humanity enjoys peace across all 4 seas. Internal discord is absent and fragmentation unthinkable. Thus the method of selecting the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. He trailed off. Humanity would never descend into the chaotic wars that marked its original destiny. Most of the historical 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors rose through unifying conquests, or earned their exalted status through extraordinary contributions to humanity. Under Ye Xiao's stewardship, humanity stood unified from its very foundation. No schism could take root. At that moment, Sage Laozi remarked, Nephew, your reasoning holds merit. Still, the early ascension of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors would revitalize the human Tao. If you harbor a proposal, speak it plainly. Hearing this, all eyes turned once more to Ye Xiao. He nodded slowly. He indeed possessed a plan. With the Kungtong seal in hand, the identities of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors rested entirely in his decree. Moreover, this was humanity's golden opportunity. Each sovereign or imperial position carried immense celestial fortune, and heaven itself would bestow boundless merit upon those who assumed them. Humanity, seizing this chance, could nurture several formidable cultivators in return. Ye Xiao would not let such an opportunity slip away. He surveyed the assembled sages and spoke deliberately. The 3 sovereigns comprise the celestial sovereign, earthly sovereign, and human sovereign. They form a cornerstone of humanity's sacred order, exalted in rank and dignity. I have already chosen suitable candidates. Only those who cultivate sufficient merit and gather the human Tao's fortune through their own efforts may ascend to imperial sovereignty. Sage Niwa, as divine matriarch of humanity, may assume the celestial sovereign's mantle and guide its cultivation. The earthly and human sovereign positions may be allocated to the human teaching sect and the illustrious teaching sect, respectively. What say you, esteemed sages? As Ye Xiao paused mid-sentence, all eyes converged upon him once more. Yuanshi Tianzuan frowned. Nephew Ye Xiao, do you mean to grant us only the 3 sovereign positions and the 5 emperors? Laozi added, Nephew, is this allocation not rather meager? Niwa's brow furrowed slightly. Ye Xiao's reply had caught her unprepared. Tongtian Zhaozhu stared dumbfounded. You impudent whelp. Have you forgotten your own master? I've recently taken on many disciples, all desperately in need of this merit. Don't neglect your own flesh and blood. Ye Xiao quickly interjected, esteemed uncle's honorable mother. These 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors belong to humanity itself. We too possess cultivators. Surely humanity cannot emerge from this empty-handed. Should all sovereign and imperial positions fall exclusively under your banners, the optics would hardly reflect well upon us. The 3 sovereign positions hold paramount importance. I willingly entrust them entirely to my 2 uncles and honorable mother Nuwa. This alone will assuredly elevate at least 1 disciple in each sect to the rank of quasi-sage. My master's Jie teaching sect shall receive only 2 of the 5 emperor positions. The remainder, I as clan chief of humanity reserve for my own disposition. I humbly beg your gracious approval. Ha ha ha. Tongtian Zhaozhu laughed first. Well said, disciple. These sovereigns and emperors belong to humanity. Surely we cannot claim them all. To forge even a single quasi-sage is no small gain. In my view, Ye Xiao's proposal stands accepted. After brief deliberation, Laozi Yuanshi and Nuwa exchanged glances and nodded in unison. In truth, each had hoped for at least 1 human sovereign position, and now that objective was fulfilled, further contention seemed unnecessary. Especially Nuwa having no disciples of her own, even greater allocations would remain unassignable. Nor did she personally covet such modest merit. If not for repaying a debt of gratitude, Ye Xiao suspected even 1 position might have been excessive. Thereupon the 3 sages each voiced formal assent. Laozi declared, Nephew Ye Xiao, my sole disciple is Xuandu, still only a supreme immortal of the Tai rank. I shall instruct him to cooperate fully with your arrangements. Ye Xiao bowed, Uncle Taiching rest assured. Yuanshi Tianzuan added, then so it shall be. When the time arrives, I shall dispatch a disciple to seek you among humanity. Nuwa replied, I must yet deliberate upon the celestial sovereign's identity. I shall inform you in due course. But do attend to this matter diligently. Ye Xiao smiled, honorable mother, fear not. I know precisely how to proceed. As he spoke, Ye Xiao discreetly transmitted a private message to Nuwa. Upon receiving it, she was the first to take her leave. No sooner had Nuwa departed than Tongtian Zhaozhu escorted Ye Xiao from Kunlun Mountain, leaving only Laozi and Yuanshi, who soon departed as well to prepare their disciples. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were destined to appear in strict sequence. There remained ample time for preparation. Meanwhile, at Wuzhuang Temple, the venerable Hongjun Zushi had already arrived. Zhen Yuanzi studied Hongjun before him, mysterious, agitated, barely concealing his excitement, and frowned. What urgent matter brings you racing to my Wuzhuang Temple? Hongjun chuckled slyly, leaning in with conspiratorial intimacy. Zhen Yuanzi, tell me, do you desire the opportunity to attain sagehood? Zhen Yuanzi's eyelid twitched. What nonsense is this? Hongjun smiled faintly and uttered 4 words, primordial violet chi. Zhen Yuanzi shot upright, eyes locking onto Hongjun. Surely you do not intend to bestow the primordial violet chi upon me. The Red Cloud ancestor looked at the expression of Zhen Yuanzi, who suddenly stood up in astonishment, revealing a hint of a smile. The primordial purple chi, the foundation of becoming a saint, is the supreme treasure that all mighty beings in the world long for. Back then, during the preaching at the Purple Cloud Palace, Hongjun ancestor divided the 7 strands of primordial purple chi, 1 for Laozi, 1 for Yuanshi, 1 for Tongtian, and others for Nuwa and Jane Juni. The last strand was obtained by Red Cloud. It was because he possessed the primordial purple chi that many mighty beings coveted him. Had it not been for the sudden arrival of the insect clan, Red Cloud would have already faced disaster. Now, with Red Cloud suddenly mentioning the primordial purple chi, Zhen Yuanzi immediately thought that the other party intended to bestow this opportunity of becoming a saint upon him. Zhen Yuanzi took a deep breath, swept his sleeve, and spoke with a serious tone, even carrying a hint of unyielding determination. Red Cloud, we have been friends for millions of years with bonds as close as brothers. But the primordial purple chi is the foundation for becoming a saint, and it is also the foundation of your own Tao. Oh, I cannot accept it under any circumstances. Do not bring this matter up again, or I will have to turn against you. Hearing this, Red Cloud was momentarily stunned, then burst into hearty laughter, his voice bright and filled with relief and comfort. Zhen Yuanzi, oh Zhen Yuanzi, our friendship over millions of years has indeed not gone awry. Rest assured, I do not intend to gift you the primordial purple chi. If I were to truly give it to you with your temperament, you would probably sever ties with me on the spot. Zhen Yuanzi furrowed his brows and his eyes filled with greater confusion. Not giving it to me. Then why do you mention the primordial purple chi? Red Cloud reined in his laughter, his expression becoming serious as he slightly concealed the heavenly secret surrounding him. I ask you, do you wish to become a saint? Zhen Yuanzi replied in a deep voice, isn't that an obvious question? Who in the wilderness does not wish to become a saint? But without the primordial purple chi, how can one hope to achieve it? To prove the Tao with force is simply unthinkable. Even the Pangu great deity could not succeed. It would be a lie to say he did not desire it. Seeing this, Red Cloud no longer played coy, speaking deliberately. Yi Xiao, do you know? Zhen Yuanzi nodded. The leader of the human race, the direct disciple of Tongtian, now the human race, is booming. I naturally know. Red Cloud's eyes sparkled. The primordial purple chi I speak of belongs to Yi Xiao. If you are willing to join the human race, Yi Xiao is willing to gift you the primordial purple chi as a present. Upon hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi trembled. You. What did you say? How could he possibly possess the primordial purple chi? Is that even possible? Red Cloud, seeing Zhen Yuanzi's disbelief, assured him, how could I deceive you about such matters? I have seen it with my own eyes. There can be no mistake. Now that I have joined the human race and become the first grand elder of the human race, if you are willing to join, you can obtain a strand of primordial purple chi. The primordial purple chi is absolutely real. In the future, you and I will have the opportunity to achieve the position of saints together. Zhen Yuanzi took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous waves in his heart, staring intently at Red Cloud. Red Cloud, this matter is of great significance. Do not deceive me. Red Cloud smiled faintly, speaking with utmost certainty. I swear by my Tao heart that every word I say is true. If I utter a single falsehood, I am willing to suffer the backlash of the heavenly Tao and have my Tao foundation destroyed. Yi Xiao is a person of unfathomable depth. His schemes have long exceeded our imagination. Everyone in the world underestimates the human race and underestimates Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao is already at the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal with the Zhu Long of the Dragon Clan, and together with me the human race has quietly become the third major race in the wilderness. If you join us, the human race will stand undefeated in the wilderness apart from the saints. Moreover, Yi Xiao possesses the primordial purple chi. Who can say for certain that he has only one strand? Upon hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi gasped. Does that mean the human race will have at least 2 saints in the future? Zhen Yuanzi was once again shocked. What Red Cloud said left no room for disbelief. He admitted that he was moved. Becoming a saint. That was a goal he had pursued for countless years, yet had always been out of reach. Now this goal lay before him, within reach. With the foundation to become a saint, achieving the status of a saint was merely a matter of time. Red Cloud looked at the changing expression of Zhen Yuanzi, knowing that the other party had been stirred, and immediately seized the opportunity. Zhen Yuanzi, we are both solitary individuals without sects or groups. Even if our strength reaches the peak of quasi-saints, or even half-saints, we are ultimately just rootless drifters. Do not forget the battlefield beyond the domain. In the future, it will be the saints who are the top combat power. Even the peak quasi-saints may not be able to protect themselves. Now that the human way is thriving, it is the trend of heaven and earth. By joining the human race, we can not only ensure your own safety, but also have the chance to achieve the supreme position of a saint. At that time, we will both be saints, testifying to the Tao together. How delightful would that be? Zhen Yuanzi suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with no hesitation, replaced by a sense of resolution and excitement. Good. I believe you. I also trust that Yi Xiao wants. I do not want to miss the opportunity to become a saint. As his voice fell, Zhen Yuanzi waved his sleeve. The phantom of the ginseng fruit tree flashed above the Wuzhuang temple, and the entire Taoist temple was instantly enveloped by an unparalleled barrier left to the care of a young attendant. Time is of the essence. Zhen Yuanzi looked at Red Cloud, his tone urgent. Red Cloud, quickly take me to the human race to meet Yi Xiao. I must confirm things with him in person. Red Cloud laughed heartily. Good. It should have been like this. We will set off now, heading to the human race. Upon saying this, the 2 figures transformed into streams of light, swiftly breaking through the Wuzhuang temple, racing towards the territory of the human race. Meanwhile, at Golden Ao Island. Golden Ao Island, the headquarters of the Jie sect, is the Taoist temple of Tongtian, a place of cultivation for millions of Jie sect disciples, grand in scale, far surpassing Kunlun Mountain. Yi Xiao followed beside Tongtian, his expression calm, but a ripple stirred in his heart. In his past life, the Jie sect received countless celestial visitors, its prestige towering, yet ultimately fell victim to the calamity of the sealing gods, leading to death and the destruction of the Tao. Being attacked by the 4 saints who broke through Golden Ao Island, the Jie sect was annihilated, suffering heavy casualties among disciples. Taoist Duobao was captured, and the 3 Xiaos met tragic ends, while Zhao Gongming perished. Just thinking of those scenes sent a chill through Yi Xiao's heart. In this life, with him and Tongtian present, the tragedy of the Jie sect will never repeat. Disciple Tongtian suddenly spoke. Your cultivation has reached the late stage of the great Luo, now on par with your senior brother Duobao. In terms of combat power, with the support of the 9 turns mystic art, you are probably even stronger than him. This time back, it's just right for the disciples to meet you, their 4th senior brother. As they spoke, the 2 had already arrived above the East Sea. Countless GS sect disciples were cultivating on the island with sounds of celestial music echoing and exotic beasts rushing about, creating a celestial atmosphere. Tongtian brought Yi Xiao straight down in front of the Bayou Palace at Golden Ao Island. In front of the palace door, GS sect disciples had long since gathered in full force. The one at the forefront was none other than the GS sect's senior brother Daoist Duobao. Behind Daoist Duobao stood 7 celestial attendants in a row: Jing Guangxian, Wu Yunxian Pai Lu Xian, Ling Yuxian Xiushou, Xianjin Gu Xian, and Chong Er Ding Guangxian. As everyone turned their gaze to Yi Xiao beside the Tongtian Patriarch, all eyes were fixed upon him. Daoist Duobao stepped forward first, bowing respectfully. Disciple Duobao, welcome back, Master. The disciples of the GS sect all bowed in unison, their voices resonating in the sky. Welcome back, Master the Patriarch. The Tongtian Patriarch nodded slightly. Not bad, not bad. It seems you all have not been idle during this time. At this moment, the Holy Mother Wudong exclaimed, Master, fourth junior brother has actually reached the late stage of the Deluo Golden Immortal, catching up to senior brother. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze turned to Yi Xiao. Duobao finally noticed Yi Xiao's cultivation, his pupils contracting sharply. He had not paid attention to Yi Xiao's cultivation before, but now it seemed that Yi Xiao's aura was not the least bit weaker than his own, and was even a bit stronger. Has my fourth junior brother surpassed me? Duobao felt a mix of emotions, recalling that hundreds of years ago, Yi Xiao was merely a golden immortal cultivator following behind him. Now just a few hundred years later, Yi Xiao had reached the late stage of Deluo, catching up to him. So it's fourth senior brother. I've heard several senior sisters mention you. I didn't expect you to have broken through to the late stage of Deluo Golden Immortal. I am still only a Tai Golden Immortal. Yun Xiao slowly spoke, bowing. Yun Xiao pays respects to fourth senior brother. Xiong Xiao and Bi Xiao followed suit, their eyes filled with curiosity and admiration. Zhao Gongming laughed heartily, clasping his fists. Fourth senior brother, I've long admired your name. I hope for your guidance in the future. Yi Xiao returned the greetings one by one, his expression calm and composed. There is no need for formalities, fellow disciples. We are all disciples of the Master, so there is no need for such courtesy. Among the 7 immortals in attendance, some wanted to reminisce, but there was no opportunity. Yi Xiao's gaze briefly lingered on the Longier dim light, immortal, yet he did not reveal any unusual expression. All that transpired in his past life was now just history. In this life with him present, even if the Longier dim light, immortal, harbored thoughts of betrayal, there would be no chance for it. He would not deliberately target anyone out. Everything would be based on sincerity and future performance. If they were loyal and served faithfully, they would naturally share in the blessings. If anyone dared to entertain ulterior motives, then he would not hesitate to be ruthless. The Tongtian Patriarch looked at his disciples, satisfied with their harmony, and nodded. Disciple, regarding the matters of the 5 emperors, I trust you have a plan in mind. See if any of them are suitable to accompany you to meet the human race and experience the world. Yi Xiao nodded. Disciple understands. He looked at everyone and smiled slightly. Fellow disciples, the human race is about to rise greatly concerning the matters of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The positions of the 3 sovereigns belong to the Holy Mother Nuwa, Master Taiching and Master Yuanshi, while the positions of the 5 emperors are all in my hands. This return serves 2 purposes: to see my fellow disciples, and also for the matters of the 5 emperors. Daoist Duobao's eyes lit up. If I can become the master of the 5 emperors, I will definitely be able to rapidly break through to Kwasa Saint. Thinking of this, Duobao immediately said, Junior brother, the merit of the 5 emperors is an unparalleled opportunity for us disciples of the Jia sect. I wonder if the younger disciples have suitable candidates in mind. Yi Xiao smiled. I have basically confirmed the candidates, but since we are all gathered today, I have some gifts to present. With that, Yi Xiao raised his hand, revealing a handful of enlightenment tea leaves. He then sent 3 leaves flying toward Yun Xiao, Xiong Xiao, and Bi Xiao. 3 junior sisters, it is a pleasure to meet you. This is a small gift, please accept it. The 3 sisters accepted the enlightenment tea leaves, feeling an incredibly pure Dao rhythm surge into their bodies, causing their cultivation to subtly loosen, and they couldn't help but show surprise. Yun Xiao hurriedly said, Fourth senior brother, could this be the legendary enlightenment tea? Yi Xiao nodded. Indeed. Yun Xiao was instantly flattered. Senior brother, this treasure is far too precious. We cannot accept it. Yi Xiao smiled. Junior sister, you are being too polite. We are fellow disciples. Such treasures are nothing to mention. Then he took out another piece of enlightenment tea leaves and handed it to Zhao Gongming. Junior brother Zhao, this tea aids in enlightenment and will greatly benefit your cultivation. Zhao Gongming, with his boisterous personality, did not decline accepting the tea leaves and laughing heartily, Good. Then I shall not be polite. Thank you, senior brother. Finally, Yi Xiao took out 3 pieces of enlightenment tea leaves and handed them to Daoist Duobao. Senior brother, thank you for your past assistance in providing the source of the insect race, helping me break through my cultivation. These 3 pieces of enlightenment tea leaves, please accept them, senior brother. Daoist Duobao's eyes widened in shock. 3 pieces of enlightenment tea leaves. With these he could also cut down 3 corpses. Junior brother, you. Yi Xiao smiled slightly. Senior brother need not decline. Oh, without your help back then, I would not have my current cultivation. This is what you deserve. Moreover, as the master of the 5 emperors, you are not quite suitable. These enlightenment tea leaves may assist you in cutting down your corpses. Hearing the words cut down corpses, Daoist Duobao's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he no longer declined accepting the tea leaves. All right. Senior brother has accepted them. The other GS sect disciples present looked on with envy. Enlightenment tea leaves were something they had only heard of, but never seen. Fourth senior brother's generosity was truly impressive. The 7 immortals in attendance also wanted some, but felt too shy to voice it, as they had already received their own welcome gifts. The Tontian Patriarch sat above watching this scene, with a slight smile of satisfaction. This disciple of his was not only powerful, but also generous. In the future with Yi Xiao and the GS sect, how could they not thrive? All right, the 5 direct disciples Zhao Gongming and the 3 Xiaos stay, the rest may leave. The Tontian Patriarch issued the dismissal order to the others. He then looked at Yi Xiao and smiled. Yi Xiao, you may arrange the matters of the 5 emperors as you see fit. I shall not interfere. Having said that, the Tontian Patriarch vanished, leaving behind Yi Xiao Duobao, Zhao Gongming, Yunxiao, Qiongxiao Bixiao, and Jinling Wudong, and Gui Ling. Seeing this, Duobao also smiled. Junior brother, I plan to enter seclusion. You all can discuss among yourselves. With that, Duobao left, and the Bo Palace instantly fell silent. Everyone seeing this scene understood that Yi Xiao was about to present them with opportunities, and their hearts were filled with anticipation. Yi Xiao did not keep them guessing and directly stated, everyone, I plan to have you serve as the masters of the 5 emperors. You have time to prepare. To be brief, what you need to do is simple: help the 5 emperors fulfill their missions and teach them cultivation. You cannot hold back, teach them everything you know. This will also leave a legacy for our GS sect among the human race. Whether it is alchemy, artifact refining, formations, or anything else, you can teach them all. Once this matter concludes, I guarantee that everyone will break through their realms. At Yi Xiao's words, Jinling, Shengmu Wudong, Shengmu Guiling Shengmu, and the likes of Yunxiao, Qiongxiao Bixiao, and Zhao Gongming revealed an excitement they could hardly conceal. The masters of the 5 emperors bring great merit and immense fortune. Once the 5 emperors resume their thrones, advancing a grade or 2 will be as effortless as drinking water. A Tai Golden Immortal could ascend directly to a Deluo Golden Immortal. How could they not be stirred? Jinling Shengmu stepped forward and said, Fourth junior brother, rest assured. We will instruct the 5 emperors wholeheartedly, hiding nothing, dedicating ourselves to the human lineage and to the perpetuation of Jiejiao. Others pledged in unison, Fourth brother, rest assured. We will teach them well. If anyone dares to be slack, I Bixiao shall be the first to object. Zhao Gongming beat his chest and laughed. Senior brother, leave it to us. The matter of the 5 emperors is on our shoulders. Alchemy, formations, divine arts. Whatever I know, I will impart without reserve. Yi Xiao looked at them and nodded in satisfaction. Good. You shall first go to the human realm and make arrangements awaiting the descent of the 5 emperors. When the time comes, I will notify you all. Very well, they answered in unison. At once, Yunxiao, Qiongxiao Bixiao, Zhao Gongming, Jinling, Shengmu Wudong Shengmu, and Guiling Shengmu bade Yi Xiao farewell, transforming into streaks of light as they departed Jineo Island. For a time, the great hall held only Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping over the Hongjun great land, eyes deep and inscrutable. The candidates for masters of the 5 emperors had been arranged. The human line's incense and Jijio's fortune would continue. But that was not enough. Earlier, he had transmitted a message to Nvoi claiming a way to make Fuxi attain sainthood. First, Fuxi ought by right to be the human sovereign. Now that the war between the Wuzu and the demons had not erupted, Fuxi remained unharmed. The underworld was not yet established, and the cycle of transmigration had not formed. To ensure Fuxi would legitimately reincarnate as the human emperor, the business of transmigration itself had to be put in order first. Second, it was also to silence Nvoi. If in the future Nvoi wished to ask Yi Xiao or the human race to undertake tasks, Yi Xiao would then have to consider whether to agree. As for the underworld, this world was fated to have only one person to set it up and preside over reincarnation, the Hoda Zuwu. It is time to pay a visit to the Wuzu. With that said, he shifted, tearing the void and stepping out, disappearing from Jineo Island. On the Hongjun great land beneath Buzhou Mountain, miasma rolled, and the land lay vast and desolate. Enormous tribes sprawled between mountains and rivers, their presence imposing and oppressive. This was the domain of the Wuzu. The Wuzu prized mighty flesh and shunned the cultivation of the Yuan Shun, They tempered the body and refined the vital blood, the most ferocious of the peoples upon the Hongjun land. The 12 ancestral Wuzu were born as the Luo golden immortals, masters of the great ways. Space, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Each one supremely powerful. Xiao stepped slowly from the void and stood upon the clouds. Looking down, Wuzu warriors traversed the land. Each towered hundreds of Zhang life force, surging like little demon gods. The air brimmed with a raging, domineering force of qi and blood. Xiao did not conceal his aura, nor did he flaunt it. He simply became a streak of light and flew toward the hooded tribe. Hutuzuwu was the most compassionate and the most singular among the 12 ancestral Wuzu. On the battlefields beyond the realms, the myriad tribes of Hongjun fought without cease. Countless lives perished, their souls left unanchored, wandering heaven and earth and wailing day and night. Huta looked upon this with growing pity, and for some time had been secretly pondering how to find a way to settle the lost souls. Yet she had not truly realized that the path she would walk was one of becoming reincarnation itself, establishing the underworld and ferrying sentient beings to salvation, a road to sainthood born of self-transformation. No sooner had Xiao approached the Huta tribe than Wuzu warriors detected him. "Who goes there? How dare you trespass into Wuzu territory?" Several great Wuzu leaped into the air, their qi and blood surging, brandishing massive bone clubs as they glared fiercely at Xiao, treating him as a dire foe. Xiao's expression remained calm as he said lightly, "Jijiao's Xiao seeking an audience with Hutuzuwu." The name Zhejiao Xiao was no longer unknown in Hongjun. Among them, the Wuzu bore the deepest impression of him. "Zhejiao Xiao, you are not on Janeo Island. Oh, what brings you to our Wuzu?" a clear voice asked. A strikingly beautiful woman walked toward Xiao. She did not at all resemble a member of the Wuzu, and Xiao felt his heart stir. Xiao's heart flinched. Hutu was unexpectedly so beautiful. A feeling welled deep within him. He could not tell whether it was mere desire or love at first sight. For a moment, Xiao felt reluctant to tell Hutu of forming the cycle of transmigration. After a brief pause, he said, "Xiao pays respects to Hutuzuwu. I have come to discuss a matter with the ancestral Zuwu," he added. Hutu nodded gently and stepped aside. "This is not the place to speak. Please, fellow Taoist, come within." Xiao stepped forward and followed Hutu into the heart of the tribe. Along the way, the Wuzu watched that their Hutu treated Xiao with such courtesy and were filled with curiosity. What right did this small human have to see their ancestral Zuwu? They had scarcely reached the central square when suddenly a volcanic surge of battle intent erupted with extreme ferocity. With a thunderous roar, life force shot skyward. A domineering savage aura like a war god swept through the Hutu tribe. Xiao's steps paused, and he looked up. He saw an enormously tall figure striding toward them. The man towered thousands of zhang in height, his muscles knotted like small mountains. He wielded a gigantic axe and radiated fierce might, his gaze burning as it fixed upon Xiao. The man was Xiao's old acquaintance, Xingtian, a newly arisen Zuwu who had validated his Dao through battle maddened by war. Xingtian had been cultivating within the tribe and had not paid heed to any outsider. But when he sensed that Xiao's flesh and blood life force rivaled that of a Zuwu, an inexhaustible warlust flared within him. To meet a strong opponent was to fight. Unexpectedly, on stepping out, he discovered it was his old friend Xiao. "Fellow Xiao, you arrive at an opportune moment. This ancestral Zuwu's bloodline has just evolved. Do you dare to fight me?" Xingtian's voice exploded like thunder, shaking the surrounding earth. Before the words had fully fallen, he stomped the ground with great force. With a seismic rumble, the earth split and fragments of rock flew. He became like a cannon shot charging straight at Xiao. No flashy magic, no wielding of cosmic principles, merely pure, brutal physical strength. A punch slammed out. The wind of the blow howled, tearing the sky. The air violently ruptured with a piercing sonic boom. The horrific power locked onto Xiao with no avenue of escape. Huda's face altered, and she hurriedly cried, "Xingtian, do not be reckless." She moved to intervene, but Xiao gently raised a hand to stop her. "Do not worry, fellow Hutu." Xiao said, a faint smile touching his lips as a glint of battle intent flickered in his eyes. "Perfect. I've long wished to test the limits of my physical body. You've arrived at just the right moment, fellow Taoist Xingtian." Xiao let out a low, resonant cry. He neither dodged nor evaded, deploying no artifact, divine ability, or cosmic law, only channeling the raw power of his flesh and blood. Boom! A single unadorned fist surged forward. Two torrents of pure, unrefined corporeal might collided midair with cataclysmic force. Crack! The deafening explosion shook heaven and earth. A terrifying shockwave erupted from the epicenter between them, surging violently outward in all directions. The ground fractured and collapsed, boulders atop it pulverized instantly into dust. Surrounding Wu warriors paled, hastily retreating as awe and terror flooded their eyes. Such power was utterly monstrous. This human possesses an astonishingly formidable physique, able to match a newly ascended ancestral Wu without yielding an inch. Who is this man? A mortal's body rivaling ours. Murmurs rippled across the Wu ranks, curiosity blazing in every gaze. Xingtian staggered backward, step after thunderous step, each footfall carving a colossal crater into the earth. His eyes locked onto Yi Xiao, burning now with fierce, incandescent intensity. What an extraordinary physique. I never imagined you'd withstand the full force of my fist. You've earned my absolute, unrestrained combat. Again, Yi Xiao swayed slightly, his qi and blood churning softly within, but inwardly he nodded in quiet approval. The Wu's legendary physical prowess was no myth, and his own body too filled him with profound satisfaction. After all, Xingtian had already attained the early sage rank cultivation realm, his body vastly surpassing even that of a great Luo immortal. For Yi Xiao to stand toe-to-toe with him without faltering bore irrefutable testament to his own unparalleled corporeal might. Fellow Taoist Xingtian, if you seek battle, then today I shall grant you a fight worthy of your spirit. Yet let us bind ourselves, no cosmic laws, no artifacts, only flesh against flesh. Do you agree? Xingtian roared with laughter, wild, unrestrained, and gloriously defiant. Exactly what I wished for. Today let us see whose body reigns supreme. The moment the words left his lips, Xingtian charged once more, this time holding nothing back. His corporeal energy surged to its zenith, his form swelled to thousands of zhang in height, towering like a primordial demon sovereign. His right hand slashed downward, not as a blade but as pure unrefined will. Devoid of technique, yet brimming with the quintessence of his physical essence, its force savage beyond measure. Yi Xiao met him in kind. Golden light flared around his frame as his stature likewise expanded to thousands of zhang standing tall and resolute before his colossal adversary. He raised his hand and struck with identical unadorned ferocity. Clang! A piercing metallic shriek tore through the air. Golden radiance blazed across Yi Xiao's palm as he summoned his full corporeal might, stopping Xingtian's blow dead in its tracks. Break! Xingtian bellowed, pouring every ounce of strength into the strike. Yet Yi Xiao stood rooted, immovable as Mount Tai, his expression calm, unruffled, serene. Ancestral Wu Xingtian, your strength is commendable, yet still insufficient. With a subtle twist of his wrist, Yi Xiao unleashed sudden, overwhelming force. Thud! Xingtian felt an irresistible surge, his massive frame recoiling several paces against his will. His battle lust burned brighter still, madness gleamed in his eyes. Exhilarating. It's been far too long since I felt such sheer unbridled exhilaration. With a thunderous cry, he lunged once more at Yi Xiao. Fists flew, kicks lashed, heads smashed, shoulders rammed. The most primal, most tyrannical art of close-quarters combat executed with flawless, devastating mastery. Each strike could shatter stars, obliterate mountains. Yi Xiao faced it all without flinch or fear. The seventh transformation's apex of the ninefold mystical art rendered him utterly unshaken. Blow for blow, kick for kick, they traded impacts with savage symmetry, shoulder for elbow, headbutt for knee. Two titanic figures clashed fiercely before the Ho-Tu tribe, flesh meeting flesh in thunderous, ceaseless detonations that echoed across heaven and earth. The earth splintered endlessly, even the void itself warped faintly under their berserk, overwhelming might. Ho-Tu stood nearby, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. She watched the figure locked in equal combat with Xingtian, her heart trembling with disbelief. Though newly ascended, Xingtian was peerless among his peers in physical might. None could rival him in raw corporeal supremacy. And yet, Yi Xiao, a human race not famed for physical cultivation, yet wielding a body no less potent than Xingtian's own. More astonishing still, Yi Xiao fought across realms, yet appeared evenly matched. Ho-Tu knew the truth, Yi Xiao had won. Around them Wu warriors stood frozen, speechless, breathless. To them ancestral Wu were invincible in the flesh. Yet this outsider relying solely on his body fought Xingtian to a perfect, unbroken stalemate. It shattered everything they believed. Ha ha ha! Xingtian's triumphant roar shook the heavens, his lifeblood blazed like wildfire, his strength surging anew. He lived for battle, and the fiercer the foe, the more radiant his spirit burned. Yi Xiao too felt increasingly liberated. Never before had he fought so freely, so purely, with nothing but his body as weapon and shield. Each collision deepened his mastery over his own flesh, while his soul soared with exhilaration. Dormant power long buried within his corporeal vessel stirred and awakened, drawn forth by relentless, glorious strife. Truly this was the battle of true men, igniting the primal fire of rivalry in every male heart. They fought from earth to sky, then plunged back down to earth again. Fists blurred like mountains, leg strikes cracked like thunder. No one knew how long they'd battled. Boom! Their final blows crashed together. A cataclysmic detonation whose shockwave tore across the horizon. Yi Xiao and Xing Tian were both hurled backward, thousands of zhang apart. Xing Tian halted, gasping deeply, his blood surging violently. Yet his gaze remained sharp, unwavering, locked upon Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao stilled as well, his aura turbulent, his blood boiling, a faint serene smile playing upon his lips. Their eyes met, silent, profound, resonant. Xing Tian burst into thunderous laughter, full of exultation and deep, hard-won respect. Excellent, truly excellent, Yi Xiao. Your physique is formidable indeed. Not inferior to mine in the slightest. Yi Xiao offered a slight, respectful bow. You two are mighty fellow Taoist. Today's duel ends in mutual triumph. Xing Tian waved dismissively, grinning broadly. You're officially my chosen sparring partner. Should you ever wish to fight again, come find me among the Wu. Yi Xiao smiled faintly. In his heart the verdict was clear. His corporeal strength now rivaled Xing Tian's early sage rank form. Across the entire Hongjun realm few, if any, could match him in sheer physical might. Hotu stepped forward, her gaze resting on Yi Xiao, astonishment and quiet curiosity shimmering in her eyes. Fellow Taoist Yi Xiao, your physique astounds me profoundly. I never imagined a human could possess a body rivaling our Wu lineage. Such rarity is beyond measure. Might you cultivate some unique art? Why do I sense such kinship in your presence? So intimate, so deeply familiar. Xing Tian boomed in agreement. Yes, I feel it too. As if Yi Xiao were kin-bound by shared blood, our lineages echoing as one. Could it be? His voice trailed off. He gaped, stunned into disbelief. Yi Xiao's expression darkened instantly. Misunderstanding, please. I merely cultivate a rare, specialized art, one akin to the 8-9 mystical art. He spoke no falsehood. The ninefold mystical art was in truth its closest counterpart. I see Xing Tian cannot be rude. Friend Yi Xiao, your physical body is impressive. My witch clan enjoys forming alliances with strong individuals. If you ever need anything, feel free to come to the Huda tribe, and I shall assist you. Huta spoke slowly. Xing Tian, from this moment on you shall be my brother Xing Tian. Listen to your brother's advice and do not engage in picking up scraps on the outer battlefield. With your current strength, you need not fear anyone except for saints. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao felt both amused and helpless. It seemed his past actions had left quite an impression. Yi Xiao suppressed his aura, returning to his normal form, and bowed to Hudu, saying, I apologize for my previous behavior. Earlier friend Xing Tian was filled with combat spirit, and I wanted to test my physical body, hence my recklessness. Hutu gently shook her head. It's no matter. Xing Tian is naturally combative, and it is fortunate to encounter an opponent like you. In fact, I even wanted to test myself against you. Yi Xiao was slightly taken aback as Hutu suddenly smiled and said, You did not come here solely for a battle with Xing Tian, did you? Yi Xiao nodded, his expression becoming serious. I indeed have an important matter to discuss with you, friend Hutu. This matter concerns all beings in heaven and earth, and more importantly, your own Dao opportunity. Hutu, upon hearing this, showed a hint of surprise in her beautiful eyes. Oh, may I ask what you mean by that? Yi Xiao raised his eyes, gazing into the endless void, his voice gradually resonating. Have you ever thought about the countless souls of the deceased in this world who die in battle, left without rest? Have you never considered finding a resting place for these souls? His words struck Huda's heart like thunder. She trembled, looking at Yi Xiao in shock. How do you know this? I have never mentioned this matter to anyone. Her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Yi Xiao, first showing surprise, then quickly shrouded by a layer of vigilance and coldness. The aura around her condensed, and the air seemed to grow heavier. As the ancestral witch Hutu was meticulous in her thoughts. This person, upon entering the witch clan, had immediately engaged in battle with Xing Tian, displaying a formidable physical prowess. Now he had uncovered a secret thought that she had never revealed to anyone. How could this not make her wary? Who exactly is this person? Is he a pawn sent by a saint? Huda's brows furrowed slightly, and her originally gentle expression gained a hint of detachment and scrutiny. Her lips pressed together, her breath steady, yet carrying an imperceptible pressure. Friend Yi Xiao, she slowly began, her tone no longer calm. What you said just now is too suspicious. The thoughts in my heart have never been disclosed to anyone, yet you spoke them out loud. Who exactly are you? What is your purpose in approaching me? Each word clear and distinct. Even Xing Tian, who had been filled with combat spirit moments before, sensed something was off. His eyes widened as he fixed his gaze on Yi Xiao. You Yi Xiao? So you didn't come here to fight. Yi Xiao observed the wariness and anger in the two and realized the situation. He indeed had been too hasty. Hutu was preoccupied with the souls of the deceased, and had been contemplating their resting place, which was her greatest secret before becoming a saint. Anyone would feel suspicious if such a matter were so abruptly brought to light. But now that the words had been spoken, there was no taking them back. If he could not clarify the situation, it would not only ruin his chance to enlighten her, but also create animosity with the witch clan. Yi Xiao displayed a calm and gentle smile. Friend Huti, you are overthinking this. My visit has no malice, no benefit, and is not meant to plot against the witch clan. What I said is not a matter of prying into your heart, but rather observing the trends of heaven and earth, discerning your true intentions naturally, and thus knowing them. Huta raised an eyebrow slightly, clearly not fully convinced. Her lips curled coldly as she softly said, the trends of heaven and earth. My true intentions. You speak of such things in a manner that seems overly mysterious. The wandering souls in the world are the result of the battles between the witch and demon races and the slaughter of the primordial era. What do they have to do with the trends? What relation do they have to my great Dao? Yi Xiao gently shook his head. You only know one side, not the other. He raised his gaze toward the void, his voice gradually spreading. The Tao of heaven has its flaws, but it is said that heaven produces talent for a purpose, and everyone has their own mission. The witch and demon races are the favored children of heaven and earth, born powerful. Yet the stronger they are, the heavier the slaughter, and thus the more fallen beings there are. In the outer battlefield, in the 8 seas and 4 wildernesses and mountains and rivers, wherever there is war, there are boundless souls of the deceased. These souls without the heavens to accept them, without a place to rest, wail day and night without end. As resentment accumulates over time, it will surely disrupt the order of heaven and earth, disturbing the tranquility of the primordial era. Huda's heart trembled slightly at this, as she had never thought deeply about it. At this moment, Yi Xiao's gaze shifted back to Hudu, his eyes deep, every word clear. And you, being the ancestral witch of earth, govern the laws of the land, embrace all things, and bear the multitude of beings. In this world, only you can provide a resting place for these wandering souls. Huda's body shook, a hint of wavering flashing in her eyes. Her lips moved slightly, wanting to speak, but for a moment she did not know what to say. Yi Xiao did not pause, continuing his tone laced with temptation. For these past days you have been restless, with a thought constantly circling in your mind. What you want to do, yet you yourself cannot see clearly what that big matter is. Am I right? Huda suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with greater shock. He even knows this. She instinctively nodded, her voice softening. Yes. Yi Xiao smiled slightly, his eyes shining brighter. That is not a stray thought, nor a mere fantasy. That is the revelation of the Tao of heaven, your own mission. Heaven and earth have flaws, and you are the one meant to fill this gap. Huda's breath hitched. She stared intently at Yi Xiao, waiting for him to reveal that answer. Yi Xiao saw that the moment was right, no longer hiding. He spoke slowly and deliberately. The world needs reincarnation, and all beings need a resting place. What you must do is open the 6 paths, establish reincarnation, and build the underworld. The phrase 6 paths of reincarnation floated into Huda's ears like 4 thunderous booms, resonating deeply within her heart. Buzz! Hutu felt a roaring in her mind, her entire body trembling as the countless confusions she had endured over the days suddenly connected at this moment. It was as if the clouds and mist before her had parted, revealing the clear sky. Everything became clear. She finally understood what she had to do. Hutu stood there in a daze, her beautiful eyes first blank, then enlightened, and finally filled with clarity and transparency. Her long eyelashes gently trembled, her lips slightly parted, revealing a look of profound understanding and relief. Xingtian, watching from the side, was momentarily stunned. He did not comprehend what the 6 paths or reincarnation meant, but he could see that Huda's current state was extraordinarily remarkable. It was as if she had suddenly attained enlightenment. After a long time, Hutu slowly came back to her senses. She looked at Yi Xiao with a gaze devoid of wariness, the coldness completely gone, leaving only gratitude and admiration. She stepped forward, slightly bowing to Yi Xiao, paying her respects as a revered ancestor. I wrongly accused you earlier, my friend. Your words have illuminated my path, allowing Hutu to understand her own Tao and her mission in life. Such great kindness Hutu will never forget. Yi Xiao quickly stepped aside, cupping his hands and saying, there is no need for such formalities. I merely pointed out the obvious. The one truly capable of achieving this step is only you, my friend. Hutu straightened up, a gentle smile appearing on her face, her brows and eyes softening, exuding a dazzling radiance. She was already graceful and beautiful, but at this moment of enlightenment her aura transcended her previous self, carrying a divine beauty. You need not be so humble, my friend. Without you, Hutu would still be lost for many more years. This kindness must be repaid. Hutu looked at Yi Xiao, her expression serious. Speak freely, my friend. As long as Hutu can do it, I will agree to any request you have. As her words fell, Xingtian immediately nodded. Yes, my ancestor Hutu speaks the truth. Just say what you want. Elixirs, magical treasures, techniques. My witch clan can provide it all. Yi Xiao gazed at Ho Tu, her aura so wholly clad in a beautiful earth-toned long dress. Suddenly, an unanticipated thought surged within him. An idea that he himself had never anticipated burst forth, and he blurted out, "Why not become my Dao partner?" A moment of silence ensued. The atmosphere became still as if the air had solidified. Xingtian, who had been casually standing nearby, suddenly widened his eyes, his mouth agape, as if he could fit a fist in it. He looked at Ho Tu, then at Yi Xiao, appearing utterly dazed. You want to become Dao partners? With the revered ancestor Ho Tu? How brave! You are truly courageous. Xingtian was completely stunned. He feared nothing in the world, not even other ancestors. But there were a few female ancestors in the witch clan he genuinely feared, especially Ho Tu. Despite her gentle appearance, it was merely a facade. Upon hearing Yi Xiao's words, Xingtian instantly felt that Yi Xiao was indeed bold, daring to express his feelings to Ho Tu. You better pray for your safety, brother. Xingtian had already prepared to watch Yi Xiao's embarrassment, but Ho Tu's reaction surprised him once more. He saw Ho Tu frozen in place, her long eyelashes quivering gently, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks. In her usually calm and gentle eyes, a flicker of panic, shyness, surprise, and a barely perceptible joy flashed. As an ancestor, she had been devoted to her cultivation since her birth, and had never entertained romantic feelings. She never expected that someone would so directly seek a partnership with her in such a setting. Ho Tu slightly lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, her lips pressed together, her heart inexplicably racing. She remained silent for a moment, and when she looked up again, the blush had not faded, yet she had regained her composure. She looked at Yi Xiao with a meaningful smile in her eyes, her expression gentle, cunning, yet also generous and open. There was no rejection, no anger, nor rebuke. My friend, you are quite straightforward. Yi Xiao felt a twinge of regret. How did I let my feelings lead me like this? I hope I won't get beaten up for this. Then Ho Tu's voice followed. It is not impossible to become Dao partners with me. Xingtian seemed to have heard something unbelievable, his eyes darting between Ho Tu and Yi Xiao, looking rather comical. Before Yi Xiao could rejoice, Ho Tu shifted her tone. However, now that I have understood my mission, I must establish the cycle of reincarnation and build the underworld to guide all beings through the primordial chaos. If you are willing to walk this path with me and help me establish the 6 realms of reincarnation to stabilize the order of the underworld, then when the cycle is completed, I shall fulfill my promise to you and become your Dao partner, never to part, in this primordial world. As she uttered the last sentence, Ho Tu's cheeks flushed slightly, yet her gaze was firm, looking directly at Yi Xiao without any avoidance. In her eyes there was shyness, seriousness, expectations, and a deep trust of a lifelong commitment. Yi Xiao's heart suddenly trembled, and boundless joy surged within him. He had originally spoken out of impulse, not truly holding out much hope. After all, Ho Tu was an ancestor, a peak, quasi-saint, one of the absolute cores of the witch clan. How could she easily make such a vow? Yet he never expected that not only did Ho Tu not refuse, but she also actively set a condition promising to become his Dao partner contingent on the establishment of reincarnation. Yi Xiao took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement within, and solemnly cupped his hands, his voice resolute. Rest assured, my friend. As for the matter of reincarnation, I, Yi Xiao, will ensure it. No matter the dangers or difficulties, I will assist you in establishing the 6 realms of reincarnation. When the reincarnation is finally complete, I will welcome you as my Dao partner. Ho Tu looked at him seriously and resolutely, her smile growing softer, her eyes glistening with a layer of gentle light as she nodded lightly. Good. I will wait for you. At this point, Xingtian finally came to his senses. He looked at Ho Tu, then at Yi Xiao, appearing dazed as he muttered to himself, This really happened. Just finished a fight, talked about significant matters, and in the blink of an eye, they've become Dao partners. Do all you humans move this quickly? He was completely confused, utterly unable to keep up with their pace. One moment he was on guard and testing, and in the next they had already committed to a lifelong bond, agreeing to establish reincarnation and witness the Dao together. Xingtian scratched his head, feeling that what happened today was stranger than a billion years of cultivation. No, I need to talk to the other ancestors. My witch clan's ancestor is being taken away by Brother Yi. He scratched his head and said, I have things to do, I'm leaving now. After saying this, Xingtian quickly left the place of turmoil. Yi Xiao and Ho Tu exchanged a glance, unable to suppress their laughter. The atmosphere between them subtly shifted, adding a touch of tacit understanding. Ho Tu reined in her smile and stated seriously, regarding the matter of reincarnation, we must not delay. I will leave the witch clan immediately to seek a suitable place to deduce the cycle. Yi Xiao nodded. I will accompany you. I happen to know a place that should be perfect for establishing the underworld. Wonderful, then let us set off. Ho Tu exclaimed with joy. Immediately she and Yi Xiao did not linger, exchanging a glance before their figures flickered and tore through the void, transforming into two streaks of light, one before the other, disappearing into the horizon. The ancestral witch of ice, Xianming, coldly stared at Di Jiang, her beautiful eyes filled with a chilling intent, her murderous aura unmasked. Are you saying that the women of my witch clan are so terrifying in your eyes? Di Jiang's body stiffened, the smile on his face instantly frozen. A wave of coldness surged from his feet to the crown of his head. He shuddered violently, quickly forcing a stiff smile and waving his hands repeatedly. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Sister, you misunderstood. I was merely curious about what abilities that Yi Xiao possesses to have taken away our sister. There was no other intention. Seeing Di Jiang change the subject, Xianming let out a cold snort. It better be so. Meanwhile, deep within the primordial underworld, two streaks of light tore through the void and slowly descended. Yi Xiao stood shoulder to shoulder with Ho Tu, gazing at the expanse of heaven and earth before them. As far as the eye could see, the world was dim with angry winds howling and turbid air rolling everywhere, a scene of utter desolation. The earth was as dark as ink, with the sounds of ghosts wailing echoing through the void. Countless scattered souls and spirits floated aimlessly here, muddled and confused, ultimately swallowed by the turbid air of the underworld, completely dissipating. The atmosphere here was thick with energy and filled with a sense of death, in stark contrast to the vibrant life of the primordial continent, resembling a forsaken land of death. Ho Tu's gaze swept across the area, revealing an unmistakable trace of delight in her eyes. She extended her jade hand, gently feeling the energy and essence of this place, a touched expression appearing on her face. What a wonderful place. The dense energy and the settled death energy here perfectly align with the cycle of reincarnation. If we establish the underworld here, it will not only be efficient, but also stabilize the foundation. It truly is a perfect place. The more Ho Tu looked, the more satisfied she became, never expecting that Yi Xiao would bring her to such a perfect location. Ho Tu turned to Yi Xiao, her eyes filled with gratitude and tenderness. Friend, I owe you my thanks. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know how long it would take me to find such a fitting realm of the underworld. You and I need not be so polite to each other. Yi Xiao smiled, slightly shaking his head. Moreover, we will not be companions for long. However, Yi Xiao paused, his brow slightly furrowing. This place is not unclaimed. This is the territory of the old ancestor of the river of the underworld. To establish the underworld here, we must first gain his approval. If he is the master of this place, then let us go meet him. Ho Tu's expression was calm. I wish to borrow his realm of the underworld to establish the underworld, to guide all wandering souls of the primordial world. This matter brings great merit to all beings of the primordial world. It will benefit them greatly, so I believe he will not obstruct us for no reason. Yi Xiao let out a bitter laugh. Obstruct? The old ancestor of the river of the underworld is not someone who reasons with others. This person is decisive in killing, and the blood sea of the underworld is his taboo. Moreover, the river of the underworld's cultivation is also at the peak of Croissant. Unless all 12 ancestral witches come together, he might not agree at all. The difficulty of borrowing his territory to build the underworld is unimaginable. But given the circumstances, we can only go and see. Yi Xiao nodded. All right, I will go with you. The two no longer hesitated, their figures moving as they flew deeper into the blood sea of the underworld. The deeper they went, the heavier the energy became, the blood sea rolling and the smell of blood filling the air. Countless warriors of the Azura clan patrolled the blood sea, their auras fierce and their eyes brutal. The moment Yi Xiao and Ho Tu appeared, the entire blood sea of the underworld surged violently. A blood-red pillar of light shot up into the sky, transforming into a figure draped in a blood-red robe with a sinister face and icy eyes. Surrounded by swirling blood mist, a murderous aura surging to the heavens, his eyes glowed like blood lamps, coldly locking onto Yi Xiao and Ho Tu. It was the master of the blood sea of the underworld, the old ancestor of the river of the underworld. As the old ancestor of the river of the underworld scanned Yi Xiao and Ho Tu, upon sensing Ho Tu's peak Croissant aura, his pupils slightly constricted, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. Ho Tu of the witch clan, what do you seek in my blood sea? This place is my dojo, you are not welcome here. The river of the underworld immediately issued an eviction order, quite rude. It is understandable. The old ancestor of the river of the underworld is known for his reclusive nature and is not familiar with the witch clan, so there is no reason for politeness. Ho Tu took a step forward, her posture graceful, her aura sacred, standing in stark contrast to the murderous intent of the old ancestor. She slightly cupped her hands towards the old ancestor of the river of the underworld. I am Ho Tu of the witch clan. I greet you, friend of the river of the underworld. I come this time not to disturb you intentionally, but to seek a matter. The old ancestor of the river of the underworld furrowed his brow. Ho-Tu, the ancestral witch. You are the ancestral witch of the witch clan, not stationed in the clan. What are you doing in my blood sea? Speak plainly, there is no need to beat around the bush. Ho-Tu did not dawdle directly, getting to the point, her tone serious. Friend, I have recently comprehended my own Tao, and wish to establish the 6 paths of reincarnation in the primordial world to build the underworld, guiding all wandering souls, giving them a place to return after death, no longer dissipating aimlessly in the world. Your blood sea of the underworld, rich in energy, perfectly matching the essence, is the best place to establish the underworld. I have come to borrow your blood sea as the foundation for the underworld to set up reincarnation and provide peace for all spirits. This matter is immensely meritorious, benefiting all beings of the primordial world, and will also allow you to gain boundless merit. You may propose any conditions, or as long as I can fulfill them, I will not refuse. As her words fell, the face of the old ancestor of the river of the underworld grew increasingly cold. He suspected he had misheard. Borrow the blood sea of the underworld. Establish the underworld. Set up reincarnation. A surge of immense rage arose within the river of the underworld. What is the blood sea of the underworld? It is the place of his birth, the source of his power, the foundation of his dojo, his reverse scale. Anyone who touches the blood sea of the underworld is severing his foundation and destroying his Tao. This ancestral witch Ho-Tu wants to borrow his blood sea and even establish what underworld and reincarnation on his territory. It is simply too much. The old ancestor of the river of the underworld was so enraged that blood mist surged around him, laughing maniacally. Ha, what a Ho-Tu ancestral witch. You want to borrow my blood sea of the underworld? And you want to establish the underworld and set up reincarnation here? Why don't you just say you want to turn my blood sea into your witch clan's territory? Ho-Tu's brow furrowed slightly, yet she patiently explained, Friend, you have misunderstood. Establishing the underworld and setting up reincarnation is not to seize your realm of the underworld. The underworld will still exist in the realm of the underworld. You will still be the master of the blood sea of the underworld. I can guarantee that the underworld will never interfere with the matters inside your blood sea. Stop the nonsense. The old ancestor of the river of the underworld interrupted sharply, his tone resolute. My blood sea of the underworld is the foundation of my being. No one shall touch it. What underworld, what reincarnation? I don't know what they are, nor do I want to know. Ho-Tu, I respect you as an ancestral witch of the witch clan and will not hold you accountable for your intrusion. Now immediately take your companion and leave the blood sea of the underworld. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude. The patriarch of the dark river stood unyielding, leaving no room for negotiation. Ho-Tu's patience too gradually ebbed away. She had never been one to yield easily. Indeed, in raw combat prowess, she surpassed many of the other ancestral Wu. As an ancestral Wu, she possessed her own sovereign pride and unassailable dignity. Her earlier conciliatory words had already granted him full courtesy. The gentleness in Ho-Tu's eyes faded, replaced by icy authority and solemn majesty. Senior Taoist Mingi, my courteous appeal was offered solely out of respect for you. The realm of reincarnation must be established here. No force in existence may impede it. Should you consent, you shall share in its boundless merit. Should you refuse, this sovereign shall establish it by force. A surge of murderous intent flared in the patriarch of the dark river's gaze. By force. Ho-Tu, do you truly believe I fear you? This is the Nether Blood Sea, the domain I rule. You, an ancestral Wu of the Wu clan, dare intrude upon my sovereign realm, and even threaten me. You seek death. With a thunderous boom, the patriarch's vital energy roiled violently, and the blood sea itself boiled with fury. 2 peerless swords of slaughter emerged slowly from behind him, one black as ink, radiating overwhelming killing intent. The Abi sword, the other drenched in crimson splendor, steeped in the annihilation of countless lives, the Yuan-Tu sword. The moment both blades appeared, an inexhaustible aura of slaughter descended upon the nether void, as if poised to rend reality itself asunder. Clutching the Yuan-Tu and Abi swords, the patriarch of the dark river fixed Ho-Tu with a gaze as cold and sharp as a blade. Since you insist on this path, let us settle it by trial of arms. No one trespasses upon my domain unchallenged. Nonetheless, the patriarch still harbored a measure of wariness toward the Wu clan and left his words deliberately ambiguous. In the next instant, the overwhelming aura of a supreme quasi-sage erupted without restraint. An aura of slaughter pierced the heavens, the Sanshang waves surged across the nether blood sea, the entire nether realm trembled violently. Witnessing this, Ho-Tu ceased holding back. Golden ochre divine light blazed around her, and the nether earth beneath her feet quaked fiercely as countless earth laws converged. Her presence became awe-inspiring. Likewise, the aura of a supreme quasi-sage erupted from her, clashing heat with the patriarch's aura of slaughter. Boom! The collision of those two terrifying auras ignited a cataclysmic storm across the nether void. Legions of souls disintegrated instantly, and the blood sea churned ceaselessly. Two supreme quasi-sages stood locked in confrontation. Swords drawn, tension coiled like a spring. Battle loomed inevitable and imminent. Xiao, standing aside, watched the scene unfold and felt an immediate throbbing headache. He rubbed his temples inwardly, sighing in resignation. As expected, matters had escalated precisely to this point. The Patriarch of the Dark River was reclusive by nature, Ho Tu equally unyielding. Should these two supreme quasi-sages truly engage in open combat, the consequences would be catastrophic. The Nether Blood Sea would be utterly devastated. Not only would establishing the Nether Court become impossible, but the entire Nether realm might collapse outright. Thereafter, finding another suitable site for the cycle of reincarnation would prove nigh impossible. Xiao drew a deep breath and stepped forward, positioning himself squarely between them. Elders, please, let reason prevail. Must violence be the only recourse? Senior Taoist Mingi Ancestral Wu Ho Tu does not seek to usurp your domain. She merely requests temporary use of this land to establish the cycle of reincarnation. Once completed, its boundless merit will redound to you alone, yielding only benefit, never harm. Ancestral Wu Ho Tu Senior Taoist Mingi is sovereign lord of the Nether Blood Sea, a realm of profound personal significance. To compel him by force would only result in mutual ruin, offering no advantage whatsoever to the establishment of the cycle. Yet both were now consumed by fury and battle lust, deaf to counsel. The Patriarch cast a cold, disdainful glance at Xiao, his eyes brimming with contempt and lethal intent. Mortal whelp, you presume to speak here? Step aside, or you shall perish alongside them. Ho Tu spoke gravely. Taoist friend, this matter lies beyond your intervention. Mingi persists in obstruction. I shall repel him by force. The cycle will be established. None may stand in its way. Xiao gazed upon the two locked in standoff, his head pounding anew. He watched the churning blood sea met Ho Tu's resolute gaze, then studied the Patriarch's undisguised murderous intent and began to deliberate deeply. Then an idea surfaced. Instantly, he concealed all traces of this place using the Chaos Pearl, rendering every event here utterly imperceptible to any external being or force. Xiao then fixed his gaze upon the Patriarch of the Dark River and spoke calmly. Senior Taoist Mingi, you have cultivated for eons within the Nether Blood Sea, wield the Yuan-Tu and Abi swords, founded the Azura race, and attained the pinnacle of quasi-sage cultivation. In the vast Hongjun world, you are undeniably a titan of power. Yet, do you truly accept remaining forever confined within the quasi-sage realm? His words, neither loud nor harsh, struck the Patriarch's heart like a thunderous mallet. Quasi-sage, the pinnacle of pride across countless eons, yet also the deepest fixation in his soul. Long ago, emulating Nuwa, he created the Azura race. Yet while she ascended to sagehood, he remained mired in quasi-sage status. Later, when the insect tribe descended, he believed he might finally transcend, but still failed. Though he had amassed immense merit and primordial essence, sagehood eluded him still. Above quasi-sage stands the sage, yet that single step is a chasm separating heaven and earth. Sages are deathless, unshakable, through 10,000 calamities, their very words manifesting as law. Is he content? Of course not. Who would not yearn to attain sagehood, to achieve eternal, immutable existence? The Patriarch stared fiercely at Xiao, his grip on the Yuan-Tu and Abi swords tightened, but he neither rebuked nor attacked. His murderous aura remained fierce, but no longer reckless, no longer heedless. He would hear what this mortal youth had yet to say. Ho Tu too turned her gaze to Xiao, hoping he might sway the Patriarch. Avoiding conflict was ideal. She had no wish to shatter the Nether realm. If damaged, where then would the Nether Court be built? Xiao, observing the Patriarch's reaction, knew his words had taken root. The Hongjun world is divided into Heaven, Earth, and Humanity Tao. Heaven Tao reigns supreme. 7 sages now govern cosmic order, their authority crushing all beneath the heavens. Yet the Earth Tao, destined to embody the Nether realm reincarnation, life and death, remains wholly obscured. Heaven Tao possesses sage seats, thus did Sanqing, Nuwa, Jian, and Zhuanti each ascend. Pausing briefly, Xiao then countered, then tell me, Senior Taoist, might the Earth Tao, which bears the Nether realm and commands reincarnation, also possess its own sage seat? Once the Nether Court is founded, Ho Tu shall undoubtedly ascend to sagehood. Senior Taoist Mingi, by donating this Nether realm shall accrue great merit. And should such an Earth Tao sage seat exist, would you not be the foremost candidate for Earth Tao sagehood? The 4 words, Earth Tao sage, exploded like thunder within the Patriarch's mind. His entire being jolted, his surrounding blood mist churned violently. His hands gripping the twin swords trembled uncontrollably. His heartbeat quickened sharply. Suddenly, Yi Zhao's logic resonated with undeniable force. If Heaven Dao could have sages, why not Earth Dao? It was mere speculation, but if the Earth Dao did possess a sage seat, who among all beings was more qualified than he, the patriarch of the Dark River, to claim it? His breathing grew ragged, his blood-red eyes burned with suppressed exhilaration and desperate longing. He need only cede this land for the Nether Court's founding. The Nether Blood Sea would remain intact, his losses minimal, while gaining a genuine path to sagehood. At that realization, clarity dawned. His murderous aura swiftly receded, dissolving into silence. Hoda's eyes gleamed with delight. She had not expected Yi Xiao to actually persuade the River Lord of the Netherworld. Though she herself suspected Yi Xiao had spoken recklessly, it mattered little. Once the Netherworld was established, even if the Nether Path lacked a saintly seat, the River Lord would have no opportunity to renege. Yi Xiao watched as the River Lord of the Netherworld finally withdrew his murderous intent and inwardly breathed a quiet sigh of relief. So long as the River Lord was persuaded, all would be well. The saintly seat of the Nether Path was no idle claim, but whether Hutu could commune with the Nether Path and attract the primordial violet chi remained uncertain. After all, he had not deceived the River Lord, and that was enough. Having reached his decision, the River Lord summoned the two supreme killing swords Yuan-Tu and Abi, which streaked like twin beams of light back into his body. His gaze toward Hutu softened considerably. Dao friend Hutu, I consent to your establishment of the sixfold wheel of rebirth in the Netherworld, in the Nether Realms. This blood sea of the Netherworld and the Nether Realms themselves, I cede them to you for founding the Netherworld. Upon hearing this, a flicker of joy lit Huda's eyes. Instinctively, she turned toward Yi Xiao beside her, her gaze shimmering with gentle awe. This man never failed to deliver unforeseen marvels at the most critical junctures. Even Huda herself suspected the so-called saintly seat of the Nether Path was merely a fabrication devised by Yi Xiao to sway the River Lord. Yet what did it matter? Once the Netherworld stood fully erected and the Wheel of Rebirth turned without flaw, the deed would be irrevocable. Any attempt by the River Lord to withdraw would come too late. Yi Xiao, as if sensing Huda's glance, tilted his head slightly and offered her a faint knowing smile, though only he knew the saintly seat of the Nether Path was no illusion. Heaven, Earth, and humanity formed three parallel Daoic paths. If heaven bore saints, then the Nether Path and human path must likewise harbor their own saintly seats. Yet whether Hutu could ultimately commune with the Nether Path and draw forth the primordial violet chi remained shrouded in mystery. Still, he had not lied to the River Lord. At that moment, the River Lord continued, voice resolute. Yet I impose two conditions. First, should the Nether Path truly birth a saintly seat in the future, I shall claim one seat among them. Second, upon completion of the Netherworld, my Azura clan shall assume official posts therein, wielding sovereign authority over one domain. You must neither exclude nor suppress us. Accept these two terms, and I shall lend my full strength to establishing the sixfold wheel of rebirth. His tone brooked no compromise, the final boundary of his concession. Without hesitation, Hutu replied, agreed. I swear it. Should the sixfold wheel be completed and the Nether Path revived, and should a saintly seat descend, you River Lord shall assuredly receive your share of destiny. Upon the Netherworld's founding, the Azura clan shall enter its halls and govern the Azura realm in eternal coexistence with the Netherworld. With those words, Hutu raised her hand. I, Hutu of the Wu clan, swear this oath upon the great Tao. Should the Nether Path bear a saintly seat, the River Lord shall hold rightful claim. The Azura clan shall enter the Netherworld and wield sovereign authority over one domain. This vow stands witnessed by heaven and earth, attested by the great Tao. If broken, may my body crumble to dust and my Tao foundation utterly shatter. A profound, boundless force of the great Tao descended from the heavens, coiling around Hutu like sacred fire. The oath was sealed, its imprint branded upon her true spirit unbreakable. Very well. From this day forward, the Nether Realms are yours to command, declared the River Lord. A soft smile graced Huta's lips. The greatest obstacle to founding the Netherworld had at last been overcome. She then turned to Yi Xiao and spoke gently. Tao friend, I shall now enter seclusion to refine the sixfold wheel of rebirth. During this time, I ask you and Tao friend River Lord to stand guard and protect me. Yi Xiao smiled faintly, agreed. The River Lord added coolly, having pledged our accord, I shall ensure this realm remains undisturbed. Huta nodded once, uttering no further word. Her form drifted downward, hovering serenely above the blood sea of the Netherworld. Gently closing her eyes, she surrendered herself wholly to the profound contemplation of the sixfold wheel of rebirth. Time flowed silently through the Nether Realms, a breath, an hour, a day, a year. Centuries slipped by like mist. For those 100 years, Yi Xiao and the River Lord sat vigil, one on the left, one on the right, guarding the Nether Realms. Yi Xiao continuously veiled celestial fate, shielding the realm from all external scrutiny. The River Lord meanwhile marshaled the Blood Sea's power to secure the 4 cardinal directions. Any foolhardy soul who dared approach was erased instantly by a single stroke of his blade. Occasionally the two exchanged brief words. The River Lord's attitude toward Yi Xiao had long since shifted, from initial disdain to present inscrutability. A mere latest-stage great Luo immortal, yet utterly unflinching before him, a sovereign quasi-saint. Even esoteric truths concerning the 3 Daoic paths, heaven, earth, and humanity, and the saintly seed of the nether path were known to him in full. Especially after learning Yi Xiao was the patriarch of humanity, the River Lord felt a newfound respect stir within him. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao guarded while quietly cultivating and deepening his comprehension of Daoic laws. His path was one of strength realization, a Tao distinct from the triple body severance method, requiring mastery of a complete unified law. Simultaneously, he observed Hutu's transformation. During her seclusion, Hutu seemed to merge entirely with the nether earth itself. The fierce, untamed aura of her Wu clan blood gradually receded, replaced by an ever-deepening aura of compassion and sanctity, as though a savior saint were about to descend upon the mortal world. One day Hutu, who had sat motionless with eyes closed for a century, abruptly opened them. In that instant, twin beams of divine radiance pierced upward, cleaving through both the nether realms and the 9th heaven. The entire blood sea of the netherworld roiled violently. Countless souls prostrated themselves in unison. Legions of Azuras bowed low in reverent obeisance. Hutu rose, her bearing tall and noble, her countenance suffused with mercy, her aura transformed beyond recognition. A century of enlightenment had granted her perfect mastery of the 6-fold wheel of rebirth. With a graceful sweep of her hand, her voice echoed across the nether realms and resonated throughout the vast Hongjun world. I am Hutu of the Wu clan. Today, having comprehended the great Tao, I shall establish the 6-fold wheel of rebirth and found the netherworld in the nether realms. To decree life and death, judge virtue and vice, ordain rebirth, and pacify all spirits. All beings of the Hongjun world upon death shall enter one of the 6 realms, the heavenly, earthly, human, Azura, animal, or hungry ghost realms, ensuring every soul finds its destined return, every spirit its orderly passage, none left adrift in emptiness. This vow I proclaim to heaven Tao itself. Hutu's declaration thundered across the Hongjun world. Instantly the heavens above convulsed. Boundless golden light rained down, illuminating the entire nether realms. Celestial flowers cascaded, golden lotuses bloomed from the earth, immortal melodies filled the air, and profound Daoic chants reverberated like thunder. An oceanic tide of merit energy surged downward from the heavens, flooding toward Hutu and the whole of the nether realms. The Hongjun earth trembled violently. At Buzhou Mountain within the palace of Pangu, the 12 ancestral Wu simultaneously lifted their heads, gazing toward the nether realms in stunned disbelief. That is Hutu's aura. Such an extraordinary omen. Celestial portents. Merit descending from heaven. What is transpiring? Could Hutu's sister have ascended to sainthood? Let us go immediately. What has occurred in the nether realms? Such terrifying merit portents. Could another saint have emerged? The entire Hongjun world stood awestruck by the netherworld's birth omen. Within the nether realms, Hutu bathed in the infinite sea of merit, her expression solemn and resolute, preparing to manifest the 6-fold wheel of rebirth in its ultimate form. Yet at this pivotal moment, a revelation erupted from the depths of the great Tao, surging into her consciousness. The 6-fold wheel of rebirth is a fundamental Tao of heaven and earth. To establish it, one must sacrifice the self, body merging with the nether realms, forever inseparable. Hutu's face paled instantly. She stood, frozen eyes clouded with bewilderment and bitter sorrow. To become the wheel of rebirth, would she still be herself? Once she embodied the 6 realms, she would cease to be Hutu and become the wheel itself, devoid of personal emotion, stripped of selfhood, eternally bound to uphold the netherworld and turn the wheel of rebirth. She had finally allowed her heart to stir, only to find herself facing this very predicament. Instinctively, she turned her gaze toward Yi Xiao, her eyes brimming with helplessness. After a long, heavy silence, Hutu at last made her decision. Hutu's eyes glistened faintly with unshed tears as she transmitted her voice directly to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, I fear I must break my word. For the 6 realms of reincarnation to take root, I must dissolve my physical form into the 6 paths and eternally guard the netherworld. I am about to betray our vow. Her voice faltered at the end, and a sharp pang pierced her heart. Though their time together had been brief, this latest great Luo immortal of humanity had already carved himself deeply into her soul. Disaster. How could I have forgotten this entirely? In the original timeline, Hutu had indeed sacrificed herself to establish the 6 realms, her body and spirit dissolving into the cycle itself, giving rise to the eternal Lady Pingxin forever bound to the netherworld. He had utterly overlooked it. Gazing into Ho Tu's eyes, filled with profound guilt, Yi Xiao's chest tightened. He would absolutely not allow her to sacrifice herself for the cycle. Yi Xiao drew a deep breath and urgently summoned inwardly system. Appear now. Is there any way to stabilize the 6 realms without requiring Ho Tu's self-sacrifice? Beep. The host may purchase the 6 realms of reincarnation. Item description: a celestial Dao-level supreme treasure, self-contained, fully autonomous in its cyclical function, capable of directly manifesting the 6 realms without relying on mortal flesh or soul, thus eliminating all need for sacrifice. Exchange cost 100 billion war points. 100 billion war points, a staggering astronomical sum. Yet Yi Xiao hesitated not a moment. Confirm exchange. Immediately. Ding. Exchange successful. 100 billion war points deducted. The 6 realms of reincarnation, a supreme Dao-level treasure, has been delivered to the host. Yi Xiao instantly produced the treasure. In the next instant, an arcane, ineffable power surged across the entire netherworld. Raising his hand, he swept it forward. A colossal wheel emerged slowly into the void of the netherworld. Pitch black in essence, yet shimmering with 6 radiant hues inscribed with countless glyphs of life and death. As the wheel turned, life and death alternated seamlessly. Virtue and vice stood starkly defined. The 6 realms: the celestial realm, human realm, Azura realm, animal realm, hungry ghost realm, and hell realm, manifested with crystalline clarity, exuding infinite profundity and sacred sovereign authority. What is this? Ho Tu's eyes widened in utter disbelief as she stared at the immense wheel. Yi Xiao met her gaze and smiled gently. You must not break your vow. With me here you shall remain unharmed. With this artifact aiding you, there is no need for you to dissolve yourself into the cycle. Go forth, I await your triumph. Ho Tu looked upon Yi Xiao, shock and ecstatic joy blazing in her eyes. In that instant, her affection for Yi Xiao surged forth, flooding her entire being. Without further hesitation, Ho Tu gathered the 6 realms treasure. The treasure resonated deeply. The 6 realms spun in perfect harmony. Within the netherworld, majestic solemn palaces of the netherworld spontaneously materialized. Yanluo Palace, the 10 Courts of Karma, the Naiha Bridge, the Wangxiang Terrace, all emerging in flawless, divinely ordained order. The entire netherworld was now wholly integrated within this new cosmic architecture. And in that very moment, Ho Tu underwent a transformation beyond measure. The savage ferocity of the Wu clan and the blood-soaked aura of the ancestral Wu vanished utterly. A force erupted from within her, vast as the celestial Tao itself, weighty as the primordial earth, surpassing even the pinnacle of the quasi-saints. Within the netherworld void, that overwhelming presence continued to ascend, boundlessly intensifying. Ho Tu stood poised in the void, radiant light cascading around her in 10,000 beams, auspicious colors swirling in 1,000 streams. She lifted her gaze toward the 9th heaven, piercing through layer upon layer of chaotic mist, until her sight reached the supreme, ineffable source of the celestial Tao itself. Before the celestial Tao, today Ho Tu establishes the 6 realms of reincarnation and inaugurates the netherworld court. Henceforth, all beings of the Hongjun realm shall possess a destined afterlife. Reincarnation shall flow in sacred order. Virtue and vice shall each receive their due recompense. No longer shall wandering spirits and lost souls roam the heavens and earth. The moment her words faded, Ho Tu raised her hand. The 6 realms treasure thundered once, then hovered above her head. 6 beams of light shot upward, piercing the heavens themselves. At that instant, the 6 realms' cosmic order was irrevocably sealed, becoming an immutable eternal law woven into the fabric of heaven and earth. Today, Ho Tu willingly relinquishes her identity as ancestral Wu of the Wu clan, pledging herself to guard the netherworld's cycle and safeguard the reincarnational path of countless sentient beings. From this day forth, the ancestral Wu Ho Tu ceases to exist. Only the netherworld's Lady Pingxin remains. Her declaration shook the cosmos. High above, the celestial Tao reverberated, its resonance both acknowledgement and affirmation. Instantly, boundless clouds of golden merit descended from the 9th heaven in a thunderous cascade. The magnitude of that merit surpassed even Nuwa's creation of humankind. Golden radiance blazed for millions of zhang, illuminating the entire Hongjun realm. Even the perpetual gloom of the netherworld was bathed in this resplendent golden grace. An oceanic torrent of merit flooded into Ho Tu's being. Her cultivation level surged uncontrollably, without obstruction, without bottleneck. Boom! A Tao resonance echoed across the entire Hongjun realm, shattering the peak of the quasi-saints. She had ascended, attaining the supreme Tao of the Hunyuan Great Luo Immortal. only the second true celestial sage to emerge